I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Six Invitational 2023. Day 4 for group stage is about to begin. Very excited to have you here with us on this wonderful morning here live in Montreal, but welcome you anywhere and anyhow you are watching us around the world. Nostalmatic, your host, with me on the desk here, the command center, are Miss Mandy and Mr. James. Good morning, my friends. How are you doing today?
Excellently. I feel really good this morning. I'm super keen to get into, one of the last days that we have here in the group stage. It's getting to be a bit sad. We might have to knock out some teams pretty soon, but we're also qualifying teams for a fantastic tournament in stage 2 and beyond.
Yeah, I'm really excited for another day of Rainbow Six. It just feels like there's so many more days to go. Like, we have so many more games of Rainbow Six left to go in this tournament. Don't go away. I'm just so excited for the day.
Yeah, there's still, of course, today we're just getting that started. We got tomorrow, Saturday, which is the last day of the first phase of group stages. Then we have 3, and then next week, and then we have 3 last ones. That'll be the end of it all, the crown of Invitational at the playoffs in our live venue event. I cannot wait. It's, I mean, James, you've been there. It's fun. It's
Last bell once again, third time for the event being held in that venue, and the vibe that the audience always gives up is electric. So I can't wait to see which teams will be cheered on. There's so many regions here. There's so many fans that fly in from all over the world, and there's a lot of potential repeat champions as well still in the tournament.
Shout out to all the people who have joined us at invitationals or even at majors over the past few years. I hope you're watching us right here from home, and a big hello from all of us who've seen you over the years. Now, let's get started with our recap. If you missed yesterday, don't you worry. We know not everybody can be here, although quite a few of you were around to watch the games. No matter the languages, we're going to fill you in on all the details, going through our groups one by one. Group A is up first, which makes sense, alphabetically, right, James? This is how the alphabet works, right?
Yeah, so I've heard. And Group A was dubbed the Group of Death coming into the tournament. But I think despite despite that, people's expectations haven't necessarily aligned with what's gone down. The one thing that is for certain, W7M topping the group by a margin of 6 points. This is the #1 team in the world. They might not have any international championships to their name, but as the most consistent and standout team of 2022, they earned that #1 world ranking. Koi has had a bit of a slow start, but finally found their feet. A little bit of the opposite for G2. They really surprised us at the start, but haven't been able to properly break into that #1 spot. Of course, the thing to remember here is while first place, you go into the upper bracket of the playoffs and skip one round. The second and third place, you still go in the upper bracket, and in that fourth place, you only get 1 life in the playoffs. And then in last place, unfortunately, you just simply don't even get to play at all. You are eliminated.
Yeah, that's kind of the downside of running any tournament, because you're like, well, these are the 20 best teams in the world that are playing in here, and yet still somebody has to be knocked out so early into the tournament. But that's just how it goes. You see any surprises in Group A yesterday, Mandy?
I mean, us from APAC South, we're heartbroken for Elevate, right? We had such high expectations for these guys. They were what we deemed as APAC's last hope at some point earlier this year, and now it's all fallen apart for them.
It really is a shame, but APAC is not out yet. There is still a big game to play for Elevate, and we'll talk about that later on. Today is the last day of competition for them. Tomorrow is their off day, if I'm not mistaken. We turn to Group B, have a chat about our group here that has M&M and Soniqs on it, who, I gotta say, M&M especially, god damn, man, they're playing hot.
I'm so impressed by M&M in this international event. We see them consistently at these major events. They are always there in eWorld. They're super present, but now at the 6 Invitational, they're like, yeah, we're on top now. We have grinded for the entire year to be here, and they absolutely do deserve it. But for the bottom 3 teams, Wolves, Direwolves, and especially Liquid was a team that we thought were going to do extremely well in this 6 invite, but they haven't quite shown up to the standings.
I gotta say, Group B is crazy. This is almost the exact opposite as what I would have picked for the group to pan out. With the exception of Direwolves, I feel like everyone has flipped on their head. Team Liquid, after being runners-up in Jönköping, and, well, they're Team Liquid for goodness sake. They're one of the most legendary teams in the game. They haven't even found a win yet, and they're at the bottom of their group. They have a long way to go. And funnily enough, it is M&M, this mid-tier European team that's not really ever won a tournament, even within Europe, that is somehow dominating their group.
I think I found the correlation. As we all know, correlation does equal causation.
Sure.
It's definitely not a, what do you call it, a fallacy or something. But it seems like the 3 teams that have logos of animals are taking L's in here. Wolves and another kind of wolves. Of course, one is a European wolf and one is not, and that affects their carry weight. But a hippocampus, if I'm not mistaken. Is it a hippocampus, or is a hippocampus something in the back of your brain?
I think hippocampus is something in your brain.
God damn it. Okay, what is it? Because it's hippocampe in French. I hope that it's correct. Anyways.
Someone tick off the bingo sheet for Miller speaks another language.
I don't know if that's on the bingo sheet or not, but hey, we're not.
Speaking 4 languages, I think, is on the bingo sheet. So there's still time.
Ich habe nur viel Zeit.
I'll just leave you to it.
Anyways, James, we move on then from Group B and on to C. Because here, we're talking about another European team, a giant, the winners of Jönköping, BDS. They're middle of the pack. This is tight as hell.
I think most people, including myself, had expected that this group was going to be BDS well and clearly at the top and everyone else scrapping for the remaining 4 spots. And it's really been anything but that. It's been a scrap between every single team. As you can see, every team in this group has actually found a win, including Cyclops, the only APAC team to have done so. And it was them who actually took down BDS in the opening game. Since then, BDS has found a win, but like I said, every single team in this group could make it through in the first place, and every team could also come last. So there's a lot still to be played here, and a lot on the line for all of these teams, with so much still waiting.
I'm actually just so impressed by Lost One. Like, these guys were your last chance qualifier team through the Brazilian region, and wow, they've really come to show it up here at 6 Invite. I'm very impressed by what they've been able to bring in the server.
We'll have to see what happens then with, I guess, the biggest hope for APAC in Cyclops. Of course, APAC North, as we all know, is the best region in APAC. No biases whatsoever.
CAG. Look, they're simultaneously like the best and worst team in the world.
But we have
Always been like
They
that.
really are.
To cagging, to be simultaneously the best and the worst. I mean, that segment yesterday was pretty funny, but I would like to say I was right. It's not something you usually have me saying, right? And at all. It's called Hippocampus cuda, which is the seahorse. So I wasn't wrong.
You weren't wrong. Very nice.
Goddamn. Finally, years of education are paying off for 2 words on broadcast. Hello, here we are. Go to university. Don't you worry about it. Anyways, we move on to Group D in this listing, where I guess a bit of a surprise maybe, because I was looking at Team Secret as, you know, they're the dark horse. They're ones that can do more, especially in a group where there are teams that are so wounded, but Heroic are doing well.
Yeah,
That's
it's
cool.
Well, yeah. Look, just touching on Team Secret for a second.
Go ahead.
They are standing out at the bottom of their group. In a way, these were the most underdog team in the group. They were the lowest on the international standings after the 2022 season. But of course, winning that European LCQ, a lot of people said, "Wow, these guys are so much better now," and there was a lot of expectation on them because of that performance. They really have not lived up to it. Speaking of not living up to expectation, FaZe Clan, what's going on? You know, once upon a time, these guys were legends of the game.
No cameraman.
Well, there you go. You could always point to the recent roster change.
Sorry,
It was
I
only
had something stuck in my throat.
just over a year ago, these guys won a major. Speaking of major winners, hey Dark Zero, what's going on? We're not in Charlotte anymore, but we are in North America. And while they have found 2 overtime wins, there's a lot left to be desired for these guys, and a lot of work still to be done if Canadian is going to raise a 3rd hammer.
I just want to point out that the top 2 teams of this group are both 2 OT wins. Sorry, 2 2-1s, not OT wins. I'm thinking about the regular stage.
It's less points than you would get for winning the 2-0.
Correct.
Uh-huh.
Yes, they've both got 3 points out of their 2 wins. And so this group has been tight as well. Group C and D are both our tight teams here at this 6 Invitational. But for Dark Zero, I'm actually really impressed by them. I think they've come back into form at this 6 invite. Canadian has been posting a lot on his Instagram and like just on the social media in general, and he's always like keeping us all updated. It's really awesome. If you guys want a bit of an inside scoop into them, definitely go follow him. And he just talks a lot about the team vibes. I love their war paint that they've got going on. It's just really awesome to see them back on the stage.
It's the Rambo movie come to life.
Yeah.
And Canadian is the one to take the mantle. But any, I guess, big winners from our play day yesterday in your mind, James?
Yeah, look, I'm a little bit biased because it's the one that I casted, but that M80 Heroic game was a marathon at the end of the day. And for me, M80 is a team where we know what they're capable of. As XSET, they achieved some amazing things, including a semi-finals appearance in Berlin. But in Stage 3, they really dropped off the face of the earth. This is one of the longest running remaining 5-stack rosters at this level of play. They haven't made a roster moves since they began this Brazilian experiment almost a year ago. And we thought that maybe they were just going to start dropping off after that honeymoon period had begun, but they're finally having a bit of a resurgence. I think if they get back on their feet, they can really bring NA another strong contending team for the top 6.
Yeah, for me, my match of the day yesterday was that Dark Zero win, that long 3-mapper. It was just super intense. It was really back and forth, like grudge siege, just like battling it out. And it was just, it was so awesome to watch. And then on the Twitters afterwards, Kendra and Troy going at it and being like happy with each other, being in the lobby. It was so wholesome. It was awesome. So really loved that storyline.
In terms of games yet to go on for this group, FaZe Clan, like I was saying, I really want to see them show up. They've got a game against Heroic and a game against Secret. 2 EU teams. I think they have a really good chance of winning both of their matches. It would just feel wrong not to have FaZe at the main event.
And I completely agree with that. But again, here you got to deserve it. And I want to see the schedule for today because we can have a couple of minutes to just talk about that as our casters get ready for say hello. Here's what it looks like. Liquid versus Dire Wolves is up first. Soniqs versus M&M. Those 2 games will be happening at the same time. Reminder, everything is best of 3 here at the Invitational until we hit the grand final. So these games only have like 15-minute difference between them because we're offsetting so we can have the pre-desk for both of them so you can get filled in and all the information before we go live with them. Koi versus SSG, G2 versus Elevate. There we go. It's M80 versus Secret, FaZe versus Heroic, Astralis versus Lost One, OXG versus Cat to close the game. Anything looking forward to?
Oh yeah, I'm kind of biased here, but the first 2 games are awesome. Group B is so tight right now, and it's M&M Soniqs, the 2 teams in Group B that are yet to lose a game, and it's Dire Wolves and Team Liquid, the 2 teams in Group B who are yet to win a game. So it's the fight for first place, which not only means upper bracket, but skipping the first round. versus the fight to just stay in the damn tournament. So there is a lot at stake for those two opening games today.
Honestly, I'm just here to be entertained. The last matchup is OXG and CAG.
Are
And
you not into trains? Oh, it's me, Amanda. I'm here to have fun. Fair enough.
I'm just keen for the OXG CAG game. Look,
Fair.
CAG, can you please prove to us that beating BDS was like not a fluke and you can actually do okay at these international tournaments? Because that would be really exciting. I just can't wait for them to play against that NA roster.
Well, let's say hello to our casters. I know we all love our casters in here, even though the green room sometimes is a lot of fun in its own way. Hello, Blue and Stokes, Pengu, and Intero, our 4 North American casters. Well, 3 North American casters and our European brother in here, Pengu. Hello, good morning, everybody. How are you doing? Blue, I haven't heard your voice in a bit. How are you?
I'm doing good. Ready to cast.
Such a beautiful voice. Honestly, I have to say, John, I've been listening to your voice like 2015, and I've loved every bit of it.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
That. Thank you.
Sam, you're beautiful today. I love your eyes.
Oh, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it.
Blue eyes, white dragon.
You know what happened to me yesterday? Eric told me I had the most beautiful green eyes, Gassan. You hear that?
As an
Ridiculous.
optometrist, I think it's time to take him. He's got good Canadian healthcare in here, not what he's got back home. But Pengu and Taro, how are you today?
Wonderful. I'm good. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Complain?
Really?
Nope.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you guys very much. We'll see you on the cast in a bit. I hope you enjoy it. Here we go. That was a fun time to hear from our colleagues. Really are. I'm not referencing the Marlon Manson song, Beautiful People.
No, I'm referencing Stokes. That man is beautiful.
He is. Those eyes, those green eyes.
Also, that jacket. Man's got the drip today. I was also wearing that jacket this morning. I had to take it off when I saw that he was wearing it.
You were the Spider-Man meme.
Yeah, well, it was more like when you both rock up to school on the same day and you're like, no, we can't wear the same sweater.
Both Stewarts, too.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing I love.
Hey, Stewart.
My American brother.
Goddamn.
But has he got
Anyways.
pink hair?
He doesn't.
Not yet.
Okay, not yet.
Here
do that
is
tomorrow.
our prediction. Oh my God, is that Dev Marta? How long ago was that?
Oh my
That was
gosh.
2017.
2017.
Oh my gosh.
That
in my-
competitor Marta?
Yeah, back in my comp days,
What
playing a show
happened?
match.
What happened?
That's a relic of the past.
So here's what we all voted for. Fresh, of course, forgot to fill in the top player of his predictions, and
In his words, he thinks in that match nobody wins. That was what he
You know
would have
what?
written in that spot. He was like, nobody wins, the audience doesn't win, we don't win, nobody wins. That was his words.
honestly, I have to say, it's probably the best thing Fresh has ever said. And, of course, going in for the vote, she's always very solid when she goes through. Who else? Look at the points that have been obtained so far in the tournament. Mandy rocking it with 15 points, 18 for Fresh. Demo, look at him, he's so excited. Of course, Exor Troika, who is also a resident shill. Furia aren't here. Jesse with his Canada hat. Caliber Jacob, just laughing. Just vibing with 5 points. He's vibing.
Oh, wow, I didn't
wonder-
realize it was scores. Who's winning then? Does that mean Demo's winning?
Yes. I wonder how many points I have. Thankfully, we're not going to show that because I have deleted the tapes and we're just going to keep it at that. Right?
Nice.
Thanks.
Hiding the evidence.
I will say predictions are not my strong suit. I know everyone.
It's not doing too badly.
I thought I was, to be fair. I didn't see the score, but I just felt in my heart that I was doing poorly at the predictions, partly because I keep backing in the APAC teams. You see, guys, it's a lose-lose scenario for me. I get so much flack for being an APAC shill that if I don't pick the APAC teams, everyone's like, he's just trying to show that he's not an APAC shill. And if I don't pick them and then they win, then I've betrayed my homies. So it's lose-lose. I got to do it.
Fair enough. I put it there, and in that case, Fresh didn't really have to step on one foot or the other, Liquid and Direwolves. Though, friends, thank you very much. We're going to come back in just a few minutes. We're going to talk about game number 1 for today and set you up for it, so don't go anywhere.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
welcome back everybody to the show. We start off with our first game for today, Direwolves versus Team Liquid. And to set the stage for it, it's actually pretty simple. Both of these teams have not gotten a singular point so far here in the first phase of the groups of SI23. For Direwolves, some would say it's expected, but they still had their first day off. Team Liquid, however, you're on the complete opposite ends. It doesn't matter how we expected things to go when we got started with the SI. We're here, and both of these squads need to show up. A win here is imperative if you want to survive at the Invitational. Hello, I'm Milos. With me are Mandy and James, and we're going to set the stage for you in our next matchup. Starting off with, let's go Direwolves. Mandy, you sat with them in breakfast, did you not?
I did. I was going to say that to start off with, yeah. I had breakfast with them this morning. It was really sweet. They invited me to sit with them because otherwise I'd be lonely. So thank you, Direwolves. And listen, none of the other talent have to wake up as early as me because I've got to come in super early for makeup. Anyway,
I like
TMI. Anyway, sorry, we're continuing. Direwolves, these guys realize that it is do or die for them today. If they don't win the game today, and then if Team Liquid don't beat Wolves tomorrow, then they will be grouped out of this 6 Invitational altogether, and so they've got to win today's game. Liquid are not in their best form at the moment. I'm sure you'll get a chance to talk about it, and so for the Direwolves, they're feeling hopeful that they can jump into it. Look, they've beaten FaZe, they've beaten a Brazilian behemoth before. Can they do it again and shut down LATAM?
All right, as you'll see, Liquid popping up in here, but we'll continue with our Direwolves conversation in this case. James, off of looking at what happened the last 2 days, what is there that Wolves could work on in the short term to really bring these few points home? 3 points could be massive.
Look, Direwolves have been struggling in their matches. They have, well, every APAC team has actually struggled on attack quite a lot. But the thing for Direwolves, I will say, is that they have improved from one game to another. So in their first game versus M&M, they were pretty much destroyed. They were eliminated through and through. There was nothing much that they could do. They started their first map of Cafe quite well, 4-0, and then from there lost 7 rounds in a row. Didn't get much better on the second map. As for their game against the Wolves, they actually pushed to overtime twice, and we saw a lot of great things from Direwolves. I personally, going into that game, had expected that Direwolves would take at least Skyscraper, but it ended up being a 2-0 against them. So that's pretty significant blow, I would say, to Direwolves already.
Yeah, I think at the breakfast today, Direwolves, they were quite expressive that they felt pretty heartbroken over yesterday's loss. They felt it was so close and they just gave away a few rounds, made some silly mistakes against the Wolves, but they felt like they had what it took in them to beat them, and it was just heartbreak losing that 2-0.
I mean, speaking of silly Goose is also in Team Liquid in both of their games. Also have been some mistakes that, hurt quite a bit in their game against M&M. That must have been disheartening in many ways. I mean, we saw the faces of the players at the end of the match. So what is redemption here? By the way, just an update, our game is almost ready, so we gotta hoof it up.
Gotta get a wriggle on. Well, Team Liquid, it's been way too long since we've seen them raise a trophy. The only trophy that Liquid has ever raised was back in Atlantic City in 2018. It's unreal that with how many runners-up they have been at these big events, they haven't done better than that. And this is just disappointing. To not even win a single map against Soniqs and M&M, how do you do that when you're literally, it's Palu and Nesk. These are the legends of the game. These guys have been around forever, some of the best players to ever touch Siege. They should be able to deal with a Direwolves that's only had 2 months with this new roster.
Yeah, pretty shocking from Team Liquid so far. It just feels like they haven't quite come into their form. I can't pinpoint why though. It just feels like small things aren't quite clicking in the server at the moment. Just a bit of disconnect between the players. Things are not flowing. Sometimes when you play Rainbow Six Siege, things do not go right, and it's just so hard to pinpoint exactly why. It feels very micro for them.
Sometimes the vibes are just off. It do be like that,
yeah,
as they would say. Anyways, we have our map bans. Our lobby's almost set. We got a couple minutes to go into game, so let's bring up those maps. Best of 3 series before we hit, of course, our grand final here. Not this Sunday even, the one after. There it is. First, Liquid picking Chalet to start in the attack. Direwolves picking Theme Park starting on the attack. And finally, our decider is Oregon. Final ban was on Direwolves. Mandy, your thoughts on the bans?
Thoughts on the bans? Direwolves have to auto-ban Clubhouse, so it makes sense. Second ban, Bank, is a weak map for the Direwolves and a relatively strong map, if I believe, for Team Liquid in comparison, so they did well from the Direwolves POV to ban. Theme Park is an interesting one for me. I feel like Theme Park is a bit of an anomaly in the Direwolves club. We haven't seen them play in a little while, I believe, and I think it'd be interesting to see how they perform.
Yeah, look, to be honest, with Chalet being the pick for Team Liquid, it has been a mixed results map for both teams. In fact, Liquid lost it already to Soniqs during the tournament, but back in the BR6 Grand Final, they pretty handily took down W7M. So I've got reasonable confidence in Liquid. As for Dialers, last time they played it was way back in October, and they've really only beaten national teams. They've beaten some decent teams, but mostly just within a very domestic circuit. So I think that we're likely going to see Team Liquid take the first map. I don't know about the second map. To be frank with you, Milosh, though, it's hard to read into history because the form is really what it's about, and neither of these teams have strong form. And even though Liquid picked Chalet, I wouldn't be surprised if Direwolves upset. We're just at that point where there's so much uncertainty between both of these teams.
You might as well flip a coin. All right, Mandy, who do you think takes it? What score?
I think it's going to go to the decider. I think that Direwolves, Theme Park is an unrevealed map for them. It's clearly in their pool because they never ban it out in the past couple days of their play days. So it's in their pool and they're about to show us something new. Team Liquid, kind of similar story as well. I think they're going to take each other's map and we're going to go to map 3, and then who knows, it's at the flip of a coin.
It got pretty close between the Direwolves and the Wolves Esports yesterday. Who knows? Maybe Liquid will have a tougher time today. Thank you very much, James and Manny. That is game number 1 about to go live. Direwolves versus Team Liquid. We'll set up in just a bit to throw it to our cast, but at the same time prepping for Sonic versus M&M. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Milosh. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our first matchup of the day, coming towards the tail end of our group stage here at the Six Invitational 2023. And this one is probably going to be a little bit of a struggle, if I'm honest with you, for both teams. Yet to win, no matter which way you look at it, either for Liquid or the Direwolves. 0 points so far for both of these teams. So it's time for one of them to step up. In terms of who that will actually be, well, we have to wait and find out here over the next 2 to 3 hours until we get a winner out of this series. Map number 1 is going live. We're wasting no time here this morning. Let's get into it on Chalet for map number 1. 72% of you at home believe Team Liquid's going to take it. Stokes, as usual, is going to be my co-caster for this one, so let's get your opening thoughts on this matchup.
How you doing, sir? Yes, indeed, it's me again. And yeah, Liquid versus Direwolves. Bound to be an interesting one, as you said. Team Liquid, not with the greatest of starts. We haven't seen this bad of a start from them in quite some time, and might be right on the edge of getting grouped, actually, which this wouldn't be the first time it's happened to them in SI. Last time it was in 2020. That's all the way back when Sexy Cake was still on the team, as it was actually Nesk, Sexy Cake, Palu, PSK, and Maranga. Haven't seen that squad in quite some time. This new team, they were on a tear in 2022, but it looks like 2023 might be the downfall of Team Liquid again.
We'll have to wait and see, of course, see if they're able to recenter themselves after the past few days of games and get prepared for this one, which should, in theory, be one of the easier ones in their group. But at the same time, with Direwolves struggling similarly, we don't know how exactly things are going to pan out. Bans have been completed. No real surprises here as far as I am concerned. And if you guys have been watching the rest of the tournament, I doubt you will be as well. We've seen plenty of Nook play, especially here on Chalet. Same can be said for our 2 defending operators, and Ying has quite a bit of usefulness on execute for this map, so everything pretty much makes perfect sense.
Yes, indeed. We've been seeing so much Solus and Azami as well on the defensive side, both in their own regard. A lot of teams picking and choosing which one they want to remove per map. Some teams just opting to ban out both when it comes down to it. One team finds one of the ops is really annoying, and the other one obviously feels the same about the other when it comes to the map. We've been seeing, obviously, Mira work her way in. We've seen a couple of random sprinkles. You know, we've seen Smoke Ban, actually, here as well, but that one hasn't been opted for as much as in recent history. So it's just changing times for Siege, you know? Looks like the tide's down and time for a new year. So into this one here. We're going to get the side switched on the top. Direwolves and Team Liquid. Liquid will be starting things out on offense. They're not going to have access to that Nook or Ying, so the execute utility will dwindle just a tad bit. So is their ability to sneak up on their opponent.
Not going to be the end of the world, though. Certainly plenty of workability still on that attacking side, especially, of course, since we introduced a repick a little under, a year ago now. Away from that, though. He's looking like the Jackal is going to be mainly used to try and suss out the early roam game here from Dire Wolves. The success to which that will have is still yet to be seen. As usual, the defenders do have quite a bit of prowess to extend out, especially from those upstairs positions here. Dire Wolves even playing it out into the basement, it looks like, to some extent as well here, with one of their members trying to roam about, counter things out, as we do see the alibi gets spotted out there by Ask's drone. So trying to set up a rotation angle to counter it out, but it doesn't look like he's got the right read on that one. The alibi, I believe, playing closer towards the front stairs instead of those back blue ones that he's trying to position himself for.
It'll be a patience game for him. We know Liquid's good for that. Working these drones around the top floor. Fantastic positioning here in Solarium. You seeing this, John? Up there on these wooden beams. Able to get another one. Wow, so precise off the windows, but not precise in the parkour. They're going to lose that one. Pauly will pick up a kill. Not going to really have anything to do with the drone, but oh, the G36C is coming alive for Team Liquid at the moment. Looks like today might be the day. Woken up on the right side of the bed.
Harambe now going to try to make another play work out here for Dire Wolves. Finally get them on the board in this defensive end, but resets once more, strikes down another one of his teammates. Harambe himself now down for the count. Jackie Wu, all that remains here inside of the 1vx. He's not going to be long for this world either. It's a flawless start from Team Liquid. That'll put some confident looks on their faces here, having everything click for round number 1. No issues at all showing up for our attacking squad.
Easy pickings for Team Liquid. The drone game obviously working out there. Lots of influence initially over towards Solarium that we saw, but that's really not where all the action was going down. We saw a lot of that over towards the garage and fire side of the building. It was a firestorm from Team Liquid on that one as they doused out Dire Wolves very quickly there for round 1. Round 2 already on the docket and in motion. And have the Dokkaebi here for recess. Just going to keep things going here. See if they can potentially clear the building out as successfully as they did prior.
Things looking good. Now the changeup needs to come from the Dire Wolves side of things. We're going to see some small operator changes that would be necessitated by the site change anyway here as they move over to Bar and Stock for their second attempt. Away from that one, or just Bar in this case. Get my sites confused. We've got some similar names from time to time there. Just calling it back over towards Clubhouse, but either way. Dire Wolves trying to deny some more of that drone intel with the Mozzie pickup here. The Frostbats, of course, making their usual appearance. It is Chalet, after all. It's a fitting operator for this map, especially when you consider the climate. And even looking away from that usual assortment of defenders, aside from that mainly utility mitigation, and of course the castle to try and block out some of these walls, make it a bit more annoying for Liquid to move across, especially, of course, with Buck being the main soft breacher so far this event. Sledge kind of moving out of the meta a bit does increase the proficiency of Castle.
Yes, indeed. Makes it a little bit more difficult to try and move up on those barricades. Have to try and bring some more ranged utility, and that's also been difficult to work in. A lot of teams opting for Ashe nowadays when it comes to that. We've been seeing some squads run Zofia still. She's still very potent when it comes down to her utility. It's just the quick movement that you're looking for on the entry game. Being a 3 armor just slows you down just enough where it can be a little bit of a problem. Plus, your footsteps are just so very loud, so everything you do is telestrated. Not exactly what you want in such a position. Looks like you're going to have the ace get used on the Bar Stock area. Smartest thing Liquid can do here, have influence on that back room. It's so hard to bunker bust that when you don't get influence over that wall.
That's with the slow creep, working his way up through the main basement stairs now. With the wraparound, see plenty of drones already having scouted this area out, so full control pretty much of the kitchen and trophy side already guaranteed for the players on Team Liquid, but it's Jackie Wu with the wild hop out over here and the wild run to try and get back inside. The barricade's not even gone yet. Leaves the window open for a trade by Lagonis. He'll be able to pick that up without too much of a problem because of the distraction from Jackie Wu on the windowsill there. 1-1 exchange brings us down to a 4v4 here, just past the halfway mark on the round.
Yeah, Dire Wolves almost angry that Team Liquid hadn't fought them yet in the round. As Jackie Wu throws himself outside of the library balcony and quickly dispatches Ask. It's going to be the buck down, but still a lot of time, and Liquid loves to play the game of Siege like this. If they're able to delay things down and try and use their utility inside the last like 45, 30 seconds, you just get a really, really big execute off, then that's more than likely what they're going to go for. Still have grenades in Nesk's pocket as well. Not going to have the logic bombs for resets, but don't think they're going to need them. Might have the ISO'd player here upstairs. Nobody going to be playing the blue shield either. So Neski's just got free reign over his positioning here. Entire library wall is reinforced. Doesn't have any angles to worry about. Has a player on the window. Oh, but they haven't checked inside of library. They didn't check the little hidey hole where everybody hides. Direwolves are going to get away with a free one on Nesk.
Souffle picks up one for free. Rotates back over to the connector downstairs. A hard bunker will be this connector here, so it's going to be difficult for Team Liquid to try and press Souffle out of that now. Unless they push it directly, of course, which really, they won't have a choice. They'll have to go for this now with the next few seconds. Flash dumps are in. That is going to prompt the repositioning, but one of the walls is soft, so it's an easy wraparound for Souffle to take the next fight. There we go, down to the ground to make it happen instead. And the repeat, 3 kills is not out of the equation, but Palu, he's going to make a comeback here. Picks up that one and the another exchange against Harambe as well. Into the 2v2, though. Where's that plant? We just don't see it. And as a result, Direwolves end up winning it on the timer.
What an awkward round there from Team Liquid. They had everything necessary in order to execute properly onto the site.
If you can get that double kill too, to like negotiate for positioning in those final few seconds, but just not confident enough in their plant.
Yeah, just a little gun shy there. Tends to happen, especially how their last couple of days have went. You're focusing a little bit more, even if you're, trying to keep the emotions suppressed. Mainly focusing on trying to not lose. So looks like we're gonna have a tech timeout here, folks, just for a moment. Have a little bit of a bug that we need to fix up. Nothing round ending, nothing round changing, just something that happened in between. So we're gonna get that fixed, and then we'll be back in for round 3.
You guys know how it is. Someone's headphones or mouse or something like that. So
something bugged.
Yep, should be a quick fix. We are re-hosting the lobby, so just stick with us here about 2 minutes or so. If you want to grab a drink or something, this is probably a good time to do that here. We'll be hopping back into the game pretty quickly, but you've got a minute or 2 here. And once again, we can talk about what we have seen so far, aside from that one. Liquid putting out a definitive stance on round number 1, of course, but Direwolves giving just as even of a response on the second one, mainly due to the exploits of Souffle. They're starting out in library, but then repositioning down to the connector as well, wasting out that critical 15 or 20 of the final 30 seconds in that round there, making it impossible for Liquid to get that plant down in time.
I will definitely give it to him on the shots and the angle work, taking that fight upstairs inside of library, because that was really his last ditch effort, right? If he lets Nesk pressure him there, more than likely dies. So, but past that, Liquid really need to know what's going on in a location like that before they push in. You don't want to just go in there and try and face check things. It's not exactly going to work out for you, as we noticed. Even for somebody like Nesk, one of the best players in the entire world, and he still can't get it figured out at the back of library. So Team Liquid might need to slow things down just for that split second. Get a drone in there. Also, your Yana, use the clone if you need to. I mean, that's why these utilities exist. So some of the fundamentals escaping Liquid at the moment, but hopefully able to work that out here after this tech timeout. As for Direwolves, got a round under their belt on the defensive side of Chalet, which overall has been a pretty crazy thing this entire tournament. Chalet, for over the last year, John, has been in an offensive-sided map, sitting down like the 40% for the defensive win rate. Some sites as low as like the high 20% initially when the map did come into play. But now we're seeing it skyrocket to a defensive win rate of almost 65% some of the time. It's absolutely absurd.
Not really the case, and it's going to be interesting to see how those stats continue to evolve throughout, obviously, not only the rest of the group stage, but the rest of the event as well. Money, folks, we still have a whole week plus of action remaining at SI. Not including, or including, I guess you could say, those of you that will be joining us once we move on to the playoff stage starting next Friday. But of course, we'll be moving into our bracket stage starting, that'll be Monday when things get started there. So we have a lot more interesting things to talk about once we move into that one as well. Our teams that managed to make it through the group stage here will have their opportunity to stay in the tournament and forge their way forward into that grand final. We'll have the opportunity to lift the hammer next Sunday. I believe we have restarted the game, folks, so should be jumping into it in just a second here. Once more, we thank you for your patience. We're trying to get ourselves back into the matchup here. These things tend to happen from time to time, but I believe we are good to go now. So into round 3, we will be returning, currently tied 1-1 if you're just joining us, between Team Liquid and the Direwolves on Chalet.
All right, we'll see if everything is right as rain. Let me get in the lobby, and once we do that, I'll have it back on your guys' screen. So, bomb in hand for Lagonis. It's going to be a Habana, Dokkaebi, Yana, Twitch, Ash lineup for Liquid. Wow, that's a big change up from what we've been seeing. That is quite aggressive.
A bit more direct.
Yeah, yeah.
Even in the hard breach department, you could say that. With the Habana pickup here, just going for the gunner's gun, you could say. Like,
they're like, wait, we need hard breach. Habana, yeah.
Good enough.
Yeah, it's either that or ace.
Yeah.
Nobody takes thermite for the gun.
Speak for yourself.
Yeah, somebody's tweeting at me on that one, for sure.
I'm the tweeter.
I'm the tweeter. It's me on my alt account, Sam. Oh my gosh.
I am the 556 boy.
Well, I mean, they brought the ace in, but they've also brought some more toys here, and I really like these ones.
Big event so far here for Aruni. We've been seeing constant repicks over towards her.
Oh, you mean Amaru?
Didn't I say Amaru?
You said Aruni.
Did I?
Yeah.
Man. Servers confirmed it. It's always those two. It's such a similar name.
Rooney, Maru, Zami.
The one with the grappling hook.
That's why I swear sometimes, you guys have probably noticed this as well at home. Sometimes when I forget her name in the moment, I'll just say.
I even like double.
Straight up say Gara.
I even like double confirmed it in my head before I said it, and somehow it still came out wrong. Like I was like, yeah, it's definitely this one, right? And apparently not. So.
But I do agree with you. She has been used quite a lot, and in interesting fashion. Sometimes to no avail. She'll just die instantaneously on the entry, but sometimes she doesn't burn up. Sometimes she does some crazy things like kicking people in the face and killing them instantaneously, which happened yesterday for the very first time that I've ever seen in my life. So that was pretty crazy.
Not to mention just the wild card effect of the operator is always a treat to watch for casters. So personal favorite of mine whenever we get that swap in. Hopefully continues to be a trend here throughout the rest of it.
Say her name, John. Say it.
Now I'm scared to, for fear of being wrong. We are seeing them start to make some progress, enter into the building here. Ray is going to try to resist that here over by Ego Door. No major activity going on in this area, just as of yet. We had a few players from Team Liquid poking it a second ago, but it looks like they have started to move away. Resets is going to be able to lock in that first kill, though, finding Pekin and taking him down.
Very well done. Mute Mozzie combo will still be alive and well, though, as those pests will reside around the map. Doesn't seem like it's been too big of an issue for Liquid, though, as minute and 10 seconds are breaking open the side of Dining. Don't see very many angles for Direwolves to work that aren't going through the floor up top, so it's going to be more the horizontal gameplay. Just trying to hold down this top floor, but this also makes it to where Liquid can kind of just harass this.
Nice.
Ask with a beautiful read here. That drone hole been the bane of everyone's existence and trophy for, well, since I don't know when, let me tell you. Racy can rotate back through. He has to hold on to this top floor. Massive component to this position here. Alu is going to take down Jackie Wu, and Nesk opens up the door. Harambe, the last remaining soul, and he knows exactly where he is. Pistol out. Oh, and he's running. He's hiding. I don't think that Nesk saw him in the corner of his vision. The aspect ratio not in Nesk's favor, but it doesn't matter. Team Liquid will sweep them away with the tide.
Gets away with one before going down, but ultimately, again, just a passing fad inside of that round there. No real chance to get away with the clutch, unfortunately, even though he does go unnoticed for a second or two. Either way, a solid round picked up by Team Liquid. A good rebound for the second round loss, and a recentering of their attacking prowess. Now back down into the basement for round number 4 to see if they can continue that. Lock in this attacker-sided advantage by guaranteeing at least a 3-3 at halftime. Or if we'll be on the seesaw here for a little bit, if Direwolves as well can trade that back yet again. Direwolves, unfortunately, just a little bit too predictable of a setup, and as well, very easy to breach open most of that setup for Team Liquid there, so they did not struggle much to find those entries, and really just a domino effect past that point to take control of the rest of the round here. Take a look and see what DW are going to bring out, specifically for their basement defense. Once again, nothing too crazy to remark on here. Pretty usual assortment of operators, mainly looking for the delay, both with regards to intel gathering as well as utility once we get closer down to the site with those Malusi Banshees, as well as the Toxic Babes coming out from Harambe.
Such an interesting matchup between these two, especially given the circumstances of what Group B has been looking like. Direwolves and Team Liquid at the exact same record, but here's the thing, Team Liquid actually has a worse round differential. By 1 round, but still, it is worse. It's -10 for Direwolves, -11 for Team Liquid. And funny enough, Wolves actually has a win under their belt, and they're -11 as well. So always pretty close quarters when it comes to these squads, but this is looking like potentially best chance for Direwolves to get around here. honestly, John, I'm going to have you explain this one to me because I was looking at my notes.
I guess it was a pop out there from Soufflé, had the barricade popped, and then obviously, again, we see a player from Team Liquid more than ready for the challenge as Ask takes some heat from it, but definitely wins out the exchange and then chucks out the question mark in the chat as well there. Soufflé just taking a battle that he unfortunately was not ready for, it seems, and ends up on the losing end of it.
Well, action there from Ask. Nice smackdown of Soufflé. Very straightforward spawn peek from that position as well, but they've kind of died out over time with positions that you can pull off. No coconut bras here. There's still a couple around. Pecan, oh, ill-advised there. Nesk, so fantastic in that position. Just makes Pecan think that he's coming. Wastes the entire magazine. The MX4 Storm starts spraying wide, but Direwolves, they fire back quickly. The uppercut punch, the sucker punch, Liquid not exactly ready for that one, you could tell. Thought Direwolves were going to recoil, try and stay back on site. Definitely not the case.
I mean, who expects the triple down, right?
Exactly.
It's the problem there. The spawn peek, the second window peek, and then another aggressive swing. I think Ray started that one out there, and then Jackie Wu came in to assist as well. Really like a quadruple down, if you think about it, with Jackie Wu pushing as well, if we saw Ray end up going down with his peek. But ends up working out. Things turn for the better on Direwolves. It's a massive risk, but under this situation, it's at least paid off and brought them back into the round now, down to a 3v3.
Yeah, how common do you bluff, right? They can't do it a third time. Come on. Apparently they can.
They're happy with the outcome from those kills, of course. We've seen their players fall back, giving Team Liquid pretty much full map control outside of the site itself and taking it out of this final phase of the round. Considering the damage that's done to Ask as well from that earlier phase of the round when he got spawn peeked, things are looking all right for the Direwolves at this point, as long as they can maintain. Just have to be careful and make sure that the site setup is strong enough to last out the remaining 35 seconds here. Considering the Liquid have yet to set foot in the basement, I think they are in good territory with the way things are currently rolling.
And that's a Soufflé effect. Move in from Liquid here. Lagonis going to be able to get the pickup on the bomb chassis. Palu able to maintain main stairs here. Only stunts available to Liquid, but it'll dislodge a couple of key members. Very nice shot from Lagonis on the entry for his own plant. Palu will wrap it up with a nice bow. And Liquid surge ahead on the offensive side.
Good recovery from Team Liquid. A valiant attempt once more from the players on Direwolves to try and make up the difference. As I said before, taking a very big risk by throwing out that aggression. But considering where they were already at in the round, down to a 3v5, you can't necessarily fault them for trying to play it out that way. Just once again, did not have a strong enough trade set up to position themselves back down into the basement. Could not fend off that snowmobile push properly. And Team Liquid once again reverses it back into their own favor. Now with a definitive lead here at 3-1, already guaranteed a tie half, regardless of the outcome of the next two rounds here, and a possibility to push it ever further, all the way up to a 5-1, obviously, if things continue to go their way. Direwolves is going to call for the tactical, realizing that things are just not panning out here. It's usually when their opponents pick up that third round that things tend to get a little bit dire, and you'll bring out that tactical break, so that this map is going to be no exception for the Direwolves roster.
Well, as for Team Liquid, getting a good look at the scoreboard here, at least for us, during this tactical break. Listen in here for some more home audiences.
That is going to close things out, folks. We'll go back into the game now and take a peek at things here. As Team Liquid, once again, currently leading 3-1. Many of you are just joining us here. Maps number 2 and 3, you can see them over on the top right side of the screen. And for those who aren't good with picture association, I believe that's going to be Theme Park and Oregon for our next two maps.
It will be. It will be indeed.
That means I'm good at picture association.
Did you see that trend that was going around where it was like basically just pixel art and you have to figure out what the Disney character is?
No.
Oh, yeah. I
Not at all.
That's like Jackie a couple days ago when she was like, TikTok, guys? TikTok? No? They just stared at her. Oh, poor Jackie.
Never gonna see my phone.
I don't know how Jackie ended up as the Zoomer when she's the one that's older than both of them. I don't even understand that situation there. But either way, though, Team Liquid back into this one. And speaking of Team Liquid, Ask especially back into this one. Yesterday, not having the greatest of showcasings, John. Had a .62 up against M&N. 12 and 23, -11 with a 8% survival rating. Not exactly the greatest day.
But at the same time, once again, Direwolves struggling in a very similar fashion in their own matchups here. Speaking of which, Harambe getting the pick against him, at least nearly, at the start of the round here pretty much instantly getting dropped down to about half of his HP. Believe that would be Palu responsible for that here, as we can see some corresponding damage onto him. As they take just a little battle here at this window. No one really winning it, though, as both end up backing away. Everything will go calm aside from that as Liquid resume their droning to try and figure out what the best first move is going to be. Harambe tries to deny their terror drone very close to the shot, but it is going to make it to its intended destination over here towards this deployable. Now it's definitely hearing that phone buzzing out in the distance here. Ready to take the fight. Doesn't have the headshot angle initially. Tries to go for the exchange. The problem is he's created a two-way window for his opponent as well. Can't win it out. Resets. Will take down another member of the Direwolves squad. And Direwolves, however, will trade out not only Peacon's kill, but one on top of that one. So they're still in charge of this one. Down to a 4v3, but Peacon still in the hot seat here. Might be finding a way out of it, though. He's got a winning angle against this player from down below, but he also needs to try and find a way to escape this current position. An option which is currently not present for him here. So just has to hold on for dear life and hope he can waste out enough time with this distraction.
Yeah, he's already done his job. He really just needs to sit here. Prone, let them work this. If he can get this down to 45 seconds, potentially another kill, I mean, hey, either way, it works out for them, and that's all he was looking for. Just super, super unfortunate there. Nesk not really respecting the position of Peacon there, just trying to spam him down through the wall and constantly moving his way up towards the stairwell is what punished him because he doesn't have any cover at all. And while we saw what happened there for Peacon, he's constantly able to play that brick wall right to the left-hand side of the door frame. That's how things tend to work out in Siege. Even if you have that tiny little panel, as long as you can work around it, that's all you need.
Especially once the soft breach was created there, too. Then it was a guessing game. It was a 50-50 peak either way, so it made it even harder, in my opinion, to actually win that one out for the attacker.
Yeah, he knows exactly where Nesk is because of the audio cues, right? You can't be dead silent in Siege. It does not exist unless you are obviously Nook, so a little unfortunate on that.
Little frost mat reflex there from Lagonis. Not taking any chances on that in this game.
I'd be panicked too, I'll be honest with you. And why not? I mean, Peacon is actually on Frost. They knew that was in. Be the push in here from Liquid. Dying moments here. They got to get a plant down. Stuns up. Smokes up for resets. Nitro Cell underneath from Harambe, but do they know where the plant's going down? Oh, it's going to be a prediction. Lagonis might get this, but he has to kill two on two different angles. Impossible. Direwolves will be able to pick this one up. Get this one step closer to being a tied ball game.
Clean retake from the Direwolves, which to be fair was somewhat expected given the fact they already had the round down to a 3 versus 2, but gave that little bit of extra room over to Liquid, a false sense of security to some extent, as it really seemed like Direwolves had that pinch ready to execute at a moment's notice. As soon as that case is down on the ground, they slap those jaws shut and leave no room for the Liquid players to escape. First of their two players inside of that clutch situation there, not even making it out of the plant scenario, as we see the cross established by Ray as soon as he enters the piano room and the planter is locked in the corner. So Liquid's advantage diminishes slightly here. A 4-2 is now the best case scenario as we move into round number 6.
Well, Liquid, more than likely still happy with the results as of now, even if they lose this round. Pretty exciting moving into a defender-sided map. So funny to say that about Chalet, by the way, but pretty happy about that, even if they do split it, right? So, especially with the way that things have been going on this map as of late. I'm going to check these things real quick once again here, just because yesterday was so different for Chalet. So let's see what's been up, shall we, John? Chalet, 7 plays. Let's defend it, or see what it is defender-wise towards the other maps. Oh my goodness gracious. Where do you think it is in the defensive win rate category, like position-wise?
Say like
1 through 9. 1 through 9.
It's like 3rd.
Nope. Higher.
Like closer to 1 or closer to 9?
It's first place.
Is it really?
It's first place.
Wow.
It's 63% defensive win rate.
That is a big differential too, as far as Siege maps are concerned. I'm used to seeing like 56% being like the highest.
That's like
one of them.
That's as defensively won as like when Clubhouse got reworked and put back in. That is astronomical. And speaking of which, Peacon, yet again, the bane of Liquid at the moment. He finds Ask. Last time it was Ask with the question mark. This time Shoe on the other foot. And looks like they might actually be aware of what's going on with Jackie Wu here this time.
See if they can position him out. Liquid has been able to put a good foot forward when it comes to making up for these deficits. The 5v4 advantage for the Direwolves is not necessarily translated into any immediate success for this roster. The flash dump in, Jackie wants none of it. Souffle, he'll stick around for a little bit longer apparently, try to see if he can grab one player on the window entry. Phone call will go out though, more than likely give that intel over to the players on Liquid that he is playing into that position. Right with the messy spray here, can't lock in the kill, but the same is true for Resets, as he's also brought down to a very, very low amount of HP. Both players will respectfully back away from each other. Potential for them to swap each other out as well, but Palu able to get the finisher off onto Pekin. Jackie Wu, though, with the cross, finds Resets on the way into office. So the advantage stays under the control of the defenders, however slightly that may be when you consider Racey's health.
Oh, Liquid, a little spread thin right now, and they're going to be punished because of it. 3 different entry points, 2 different deaths. Nesk will get one under his belt, but how far does this go? Fantastic position for the one Direwolves player directly to his left. Souffle, won't be able to get the fade away. Was looking for the Kobe.
Just played it safe, can't really fault them for that inside of the 3v1. Definitely don't want to try and flex too much inside of this situation, both considering the overall position that both of these teams are in the tournament, and just still the clutch capability that could come out from a legacy player like Nesk here inside of a 1v3. Certainly still winnable for a player of his caliber, but it is going to be tough when you consider these angles. There's the first one. Immediately, though, the trade does come in on the opposite side of his view. Harambe picks up the final kill, and the Direwolves indeed bring it back from the brink to tie it up at 3-3. Now switching sides.
No Oregon basements here today, Nesk. 3-3, it's going to be the half. Team Liquid will be now on the defensive end. Some nice shots here from Nesk, just proving his worth once again. Guy's been playing this game for 7 years, everybody. Still as lethal as ever. And Palu, still one of the best in the business. This tournament just really has not been theirs. Looking to right that here today. Hopefully still be able to make playoffs, but definitely not in the position to ask for too much, are they?
Certainly not the case. Both these teams just looking to really survive here today and take their first correct step forward inside of the tournament. Both teams with an 0-2 record so far. Those are their previous games played out here. 2 series that they get that score as well, so just not able to put the right foot forward so far in this tournament. As a result, it has put them, as we already mentioned earlier on, and I believe the Des brought it up as well, pretty much right at the precipice of elimination here. If either one is not able to come out on top of this matchup. Fury pick showing up there, the Ash apparently not suiting the Direwolves for this clear, so they're going to put that back over onto Iana. Fulfilling very much the same role, just a little bit less hard reach, a little more intel play. The Lion also going to be swapped in here for Jackie Wu now to increase that intel gain even more.
Deploying welcome mat.
Solid defensive setup here for Liquid. Love the operator lineup here from Direwolves as well. Really trying to influence the info game here. Especially, as you said, the extra drones on Twitch going to help with that as well, even past what Jackie Wu has at his disposal. No capitalization off the initial EE1D, but they're looking to try and back that up with the drone information. See if they can clear some things out. They do have to worry about Palu downstairs, interestingly enough, as he is on the Wamine. You can see he's got 2 discs in pocket, so that's why I'm a little quizzical, but it doesn't really matter if he just kills everybody, right? So, Twitch drone out. See if Pekin chooses to go downstairs. Looks like the drone matrix mostly focused on the mid floor as he flips through, but oh, you saw those 2 little sneaky ones downstairs. One for Blue as well as one for Snowmobile there. That could end up finding Palu. You can see him switching back and forth on those. They're on the electrical box there, right inside the blue hallway.
See Direwolves taking a much different flair to their attack than we saw from Team Liquid. Much slower wind-up here. Much greater emphasis on the drone game here, using pretty much half the round before we see really any opening action come out from them. Second EE1D charge coming out here also. You have control, I believe at least, of the library area, so should be able to move in there without too much of a problem. Nesk gonna read into the fact that is the drone from the Yana pretty quickly when it comes dashing through piano, so just trying to deny the intel by taking it out. He'll still, of course, maintain the position up on top of the piano itself. And now we are coming down to that final minute or so. Lagonis feels confident and start chucking out the Toxic Babes and putting in the real delay here as Peacock will try to work a position from down below, entering in through the trophy window. Scratch that. He's going to go up Repel instead. Either way, though, with the intended goal of trying to put some heat onto that Solarium position.
You can Utility abound, nobody dead yet. A lot of utility. Nesk looking for some influence here inside of the piano position. Jackie Wu onto the repel. Direwolves not wanting to make a misstep here.
Problem is, it's creating a lot of inactivity across the map right now and wasting out a lot of time. They seem to have every bit of intel they need. They just don't have the confidence to go for the execute yet, and we're seeing the results of that unfold before our eyes here. Pecan and one other member of Direwolves have been able to find out trades, but aside from that, it's Team Liquid advantage situation. Pecan, though, once again, maybe the savior here. Gonna have to go for the ace to clutch it back out. No case control either, so a very awkward situation for him. Runs directly into Palu's angle as well, so Liquid will seal the deal off of that.
Very difficult there for Direwolves. Just very slow rolling and grounding to a halt.
It's way too telegraphed by the time they actually went for the...
Exactly. They ground to a halt at a time where they really needed to get on the gas because, as you said, everything was telestrated. It was right in the face of Team Liquid as to what was going to happen, minus the hop-in trophy downstairs. They knew where everybody's movement was mostly headed towards, and were able to pick it apart all because of that. So, I mean, well done from Liquid to provide enough obstacles to make it to where Direwolves didn't exactly want to go for something aggressive in those dying moments. They were really looking for Liquid to try and find some more aggressive positioning, see if they would take any swings and give over some potties, but clearly not.
Hopefully they've learned their lesson from that. We're going to see a little bit more of an active push from Direwolves this time, like Stokesen mentioned, and I agreed with there. We saw Direwolves take up positions outside of the site execute relatively quickly, but then never really able to find that entry they needed to work their way in. Tried to change things up in the last minute by having Pecan work his way in from down below. Well, yes, he had relative success. The rest of the team, just due to a lack of time, was forced to go in anyway. Unfortunately, their inactivity outside of the site telegraphed all of their pushes to Team Liquid, allowing them to get into position and be more than prepared for the counter when the push actually came through. So Direwolves just need to be a little bit more definitive with that play here on the following rounds, especially if Liquid is going to set up in similar fashion. We're downstairs here now, at least on the first floor. So playing going to go for the cheeky little claymore here, see if that will get anyone through the drone hole. You can see there is a line that goes through, and yes, the explosion will make it through that drone hole. So Liquid do have to be careful crossing through it. Resets, I think, could very well become the victim if he does not catch this, but I'm assuming he sees that the big red beam on the crown and has called it out to his teammates.
Direwolves once again, very slow movement across the map. Logic bomb out, might be a sign of the times. Yet again, just nothing coming. Trying to bait in Team Liquid here. Looking to give him some space. Liquid just trying to have some influence over these positionings from Direwolves. They at least get the shots on to Ask down low, but I mean, they're just not trying to get aggressive on these angles that they know exist. That logic bomb is practically going to be wasted.
They're being like very smart about this one, Liquid is, in my opinion, too, because they're not entirely playing it passively. Big jump out there, but Ask already far too low, so it's an easy trade for Jackie before he makes it back to the window. You can see, though, back to my point, members of Liquid are not like full committing to these window fights. Okay, never mind, they are now. Palu goes for the big swing here, knocks out Ray C. May very well take another exchange against Jackie Wu and the rest of the team, but Harambe picks up the next one here. Lagonis to immediately refire back. However, he's not ready for the jump in from Jackie. Down into a 2v2 now, as it's full chaos for both squads here, trying to solidify another round for either team.
Unfortunate for both of these squads in different ways. Love the aggressive play there from Ask. Already so low on HP, might as well risk it for the biscuit. Gets a big pickup, but now down into the 2 versus 2. Direwolves, we've seen them slow up before, but as long as the coordination's here, might have the play. They still got a logic bomb for Jackie Wu. I would love to see them do something with this. More aggressive fashion than what we have been seeing. Nesk, we saw him get punished from a position very similar to this earlier on their offensive side. See if he can make Direwolves envious of what he's able to accomplish. Potentially 2 in the same position if they play this out incorrectly. Logic bomb out. Hear the phone calls, but is it going to be the proper info? Perfect here for Pecan. Has to know that one's behind that. Big pickup here for Nesk. Impossible to read it. Knew it was coming from Library, but even for Pecan, impossible. Trying to use the spatial awareness there, trying to use the audio to his advantage, but cannot find where the ghost audio is coming from. Liquid able to get the big kills there. Pick up 2-round advantage over the Direwolves.
Nicely done from Team Liquid, getting themselves back into a commanding position here as far as this half is concerned. Constantly making the Direwolves second-guess themselves with these aggressive swings here inside of that mid-round play. And then eventually, of course, just recentering back into a solid defensive setup for the final 2v2 closeout there. Beautifully done by Team Liquid, and even in the early round there too, the point I was initially trying to make before things went really crazy is Liquid was sitting like right at the precipice of a lot of those window peaks that Direwolves are trying to go for, but they wouldn't actually peek into it. So Direwolves would get like a glimpse of someone or two, and then they would sit around for the like 20 seconds or so, like waiting, like, okay, he's gonna peek it next time. He's definitely gonna go for it in a second. And well, that ended up ultimately being true. I think Liquid had in their back pocket the capability to just like, nah, we're just gonna back away, and basically just waste out like a minute and a half of Direwolves' time if the need should have arisen for that to happen.
But John, that's Liquid. That's what they do.
Well, that's the problem is Direwolves still got baited into it, basically.
True, very true. But
well, yeah, because things got too crazy, they did trade it out ultimately, but if Liquid had a little bit more composure, that very quickly could have thrown in like a 5v3 or a 5v2.
yeah, hilariously enough, Liquid is one of our methodical Brazilian squads. So, but yeah, it works out, and they do, and they always have done a fantastic job of playing around the timer. And if Direwolves is just going to sit on some windows and waste half the clock themselves, with Liquid not having to raise a finger, minus being like, hey, I'm kind of in this position.
It's basically like make them think you're there without actually
Exactly. Like, why am I going to do any of the heavy lifting on the round?
So we are going to see an early toxic bait come out from the smoke on Liquid, as of course they move into a defensive hold now. Early Selma too to try and open up the main wine wall here. Lagonis will still have a position to play over on the back tunnels here. Side hall going over towards Trench Door, and he'll try to fend off some of this early aggression we're getting from DW.
Did you see Mr. Jackie Wu over here has sense?
I did not.
That could be some fun. We don't have the glass here that we did for the last strategy. Can't remember what team that was. Tried it out once. Don't think it was the Soniqs, but it doesn't really matter. It was earlier in the tournament, and it failed terribly. Mostly because of frag grenades, and also you'd probably require one of those in order to work that out. But yeah, the frag grenades from the glass in the previous iteration ended up breaking up the light screen, which made it impossible past the smoke play that ended up picking off the planter. But Jackie was going to go down, so no more light screens, no more sense. They are dead and gone. Peeking, moving his way up. Ask. Oh man, torrential downpour coming in from Direwolves. Palu able to pick up one. Ooh, Ask almost able to get that MPX up. Little scary there, but fortunately enough, an easy body shot for the 417.
I see that for Pekin. Liquid still in control of this situation, even with that trade though, but a little bit less so here into the 4v3 now. Liquid goes very quiet because of that trade though. They need to figure out where exactly Pekin is going to be trying to work this push towards. Thankfully, all that fragging happening up against the top rope, so it's not going to affect the overall site setup all that much. You still have this bit of an extension deployed by Palu over on first floor bar also. Ray C continuing to patiently wait for a peek, but this goes back to what we were just talking about at the beginning of the round here. Liquid, if they're playing it smart, they're not going to peek into that unless they think they have a chance to win the duel. So not going to lead into a whole lot here. Thankfully, he's just propositioning himself for when his teammates are able to join him. The Nate in the correct spot, take down Nesk. It'll destroy his deployable here. He'll be forced to fall back. Tries to go for the reswing, but Ray is ready for it. Takes him down instead, and now evens the numbers out.
30 seconds remaining. And this is the time for Direwolves. They do not want to allow 3 rounds here from Team Liquid. 3 rounds in a row, especially. They'll be able to get wine open. Palu with a big kill, but Ray C will immediately refrag. Now Palu will be on the rotation here. They quickly have to dispatch or get this plant down. Palu moving in on the flank. Where is the overwatch here? Where is the oversight? Harambe baits in one. Lagonis, does he have any more smokes in his pocket? 0, but he does have a shotgun. Pressures, gets one, gets the second. Lagonis clutches it up. The M590 sends him straight to hell.
Massive confidence play from Lagonis to know he'd be able to get that first kill before the plant went down and then get the 180-degree transition onto his other opponent as well. Beautifully played out there, and great composure for Liquid to never lose their edge here, never overplay their hand yet again to make sure they come out on top of that one. 6-3 is now the scoreline. We're on map point for Team Liquid.
Sometimes you just have to take your big shotgun and put it on the table, and it works out. You just got to believe. Just have to believe. That's what Poge has always said about the M590. It's not a gun that has a proper damage model, John. It's a gun that you have to believe in. And when you do, magic happens.
Show them your
see it again for we see it again here for Liquid as 3 rounds in a row on the defensive end. Really giving it to Chalet. This defensive win rate is going to be ridiculous. It might be at like 70% by the end of the tournament. which I've never seen that before in the history of Rainbow Six Siege, and I've played this game since beta. So that's a long time.
Had some pretty drastic swings in the attacker/defender-sided meta debate here over the past year or so, with attacker repick being added into it. Things started to swing pretty heavily towards the attackers, and now slowly but surely over the next 12 months, it seems like things have moved the needle back in the other direction. And for this event so far,
yeah, I was gonna say this one's been a pretty quick pendulum. Like,
and, very heavily leaned. Stokes has mentioned here with the stats so far towards the defending side. Let's get into it though and see if Liquid can keep that composure that we've been seeing over the past few rounds alive to secure round number 7 and give us a definitive map 1 scoreline at a potential 7-3.
Team Liquid looking to take things here on the defensive end. So crazy. This map started at a 30% defensive win rate when it came out, quickly moving into the 40s. Then this tournament alone, shooting it up into the 60s. You can see how many teams practicing their defensive setups on this map, and that's really what's made it so perplexing to squads, is that these are not very similar looks to what they're used to playing around. And it's made it obviously difficult for so many offensive units. It's happening here yet again for Dire Wolves. And the singular hard breach in, it's going to be Harambe. Although we playing around blue. About a minute in here, but not too much action, minus some drones getting shot down. Still going to have access to 8 of those things. So still plenty of info to be had. No Yana in the mix, though, but they do have the EE1Ds of Lion to try and lock up the positions of Liquid. Able to at least get some breach here, and that's going to be our opening minute and a half.
Both of the stair plays from Liquid have been revealed as well, but Palu is going to take it one step further here. Goes all the way down to the bottom of blue. Like I said before, Dire was already aware of the fact that he was playing blues. This is probably something they considered, and indeed they sent a drone over towards main stairs to reconfirm that he did go for that rotation. Not going to be caught up by that great intel game so far from the Dire Wolves, but as has often been the story, that does not necessarily lead into a great site execute here. They've had no problem building up the intel bases. We've seen really just all the way back from round number 1 of this half, but it's that hesitance to execute that has oftentimes led to a loss for the Dire Wolves. They have to make sure the same thing does not trip them up here. Reset's ready for a move, but has no one really sitting on the outside to line it up with. Ask is going to strike first here eventually, catching the sledge, knocking out Ray.
He's just waiting for the drop onto the balcony. Yep, and there it is. Almost gets a transfer. Dire Wolves and Liquid, some way, somehow, always able to stay dead even going into the last 30 seconds.
That's a rough call there, too. If that was just a default that we saw get shot out there a few seconds ago, big miss from Dire Wolves to leave that there and create this chaotic situation. Obviously, props to them for keeping it together, but this whole situation potentially could have been avoided if that's what prompted it from Liquid. Ness with the spray. It's dirty, though. He's not able to get it, but the Nitro follow-up does. Drops the case down to the ground as well. Pecan going down next, leaving only Soufflé in the fight. Recovered the case. His opponents will be aware of that, but the GH is already out. Liquid shuts it down, and map 1 is theirs at a 7-3 scoreline.
Chalet, the difference maker for a lot of teams here at the 6 Invitational, and it does it for Liquid. We're going to toss y'all to a quick break. We'll be back with map 2.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the 6th Invitational. It is time to get ready for map number 2 of our first matchup of the day. Good morning, by the way. As it's Team Liquid versus the Direwolves here, getting ready to move on to Theme Park. After Liquid took pretty confident control of our first map. There's the scoreline for you. 7-3 on Chalet. You can see Palu had a heck of a ball game here at not only 14-4, positive 10 on the KD, 1-0 on the entry, but 100% cost, meaning he was involved in some positive way in winning every single round the Team Liquid picked up there.
Effective all of the time. Max Verstappen for Team Liquid there. As Palu will wrap that one up with a bow. Liquid, so very dominant on their defensive side, and that's really where they stood tall. Big, confidence. Can't say the same for Direwolves, though, when it came to their offensive half. Just fleeting moments of success, getting it down to a point where they can almost win the round, but not able to go through with the full power punch.
Oh, honestly, I think it's a lot of it just they're not sure of themselves. They're second-guessing things when they get to the precipice, especially for these big executes where they want to do everything as a team. Either like a piece is missing and they're waiting for a flank to be established and that to act as a distraction, or like I said before, they're just like not confident. They don't think they can win the one-on-one gunfight when they go for it, and that's a big problem when you're going up against a team like Liquid, who is the direct opposite of that.
It's so interesting because for Direwolves, it feels like they have a bunch of fire starters, right? But then you get to those moments and nobody wants to spark a match. So it's just really awkward in those situations, and I really hope that a different map helps, especially when it comes to the map choice. They will be picking Theme Park, and it will be Direwolves' choice. So hopefully be able to get some better offensive rounds going on. I really don't think the defenses were affecting them all that much. Did a really good job of playing around their utility, getting some initial picks, and forcing Liquid into a juxtaposition for the dying minutes of the round.
Here we can see once again the head-to-head matchup here. As we were seeing Pecan be quite effective for the Direwolves inside of the rounds where we were seeing them pick things up, but compared to Palu, it's obviously a pretty far cry from his success right now. So you're going to need to see that improvement made quite a bit going into map number 2. It will be the Direwolves map pick, so let's hope they're ready for it on the rebound, as it is time to dive deep into it, ladies and gentlemen. Theme Park is up on the docket between these two teams. Direwolves potentially facing near elimination with regards to the fact that they'd still be at 0 points in their group if they drop this one. Liquid feeling a little bit better about themselves here, as they have a good possibility to get max points if they can lock this one down here and now. Let's find out if they can do it.
Theme Park once again here, folks, and this has actually been a pretty fun map for this entire event. We've seen some pretty crazy things, especially inside of Armory and Throne. Some squads able to simply pierce the site by walking in via Dragon, something I thought I would never lay eyes on in my life. A bunch of other crazy moments with roam clears and, you know, pretty interesting positioning from the defensive members that have really been giving some grief over to the offense, and also some interesting guard hook plays as well towards the top floor. So a lot to be had here. Gonna have some fun, aren't we, John? Let's get through these bans. No Thatcher ban here, but we will have the Kaid ban. A little worried about that. And Liquid, rightfully so, worried about Solus for this big of a map. Gonna get rid of her.
So Solus left in play. The Cade as well being banned out due to the hatch work that could provide, as well as the difficulty that could create for attacking places like Throne Room, of course. Interesting one. Not one we tend to see, at least for me personally, all that often on this map, but it certainly makes sense given the circumstances. Liquid immediately going to go for the Throne Room defense as well here. Will not be bringing any alternate form of wall denial, as they don't feel they need it for this specific situation. Going to be relying on the potential impact of Echo instead, I believe, to fulfill a very similar role of that denial should we get into a tense late round scenario.
All right, well, Theme Park is currently sitting at 7 plays for the tournament, 59% defensive win rate overall. The most won site, not actually Armory Throne. That's a 60%, it's the second most. It's gonna be Initiation Room and Office at a 73%, but there's way less plays, 11 of those, 35 plays for Armory and Throne Room. Looks like it's going to be a top floor defense here for Team Liquid. Even though they are obviously going to be down low, it's going to have this roam game going on. And when you have this in-depth of a roam strategy, you're really going to need some other provisions around, which is why we have all these reinforcements abound on the top floor. Try and break up some angles that Direwolves are going to be able to use, make it to where they have to waste a lot of time droning here. And they're more than likely going to have to do so because they don't have Dokkaebi to try and assist them with that. They do have the Yana clone, but that's practically the same thing. You're still dedicated to your utility in that moment, and it's not making it to where, you know, spatial awareness wise things are a little bit easier for you. So Direwolves with a lot of information to process now.
Palu trying to line himself up to take first. Bids on the initial fight here, but not necessarily going to be getting it thrown his way. You can see Direwolves a little bit hesitant to potentially commit themselves to the inside of this early on. The drones are brewing though, so still a good potential for him to be found out at some point in the future, but he does want to directly contest against that one. He's going to have to be careful. As I mentioned before, we can see those drones buzzing in towards Cash now. Paulo looking like he's not going to be alone either. As the second member rotating over from the office bathrooms will more than likely be joining him. And Nesk also has some challengers waiting for him on the outside of both the arcade window and the cafe door.
I'll say Direwolves is giving Liquid quite a bit of respect. Saw that drone game there towards Nesk. Both of them like pins towards that cafe door. Do not want him running out, although that would have been the most ill-advised thing. Harambe will pick up Palu as he tries to hop out. Exactly seeing where that window was, but either way, that is going to be the Azami going down.
Going to assume that was Cash door or Dragon window, just considering the position he was playing previously. Could have potentially been somewhere else too, as it has been a while since we checked in with him. Reset's gonna get hopped out on there as he once again goes down. Trades are going all over the place right now as Liquid tries to recompose themselves in this situation. Ask finding the most recent one. Him and Lagonis, all that remains, but Jackie Wu gets the shutdown on him before he can rotate into a safer position. Lagonis downstairs is all that remains. Very lonely now in the depths of Throne Room. A very unfamiliar situation sits before him. Used to having a few more teammates to help him out in this scenario. Definitely still winnable, but it is going to be a very, very tough win at that if Liquid still want to try and control this one instead of the clutch. As Direwolves, keep in mind, have only gotten all those kills for the roam clear. They have yet to step foot in the site, although they do have quite a few breaches made already to make that site execute relatively straightforward.
Hasn't been droned out yet. Saw it rotating to the back of Throne. The rest of the players are Direwolves, mostly positioned upstairs. Actually, scratch that one position upstairs on the hatch. The rest positioned down near split door, and they're going to get the assistance on this. Candela's in. No, they'll probably be pressuring the opposite side. It's a pre-fire from Lagonis, but the jig is up now. They know where he is. He's got to get a kill. He's got to get something here. Otherwise, the rest of the team's going to show up. He finally gets one, but it's too little too late, John. When you find that fight, you gotta go, man. You have to go. There's too many people alive. Ill-advised there. Team Liquid falter. Just really don't like how they work that roam strategy upstairs. Gave 4 bodies, and you still have a minute remaining. You really want to see them at least fall back one player to try and assist the Echo down low. Because think about it like this. If Lagonis is dealing with this, the other player can potentially see that door opening, assist with the IQ. There's so many different ways that they can work out that round. Definitely frustrating. You have to be feeling for Hugzord back there.
Not sure if there was something blocking the exit routes for the roam game on Team Liquid there, preventing them from getting back into Throne Room.
They wanted the fights.
But yeah, no, that's what I think happened too, just based on what I was seeing at a minimum there. If they had a little bit more composure, personally, I think they win that round there. If Lagonis has one more player with him that was able to successfully escape back down into that site hole, then I think they have enough player power there. Given the, once again, hesitance to execute from Direwolves in that 1v3 there, I think that they would have been able to work it.
Yeah, that's one of those strategies. If I'm a T2, T3 team, I'm like, oh, thank you. Really appreciate that, guys.
So we'll see if Direwolves can keep that momentum rolling. Like I said, this should, in my opinion, be a pretty easy adjustment from Team Liquid. Just cool it off a little bit on the aggression, and everything should be still swimmingly as far as that last round would go if it was replayed. A few repicks showing up for Direwolves here as well, but nothing earth-shattering, mainly just bringing the Dokkaebi in, I think, to try and catch some of those members of Team Liquid if they do indeed go back into a more passive hold here. Keep in mind, it took quite a while to try and suss out some of the members of Team Liquid. Most notably, I think it was Resets playing upstairs there, Apollo, excuse me, playing over by Dragon at the beginning of last round. It took them quite a while to actually get him out in the open, so that maybe trying to speed that up a little bit, bring the Doke in.
Yeah, and that's when he lost out to the Claymore. Oh, actually, he might have jumped off of a security window before and fallen into that
There's a couple spots he could have gone from, because we hadn't checked in with him in like 30, 40 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, there's only 47 windows over here, so yeah, there's definitely some choices. Well, looks like going to be, okay, that is interesting. Reinforcement down here. Oh, Lagonis on the Warden. I really like this, actually, because it's going to make it to where they, if they do get a swing in here and Lagonis can't see it, they can't actually work out to the arcade balcony. They're stuck in there. So, not a terrible idea to keep that reinforcement in the pocket and fix up that wall if it's necessary, if that's how the offense wants to try and play things.
Palu's still going to be causing problems over here by Dragon, just as he was doing in the previous round here. So that'll be the priority, I believe, for DW to at least establish staging
Unfortunate.
ground to move forward. Yeah,
Oh,
like
did that? Oh, okay, very
one?
lucky.
No, he hit that. Yeah.
I thought he blew up his, no, I thought he blew up his drone.
Oh,
Kept it on the little edge of the window there.
Kept that one alive. Unfortunately, Zombie has more of those barricades. They come up quite quickly, so the window is resealed just as fast as it was blown up, and the same will be true for a third time. Frag going to be thrown up over here towards Paulo. He's ready for the fight, though. Just goes directly for the engagement against Ray C. No immediate follow-up as well in trying to breach it and get the trade. Before, of course, we could see that window get reinforced again by Paulo here, so he's allowed to kind of get away with that one. Good possibility that he could have been traded, but is able to escape from it. Harambe, though, finally catching the angle inside of the bathroom window on Rappel, and now he will find the trade instead. Damage has still been done, however, Direwolves, even with that pickup on Paulo, going to be down a player.
Yeah, terrible mini game here for Direwolves. They try to hit the casino slots and end up empty-handed. Palu getting 2 big kills and wasting so much time. Under a minute remaining, and Direwolves really don't have that solid of positioning around the map. Nesk still fortified here inside of Cafe. Direwolves reeling at the moment. Trying to reposition up top onto the roof. Got a player down low, hopping inside of stalls. Nesk with a nice shot onto Pekin, and they're just going to back off of this. It's a 4 versus 2. This is going to look very similar to what we wanted to see inside of that last round. They get those picks on the top floor, just reel it back. Don't really have to do all that much. The aggressive peaks might get you in trouble, just like it did for Nesk. Is that man count starting to shore up? Surely Team Liquid does not want to give over yet another round that was firmly in their grasp for moments. Over to Direwolves, a nice shot there from Resets, fantastic off the information. They know Souffle's got to be around the smoke here. Some nice shots from him. He'll get 1, he'll get 2. No way, Souffle. Please slow it down. Lagonis is gonna hide for dear life. I would too.
After the last round, I'm not trying that again.
Yeah, absolutely.
The Back is able to win that one on the timer. Valiant attempt from of course, the last player alive. Souffle. Thank you very much. Of course, there, but just not enough of a setup to be able to make it work. Not enough time, more than anything, to be able to try and flush Lagonis out from his position. Emeralds, of course, getting onto the board first, but now Liquid finds the response. Similar chain of events to what we had occurring back on map number 1. Now going to see who really takes the lead here. We'll go back to the Armory throne room setups. This is the real test for Team Liquid. Have they learned their lesson from the first round? I would say so far, yes. The pulse being brought in from Palu is a good sign. They're maybe going to try to play things a little bit closer to the chest on the site when we get to that mid to late round position.
We're not really going to have our answer until about a minute into the round, so we'll see how this goes. No echo here for Liquid, but they will have some extra cameras with the Valkyrie, as well as, like you were talking about with Palu and the pulse here on the cardiac sensor. Able to figure out where the offense wants to try and move in from, especially the window players. It's always nice to have a beat on them, know what windows being held, know what crosses you can actually move through on that top floor. Probably make Liquid's life a heck of a lot easier. He's able to do that for them. But for Direwolves, speaking of making lives easier, they got Jackie Wu on the Monty. Should be fairly straightforward affair for them to push into much of anything they want to. Palu, so dominant, constantly at the top of this Dragon position, but apparently they forgot that he lives here.
So warming up for that one for like 2 rounds now, playing it nice and passively, just kind of posturing more than anything. Gave Direwolves that false sense of security, like, he's just going to chill, he's not going to pop out, and suddenly, third time is the charm there. He does finally go for the peak. Direwolves are none the wiser to it. That's a very important pick, too, and the fact that I got the Dokkaebi, so all the intel drain.
I didn't realize that yet.
Both the phone calls gone. Any additional pocket utility she was carrying, of course, goes with her. 0-3 start for Ray C as well here. It's a little bit of a frustrating game so far, but plenty of opportunity still to make that up.
Yeah, that's terrible. And not only that, but when you have Monty in play, losing one of your guns means even more than it did prior, right? Like, if you have 5 guns up, then yeah, you have 4. But now they technically have 3 and a Monty. So it makes things even more perplexing for Direwolves.
Jackie is going to give 0 respect to the Team Liquid hold here because of the fact that he's on that Monty. But oh no, look at Liquid here. Oh, wait a second. Jackie with the hot drop, picking up at least 1 trade on the ask. He knew he was a dead player the second he saw that a zombie barricade go down to block his exit. Very smart move, by the way, from Team Liquid to do that. And just decided to take the fight, drop the shield, drop the body, and in the process takes one with him.
Yeah, terrifying.
It's a real Rorschach moment there.
Yeah, really, really.
I'm not locked in here with you.
You're locked in here with me. And immediately drops to the ground, starts biting your ankles.
Nicely done there. Still going to give an advantage, of course, over to the Team Liquid roster, but a bit of a slighter one here now, as it is just a 4v3 entering the final minute of play.
How messed up is it, though, that Ask did that to him? Like, that is absolutely psychotic stuff coming out of the Azami.
Well, he paid the price.
Yeah, he really, really did. And honestly, he almost deserved that punishment for doing that to our poor Monty player, Jackie Wu. Team Liquid will still end up on the top of the heap, though, past that interaction. Palu taking quite a bit of damage, but they're well aware he's in Gong. Nice flick there from Pekin. Little adjustment over to the right-hand side of said... Almost said snare. That's not a snare. that would be an actual drum. Talking about a cymbal.
It's the right category, you know?
Indeed, indeed. Looks like we are going to be working this from the yellow side, but that also means that Resets has fantastic position to try and play around this.
Pekin still waiting for things to clear up, unfortunately, due to the Toxic Babes deployed there deeper into the breach itself. Reset's going to try to make one for him, so he's got to be careful. His teammates is a little bit beyond that one. Thankfully, in the connector, though, not going to have to worry about it. Lagona's cleaning things up, but his teammates need to regroup with him as Souffle, thankfully now, the only player left standing for the DW roster. No case control either. Time about to run up. DW just a little bit too slow there, leaving enough time for Liquid to shut down their execute in those dying moments and still control this round.
Well, the pick of the Dokkaebi is the biggest piece to that puzzle. This shot right here, the first bullet out of the ump of the round, practically decides it.
He almost gets Palu there, too.
He really does.
Like 2 bullets away from hitting Palu.
Almost one. Some of those pistols have crazy damage models. They really, really do. So, but Direwolves, you got to be feeling for them at the current moment. They lose their Dokkaebi, and really, that was going to be the saving grace for them throughout the round. They needed to know the positioning of Liquid on the base floor when they were trying to set up for their execute, and they didn't have any of it. So, very unfortunate round 3 for them. But now we transition it into round 4, and hopefully RayC can stay alive this time.
Well, Liquid in front of the charge. Yet again, let's see how they try to double down on their lead and lock in 3-1 scoreline to once again guarantee at least a tie scoreline. As we move over towards halftime, that could once again prompt us towards DW pause. I think DW are keeping up the pace a little bit more consistently on these rounds. Of course, as you might expect, considering that we're on their map pick now. They might also feel the confidence to just carry on forward, thinking they can reforge themselves a little deeper into this half with the knowledge they already have without their coach, or potentially go for the rebound once they themselves get onto the defensive side too. By the way, we are into the actual play portion of the round now. Liquid has moved over into the lab. We've seen quite a bit of an execute-heavy setup come in for DW. The Montaigne has stayed in play, but joining him now is also going to be the Candelas from Souffle. So we'll see if Liquid has enough utility to stem the tides. They did not bring a Warden to try and directly counter that out. You have some other things, though, that may end up tripping up this execute, most notably those Capcan traps. There have been a lot of very low-time scenarios inside of just this map so far. So this is a good read from Liquid, specifically to potentially catch the Montaigne as well there. If he fails to check the doorways and ends up running into a double stack.
All shots onto Jackie Wu's shield, but all in void due to the mountain. Pekin's going to try and get his clone in here. Might be a clone fake, actually, as we saw him cancel that out just for a moment there. But looks like Direwolves might be going for some other things on the other portion of the map. But this would be very heroic here from Souffle. Nobody really around to be his saving grace. Be Superman into yellow hallway. That top floor presence still here from Team Liquid over on the daycare side. Slow rolling yet again here from Direwolves. They don't have the Dokkaebi in from RayC. He did end up switching over to the Ash, so they're just going simply by their eyes and ears. Movement of Team Liquid and the damage really starting to pour in. Some nice kills here from Liquid as they'll drop not only Jackie Wu, but practically the entire squad. RayC and Souffle sent reeling. Souffle already dead. They have no idea where RayC is. Well, this is how my ranked games look. There's some guy all the way at the back of the stack, and he's going to wait right here. And Ask, yeah, that's basically it.
Liquid up. Putting Direwolves right in.
There we are.
Center tray on that one there. Cooking them up nice and quickly. It's not going to leave any room.
What a flick.
Nice
this is really how my
Ray.
ranked games look, seriously. I'm not even lying.
Ray Trying to put up some numbers on the board. Here gets close to another one against the resets there, but can't find his head as quickly as he would like to. So still a definitive round for Team Liquid. Once again, the players from Direwolves try to directly challenge the setup outside of Cafe, pay the price for it. Because unfortunately, even with the Montaigne there, they are not able to bully back those positions. Team Liquid stick around. See that impact coming in there as well, really shaking things up, finishing off the job. And I think Palu to actually claim the majority of the kills from that fight.
Yes, indeed. Fantastic play there from Team Liquid, but Direwolves not using the full value of their entire lineup there. Especially for Racy, just moving in a little late. That's about it. Trying to find his position to try and assist his teammates, but it really wasn't readily available to him, especially with how they were trying to move. Just a really short and condensed area, trying to push in through the rotate at the top of yellow. And it made it so easy for Liquid, right? Because Capcan's just playing on the other side of the vending machine with impacts, and he's constantly throwing them at the feet of the Monty. Makes life so easy for Liquid there because there's no counter angle, there's no pressure from waiting, there's nothing. You know, if Racy or another player is around that space, then they might be able to make something out of this situation, but obviously not. Little unfortunate for Direwolves, but they still have a lot of rounds ahead of them. Round 5 on the docket now, and they still feel confident in this Monty. They're going to pick back into it.
Third time is hopefully the charm for the Direwolves here. Looks like the spawn peak from Palu back in round number 3, but he's out his fun over there. No longer even going to be taking a position in this part of the map. Has other plans apparently this time around. So Direwolves will be able to move in. Not too much contention, although just as I was speaking about it, Palu does make his return over to the Dragon window. So scratch that. He will still be trying to hold things back here. It has, I believe, at least one Wamidus to support his position over there. Nade's going to go in. It should bank off of that one, but it'll also kill it. So at least gets rid of the first of those barricades. The other one moving in. It looks like the magnet has already been deployed as well, sitting just below there. Actually, no, it has not captured it yet. It did get EMP'd out. That's why we don't see it eat things up on the initial toss. Good read on the utility and good usage there, but no! The Nitro from Resets deep in the bathroom claims Jackie Wu. The Montaigne just cannot get himself onto the surface of this execute, as once again, he goes down before he even gets close to the site.
Investing into the wrong stocks here, John. Not really working out for him.
Wow. Palu as well just sneaking through that angle right there. Goes completely unnoticed somehow. Potential for Direwolves to have clipped him off on a pixel peak, but they don't catch it quickly enough. So he dashes back, rejoins the rest of the team deeper in the site. Happy with the 5v4 advantage they have and the additional damage that was done to Souffle too, although they may not be aware of that yet.
I'm just so disappointed that they can't make anything out of this Monty and they keep going back to it. I mean, if he dies, sure, but at least get the kill out of it. No, they don't even know what's going on inside of initiation, and we have Pekin just walking into waiting, the crouch walk special. Doesn't work out for him, obviously. Liquid, much better than that. Gun him down to the floor. Didn't even provide an EE1D for that. Like, see, this is where I'm going to start getting nitpicky, John.
This is where the pause probably comes in after this round too, because it's just...
But why? It's round 5. I mean, it's going to be the last round of this half. That's kind of pointless, to be honest with you.
They might just need to give their players a break, in all honesty, more than anything. Might not even be for strat reasons. Because, like you said, with mistakes like that being made, just not even checking initiation, that's a bad sign.
Not even backing it up with utility. Yeah. There's no conversation happening here. No conversation at all.
I think the coach might just come in here and try to reset things a little bit mentally.
Well, I mean, Liquid's got to be happy as a clam.
Oh, Liquid's, yeah, moving along swimmingly right now. No issues at all showing up for them.
Oh, my.
Early Rome is finding impact, man. That should have been a guaranteed trade for Ask, but my man gets clotheslined on the way down. His head clipped off halfway back down to earth. And as a result of that, Liquid seals the deal on round number 4. Round number 5, very much in the cards here if they try to go for it. And from the look of things, Direwolves apparently agreeing with Stokes and seeing that there is really no point for pause to come in on this round. They're just going to keep on trucking.
Getting a second glance at that for Jackie Wu, trying to have some influence over the door. Here's a couple key factors about this, right? You've been running the Monty the whole time. You know they're going to have explosives. You know they're probably going to have cap cans. And probably some impacts, because that's what they did to you last time, right? So positional-wise, I really don't understand why for Direwolves there's nobody trying to assist him on Cash Balcony. There's not a single person home to try and influence something if something goes wrong. It's unhelpful. He's just there for no reason at that moment in time, and it makes it to where Team Liquid can get away with too much because they have the ISO'd pick. And even past that, I mean, it's just unfortunate for Monty. He really wasn't able to absorb as much damage as he wanted to with his shield there. Splash damage getting around the edge of the shield to the left-hand side. And Direwolves, it looks like they're sick of it, John. We've got FaZe in
now.
here. You and I haven't even seen FaZe this tournament. Might be the only time he's been played. I'll try and confirm that here as we're getting through the round. But
people are definitely playing around with him a bit at Jönköping as well, so we were seeing him picked up quite a bit there. Somewhat mixed results, though, in terms of how much he was actually contributing. Really great for, like, bleeding out utility if the FaZe actually has access to the interior of the site that it's trying to take it out from, but problem is the ability is still, at least in my opinion, a bit too telegraphed, and that can oftentimes make it very difficult to actually make impact on players. Combined with an execute, of course, that can be great. You can work like a lion as well, where you force players to sit in one position, and if you have the intel, you can follow it through. Be able to take quick control of an area of the map, but we'll have to wait and see how Direwolves are going to use that, specifically because already, I'm sure you folks at home have noticed, but if you're watching on audio feed only, Direwolves already down a player. Pecan eliminated in the first, say, 20 seconds of the round here. That is also going to be the Yana gone as well, so that was meant to be their entry. An early exploratory operator is not going to be able to use that at all here. First of those fuse charges is used just to try and clear things out if there was any presence over at top yellow hall.
I feel like every time I look down at my notes, John, somebody dies. I need to stop looking down for Direwolf's sake. I really do. Peeking dead. What happened with this situation? What happened here?
We didn't catch it on camera, but I think he got peeked or potentially made the wrong entry point, basically.
I got caught peeking?
Yeah. You get points for that one. Speaking of which, Ness gonna get a few points here too, taking down Jackie Wu. As I've met Jackie, just unlucky here as well. He's always the big utility operator and just can never get himself anywhere close to the site, whether it's the Montaigne or apparently the Fuse now. He is second to go down on this round. Liquid continuing to have a very casual day on the defensive side, just going through the motions it seems, as Direwolves continue to make blunder after blunder in the early round, which makes their mid and late rounds a bit of a moot point when everything's considered.
And Team Liquid's having a great Friday right now. This is any Friday that you want at your office job. Just very calm, very chill, not having to do all that much, especially from the defensive end. Direwolves is just kind of giving up the goods.
On intel.
Well, nice kill there from Harambe. Had Racy to back that up as well. He's going to drop in. See if they can try and get any more kills here. Team Liquid could open the door potentially, but it looks like they are doing their best to try and snap this shut. Fantastic position here from him as he will take down Souffle. And again, this just goes back to a lack of information. Team Liquid knows it. They all know it. Nobody's on drones in order to really assist. And the craziest thing is Direwolf still has 6 of them, but instead they're trying to take the fight to Team Liquid. They're not trying to do siege things. They're really not starting at the top of the list and working their way down. There seems to be no checks and balances in place at the current moment for their offensive side, but fortunately enough, they don't have to worry about that much longer, do they?
Just a bit lost in the last 2 rounds, specifically here it seemed for the Direwolves, so very unfortunate that the attacking half ends that way. 5-1 now becomes the scoreline. Team Liquid in a dominating position here. 2 out of the next 6 rounds need to go towards them, and yeah, I mean, just look at the team roster right now. Deflated, I think, is a very appropriate word to describe the team at the moment here. No real room for a pause to even come in at any point unless they start to pick up a few rounds. Maybe their coach has some input then, but it's a new half as well, so everything he might have been able to glean from it more than likely only applied to the attacking side specifically, so like Stokes had mentioned, not really a point to do so. Nothing that can be really gained from it, so they just have to keep on moving forward and hope for the best here now that they are on the defensive side. They're going to start things out with the upstairs hold over here in Initiation as well as Office instead of going for the relative safety, one would assume, of the throne room here. Pretty usual assortment of operators as well. Lots of utility mitigation. The Frost, of course, to try to hurt off their opponents on entry. And then the Zombie for that individualistic play.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Well, for Liquid, John, apparently it's anything you can do, I can do better. Monty in for Lagonis.
It's like, we'll show you how this works.
Yeah, you see this Dokkaebi thing? Watch this. Now watch this drive.
We must stop.
We must stop these Montaigne players. Now watch this drive.
Now watch this. Now watch this run it.
Well, we'll see if it works out for Liquid. If they get it, it'll be a 6-1 round differential at the current moment, which would be absolutely absurd. Direwolves just not able to get things going on this offensive side. The defensive half of Theme Park, obviously a little bit easier. I was checking those stats earlier, 60% defensive win rate for this map overall currently. Direwolves not able to find that same mark, obviously. It's been hard fought for them. Very lackadaisical gameplay as they've been struggling to try and coordinate things. Team Liquid have been fully exploitative of that. Looks like Liquid have been able to identify out some of the Kiba barriers around, but do they know that there's a frost mat somewhere around here? Not gonna be under the hatch. We'll likely have that droned out, but there are some around the space, these windows and such, that could be troublesome.
Escape for Ray here now, trying his best to circumnavigate back over to the site. He's bitten off far too much from this scenario, though. Constant info drip coming in, of course, from Lagonis there, so all that much easier for Nesk and his corresponding teammate on the other angle to shut that one down. Harambe, though, potentially with a surprise here at the bottom of Dragon. He's waiting for the Montaigne to turn the other way, and what's going on over here? Resets has somehow gone down outside of Gong Door. Not entirely sure how that's happened, but looks like he's in a safe enough position to be revived.
I don't think he had his PPE on. I think he fell off the roof.
Well, that would be unfortunate if that's what ended up happening.
Yeah, when you belay, you really got to check those ropes. Jackie Wu looking to get aggressive. Lagonis, he's found him though.
Everyone's looking to get aggressive here.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate because Liquid are doing such a good job of playing around Lagonis.
This would be a great strat if they didn't have a Montaigne, basically. I'm reading this right now. Ask with 2 more pickups as well, as he's able to, actually, I'm pretty sure, get into the site as a result of that aggressive swing from the Direwolves players. Yep, they've now been boxed out of the site entirely. Souffle with at least a partial wrap back into it. Picks up the trade onto Ask, stops his rampage on this round. But as Stokes had mentioned, the case now well down onto the ground, already nearly 10 seconds into the defuse timer. Harambe alone here in the 1v3. Montaigne standing directly in his rotation path. The Montaigne doesn't even really need to have the shield up anymore. He can just take the fight because of the numbers advantage. So Harambe trying his best once more. This is the same situation that we had before, though. Nesk with the swing. The Montaigne drops the shield. Basically a pseudo flashbang there to distract him. And that will end the round.
And that's on coordination, baby. Don't even have to peek, just slide that shield. You want to be an annoying Monty player, spam that shield. Oh man, nothing worse, nothing worse. You're staring at him for 10 years, John. He doesn't want to peek, he doesn't want to peek you. You look to a different angle, gotcha.
Le Roc.
Unfortunate, yes, Le Roc. And it's been working swimmingly for Team Liquid. A full-on masterclass on how Monty should be played around from Team Liquid. They take it to Direwolves, prove their point, and it looks like they've just fully dropped the shield play. They're like, yeah, that's all we wanted to show you. You guys can take some notes on that.
Just wanted to show you can work, guys.
Yeah, you can take that back to APAC.
Good to see the variant still alive here for Team Liquid as well, despite the fact that once again they do have a solid strat working out there. Not feeling the Montaigne's really going to work out for their throne room attack specifically. But we are going to see the Amaru.
Say the name, John.
4 resets. I got to write that. At least I hope I did.
You did indeed.
So my brain apparently couldn't even tell the difference last time. So.
Happens to the best of us, my friend. It's like I was telling you, there's some times where I literally just talk about her in the sense of the Gara hook because I forget her name for a
That's what I was doing for a while too there.
It happens.
Safer.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. Gara hook is such a unique name. Just works better in my stupid brain. So, either way though, Liquid's entirety of Theme Park has been utterly dominant. Although it is not their map pick, they have looked very, very good on it, dissecting Direwolves, constantly applying pressure, making it to where Direwolves cannot really force a hand across the map. Also, Direwolves just kind of faltering on themselves, not really trusting their strategy, not too confident in playing around each other, trying to get away with too much against such a solid squad. Liquid hasn't had the greatest start. They do have the fundamentals down, don't they?
Certainly looking like it. But a confident day for Team Liquid here. Regardless of the outcome of the rest of these rounds here, they are feeling good about themselves, and why shouldn't they? Getting their feet onto the ground finally, but that doesn't mean they can, of course, be lackadaisical about their position in this tournament. Still in a very, very delicate position, even if we are to assume they follow through and win out this series here. Really just starting to rebound here. And we have to hope that it's going to be enough to keep them in the playoff contention here between this match and one that they may still potentially have tomorrow. Nesk, a nice immediate steal. The drone acting as a distraction. Oh, looks away at the wrong moment. His opponent apparently not ready for that fight either. Souffle, and now Harambe picking up exchanges elsewhere on the map. Harambe will be caught by Palu, trying to relocate. That equalizes us now, down into a 3v3. Paulo still with some intel to play off of, though. Has the location of the Valkyrie hiding out down below over here. Now repositioning towards Gong, but Paulo will be aware of that. He'll be over-aggressive in trying to hunt that player down, just waiting it out. We still have a little over a minute here, so a decent amount of time for Liquid to utilize.
Minimal drone game for them, but probably some drones set up around the map. Actually, it's literally the only one that Palu has active. That's the only drone remaining. Still the Jackal up, still have the Yana clone as well. Palu's going to use this drone because they technically have infinite info game coming out of Nesk. Just have to wait on the cooldown, so still trying to find something here. Might have been the peak that Palu was looking for, but more than likely didn't consider that it would actually be a possibility. Souffle's been discovered inside of Gong. Reposition himself. Palu does have the drones. Nesk is going to drop in. He knows he's in this space. It's going to be all up to the challenge. Nice shots onto Souffle, but the headshot goes wide. 2 versus 3. Direwolves. There was time to make a stand. It'd be now. Match points. Team Liquid, Palu moving in behind. Souffle with a big pickup. Palu so many rounds inside of this PDW when it comes down to it. Somehow, you still feel like it's manageable for him, but Souffle with fantastic moves out towards Dragon. He discovers him through the rotation, and Direwolves stave off elimination.
You said his name a lot, Souffle, definitely the big player inside of that round, constantly forcing the Liquid players to hesitate with regard to their execute, and of course, just picking up those constant frags over the course of it as well. Solid start for Team Liquid, but just failed to follow it up as they tried to move around Dragon and other parts of the map nearby. Souffle continued to cause problems for that last minute or so. Something the Team Liquid did not expect to run into. So the Dire will survive, get the first of 5 rounds needed to run this one back and trigger overtime.
Long road ahead of them, but it doesn't mean that they can't get it done. Liquid is going to lean back into a very similar setup to what they had prior. This time, though, it's going to have the Thermite in for the hard breach. Direwolves will be ascending to the top floor here, looking to see if they can potentially defend Daycare and Bunker. Can have some deployable shields in here, just 2 of those. Harambe and Ray C will be providing. Also going to have Peekin on the Warden. Saw some successful play out of Team Liquid on a very similar circumstance when it came to their defensive side. So we'll see if Peekin can get away with a few kills early here to kind of set the tone for this potential comeback. Oh,
speaking of coming back.
Don't call it a comeback. We've been here for years, John.
I was just going to mention Lagonis bringing the Monte. But that works too. So we have Lagonis bringing it out potentially one final time here. Worked on round 1, so let's try it again. See if we can repeat that same amount of success here to lock in round 7 along with the series here for Team Liquid. Dire Wolves, a pretty straightforward utility mitigation focused defensive lineup here. A bit of delay showing up for it as well. Peekon, part of that utility mitigation, of course, with the smart glasses. There's a flash dump to the inside. He can, of course, get in the way of that. But for this round specifically, he's going to be trying to get in the way of those Candelas and even the smokes from Ask, one of which has actually already been deployed very early on here. So we'll have to see how Liquid is going to be using that to try and get some early map control.
Look at this little punch roll. Oh, I love it.
Oh my goodness.
Don't you love Rainbow Six Siege? Imagine that, John. Imagine you were just having a nice day. It's about 2 p.m. in the afternoon. You just cracked a cold, fresh Mountain Dew, and then some guy shoots you in the face via that. You have to watch that kill cam too, John. You have to watch him get away with this.
I think we're about to watch it.
I think we are. Souffle.
It's going to be some delay for the looks of things here. Resets actually going to be found out first as the ace is eliminated. Before we see any action show up for him. Those means those Candelas also going down for the count here too. Ask, oh man, this is where it gets dangerous. The peaks in, the Candelas, they'll go right towards that breach. So we're going to see, looks like it's eaten up. There we go, some damage responded to it, but now he's aware of it. He's going to be able to fire down at it. This Candela makes its way through as well. So no success from that very cheeky angle, just 1 or 2 bullets connecting onto Ask there, but he still makes it through at the end of the day and takes initial cafe control.
All right, so I think Ask is going to be chilling here a while. Paulu's discovered a shield. Gonna try and dislodge that, but it's not going to work out because that is hard flooring there. So, a little unfortunate there for Team Liquid. Ask still going to try and maintain that cafe position. Don't know how aggressive he wants to try and get with this as his team is working the other end, but he's going to have to show face eventually because he's the distracting measure. So it steps up, and now his team getting picked to pieces on the opposite end of the map. Finally, some kills coming under their belt. It's going to be a 3 versus 3. Ass doesn't have the ability to clear out this gate, though. He's going to have to try and eat the damage if he wants it. 2 players trying to fight him. Harambe will trade it out into a 2 versus 2. Lagona's still up on the shield. EMP's in pocket, but not going to be necessary as there is no hard breach in play. Could try and use those in a cheeky way to disable Pekin's abilities, but don't really have to try and go for something like that. When you have somebody like Palu, my God, he'll shut him down. Team Liquid get it done on the offensive side. It's a 7-2 theme park, but there was no fun in games from Liquid.
It was a battle of the teams that had yet to place so far here at SI. 0 points for both of them at the beginning of this series, but Team Liquid gives us a definitive stance, shows they are not ready to be knocked out of their running here at the World Championship just yet. They survive. They claim full points for this matchup as they win it in 2-0 fashion. Direwolves, things looking very, very drastic. Coming very, very close to elimination now with that loss besetting them.
Well, you have to be happy for the Brazilian squad. Unfortunate results for Direwolves, but Liquid needing to get something going. Just lost to BDS at Yongshiping. 2nd place at a major. 2nd place is not good enough for this team. They want to lift a hammer, and this is the start of the journey right here.
Indeed, a bumpy start over the previous few days for Team Liquid, certainly looking like they were out of shape to some degree. However, now coming back with a strong performance. This may be the confidence boost they need to forge their way throughout the rest of the group. By the way, a fun game, definitely some very creative rounds seeing through it, but a lot of issues showing up with the course fit for Direwolves that they're definitely going to need to work on once again tonight in the practice room to get ready for their next matchup.
Yes, indeed, my friend. I think they got a lot to talk about. And speaking of talking, we're going to toss you guys to a quick break, and we'll be right back with our analyst desk.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Welcome back, friends, to the studio here at the Command Center, live from beautiful Montreal, Canada, as you were seeing in our B-roll here. Very beautiful, I have to say. And speaking of beauties, my two analysts here, Mandy and James. I'm Milos, just the guy on the other side of the desk. How you doing? What a quick game. We're back. Lightning speed.
Yeah, yes, it was a very fast game. I think especially on that second map, hadn't expected it to be quite so dominant as it was, but it ended up so. What's exciting is if you're a Brazilian fan, if you're just a Liquid fan like me, I'm not Brazilian, but I love this team. They're guys who have never won a championship, but probably should have by now. They finally got a win on the board, and they only need one map now to confirm that they will make it onto stage 2 without being eliminated.
Yeah, that entire series was a defender's game. Just seems like, look, in APAC, we protect, but we don't attack. We never attack, whether you're Direwolves or you're Elevate or whoever you are. We protect, but we do not attack.
We used to say that in the past when APAC, I mean, this system of APAC, remember, we used to say that in APAC we attack.
In APAC we do not attack.
Things definitely have changed. But let's take a look at our maps one by one. Of course, there's only 2, and they went by quite quickly, but Liquid really rocked their opponent's socks off in general. Put them up, you'll see the board, you'll see the replays from them all, 7-3. Paulo at the top feeling reactivated. We're talking about teams that finally got a challenge. Liquid has been challenged the entire time and have failed to live up to it. But we're focusing on the important bit that collecting 4 points today is a massive savior. They've all had a hand in it, Mandy.
Yeah, it's been pretty interesting so far. I just can't pinpoint the reason why Direwolves couldn't quite get an attack in. I think that for Team Liquid, they were really good at holding out to the mid to late rounds in their defenses. It just felt like they were nice and disciplined. When their execute came through, they found some good timings to stunt the Direwolves pushes as they tried to get the bomb down each time in the site. And I think just overall, they felt very composed in that late round.
There were some good moments from Direwolves in this map. I think about when Pika was roaming downstairs in Wine Cellar. It took a long time for Liquid to clear him, but Liquid did get back on the horse, so to speak, and Paulo in particular was finding his element. Obviously one of the GOATs of Rainbow Six, 14-4 at the end of it with 100% cost. Every round he had an impact, and in most rounds it was quite a significant one. I know you love talking about exactly what Paulo was playing and how he was doing it.
Yeah, I love Paulo on Buck. It's really exciting to see Buck on Chalet. Guys, if you play some ranked or you're in like a comp team or something, just play casually, you got to try it one day. Playing Buck on Chalet, you can use it for so many things. It's great. You go early game, you can path into the map. Mid game, you can use it for the roam clear through the vertical, and then late game, you can set up your execute. It's one of those roles that is always active through the attack, and it's just really great seeing Paulo on it and going off. It's awesome. He's
imagine if Buck had grenades.
Take me back. I will say, even though this was a good game from Liquid, both teams struggled to maintain control of the affair, and there were a lot of communications breakdowns. For me, I think about that moment where Liquid had taken control of mezzanine upstairs on a bar attack, and then just walk into library expecting it to be clear, and there's a player in a pretty default position, caught with their pants down, and then just loses the round. So I'm pretty disappointed that Liquid is still having these big errors, but at least now they've got a win under their belt. They can take a bit of confidence from it. And it just goes to show that this is the kind of thing that's going to be punished in upcoming games. But sometimes all it takes is getting back on the horse, a bit of confidence, and you can start to gloss over some of those previous issues and play like they know that they can.
Now, when we went on to Theme Park, which is map number 2 in the series, still, of course, Liquid's map, who took this 2-0, do you feel that things shifted so Liquid were more comfortable on here? Was the lead, not just because, yeah, it was still 7-3, which dictates, it usually says, hey, one team was really superior to the other, but still some sloppy rounds. Here, 7-2 on Theme Park, did things improve for Liquid, or was it still a bit shoddy at times?
Oh, it was a very good map here. 7-2 is a more dominant scoreline, but I want to put that largely down to the fact that it's always a risk picking a defensive-sided map when you know your opponent is going to pick defense start. So this was a big gamble from Direwolves. Even though they do like Theme Park, they are one of the worst attacking map teams in the Six Invitational so far. In fact, Team Liquid and Direwolves both are the lowest rated aside from Elevate on their attacking win rates. And so Liquid, they started on that defense. It's a comfort spot for them, and they started to really just build some momentum on their side. In particular, Nesk, we saw on the stat line, they're 12-4. People have been saying, where is Nesk? He hasn't been showing up quite as much. Well, he showed up here. And sometimes all you need is a big confidence game. Palu had it in map 1, Nesk had it in map 2, and it can get you back and fired up, ready to take on some more challenging opponents.
Look, I think the matter of fact is, I think most people agree, Theme Park is really hard to attack. Just the architecture of the map itself is a very choke-concentrated map, especially going through that top floor. Not just the top floor, but even trying to get into that bottom floor bomb site as well. It's really tough to attack. Not just that, but I think that Team Liquid banning out Nook was actually a really, really smart play to do since they started on their defense. It really cuts down that lurking potential that Direwolves might have had to try and crack into the map from another angle or another way. It forced Direwolves to try and actually force through the chokes with the Monty and have to try and utility clear and that kind of thing. And they just couldn't crack it through. In APAC, we don't attack. Whereas on Team Liquid's side, once they had switched over to their attacking half, it felt like the way that they were playing Monty just had a bit more synergy to it. Like the entries were a bit closer to that Monty player. They were a bit more together. That intel to fragging communication came through a bit more quickly compared to when Jackie Wu was playing the Monty for Direwolves. I just think it came together a little better for Liquid.
I think you'll see as well, when teams are starting to struggle, they're starting to lack belief in themselves, they'll become more and more desperate, and they'll start to play more riskily, and we saw that a bit from Direwolves, aggressive drops with Montaigne, and these kind of play styles, I think, always harm the teams that are in desperate situations. And I think Liquid, they built up confidence in that first half, so they didn't feel the need to try and cheese things. And that meant that now they can puff their chest up a bit. They can remember that, hey, it wasn't long ago they were the runners-up at Jönköping. It wasn't long ago that they were the Brazilian champions once again. Come on, we need to see them in the playoffs. We need to see them being a real contending team. We shouldn't be talking about Liquid being eliminated from SI. We should be talking about them potentially winning it.
You know what I'm going to say, but I know I'm annoying somewhat of production by delaying a piece of content for a moment, but an idea for our social media team, Ice Cold. I hope you're listening to this. Liquid just got, the first win, right? The first points that they were needed. Skyrim opening meme. Hey, you're finally awake. And it's the Team Liquid logo on the other side.
Perfect. I love it.
God damn.
You should
Anyways,
make some social media management.
No, definitely. I don't want to manage anything. I can barely manage myself, I'll tell you that. Let's have a look at our MVP for this series. It's Palu. Come on. There's no two ways around. 147 rating. That's pretty darn impressive. Remind everybody that the rating is based off of an average 100. And the average is based on literally everybody in competition in the world as the average. So one day we'll be able to, create enough of a data point, James, to have a rating specific to every single player based on their average performance. And that'd make it really fun.
You're getting me excited talking about these numbers. But let's talk about Palu for a minute. This is one of the most experienced guys in Siege. And at the tournament, he's actually played the 7th most maps in his career of anyone competing at the 6th Invitational. That said, over the course of the year, he's kind of slipped out of being one of the top players. He is regarded by many to be the greatest player of all time. But across the 2022 season, of all the players who made it to SI, he's only ranked 29 in terms of rating. And it's nice to finally see him showing a bit of his old self. He's a playmaker. He can contribute to the team in more ways than one. If someone needs to get in there and get the vertical game done on the buck on Chalet, he'll do that. If someone needs to make a play and open up a round, he'll do that too. And we're finally getting a little bit of a taste of that. I don't just want a taste tester. I want the full 12-course meal from Palu in the coming days.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with that. I think Palu, when you think of Palu and Nesk, right, these guys are the forefront, they're the front line of Team Liquid in general, especially on the attack. But they're no Shaiko, they're no Mowgli, they're no hard entry player that's just out for blood. They're both players that are still flexible, but on entry as well. And they add a lot of value to the team in the utility that they can bring, and how free-flowing they are through the map, and how much they can contribute to every single segment of the round. First entering in the early game, through the mid-round, they use their utility. Late round, if they're alive, they're there for the execute. It just feels like these two players, and especially Palu, is just always putting himself in such a pivotal point in the round.
All right, my friends, thank you very much for our post-game, for your input on this post-game segment. But we still have a second game that's happening as we speak. M&M are going up against Soniqs. So two teams that are topping the group, and they've gone to a second map just now with, you can mute it now if you don't want to hear it until the video pops up. M&M at the lead 1-0.
Oh my gosh, crazy.
Yeah, and they just started map 2. So we're going to toss to that. Thank you again. We'll be seeing you in a bit later as we prepare for our second set of matches for today. Hey, enjoy, viewers at home. See you in a bit.
Of, you know, fragging potential, there are 3 members sitting on 0 kills, and it's not the support players. It's Tyrant, okay, Navy is a support player, and Solotov. Solotov, I don't think has ever had this quiet of a start so far in my 23, and frankly, Eminem as a team, I don't think they've ever really had it been down this bad 0-3 with not much to show for.
Hello, A-Stream.
Hello.
I'm Parker Intero Mackay, and you might know him as Nicholas Pengu Moritzen.
Yep.
Welcome aboard. No spoilers, but that very first match is over, so you will all come on board with us as we watch Soniqs versus Eminem, the first matchup that we have seen between these top 2 teams. It started off on Clubhouse. Eminem took the first half 4-2. It was relatively back and forth. Then Soniqs went streaking, caught up to them, and it was just a coin toss every round from that point onward. Skyscraper is actually Eminem's map, but Soniqs are the team that looks significantly better. And that should be enough of a recap for you, as the score does most of the talking. First pick goes to Eminem. That's a nice start. They've taken the smoke out as well. They'll quiet Gunner down, put him in a timeout, and remove those toxic canisters. And they'll get Geo for added measure. The entry for Eminem far more formidable. And the timeout that was just taken might be the reason for that.
This is quite literally the best opening round Eminem has had so far in Skyscraper, and it's the only real lead or advantage they've had as well. And they have so much time to work with. 1 minute 40 seconds left. Soniqs, you can expect them to get quite aggressive now to try and even back these numbers. The bomb set itself, of course, is defendable, but not if you're going to be rushed down by all 5 members at a single moment's notice. Grixer and Rexon, they are fishing for a single kill apiece here. Eminem, not going to give it to them. Rotating on the outside balcony towards that geisha area, but Grixer, he finds Nave, who stayed behind alone.
7-0 for Grixer, just quietly racking up these kills. Nave yet to get on the board. Nave had a sluggish start. Oh, okay.
So the nade went out, didn't catch the bandit charge, however, so the cellmate got caught as well.
Down goes Solotov to Citizen. Soniqs roam game seemingly recovering from that early entry that was so strong for Eminem. Eminem will continue onwards. 5 drones available, but both of them are in the hands of Nello. The rest likely just flank drones. That means that there will be no active intel from Tyrant or Usus. They will have to play off of Nello's calls. Nello also has access to the fuser, so he's going to be droning, getting off, and trying to plant. Unless the call is made, let's go for kills.
Yeah, they can't breach Gates wall, so they have to just frag it out now, walk down a hallway and just win their 1v1s.
I suppose the Rotero drones do function as intel gathering devices as well, though the target for those will likely be gadgetry from Soniqs. They'll poke a hole in the back of Gold into T. Grixer will watch that one as it gets blown wide open. Rexon down for the count. Grixer yet another kill, 8 to his name. No deaths, but that'll be the end of the streak as Eminem finally went around, sweeping through the last 3 players. Intel or no intel, they make it work.
A good read there by Buck, especially.
I can just nade it. I can just nade it.
Hold up the wall soft, he's swinging me gay.
Just let me nade it. Just let me nade it. Just let me nade it next time. I did say I can do.
Buck open up that soft wall, exposing Jaeger's position. Sure, Buck got shut down, but the trade was there. Second member of Eminem, they find him instead. And it opens up the entry possibility for them to get that diffuser into a safe location. Didn't matter, they found the kill instead, no objective play needed, but all their options were left wide open. Soniqs, they're gonna go back to that T-bomb side. Double reinforcing off the party room or karaoke room, whichever one you wanna call it. Setting up rotations towards the geisha to allow for mobility on the defense. And Eminem, whenever you hear them speak, they're very confident in their attacks. Even in the scoreline might not say it. There's few things they're going to be discussing. How to clear out certain positions or certain pieces of utility. For example, let me just nade that. Don't worry about the EMPs, etc. Make sure they can spend them elsewhere. Nave with an interesting attacker repick onto the Monty could signify a backstairs balcony push instead. That's normally what this Monty would signify. Note there's no smoke in it, however. Secondary EMPs being chosen instead, so it will still be a breach-oriented attack. So Geisha Balcony might be the first objective.
feel like there's always a joke whenever we see an O and something player run onto a Monty. Or a 1 and something player. If you are not able to hit your shots, you get cycled through to a different role, and sometimes you get the shield.
It makes sense. I mean, if there is a player to put in a passive, quote-unquote passive operator, you might as well do it to the least harmful one.
I mean, we focused a lot on Nafe, but Solotov is no better.
No.
0-4 when he is the main tip of that proverbial spear. Solotov going 0-4 is infinitely worse than Nafe going 0-4 because Solotov's main role is to get in and get uncontested kills. And like that missed nade, that's a pretty routine nade to throw. And yet Solotov botches that. So I imagine they're a bit rattled with the results of the first 4 rounds. M&M looking triumphant on that 15-round clubhouse. I think they expected a very different start on Skyscraper, and it might be getting to them.
I think you're right. I mean, it's all understandable rather that there is frustrations. M&M also not a very emotional team, but definitely has emotions to them. Remember, there's still young players besides Nello. So settle the score, settle the boys down, get comfortable. It's going to be a long matchup most likely.
Attackers have located a bomb.
The Monty of Nave is looking at that back staircase. What's also below further enhances that idea. Gunner is on the stairs though, has to get cleared out first. He'll buy some time with those toxic vapes.
Gunner was the first to die in the previous round, so we didn't get to see the impact that the smokes could make. He'll be crucial at slowing the Montaigne down. Now, with the advance of a Montaigne through that back stairs doorway that you saw, the smokes are only going to tick away at, in total, all 3, just a little bit. Not enough to usually secure. There goes Gunner, though, by the way. The first to die again because Gio's been downed but not finished off on Soniqs. Usus means no nades remaining for the team. Just a Claymore and 1 pocket EMP in terms of the secondary gadget.
Oh my god.
There goes an impact nade to do some damage to the Monty of Nave. SQ have to maintain a numbers advantage if they want to deal with the shield. The moment that they go down, the moment that they start to trail, that's when things go from bad to worse. They might have an opportunity now as Nave takes a ton of damage mid-diffuser plant. Tyrant will try to cut off Soniqs, and he starts with a kill onto the Azami. Rexon goes down to Solotov, who gets onto the board. Nave at the halfway mark of the diffuser, and Citizen can't shut him down. The timeout nets them the first round, and now a second, 2. M&M look far more composed than the first 3, and they have a chance to tie this game as we go into the final round of the first half.
I was very worried for Nave in that scenario with the Monty.
Don't put me on fucking flank cams, you can nade these. Get Thatcher, they play Cade. Easiest fucking round of all time, by the way. I'll go on the flank, Jones, but I won't be able to be first and go.
Honestly, just don't. I think we just risk it. Listen, we should just be ready to
Last time, Nate, they barricaded it. They fucking barricaded it.
I mean, I'm trying to simplify their attacks here, making it sound so easy. Just do this, just use the MP. And honestly, with how troublesome the first 3 rounds were, I think it's the exact right approach mentally to say, it is this easy, just do this. Monty, Nave, a bit worrisome last round, had to walk through the hallway back towards the bomb site itself that thankfully was clear, trying to find the door to get on in and find a safe position to plant in. The thing is, the first choice wasn't safe at all. Nave was shut down to just 1 HP, but M&M, they played actively off of that. They aggressed forward and they found 3 kills in the midst of that chaos of him trying to plant and successfully got the round. There were so few seconds left, however. If Nave had fought it earlier in the round, no one could necessarily plant easily afterwards, as the only member nearby was Thatcher on the window rappel, and going in that window is not always ideal due to that rappel animation and sound cue it gives off. Soniqs, for them, things are slowly falling apart, but it is close round, so it's not too concerning. They're gonna go office. Halfway across the map, they got the mirror for that exterior balcony. Get a bit of information. Can shut down any members who approaches the balcony.
Oh, come on!
Solotov? Now the question is, did anybody drone it? If so, who did that?
The drone just showed up a little bit late.
Yeah, I think they saw the door was barricaded, so like, they didn't drone the room itself. But it is Skyscraper. We know that Soniqs, they like their frost and their cap cannon. It's just a good habit to make for yourself to check if the outside default cams are shot. Even if you assume they are, check it. Every single time you hold the window, always check for a frost trap, just in case. It happens though. Solotov, he still has grenades in pocket. Might just play a bit more back end this round. Use those Gemini clones more. Try and get his utility spent, and then seek a gunfight at the very last moment in the round, because with 20 HP, it's unlikely you're gonna win a 1v1 against the members of Soniqs.
Often overlook that Rotero drones can also gain you information the same as a regular drone. In that sense, you know, it's timed and you can't leave it in a spot, so they're not good for flank drones, and obviously the primary focus of a Rotero drone is destruction. That's its goal, is to get rid of bandit batteries, meat jammers, etc., yada, yada, yada. But Flores, in the hands of Tyrant, he's the ability to scout short distances 6 times. He's already done it once.
Reloading.
Looking for more.
Knows that there's somebody inside of Dragon. This is where the pinch could come in.
Huh.
Grixer's in trouble, about to lose his Black Mirror, so instead, Soniqs will not fall back and rest on their laurels. They're going to take the engagement. They're going to do it head on. Rexon, the lone defender at the moment, inside of Lounge, playing by the bar. He can see all the way through Terrace towards Drum. Nafe, look down, make sure there's not a Frostmat there.
Would suck if it struck twice in one round. I mean, they certainly don't need that right now. With 30 seconds left, they gotta strike soon. But Citizen aggresses first.
And he walks right in. It's Rexon to get the first kill. Citizen follows up. A bounce back from Sonic appears to be happening as M&M are having some difficulties getting in the building. When they get in, they just die. Down goes Grixer. That's the first player from Soniqs to fall. Rexon joins him. Geo on the board. Nello next to go. It's Nafe in a 1v3. He's got a single kill this half. 4 seconds to add to the tally. And he's just not gonna get it done. Cannot secure, gets the down. Soniqs, after a 2-round scare, will take the first half 4-2.
I think that's the expected outcome for Soniqs. Honestly, getting those 4 rounds, 3 at least. Oh, he checked it. He was looking down.
He did, he shot it.
Yeah.
But he shot it just once.
Yeah. Might have been a miscalculation. It seemed that he knew the exact whereabouts of the mat. Also explains his confusion. He looked to his right towards his teammates, so yeah, unfortunate. Of course, not round defining. It's not why Eminem lost the round, but it always sucks when it happens. Eminem's defenses have to be sharp. The Asami, the keep barriers, uses on this particular operator, that's where my eyes are going to be in this round. How they use that piece of utility. It's their bread and butter in most of the rounds they played Skyscraper in the past. At this event so far, against Wolves, Liquids, and Dire Wolves, they have not shown Skyscraper. So, it will be domestic play that Sonic will have to go back and look upon to get this kind of information in prep for this matchup.
10 seconds to insertion.
You can stop worrying about grenades.
First half in the books. In terms of these opening picks, we'll call that last round a trade because of when the action happened.
Yeah.
It was very quick. No, I guess technically Soniqs actually got the first 2 kills.
They got the 2 kills, then it got crazy.
Then it got crazy. So in terms of opening kills, M&M just 1 time getting that opening pick. I found that Soniqs got most of them. Would you agree?
I would certainly agree.
There was a trade 1 time as well. In terms of objective play, not really there. Not good. Not good enough for M&M. Their attacks looked quite lackluster, and they were won mostly off of the killing aspect.
Which, with how front forward Soniqs were playing, I think is alright. You know, they are running into their guns, taking those fights, and I mean, they tried to plan 2 other times, but were either unsuccessful because they won the round, or because they lost the round trying to get it down. Key barriers going out, it's going to be a Geisha hold. Remember, there are 3 in pocket of uses, so these 3 key barriers being safe for something else later in the round. Geo, not on the Monty, but a different kind of shield operator of Ossa with those Talon shields, can do the same job. Grant you security inside the hallway once you get inside the building, and also establish a plant later on if that's your desired goal. Soniqs, they essentially have Geisha control, but no presence as of yet. Uses his, you know, he keeps patching up that breach and buying some time. Oh, the door's barricaded.
Yeah, that's rough. He can't get out. Rexon the first kill on the Tyrant, but he didn't do it all by his lonesome. Multiple members of Soniqs able to assist in that one. Beautiful thing about Ossa versus an operator like Mira. When you put down Mira's Black Mirror, it gives you tons of vantage points. but you can't pick it back up. Osa's talent shields, you can keep moving. And it allows you to essentially reset that beachhead, as we call it, as you get closer to the bomb site. Geo's used both of those talent shields outside. I imagine they will likely move when the execute does come in. I mean, he's positioned well.
Yeah.
There's one of the shields picked up. I think he has both of them at this point. Down goes Gunner. Uses the first kill for the defenders in this first half. Nello's lined up for yet another, and he'll see the Osa, but can't do any damage to her. She's got the shield in front.
Also, no spare reinforcements for Eminem. They can't patch that hole, but Navy can run out the door and do some damage.
Just chunking away at the HP of Geo. Rexon's taking some damage too, as is Uzis and Nave. This is when a Finka or a Thunderbird gets real handy because you can patch yourself back up. Uzis, another kill for Eminem. Citizen falters, then ultimately falls off. Grixer's in the bomb site waiting for somebody to move. He knows there's one in gold, and he has to get out of there as the smoke begins to choke him. The gas coming in. 2v2 with Grixer to watch over. Geo's diffuser goes down, but they're low on HP. They know the marks. There goes the diffuser. Geo's been dropped. Grixer gets out. He knows his only hope is to get the plant down, and Solotov has to run up the back stairs to get there. Should do it in time. Grixer denies him the kill. I killed Geisha guy.
Wait, did they push through my smoke, mate? Josh, what are we doing? Did they push through your smoke, mate? Behind me, I was in gold.
Yeah. I'm a bit confused as to what happened there. Nello's inside of gold said that they pushed the smoke. Well, Grixer, I believe, had snuck into the bomb site on that cabinet, was just waiting for something to happen. When the Toxic Babe got popped, well, that was his time to move. Sprinted towards gold, killed Nello in the corner, and that's when Geo could make his way through that open breach and get into the bomb site to safely deliver the diffuser. Then what happened was that Mute went downstairs with a C4, but there must have been a drone of some sort from Soniqs, because the moment that C4 got ripped, they both left the gold area, which would have been really bad, except the last member from Eminem on the bomb site got the injure onto one member, and that was a diffuser carrier as well. And that bought enough time for Eminem to run back upstairs while the diffuser was going down the 7-second timer to secure the round for them. An extremely close round at that, but it's Eminem who hold on to that line. They said, that's where we draw it. We're not going to allow to push past this point. We're going to fight for our lives. It was the right decision to make, and it paid off for them. That's the line you see right here where Nilo put down that Black Mirror window shield. In a similar fashion, they are drawing another point in the map that they care the utmost about. That's where the Kiba barriers will also follow along. So Kiba and Mira, the two most important operators in terms of utility, that will signify where Eminem they are gonna hold on strong and where they'll just be holding with guns.
Single panel at the top of the wall, or top of the stairs, taken out. Uzis was watching it intently. Just because it gets breached doesn't mean somebody is there. Oh! Pre-fire and a read through the wall from Tyrant cost Citizen over half of his life. Now it's Tyrant's time to lose half of his HP. They're going to throw drones at him and pressure him from the window as well inside a closet. Tyrant fighting for his life in this position.
Yeah. There's Tyrant last time that was stuck from that door that was barricaded, so he might have to fight for it, but he can't even see, so he can't fight.
Oh! He pulls it off, Nick! Blind as a bat, but a shotgun still hits its mark at close range. Nave would come in for the assist, but Citizen seals the deal. Not a trade, technically, but both teams lose one, and Tyrant is still in this spot, still close enough to Citizen to do some damage.
Yeah, another drone has to go out because they lost the previous one, and Tyrant, he got spotted, has a C4. Might get tossed out, yeah, but it does no damage. Citizen might not want to chase this one because Tyrant, staying alive for as long as he has, is successful on the roam. I think he's stuck, can't quite get out. Yeah, he is stuck down here.
We call this purgatory.
They've left him, however. He has no C4, so he's not a threat to the bombs anymore. Soniqs knows this.
You're just holding at that point, right? You're holding the attention of somebody from Soniqs, and I mean, when you look at this Soniqs lineup, on a different team, maybe keeping Citizen busy and not involved in the execute would have been damning for that squad.
Yeah.
No shade.
No shade, no shade.
But Soniqs still have Rexon and Grixer online. Grixer's 10 kills. Citizen has not been the big bad threat of this matchup. He always is when he's on the board, but there's other weapons and other tools that Sonic have at their disposal. Down goes Rexon, though, and that was the real Citizen, not a clone. very quickly, Soniqs getting jumped upon by this M&M team. Geo also finds himself on the wrong side of a player from M&M. Solotov attempting to stop Grixer's rampage, but can't do it. 10 other people have found themselves in really rough shape, and a 12th is there as well.
15 seconds remaining.
Grixer with a dozen kills. They know where he's coming from though, and he'll be pressured from Bar. Engaging with the Mira. Has to pick the right side, but they've got a crossfire. And M&M have now tied the game.
I know, but Gunnar, right there, just let us roll. Let's be calm, guys.
The problem is like, it's not the ideas that are coming up with, it's that we're not choosing a plan and executing it. Like, we've got 3 different people saying, oh, let's do this, go downstairs, let's push this, let's do this. We all say, okay, let's do this idea, and we all agree on it, and we go together. Because we're doing it all like singles, we're trying to solo backstab while we're doing other stuff at the same time. But let's work as a team. If you want a backstab, let's plan around the backstab. Let's help Geo get in that position.
Make sure we have patience too on the drowns, guys. Like,
everybody just needs to take a deep breath. Like Gio was saying, we need to get scrappy with the attacks. We're good at getting the initial pick, and then we freeze and we stall. If we die, Gunnar, you need to calm down with the comms that you were giving. You were giving people stuff. So everybody just...
That's okay, guys. Come on, let's go.
When we get the entry push off,
come on,
stop stopping, just go, push through.
Let's fucking go. Come on.
Gunnar, little speech. Come on, we can move up.
I have to say, I'm extremely impressed with how much respect Soniqs gave Citizen when he was speaking up. That's the new member of the squad. I mean, sure, he has a record over in Europe, internationally as well as an individual player, but that's your new guy giving all the other members saying, guys, this is the problem that I'm seeing. They listened very carefully to that feedback.
When Goddess particularly singled out Gunnar, though, there was a look of frustration on his face.
There was.
And he did the, oh, come on, really?
Yeah.
But I mean, that's to be there. Gunnar is still a younger player.
Yeah.
He's still getting the ropes of playing at a top level. Nowhere near the same level of experience as the rest of the Sonic squad, especially somebody like Geo.
Oh, you're right. And
you have a lot to learn, and I honestly think you kind of got to put that ego aside. Whether you think that you're crowding comms or not, if your coach says, please dial it back, I mean, unless you think the coach is bad and you need a coaching change, you got to listen to it. That's the whole purpose of having the coach.
Even if you think that, you have no say in the end, right? The coach's say is final. That's for at least for most teams I've ever been a part of.
Whoa!
Okay.
You were coached by Shaz.
Okay, let me retract.
There are a lot of teams.
Fabian's were this final.
Okay. There were a lot of teams where the coach is an afterthought. Check.
Yeah, that is the case for sure. Yeah, no, certainly.
I do not think Goddess is one of those, and I'm glad that the team reacted positively to her.
Yeah.
And I like that she held them accountable as well.
That's important.
Well, she's correct about these opening picks, and well, they might not get it here if Solotov gets the read on this rappel correctly.
My God.
Oh, there's a couple of them. They know he's there. He'll engage, and he loses it. Never mind. Sonic's the opening pick yet again.
That is a little bit of an over-eager attempt, I feel like. I mean, when you get a bit of damage onto the first member in the rappel, I think it's time to hit your running shoes and just get out of there.
Soniqs, just to give credibility to what Goddess said, Soniqs have either got the first pick or have been involved in a trade of the first pick in all but one round so far.
Yeah.
So you consistently have an advantage.
That's actually very accurate. You're absolutely correct.
It is not translated, though. Not the way you'd hope. And time again, teams might get that first pick. Statistically, it hovers somewhere between 70 to 80% of all teams that get the first pick will then go on to win the round. Very clearly not the case in this matchup. If Soniqs can figure that out, slow down through the mid-round, but more importantly, the best part of this for M&M has been the tail end of the round, then Soniqs can start to win. But right now, they get the first pick, and then they trade immediately. So again, Soniqs maintain this advantage, but it's gone to Nello from below.
It was a beautiful mini execute from the side of Soniqs. His hammer and the follow-up of the trade is exactly what they need to break that barrier. But M&M, they're still holding their ground up above this barbecue bomb site. And Soniqs, because of that vertical kill from Nello, have kind of lost the footing they had just gained. Citizen is still here, has a drone for himself. That's going to slow things down even further. And this next upcoming gunfight between Citizen and Tyrant could define how much control Soniqs will have.
This is where things will slow down just a little bit. 6 active drones. 4 Soniqs, none in the pockets, all on the field. Only 4 being held by current players, so 2 of those might be flank drones, or they might be completely inconsequential for where this action comes from. Grixer using the soft wall to his advantage. Down goes Nello. He knows that there's still control from above. Diffuser's in the hands of Geo. He needs to walk it in, especially now that Nave is the last man for M&M, and the only thing standing between Soniqs winning this round. Geo is quite a ways away. Hops in, there's a frost mat. And there'll be 2 sets of eyes for Soniqs watching him. Oh no, Nafe knows there's one from above, but he's playing this not the way he wants. Nafe, there's 3 targets and you haven't found a single one. You do. Oh, you do see him, but not good enough. If Nafe had just committed to either of those targets, the round likely would have been for M&M. And that's something upon rewatch that M&M are going to kick themselves for.
That is probably the longest ring around the rosy that I've ever seen that was not intentional from either side. Oh, Citizen asked, Luke, did you like that? He said, yeah, nice play. Wonderful. Bit of nice chatter. It's been pretty quiet since the first rounds from Clubhouse. Yep. So ring out the rosy gets Soniqs into the right position. M&M, they got caught with the pants down on the bomb site in the wrong location. Grixer found himself in again. So Soniqs, again, they kind of built this early pick, which was the problem. They don't convert it into a round victory. But then they linger around looking for openings. Geo, Grixer, and Citizen, all 3 were just looking where they can get in on the map unseen.
10 seconds to go.
They all got somewhere. They got a little bit of value each, which really adds up in the grand scheme of things.
5 seconds to go.
Bomb site control became theirs. They knew last member was above. They sent 1 soldier up to distract. It worked amazingly for them. Soniqs are back in the lead with a single round. M&M, they got bombs at options. They went upstairs. That tertiary bomb site not gonna get played unless it absolutely has to. You got a 4th site as well if you want to. That master bedroom bomb site that we very rarely see. It is statistically not doing too hot either.
Very crucial round for M&M. Timeout worked to settle both of these teams down. After M&M's timeout, they won 4 of the next 5 rounds. So far, Soniqs are perfect after theirs. And this does tend to happen. I find that more often than not, we see a team call a timeout, and then we just see them start winning.
Yeah, I mean, coach input is valuable, of course. Having a full minute of breathing room, for that matter, also goes a long way. And, you know, when Soniqs took their timeout, it was for a very applicable reason. Play together. Stop having 4 different ideas and suggestions. Gunner, calm the comms down a bit. If you apply those things the following round, you should start seeing improvements and perhaps even instantaneous success. Nave below does no damage, and Nave finding himself in the same spot Gunner was earlier on that staircase. It's a tough place to be in. Those toxic babes have to be used sparingly. You only got 3 of them.
Geo's taken about, what, 25% of his HP removed. He's taken 25% damage. Usus being softened up as his Molotov had been too. Both these players taking their lumps. Still upright. These are the 2 players that you rely on to get the lion's share of your kills. Down goes Gunner. Was he coming to the rescue of Geo or not? Now it's Solotov's turn down below, engaging with Citizen. Both teams could potentially lose one. Nave lit up. There's the smoke. They're trying to get through the Monte, and M&M doing it, though. I don't know exactly how they accomplish that, but M&M answer back Soniqs round with a flawless one of their own. And we're going to need all 12 rounds again, Nick.
That's beautiful team play. So essentially, one member of M&M, they were punching the shield, which kind of wiggles the animation. Other member with the shotgun just tucked all the way in the corner, and then like the right-hand thigh of or right leg thigh of Monty exposed itself. Shotgun got the injure. It's nice team coordination. You can't do that against Monty 1v1 because there's not enough time between you meleeing the Monty and the animation for you to whip out your weapon and also shoot. Same with like a clash, the animation as long as that works. So Monty needs 2 people to work together in union to get that scenario to occur. A very quick round at that, and Gio on this month, he has not had the most fun, I have to say, on Clubhouse. He was alone inside the dirt against 2 members, got C4'd and impacted and killed. Now on now on Skyscraper rather, he had a teammate behind him. Teammate died first, that happens. Then Gio's left alone. No one else is there to support. He gets 2v1'd by a shotgun and a Jaeger. And that Jaeger meleeing the shield, well, that made all the difference. It's unfortunate. Extension again from M&M, similarly as the last time. These mid jammers crucial to deny both the walls and the drone information from Soniqs. No Twitch drones to deal with them, but there is stature on the board. Those EMPs can make the difference in that scenario as well. But they think elsewhere, or otherwise off it. They're gonna go to the other side of the map, hit up the bomb site directly on the breach and the windows.
Damage done to Nello is the first little bit of action that we start to see here as things are going to heat up really quick. I want overtime. Was it 43 of a 45 possible rounds that we saw yesterday in the DZ match? Is that correct?
Yeah,
DZ Heroic was 43 of 45.
Yeah, it was very close, something like that.
I want all 45. Give them to me. Crunch the numbers and send them to me. I want all 45 by Friday. Oh wait, today is Friday.
Today is Friday. Didn't you know, the Berlin Major Grand Finals, we almost got like the maximum OT map as well, yeah.
Tyrant takes down Gio, that's the ace. That is no more. Diffuser's been dropped as well. Gunner will look for the recovery down below, toying with the doorway, and a relatively easy kill on the Tyrant.
It's pretty free indeed. Tyrant below with the C4 is removed from play.
It's actually my favorite price. Free 99.
Free net.
Now, just to be specific, do you consider that a trade, or do you consider that an opening pick by M&M?
Yeah, that's a great question, honestly. I mean, I would say opening pick from M&M, traded back by Soniqs and elsewhere in the map.
Ah, yes, very good. What do you think, chat? Was that an opening pick, or was that a trade? Either way.
It's a good question.
Gunner wants that Selma to open up. A nice nade, but oh, it just misses. Uses. But the bullets from Citizen down. This is why they imported Big Ben all the way from Great Britain. Gunner needs to be retrieved, but there's that powerful position of Nello sitting on the black mirror. The buck of Gunner will continue to crawl away. Just under a minute to go for Soniqs to get Gunner back up or attempt this in a 2v3. No way. Oh. How does he not get that kill? He didn't even do half the damage either.
Hit the railing. Gotta hate the railing. Or the beams, rather, should I say. Rexon trying to cross this rescue mission, gets taken down to 1 single HP in return, though. Is that worth it? Oh, I'm not sure.
No, I don't know. I mean, they've got Gunner back up, and we've seen players do well with just a sliver of their health intact. A utility dump from Gunner will at least get one of the magnets over by Terrace. Down goes Citizen. Gunner in, checks the wrong way, and M&M seal the deal on that round. Moving to match point, series point.
Fucking timing on that, man.
Was that back injured, Miller? Was that back injured? That door is just
Did that
back
go
injured? I hit him like 3 times with fucking DMR.
I hit him 3 times with DMR. He did not get injured. He's not happy with that.
I mean, would you?
We've seen the DMR's damage. I agree. 3 bullets, that should be an injure. But then there, you know, did he actually hit all 3 bullets, right? You never know. I'm sure Citizen was like, that guy should be injured too, through the floor, but sometimes you're off by just a pixel. We've all been there. Positive final round for M&M. Got that match point scenario in front of them. The issue is, tertiary bomb site. It didn't look all that good last time. So they can change it around. There's the early loss of Tyrant that kind of snowballed things out of control. He was on the roam instead of office. Soniqs just quickly made work of the map from that point onward. They like fishing for these early kills and have gotten them so many times in the past. As God has said during the tactical timeout, keep doing that part, then work together afterwards.
5 seconds
Can't
left.
keep surrendering these openings and these advantages that we built for ourselves.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
M&M will, if they prevail on this round, be the first place seed confirmed as far as I am aware. And obviously the Dire Wolves Liquid matchup does not have first place implications. There goes the Selma charge onto the Geisha wall. Soniqs have already lost a small portion of their artillery. God, this M&M gaming story really is something.
For the
they entered as what? Like they were like the 13th or 14th seed or something along those lines?
Yeah, they certainly weren't the top.
No, I mean in a group with Team Liquid as well.
Yep.
You're thinking to yourself, all right, maybe we'll see something happen.
But probably not.
Team Liquid have also just not looked like themselves. It's been a very disappointing event for Team Liquid so far. M&M have looked very good. Most of their maps haven't even gone into overtime. That's the thing. They are perfect on maps so far.
Yeah.
Soniqs were as well. They dropped their first map, and it was their map to M&M on Clubhouse. This was the same scenario that we were in on Clubhouse, by the way. It was a 6-5 for M&M, and then there was that incredible moment to win the to win their sixth and final round on the second half and send us into overtime. M&M did end up getting ahead in OT, but Soniqs still made it competitive. It's Soniqs on attack, and this is where things might get a little bit tricky.
Yep.
They've only won a single round on attack.
Oh,
and that's not the start that you want. Gunner walks right in, and despite the fact that there's an E1D, despite the logic bomb, they cannot flush. Use this in this hall of mirrors inside of Drum. He's got all of the Prismas around him, and he claims another kill onto Geo. In the hunt is Grixer. Down goes Nello. Now it's Rexon from below trying to clear out. Rexon's in the bomb site, but he doesn't look above. Solotov ends his rampage. Citizen and Grixer, the two top players, need to make some noise, and they'll start. Grixer shutting down Nafe. He also sees the bomb site in front of him, but Grixer doesn't hold on to that diffuser. It's been dropped. 40 seconds to retrieve it, but now it's just Grixer to die to Tyrant. Undefeated!
You lot fucking on!
M&M escape stage 1. Perfect!
Fuck yeah!
With no days off, right? Playing every single day.
Come here.
What a story it's been for Nello of all people.
Yes.
Whether you're the guy and gal, whether you care about underdogs, whether you care about the domination of the best teams. Back in the day, did you cheer for the team that always won? Do you cheer for the team that never won, but you want to see them do well? Nello won a Pro League Finals many, many moons ago in Japan, and since then, he's gone around EUL, he's gone around on and off teams, but now he's got a young core around him. And there was always hope that M&M would reach their potential. There's still a lot of this event left to play.
Yeah.
We have a week until the playoffs begin at Place Belle in Laval. There's a whole other stage. M&M could still implode, but right now, they're world beaters. This looks like one of the best teams at the event, and they will escape stage 1 without a single loss. That is impressive as they come. Soniqs have one more match. They can still make it out. They've already qualified for stage 2. And they were still good today.
Yeah.
But they seem to run into one of the best teams here. That's it for our very first matchup. It was exactly what we'd hoped for. Maybe a little bit less than we'd hoped for, but was still quite good. We're going to throw to a quick break, and then we'll come back as we still have 3 more matches to razzle and dazzle you with. Stay tuned. We'll be back in a couple minutes.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Welcome back, friends. M&M Gaming carry through the torch and the flame and move it forward into our playoffs. Bracket number 1 confirmed in their group, and the Soniqs confirmed second in the same group. 2-0 victory with all 4 points. The Molotovs and Marshmallows. If you would have told me about this 6 months ago, I'd tell you to get off whatever you're having because it is not good for you. Hello, welcome back. I'm Milosh. With me are Anne and Fresh, resident EUL experts, and you were right. Who said Soniqs? You did, but when Fresh says, I'm voting for the non-M&M, non-EU team, it means he actually is voting for the M&M or the EU team because you don't want to jinx them.
I simply won whichever way that went, Milosh, to be fair.
Yeah.
I was either right or I was wrong, but M&M won.
So you were right.
I was right.
There you go. Anne, you feeling good after this?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, for sure. We talked about how important the defenses were going to be, right? We'll get into that later on when we get to the third map, but it did turn out that the defenses for M&M were really important in them winning out this best of 3.
All right, how about we go through our maps one by one to talk about them in depth, in detail, exactly what you're looking for. Clubhouse was a tight game. It almost went the way of the Soniqs there, but the last round proved deadly. For them, M&M Gaming take it 8-7, and Action Description what happened on Clubhouse?
A lot happened on Clubhouse. Yeah, that's a very short summary. We'll get into a little bit more of the
To the point these
details
days.
Yeah, but honestly, it didn't start out that bad for Soniqs. Despite the map score, you'd say it was quite close as well. They were opportunistic. There was good shot calling coming out, though M&M did have a kind of good start, you could say, splitting out that first half 4-2 on defense. And we talked about how important that was going to be. Later on, it got a little bit sloppy from Soniqs here and there. I count a double team kill with a grenade. I count someone jumping in and then Citizen shooting Geo in the back, getting him to be injured. Then I count some sloppy rounds from M&M where they got the kitchen hatch EMP'd, but then didn't breach it. Still won the round. Then got no gym breach, walked the main stairs, and also still won the round. Some very confusing things.
Yeah, I think it was kind of weird that this whole fixture of the clubhouse, the first half was really high quality from both teams, and the second half kind of just descended into the better team will just find a way to win the round. And that was what was happening round after round after round. And like you say, you know, Rexa gets that 4.5v1 because there was one of the M&M players that was already injured. And then, yeah, M&M, like you say, they scuff up a couple of the attacks, but come good just in the end just to get over the line there. Really high quality game from both teams. You know, we were sat listening. We took a position watching the game on a small TV between both teams, listening to communications, and both teams seriously clean. You knew exactly what they were trying to do, what the win condition was. They was pulling each other. Every player on each team was pulling other players to help them to create these team fights. It was, especially the first half Clubhouse, it was some of the purest siege I've seen in a long time.
Unless you mean the one moment where, can you nade over that wall?
Oh.
Oh, it's good to know.
Paul Grixer is just like, guys, can you actually nade over that wall? And they'll go, no.
It happens.
Oh, that was good to know then.
Yeah, but we talked about these, like, you know, having the opportunity to listen into comms so often. Like, this obviously helped for us as well, right? We listened to Citizen, and we talked to each other like, oh, right, well, Citizen knows these players very well, right? There were rounds where M&M were setting up for an execute, and Citizen went to his team and said, like, they'll C4 the bar hatch. Be careful for it. Like, he knows what they're going to be doing, and that helps a lot. You don't want to overthink that in certain situations, but it does help a lot in expecting what might come from your enemies.
And map one could have gone either way. It was so back and forth, but we got a great map out of it. As we all say, the viewers are always the winners at the end of it, no matter who takes it. But if we were to move to map number 2 in the series, 7-5, again, a close one on Skyscraper, but I'm loving seeing more and more Skyscraper, Jack. It's like teams are really starting to explore the depth that this map can offer.
Yeah, and that's what Best of Threes will give you, is that teams are going to go to these maps that are their favorites. And I think the way that Skyscraper played out, Soniqs went 4-0 up, and I turn around to Anne and I go, if M&M can get 2 rounds here, they will win this fixture. Because they are so good once the roles are reversed. Once it gets onto defense for M&M, they are so good on that defense. And that's exactly what we saw. They managed to pretty much, especially one of those rounds, they managed to cheese one of those attacks to just get them on the board. As soon as they were on defense, they were looking comfortable. And, you know, I am going to go back to this Milosh, and I'm not going to say it was wrong to ban the Solace, but M&M's used the Azami on Clubhouse so well, and we saw them do it time and time again. It was 100% pick rate, and obviously they won 5 out of their 6 defenses.
Yeah, and M&M took a timeout after the 3rd round, which was kind of needed. Their attacks were very slow to start out with. Even in the 2nd round, the first entry kill actually came with 22 seconds left on the clock. That is throwback all the way to the 20-second meta that I really like to leave behind me, or behind us. Round 4 saw a much better pace from M&M, and round 5 specifically, I really liked how they used the Monty, had that zone control really forcing off the players to stand back. We saw good backstab potentials coming out from Soniqs on their attack in half as well. They had constant yellow pings. You could hear the comms as well. They had that information. But during those later few rounds from Soniqs specifically, the calls sounded way more panicky. Players felt or sounded way more defeated when they got killed, and it just sounded like a constant stream of comms and not always working out well.
It got very stressful for Soniqs. You know, we praised both teams' communication in the Clubhouse on map 1, and for most of map 2, again, both teams. But then last few rounds for Soniqs, they were shouting over the top of each other. There was no plans being made, no teamwork, and it just fell apart in that last few rounds.
All right, thank you very much. Let's go through our group here to see how it went. I mentioned it at the beginning that these teams are confirmed the top 2 in their own space. That is incredible from M&M Gaming at 16 points. The only team so far undefeated here, especially having played almost all the games, but we'll see. 16 points, 8 for the Soniqs, 4 for Liquid, 4 for Wolves, and none for Dire Wolves, sitting at 5th. At the end, Dire Wolves will have a shot tomorrow that we're playing. We'll have to see how that turns out, but things are looking quite dire. M&M Gaming at the top. That's what we care about. That's what we're here for. It was a classic EUNA, a close EUNA game that honestly could have easily gone to a map 3 and could have been a Soniqs win.
Yeah. The first map could have gone Soniqs' way.
Get out of here, man.
Soniqs' way. It literally was that close. Yeah, it was a really, really good game of Siege. I thoroughly enjoyed watching that for sure.
And obviously this confirms M&M as our #1 seed.
Oh yeah.
From the Group B as well.
Day off.
Yeah, day off. They will finish. They've got a day off tomorrow. They've got the first day of playoffs. They've got a nice big break now of M&M Gaming. Soniqs obviously will be in the 2nd seed, allowing to choose their opponent once we get through to the playoffs. And then, yeah, the rest of the group is shaping up for a shootout for 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, that finals bracket, and we're going to talk about it at the end of this entire stage on Saturday. And then on Monday, of course, will be the beginning of the playoffs, or the first stage of our playoffs. Jack, Anne, thank you very much. We will take a quick break. When we come back, we'll be ready to set things up for our 2nd set of games on both the A and B streams. See you in a moment.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Welcome back, friends. It is time to set things up and set the stage, really, for our second set of matches. Game number 3 and 4 of our 4th playday here at Six Invitational 2023. Live from Montreal. As I always say, the city of Rainbow Six. It's the hometown. It's the head of Rainbow Six. This is where Bikini Body lives as the CEO of Rainbow Six. And some would say, hello, I'm Mr. Medic, your host. With me are Mandy and Mr. James. Hello, how are you doing? We're going to have a chat about our upcoming game and our 2 teams, Koi and SSG. You've seen these teams playing over the past few days. Koi coming back, at least in their scoreline. Space Station having a tough time on day 2, but opening up very well in their first day, which is the second, oddly enough, here in the group stage. Let's talk about them in detail because things seem to have shifted. SSG, what can they bring?
Well, this is the Six Invitational 2020 champions chasing former glory. They are already safe from elimination from the group stage, so they will make it into stage 2. But how deep they'll make it remains to be seen. They are currently slated to be in the lower bracket, but if they are able to post up some good results in their final groups matches, they could jump over G2, they could even jump over Koi and guarantee upper bracket, which is really where you want to be because it gives you a second life once it comes to those playoffs.
SSG, they had a pretty solid start coming into the Six Invitational. They came through the last chance qualifier from North America, so they came into it with feeling pretty warm, honestly. They'd played a lot of BO3s before even beginning this stage 1, and what that means is, although they're a little bit more vulnerable to their map pool being revealed, they've actually really leaned into their strengths, and they've played it to perfection so far.
But Mandy, not to borrow too much from your own jargon in this case, but SSG were blasting out. It was solid fuel that they were going up high up in the air in day 1. Day 2 looked like no parachute can hold them. Somebody can design something like that. But, you know, they fell apart and they just could not recover against W7M. So what's the difference that you saw, at least in the gameplay, from SSG's part?
Gameplay, I think it was just W7M besting them a little bit on that second day. I think that SSG... yeah, they're a good team, and they definitely are composed and put together, but I think W7M sort of started running circles around them a little bit. I think it was a bit of an experience difference.
I don't know if this is a hot take, but I actually feel like Space Station played quite similarly on day 1 and day 2 against Elevate and W7M, and yet achieved incredibly different results, right? They 2-0'd Elevate fairly comfortably, and they go against W7M, and they win 1 round over 2 maps. I said this the other day, it's the first time in history Space Station has ever been 7-0'd, and it's also the most dominant Six Invitational BO3 in history. That is a massive black mark. That's not a record that you want to hold, right? If you're Space Station, but it is against W7M. They are safe from elimination in groups, and there's still a shot at them redeeming themselves. They've got 3 former SI champions chasing that former glory. There is a chance that they might be in the fight, but they need to show that they have a little bit more variety in their gameplay, because if they keep playing as slow as they did against W7M, they are going to get rolled.
Yeah, I think I'd have to agree with that as well. W7M, they're kind of a team that once you get a bit lost in their current, they start running circles around you. And I think for SSG, they needed to look for that, a bit of adaptation to try and change up their playstyle and deal with the way that W7M was forcing them sort of to play into their hands. I think SSG can sometimes get a little bit stuck in their way, especially against the LATAM teams. And I think it's just about breaking out of that flow and figuring it out, problem solving in the moment.
Now let's talk about SSG's opponents, Koi, on the other end of the scale. Of course, they are no strangers to championships themselves. We talked about it so many times. Berlin winners couldn't qualify to Jönköping. They're already qualified for the Invitational. They took an L against G2 on day 1, but to be fair, that could have swung either way, seeing how as the game went. And then 2-0 Elevate. But James, did you see a difference between those 2 days in Koi's performance? Do you think they're ready for an opponent like SSG?
I think that Koi, now that we have the full context of how well G2 have been performing, I don't think Koi have too much to be upset about with that 3-map loss that they managed to unfortunately succumb to G2 on the first play day. They did beat Elevate. It was a very close game, but the real thing here is just they need confidence. I put them in a very similar bucket to the Wolves. These guys, we know everything they're capable of. They're major winners. Kanto himself is a 6 Invitational winner. Krine is one of the most experienced players in the game. They just need that confidence under their belt. They need to stop worrying about things. The anxiety, once it creeps in, you start to second guess yourself. You start to second guess your teammates. That's when you start to have these massive breakdowns. We even have seen it perhaps earlier today in the Liquid and Direwolves game. But I think Koi is starting to find their mojo now. And so I'm pretty optimistic for them and their run henceforth.
When I think about Koi, I see them as the polar opposite to SSG. I'm going to bring in some new terminology to the desk. So I'm gonna go ahead and say Koi are a very tactics-based team, whereas SSG are much more into the strategy side of things. SSG, they cross the T's, they dot their I's, and they make sure that they go through the map very methodically. Not just that, but even on the defense, they're very closed in their strategy. Whereas Koi, they don't really have quite as deep of a strat book, but they have a lot more things going on, like teamwork, working in duos and trios, just generally going in for things like pinches, double swinging, just being able to architect smaller parts of the map and segmenting that between 2 or 3 of their players, using the tactics of Rainbow Six Siege rather than just setting up the entire map in its entirety in a big strategic attempt.
So micro versus macro between these two teams.
Yep. Definitely.
That is a stark difference. Seems like Koi had some issues getting it up. And actually, James, I will want you to talk to us about our map bans because we're going to bring them up in just a second. And I'm wondering how strategies will go in our BO3 here. It's 4 bans first, then pick, ban, decider. Koi has picked border. They'll start on the attacking side. SSG has gone for bank. They started on attack also. Then Clubhouse is our decider. So how do you see this going off of the strategies and all that we talked about?
Well, I'm just going to jump straight into the first map, Border. This is not something we've seen Koi play so far this event, but of course, SSG's the record that they don't want to hold is the fact that they got 7-0'd yesterday by W7M, and guess what? That was on Border. So I think this is a bit of a last-minute choice for Koi. They're saying, look, we can see a clear map that SSG have a weakness on, and they are going to just go straight on for it. So I think it's a really good decision. It's not one Koi have banned a lot. They did let it through in the ban phase as the 3rd map against Elevate. And so I'm keen to see how SSG can repair the issues that they had yesterday. Koi did play this map back in October in the EUL League, but that was against G2. It was a fairly convincing 7-2 win, but they haven't shown any new strategies or tactics on it as of recent times. And so I think they'll be quite well positioned to take the first map.
I think going into this, just from SSG point of view, Skyscraper, Villa going out, yeah, makes sense. These have been their auto bans for a pretty long time now. They don't really change. Going into map 2 and 3, I actually think that both of these maps lean in towards Koi's playstyle a little bit more. I think Koi picking Border is a really good pick for them in their playstyle, playing a little bit more tactics-based. It's a smaller map, so they can be a bit closer together. For SSG as well, they have a pretty poor performance on Border too. Then going over across to Bank, I think that I've seen Koi play Bank. Look, them on Bank, it's that classic DPEC and Spoit on Rogue when they use that Yokai drone to hold onto that top square, that type of thing. They've got some little small tricks up their sleeve that I'm really impressed by. But I think if it does go to that map 3, SSG, I think will actually have the upper hand. They're very good at Clubhouse.
Well, you know, we have like 3 or 4 minutes before we actually get into game. And I want to talk about Border for just a second here because it seems like it's favoring teams that can just react in the moment. So you have an overall strategy going. Technically, after our conversation, seems like Koi is more apt for it.
I think so. I think they do. Border is one of those maps that it's a little bit smaller in architecture. You're a little bit closer to your teammates naturally as a result. It's one of those maps that has a lot of your hallways. The walls are soft. You can create rotation holes between rooms relatively easily, in my opinion. I just feel like Koi, if they're comfortable with the architecture of the map, if they're comfortable with making those smaller rotations without being cut off by SSG, I actually think they'll probably start running circles around the way that SSG play it, and I think they'll find it quite troublesome to deal with.
I have a couple of questions that I need to be answered, and the first one is how much do we take seriously the 7-0 loss from Space Station yesterday? Because the fact that map 1 went so poorly for them, I think had a huge mental impact on them going into map 2. And perhaps if Border was the first map, Space Station would have gotten a few rounds. Perhaps it would have been a completely different story against W7M. And so while I do want to call doom and gloom for SSG for map 1, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. I'm also going to give Space Station some credit here too. Koi and the previous iteration, Rogue, has never ever beaten Space Station. Technically, the Rogue organization beat SSG when they had an NA team in US Nationals in 2018.
Yeah.
But that is the only match that Rogue or Koi has ever beaten this SSG organization or roster for that matter. So if anything, while I am kind of leaning towards Koi in form, I think Space Station have some things going for them, but they're going to have to get through map 1.
Do they have enough to get it across the border? Who do you see winning? Name a number.
I find it very hard to see Space Station winning Border. I think that it'll go to the second map and Koi will have a chance to get the full 4 points. I'm really, you're pushing me hard, Yasan. I can't decide. I'm going to say Koi. I'm going to say Koi.
Toss a coin.
I'll toss a Koi.
Good grief. Good grief.
Hey, you're the one that duos with him.
I am the one that duos with him, and now I've got you as well.
Oh, well. Who do you see winning, Mandy?
I see 2 outcomes. I think Koi either close it out 2-0. If they don't close it out 2-0, I think they'll lose Clubhouse. So it's either 2-0 Koi or 2-1 SSG.
I see also 2 outcomes. It's very odd. Good thing that we see it. Either SSG wins or Koi wins.
Yeah, but like in that fashion.
Yeah, in the detail, I'm just being cheeky.
Just
being cheeky. Anyways, thank you very much, James and Mandy. That was our pregame for SSG going up against their opponents. So Koi, it's classic NAEU. Off to our casters. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milos. Welcome to the casting desk. I'm Des, this is Tim, and we're in for a screamer of a match between Koi and SSG.
Where did it go wrong, Tim?
You changed the lines.
God damn it. What was it meant to be? We've got a screamer of a
Hang on, we can rescue it, How do they build that synergy?
Yay, got there in the end, we'll take it. We tried, Tim.
You failed.
I messed up. Not for the first time in my life. Okay, Koi versus SSG. Actually, a really big fixture I'm super excited about for several reasons. The map V2 have had come through for both of these teams. 5 kind of like high-pref maps both teams have got up in the top right cluster of a graph. The other 4 down in the dumpster. We are going to the team's 3 favorite maps, or 3 of their favorite maps. So there should be high-quality stuff. There should be no big, difference here in play between the 2 sides. I know that Border has been a bit of a tough sore topic for SSG after they got 7-0'd on it, but they are no slouches on the map. Neither are Koi, so I'm expecting fireworks in our first game, Tim.
I can't believe we've taken an L before we've even started the stream.
Do you want to do it again?
Can we? Is that?
I think we can.
I got it right the first time. I feel like I can do it again.
Oh, we've got a screamer of a series between Koi and SSG. It's easy.
All right.
Don't do it.
It wasn't easy for you first time around.
I don't know, mate. Performance anxiety.
Obviously.
I don't know why it changed so last second, but it did. It's a shame because the ending was the best part with the whole.
It really was.
Oh, do they build that synergy?
Absolutely bottled.
It went so well in practice. Oh well. Go on, Tim. Get me excited about this game. This is what you do really well.
I'm really looking forward to this one. So when we look at Group A, anything could still happen with Group A. It's W7M obviously through, but when we talk about top spot, it is still possible for teams to overtake them. Koi are in a very good position, for example, if they were to take 4 points today, 4 points off W7M tomorrow, then Koi will top the group. It may be a big ask, but it is still doable. It's doable for SSG to top the group. With a 4-point win here, a good result tomorrow, and then relying on Koi to take points, etc. etc. But yeah, there's still lots that can happen in this group. The one thing that I would say, obviously, depending on what happens in the other game between Elevate and G2, we may be in a position where the other 4 teams have qualified, essentially. Yeah. But don't let that take away any of the drama, because they are going to be scrapping over those top spots because they want the upper bracket spots. They don't want to be going in and having extra games to play or, fewer chances kind of thing. So it's still very, very much important as to how these 3 teams particularly finish 2nd, 3rd and 4th.
I'm just not convinced that we're ever going to see Crying get to play Nook in this tournament as well. It's banned away all the time. I think mainly because now we're down to only 8 frag grenades in the game possible across 4 operators. Obviously, I believe it's FaZe, Iana, saying that right. Fuse, Iana, Nook, and Sledge. Taking the Nook away, one takes away the target ban, well, takes the target ban, two Crying, but also takes two of those frag grenades off the board, so a really good ban coming out of SSG. And the DKB, I've said it over the last 2 days, Tim, just super oppressive when she's on side. Not at all surprised to see her banned away, and the last two make complete sense.
Yeah, like I sort of said yesterday, really, for me, a lot of the time now when I'm looking at the bans, obviously there's the interest in who has been banned, but there's also a big interest in who has not, who's made it through, you know, and how does that affect the lineup in the game. Now, Valkyrie's made it through, for example, not been picked just yet, but there's that opportunity for Valkyrie to be brought along. Solis has made it through, so we've got Crying on the IQ. It all plays into, you know, having to change things around as it is, you know, those haven't been picked up just yet, but I am certain that we will be seeing some Solis as a minimum through this game.
I'm wondering if Koi just blindly believed there was going to be a Valk or a Solis on side, and that's why the IQ is
what I'm wondering, yeah, if they've just not sent the drones in out of safety and thought, you know, not really got the entire line. Because the thing is, you're not... The difficulty that attackers have got now, they send in the drones to find out the lineup. If there's a Solis on there, they're losing the drones. So it's one of those, it's a catch-22. Do you go in to try and find that there's a Solis, or do you just leave it and guess that there might be?
That's exactly it. Here we go then. Yeti holding out inside of CC right now, looking to hold back some of the pressure from Break, but from downstairs, it's Spoit, the little demon from hell. Finds him on the shutdown. That's the entry in this series. Hot and Cold looking to try and get something back on the other side, but it's simply not happening.
Just going to be holding the line on the balcony there, Kanto. He's playing from the 90-degree angle on the corner. He can watch both potential run-outs. Rampy's going to take a bit of damage there as well, down to about 50. We've had a few exchanges on both sides at the minute. Spoit and Kanto also taking, I won't even call it chip damage, it's a bit more than that. But looking pretty good so far for Koi. They've got themselves 1 kill on the board. They've got a minute 40 left on the clock, so plenty of time to go. SSG have largely been forced back in towards site and that sort of semi-extension area in office. So Koi can get to work.
Alrighty, it's one of those ones where I'm just kind of concerned for Rogue more than anything. Rogue, I'm going to keep saying this, I've been doing it every day. More concerned for Koi because they still haven't unsettled a couple of the players from SSG that have been in these real power positions. They're taking it quite slow. It reminds me of Dark Zero yesterday. No real pace being shown just yet, and Hot and Cold's going to find one for free here without being pushed as a team. 2 kills coming back for SSG, a 3 versus 3, and numbers are drawn even.
That little segment there of the round has worked out really well for SSG, leveling things up and getting a couple of big operators off the board, particularly the Sledge you mentioned. Obviously, you know, the limited grenades and utility that is on the side of the attackers, particularly for explosives, and so taking Leon down is going to be a big use there. Now Fultz is on the Aruni, he's got his laser gate in front of him, but the wall I think has been reinforced as well behind it, so yeah, they did have that sort of wall open to begin with, but the reinforcement just thrown up there to shift the strategy, and I like that from SSG, a nice bit of adaptability.
It is, yeah. Final 30 seconds coming out. This is the frustration point for Koi, I think, as well as they realise that they're going to have to just force this one a bit gung-ho, push into sight and try and make some magic happen. They're down a couple of operators, 3 claymores in back pocket, not really any use when it comes to the execute. The problem is, Tim, they're the other side of the map with 15 seconds still to go. They've got to get a bit of a jog on here if they want to get their way through. There's no clearance inside of office itself, which means they are walking into a slaughter. Crying finds one, Fultz another. Spoit is not for too long for this world as he's down to a slither of HP. SSG tucking themselves away, and they barely had to move their feet that round.
That was great play from the 3 of SSG that remained after the first minute or two. You know, Koi came in, got themselves a nice entry kill, started to get positioned around the map, and you thought, you know, this is looking good for them. But there was just then that passage of play around the minute mark where SSG managed to pick up a couple of kills, and it really broke the back of the Koi attack. They just didn't really maintain the shape after that. They didn't really have any direction. And like you say, it came down to that last 15-second run-in. Let me tell you now, if an attacking team is running into site with 15 seconds left to go, then the round has gone wrong. And Koi obviously going to have to change things up this time. Now, they're going to be pushing into a similar position. They're going to be pushing into the top floor, because I imagine that's where we're going to see SSG largely holding. Yes, Frostmat's already being deployed up there. We've got reinforcements going on the armory wall, I would guess. And they're going to be trying... No reinforcements on the armory wall just yet. But they're going to be keeping hold of the top floor for as long as possible.
10 seconds left.
The thing I worry about from watching that last round now, I keep on thinking about it more and more, is it reminds me so much of the DZ secret game yesterday, where DZ, those who didn't see the game, did often just kind of sit back and, you know, on the attacking side, but quite slow. They took things very slow in the same way we saw Koi do. And Secret some rounds had to just wait for them to come in at the last 20 seconds and bring out a bit of a slaughter. And I go back to how Koi were on day one. It was very messy and individual play out of them, when normally their strength is their ability to execute and play as a team. If they don't get that back online, this could turn out to be a really difficult series for them. But let's see how rounds 2 and 3 go. Yeti being droned out, so that's a key bit of information. Inside 25 seconds, they know there is a player inside of CC. Now the big thing to look out for is how they deal with this. Are they going to drone in 3, 4, 5 times over? Are they going to get 2 players trying to push into at least guarantee a trade? Or are they just going to let the clock run down and do nothing, Tim?
Well, with the Solus on side, they need to be aware of that as well. Hot and obviously going to be feeding that information in, and if they stood on drones, guess what? He can see them. There we go. He knows that one's coming in, going to have a look, can't find himself a kill, but... Oh, no, he does. He manages to get it. Kanto backs out because there's a challenge, I think, from Yeti inside of CCTV, and it just forced him into the line of sight. And again, Des, what an excellent opportunity we've just had to see the power of Solus in action.
I mean, Yeti's even looking and trying to take different gunfights, assuming he's going to get pushed at the same time, but once again, it was only Spoit looking to make the move. And here he is trying to peek off down the left-hand side. Bolts takes him out for free. A second player is nearly dying to the exact same spot that Kanto did. Koi looked lost him.
That was the strange one for me. Kanto died on that door. The floor's opened up below it, and they're just walking in through there. They're not even looking down, you know, and obviously they're going to take a ton of damage. Now then, Leon does manage to get things going. In behind that EU1D scan, he moves in, gets a kill onto Yeti, brings us back to 3 versus 4, but Cryan's going to be shut down. That's the Hibana gone, so no more hard breach if they wanted any. Unlikely that they would need it on this site, so they can live without, but 2 versus 4 is not a great situation.
Absolutely not. They're up on the upstairs as well. Down goes Leon as he steps into a frost mat as well, boys. Where's the team that won the Berlin Major? Still missing, it feels, as well. I know they were in low spirits today, and I kind of gave them a pass in game 1, but there's no excuse to still be playing like this coming into the 4th day of SI 2023. Should be well warmed up by now. But SSG playing like liquid around them and just waiting to let them step into anywhere where they feel they can drown them out once they make a push forward. Some great 1v1s being taken by SSG that has closed Koi out of this round.
Yeah, SSG have largely dropped back to the bottom floor now. They're just waiting for the push to come in. They're not necessarily all on site, but they are just holding angles strategically that they know Koi are going to have to play into. I don't think Leon's aware of the man led behind the desk. He's maybe going to get lucky. No, he does have half an idea. He's at least checking the angle, but Rampe, just too quick, manages to get that kill with the Frost, and that leaves Deepek with it all to do. We know that he can. We've seen it countless times, but 1v4, 14 seconds left to go. I'm not sure we're going to be seeing it this time.
Absolutely not. This will just time out and go up to that 2-0. Koi, I don't really, I mean, I imagine they could too. I always speak about the early timeouts if things aren't going well. You know, every time we've cut to the camera of them so far, it's been silence. No one's really talking. There's no, you know, even a little bit of like emotion being shown, even if it's a little bit negative, just shows that there's a bit of life there. But the boys were a little bit deadpan after the previous round. SSG also nice and calm too, it's worth noting, but gotta see a bit more. Look.
Both teams very quiet at the moment. Obviously, we're early in the game, so you know there's not going to be much that needs to be said.
But it's leadership that I'm missing, and Leon's the guy I'm looking at here.
Particularly from Koi.
He needs to really. I mean, everyone saw Mr. Officer's speech. Like, my God, I could run a marathon after hearing that every morning.
I did this morning.
Oh, did you?
I watched it on Twitter, and I just got up and immediately ran a marathon.
You were the guy running barefoot in shorts through the streets of Montreal, despite it being like
not a problem.
Oh, yeah.
Just kept thinking about that speech in my mind.
The thing is, it's just no longer implausible that no one will be able to do that, because yes, it was that motivational. But this is where I want to see a little bit of leadership out of Leon here, and of course we get brilliant insight in seeing what the players are doing, but being able to say, right boys, we've died in really silly places there, but unable to pinch this player. Let's go and push a new angle. Let's adapt how we're playing here. I want you to do this. I want you to do that. Let's get things moving. That's the kind of thing I need to see coming out of Koi, I think, if they're going to have any success in this first half. SSG can carry on exactly as they are. They can stay cool as a cucumber and keep on playing the same game, because why fix what ain't broken?
Okay, Koi largely set up to try and hold on to CCTV, opening the hatches. SSG opening the hatches. Yeti's going to be positioned in the same place on the cap can, just trying to prevent that top floor access. Again, they know that the battle's going to come over the top floor, even in bathroom and tellers. They're going to have to hold on to a larger area, really. Last time they focused around armory, archives and office. This time they're keeping hold of CCTV as well, basically going for the entire top floor. Fultz is going to get himself one here. Oh, so close, but no! Spoit with a beautiful headshot on the reverse angle.
It's good to find it out. They were playing him with the trade as well. Kanto pushing just in front of Spoit. Ultimately, he was the one who picked up the kill. Now, does Yeti know about the one more? Yes, he does. Sat inside of Archives. Good read, but no one there to respond. Bosco finding Leon elsewhere. So although we had Spoit and Kanto pushing in together elsewhere, it feels like Koi have lost 2 separate points of push. They get 1 freebie from above with Bosco setting a single step wrong. 3v3.
Hotton is not putting castle barricades on main door halfway through the round. I am not having it. I am not having it. He should not be getting away with that. He's on low health anyway, and that's the sort of thing that really needs to be getting punished. It's 3 versus 3 at the minute. SSG are certainly looking the better team. They are losing bodies along the way. Koi are managing to find kills, so that's something for them to build on at least. They've got a little bit of top floor control now, so not terrible. Hot and cold, don't get excited. It's just the Gemini decoy.
Shoot and move, shoot and move. Doesn't want to stay still, knowing that he could get pre-fired on the spot or the ceiling above him being opened up. That's what we're now seeing coming out of Kanto with those breaching charges. Always fun with Ash when you have breaching rounds and breaching charges on the same operator. Really does test your ability to say the right word, Tim, which, believe it or not, is harder for me than it looks.
Either way, I learnt that in the intro, Des.
We even practiced. Honestly, I'm so disappointed.
We're going to have to. Let's do it again tomorrow.
Let's do it tomorrow. I love how we have the same idea at the same time. That's already.
It's almost as if we're completely in sync. Don't watch the intro back.
It's on Twitter, it's too late. Hot and cold is moving away as again more of these breaching charges, breaching rounds, breaching charges are going off. A nade rolling on through from Spoit. So, Koi have taken things slow with the time they've got available, which is good, I think, but they've got to be so conscious of the backstab coming out of Yeti. They have no drones out on the field. There's nothing left. 2 of them are dead in the back pocket of Leon and Cryin. But here we go. Kanto on the flank watch brings down 1. It's all down to Rampy against 3.
This is better from Koi. And they've... Oh, Rampy! What a shot! Sit down, Deepek, taken down out of the window. But Rampy unlikely to get much more than a bit of a flare kill there as he's down to 10, 15 HP. And surely a matter of time. 14 seconds left to go. But they don't have the diffuser. Des, he might do this. This was 1v3, let's not forget. They don't have the diffuser. Out goes an aid from Spoit. He's not going to find it. And surely not Rampy! What a performance in that round. 1v3. And it all started with a kill that I thought would be the only one he'd find.
Reset. Good fucking round, Rampy.
Let's go, baby.
Can't understand shit, bro.
Alright, let's get this next 3 attacks.
Kanto, can I smash Kanto?
Oh boy. Oh boy. You can't be losing those boys. They played it so well up until those last 20 seconds or so, and then kind of panicked, isolated into these 1v1s, and it's the M&M effect, Tim, losing the XV1s that just never seems to come their way. Great play by Rampy, and I was a little bit panicked for him at first because he planted his feet behind a toolbox. Koi must have known exactly where he was, but still could not find the shots to finish him off and started to panic as soon as we got in towards those last 10. Beautiful play by Rampy. Good to see him getting some numbers up. He has been a little bit quiet so far at this SI. Koi again are going to be kicking themselves, and you heard Leon. Boys, let's get these next 3 rounds. I think it's going to take a few more words than that, Leon, to turn this ship around.
Honest. The thing is, there's a lesson to be learned for Koi there. I don't know exactly what happened to the diffuser in all the chaos at the end of the round there, but the fact of the matter was that the 2 remaining players who went in there in that one, when it had come down to 1v2, they didn't have the diffuser in hand, and with 15 seconds left to go, they didn't have an option to retrieve it, and it limited their options in the round. They had to go for the kill. It forced them. Rampy is unlikely to be able to challenge a plant going down. If they had the diffuser there available, they could get in, they could plant it in the shower area behind the wall, they've got protection. There's no way that Rampy can make that challenge with his low health. So, you know, you just got to be making sure, and I know that the circumstances may have been, if it's dropped outside the window,
that's exactly it.
I know that, but Koi,
they knew they had to
dying outside of the window with the diffuser in a 3v1.
This is the thing, because Kanto was risking that window jumping, not expecting Rampy to be on the toolbox, and because he was, well, the diffuser's down outside, they can't recover it. They can't get outside the building based on where they are, so they have to look for the kill. It was just a little bit missed.
Rampy must love us casting him.
Oh, I mean, what, round 1 of SI 2020 got an ace, didn't he?
I couldn't say, us casting Rampy at SI just creates highlight.
He could pay us on PayPal later on. Yeti the first one to fall down in this round, at least a slower start for him, sat at 1 and 4 as well. Leon looking to make use of these nades, but they're not aware of the flank. Hot and cold has got himself down from Cash CC into, well, Cash CC, I'm wrong map there, from CC and Break Room downstairs, and has managed to get a response. 2 dead on the side of Koi in the space of a few seconds, but Spoit Whew, slap that one in the YouTube reel, boy.
Absolutely beautiful. Second one that he's had so far today is definitely a positive for this Koi side, and they can, you know, maybe try and facilitate him, get him in, get him firing even more numbers onto the board, and it might just be something that they can build behind. The thing that I will give to Koi, you know, I don't want to just be on their backs. They've kept the man count very, very level. They've done a good job of that. They've, you know, where they're taking those double kills and they're dropping behind, they're not being beaten by it. They're coming back in, they're finding their frags, and they're leveling things up. Beautiful from Deepak, much better. Can get himself thinking about going into office if he wants to now. That's likely clear. 2 remaining inside of sight for SSG, but this is the problem, Des. This is where Koi have been a number of times now, and they've thrown the round away. They've not taken the opportunity. Cryin has diffuser in hand. Get thinking about how and where it's going to be planted.
They've got the gadgetry for it as well.
They do.
I mean, you've got a 3v2 with a Ying on side. Candelas, smokes, you've got everything to play behind her, including one of the world's best gunners in Spoit with a frag grenade in the back pocket on Nadiana. They have the tools to get this done. They've already found themselves losing a 3vx scenario. Surely it doesn't happen again.
Hotton's gone underneath on the Valkyrie. He doesn't have the nitros. He has impact in hand. He's got 1 remaining. There is a bulletproof cam that's been placed originally by Fultz as well, so there could be information here. With 15 seconds left to go, Des, just watch Hotton underneath. I'm not sure how aware of this. If they plant... No, he's moved back up. I was going to say, if they plant somewhere that can be seen on that cam, then that's going to be a problem. Shut down as he comes in through the metal detector. Surely no. He's able to continue fighting. He gets one with the deagle. Surely that's the end of it, though. Yes, it is, as Koi move in and get the kill and their first round on the board. They're going to be hoping that that breaks the seal.
Deepak, we're talking about that one later on. Jesus. Coming up against the Valk as well. Really should be closing those kind of ones out. But either way, the team is there. They're playing for the trade as the reload was coming through. Good bit of team play out of Koi. And as you say to him, finally now on the board. That shot from Spoit. Just, it's a Spoit classic.
I think, you know, obviously I mentioned the bulletproof cam. You've got the 3 black eyes as well, so 4 potential cams in there. But what I'm guessing is that Koi had probably done a good job of clearing some of that utility out. I think Hotton was probably down there, and it was a case of, look, if you can give me the information of where this plant's going to go down, I'll potentially play it from underneath and deny it. And I think at that point, maybe there's been a com there to say, look, we don't have the cams to do this. They've gone. So he's had to move his way back upstairs. But still, you know, a good rounder from Koi. They got the job done. They rotated around. They got that diffuser into sight. It was more of what we want to see from them.
Another wide hold coming out here by the looks of from SSG with a little bit of prep work inside of CC. Also with the castle barricades on side, looking to at least tie down certain areas of the map. A lot of information being played in between behind the Pulse and the Valk, and a C4 in the back pocket of the Mute. So liking the lineup that we've got here. Does mean Koi, though, really should have the opportunity to collapse down on 1 or 2 members who find themselves isolated. Truthfully, looking towards the ones that are playing inside CC, like Yeti. Now, where they struggled before is collapsing as a team onto these members that are holding in key places like this. So whether or not Yeti gets the spook and backs away a little bit sooner, or if we find that actually Koi once again are a little bit stuck in trying to clear out a really critical area of the map, remains to be seen. One thing I did note was the castle barricade going down on the security window, though, means that the player playing up there, Yeti, is a little bit safer than normal.
I like that play from Hotton, just down there, you know, challenging into detention, just making Spoit back off a little bit. They can't rush in, he can't just aggress like that, but Hotton doesn't take any damage, gets himself away, goes to an alternate angle to be able to feed information in. Hotton's playing a really good game so far today.
I think it's great use of him, but the positioning here is brilliant as well. Normally quite a hot zone CC, but because of the more passive pressure coming out of Koi, they can afford to move 2 players in here and get the cardiac sensor scanning on the outside. They know everything that's coming here. Look at him, feeding every information that there are 3 players out there on the south side, and all Yeti's got to do is point his gun skyward. Impact coming out there does chip onto Leon. Surprised it caught him there, to be honest, but there's 2 of them ready to swing as the C4 comes out, connects onto the IGL of Koi, and down goes Leon.
Again, more from Hotton. He's just really delivering time after time at the minute. Kanto's going to hold the angle there. I'm not sure that he's going to be finding his man. He's going to have to go in. Nope, going to be shut down on the window again by Hotton, who swings and gets another. They're just giving him 1v1 after 1v1.
And this is Koi's problem, and it's been the problem for the last few days. They're playing as a team of individuals, not as a team. Kanto peeks to the 1v1. Iana comes in completely blind. It looks like a bit of a clown show, being honest. They're tripping over themselves, trying to make plays happen. I mentioned earlier on that they've struggled to break through CC so far, so SSG feel very comfortable abusing the space that's afforded to them, and they are just deleting Koi at every single gunfight they come into. Something needs to change, boys.
Yeti and Hotton have had a fantastic round in
unbelievable.
CCTV. They've absolutely dominated them. Fultz is going to find the long angle through the laser gate from the half wall. He's going to find another one if Grian isn't careful. He's going to be down to about 5 HP there. Dips himself away. And sometimes you'd look at this situation and say maybe he's just trying to bait one or two of them out, get a couple of kills. I'm really not sure that that's the case at this point. He knows that there's nothing to be done here. And Koi, they're going to be having an urgent discussion. I think you can see they're crying, paying attention elsewhere. I think obviously the chat is ongoing.
I mean, it gives them a solid 45 seconds really to have this conversation, right? Because they so sorely need it, as we've mentioned. You're seeing things just fall into tatters. And again, this is where you've got to see some leadership inside the team here. Whether it's Meepy calling in the timeout, whether it's the players themselves having a conversation, I don't mind which, but someone needs to step up here and get these boys aligned. I know we're really honed in on Koi, but it's only because we know they can do so much more. I am really excited to see SSG's attacks going. If they are, you know, really potent with those, because their attacks have looked good. There's definitely more to come. And I just wondered that this might be a bit of a rollover, to be honest, for Koi, who are going to throw themselves on the back.
I think there's two things happening, Des. You know, obviously I recognise there, and I agree with you, you know, that we need to be conscious of giving SSG the praise that they're due as well.
Yes, we do.
There's two things happening. Koi are losing it, and SSG are winning it. And that's why this is such a steamroller in.
A few words being exchanged.
Someone just go and tell his window to start with, for example.
I mean, they are a team that, I remember for the longest time they would joke and say, we don't scrim. When they come to events, they prefer to focus on the mental, relax, you know, don't worry too much about scrimming. And they're quite a dynamic team. And they don't come in with like massive strat books and loads of strats they roll out. Of course, there are kind of natural ones built into your head on the best way to play a site. But they're not really that kind of team that come in super heavily prepped and find themselves being locked out when things get too static and they get caught off guard. They are designed to be a really adaptive team. But this is the bad side of that adaptive team. When you look a little bit lost on ideas, when you even heard Leon there saying, okay, well here, for example, is something we could do. Again, it's where you need a leader to step up and say, here's what we are going to do and make it happen.
Right then, into round 6 we go. SSG's final defence. Keep your eyes firmly on Hot and Cold, particularly having a fantastic game so far, absolutely dominating the defence of Border. He's been unstoppable. He's going to be on the key this time. We've seen him on Valkyrie, we've seen him on Solis. You know, plenty of variety coming around and just getting a great job. We've seen him on Pulse as well. You know, so just absolutely nothing stopping him at the minute.
Kanto's on his march forward as well, seeing what he can achieve. Playing alongside Sport, it feels we've had that as a bit of a duo stacking up throughout. Now Yeti feeling clearly extremely confident. It's no longer about holding just CC by itself. It's now looking to own the balcony outside it as well. Supported by Hot and Cold playing off on 90. Remembering again that they're not actually holding that as the site, of course, isn't a site on Border, but it's just the amount of time that they know they're going to be able to drain away from Koi, who once again step into isolated 1v1. Spoit caught out with so much of a whisper from anyone else on the side of Koi.
Yep, and that's the one sort of sharp point that Koi have got at the minute is Spoit going in and getting kills.
Yeah.
And that's not going to happen due to yet another Hot and Cold kill. Now then, Crane's going to put down Fultz. That levels things out. Something that I have praised Koi for so far is their ability to recover that man count and not end up playing entire rounds at a disadvantage. Hotton's going to throw out the nitro, not going to have any joy. Yeti, he overstays his welcome in CCTV. Leon taking a full opportunity there when he sees the leg coming across to find that kill. That's going to give the advantage now to Koi. 4 versus 3.
Bosco was sniffing for a drone to come through that tiny little hole on the ceiling there as well, but couldn't quite find it. Now, yes, we are in that numbers advantage. I'm only nervous because of how the previous 3v1 went down with Rampy clutching up big time. But they're in a good spot. They've got 75 seconds to play with. They've still got a lot of breaching rounds. 9 of them, for example, breaching charges, sorry. Again, catching me out. 9 of those in back pocket. There is a lot of floor space they can open up here to make it uncomfortable for SSG playing on the site itself. But right now they're sitting and waiting to see what comes next. You've still got the Solis running around off site currently. In Vents, in fact, now Malaya is inside of site. I saw a player to the north and thought it might be Solis out there sniffing out exactly what's going on. But 2 on site, 1 playing off right now. Potential backstab coming in for Rampy.
Just going to have the sledge up above the site now, starting to work on things. Crying going to be opening up those vertical angles, just trying to find anything inside the site. But to be honest, SSG have largely dispersed away from the site now. And as you said, Des, here comes Rampy. No, but can they get the kill? No! They just stand there and let him get his shots in. Kanto taken down with a headshot. Rampy, he's out of there. Damage done. The thing is, it's not just about the kill there. It's the fact that it takes Koi's eye off the ball. They now have to worry about that flank. think. 15 seconds.
Still got things like castle barricades up to support them playing on the flank here as well. It looks really, really ropey for Koi as they lose yet another one. Surely not another man advantage going against them, it feels like. As Cryin steps through, finds one, manages to push around the corner and find the next. Maybe, yes, no. Gets one down, but there's still one standing as the plant is going down. Can Rampy find his man? He's got to win the 1v1 behind the bomb chassis, but can't quite find Cryin. They know where it's gone down, and now he's in a 2 versus 1.
Rampy's got to do it again. We've seen him 1v3. Can he do it 1v2? This time the diffuser's down, which adds an extra layer of difficulty. He's working against the clock. He's going to set off that metal detector, which should just tell Koi exactly where he's pushing from. There's the final shot from Deepek. That was a nice end to the round from Koi. It was a big contrast to the 1v3 that Rampy won. They focused on that objective. They had the tools that they needed, got it down on the ground, and were able to close it out. Well played, Koi.
A lot of it coming from Cryin as well. Yep. Got the entry early in the round, moved his way forwards, made a big couple of kills here, come through for his team. Otherwise, this could have gone extremely wrong, as they'd have had the ability to deny the plant going down inside of supply. And a good 2v1 being played out at the end, again involving Cryin. So, here we go with the side swap. Not going to lie to you, Tim, at a 4-2 scoreline, it feels like Koi has stolen a couple of rounds there. I think on the rounds where SSG have won, they've looked incredibly dominant. The ones with Koi, a little less so, though some maybe would argue it could be a 3-3 if they hadn't given away that 1v3 against Rampy.
Well, this is it. There's lots of ways to look at it. You know, I would look at those 6 rounds and I'd say that SSG absolutely look like the superior team. I think, you know, anybody would probably struggle to argue that point. You know, SSG do look like the superior team. That said, they've only got a 4-2. So you've got to ask, have SSG, you know, done enough? They've looked very good. Have they capitalised enough on Koi's weakness? You know, should SSG be 5-1-6-0? If we get towards the end of this and Koi starts stringing a couple of rounds together on defence and all of a sudden it's 4-4, I'm sure, you know, we probably are going to have to ask that question.
We'll see if we get to that point. Here we go. See how sharp SSG can look on their attacks. Big one for me, really, when I think about SSG, is historically they were one of the more, you know, air quote, structured teams that could pull together some really good attacks. When I was sat speaking to Fresh earlier on, we were both saying how realistically between the two teams there is a very big difference in style, where SSG do like a little bit more structure. Koi, as we already commented, prefer to play as a very loose structure, playing around each other, but otherwise trying to kind of formulate a plan as they work their way through the map. Keeps you hot on your toes and able to adapt with whatever you might come across. But for SSG, not quite sure how theirs is going to shape up. If they have good attacks here, Tim, it sets them up well for Bank as well, I feel, because the two maps feel quite similar in terms of the attack and lean that they've got, the scope of the map there is to work your way through, to take control of it quite quickly. That pace is going to be important, though.
Spike just missing his man on the peak there. It was unfortunate for him. Just couldn't quite see the feet. We're going to have SSG just testing a couple of different areas here. They've dropped away from East Stairs now, relocating to maybe try and get themselves inside of CCTV and break. Cotton's just going to clear more of that off for the time being. But yeah, it's sort of shifted round to that south side a little bit more than the Archives door, which was where the initial attention went.
What I will give is, much like when Koi were on the attack, there has been a player that's been left very much uninterrupted so far inside of CC and able to work a little bit of backstab, contest the 90 hallway, for example. That will need to be dealt with by SSG, I imagine, before they can really look to make a big push in towards the site itself. So I'll be keeping a close eye on that one and seeing how they pinch into this player.
Fultz just slowly making his way in there, trying to check his angles. Prox Alarm is going to give his position away. Spite is in a opportunity maybe to challenge. He's got his rotation opened up. He does manage to find one onto Bosco and could keep going here. They've not really got an answer to him at the minute. He's going to move himself a little bit further back into Sandwich, which is a slightly safer location. And SSG really need an answer, and that answer is going to be the Selma Chargers potentially, but he's got a mute jammer on this wall, I believe, that's just next to him. I think I'm right in saying that, so they're not going to be able to breach through.
There's one by his feet.
Yes, yeah. Just by his feet. So he's hiding that, but they won't be able to breach that Sandwich wall.
Cryin and Rampy. We've seen quite a lot of these like direct trades the last few days, and it's weird because it's on LAN as well, but literally to the exact moment, they trade each other, a bullet comes out, hit each other's skulls, and they trade a kill perfectly in the same moment, both taken out of the round. Still a numbers advantage for Koi, though, as we're getting towards these last 30 seconds. Things not looking so bad. Hot and Cold looking for what he can find. He's just getting side peeked on by two players. Finds one with a bit of help from Yeti and is now looking to work his way forwards, but unlucky not to find the man inside of sight.
Spite still in this power position at Sandwich, gets himself another kill, and it's just going to keep coming. Nade comes out, does not manage to find the mark. Need to be bouncing it on in there, really. Spite keeping himself tight against that wall. Knows that the last one's coming in. Third kill of the round, and that is going to be a big one for Koi. And as I said, really, SSG might be in a position of, they played very well through the first half, but might be ruining the fact that they didn't get that 5-1 or even 6-0.
That's exactly it. And you're seeing, I think, a lot of the same issues there for SSG that we saw for Koi back in that first half, where there's a little more team play coming together. There's a good trade here, for example, when Hot and Cold looks to be done for, but gets a good assist from Yeti off towards his left-hand side. So they are pushing in these things together at the same time and punishing Rogue in small areas. But Spoit was left for far too long, far too comfortably hanging out inside of Office. Another key part of the map that you really want to be looking to control. Either you're looking for CC control if you want to push West Wall, or you're looking for Office control if you want to be able to push in towards Archives. But really, SSG only just about managed to get control of CC late in the round, and then didn't want to push there. They had to work their way in through Office and found themselves getting tagged out by Spoit, who had been largely unignored and collected 3 kills in the round.
Going to be Bathroom and Tellers for round 8. Space Station, I feel, really need to be looking at getting a win sooner rather than later on the attack. They want to maintain that advantage that they've gained in the first half, or the momentum might just be leached away a little bit, and we'll see Koi really growing into this game, which could be obviously a big problem for SSG. Now, we're going to have castle barricades downstairs in Workshop, so that's going to be a little hideaway for Leon, I think. He's going to be getting himself set up to extend out into there. He's got the bulletproof cam on the bathroom wall as well. So we quite often see this extension out into Workshop. Again, it's just trying to, give a little bit more space for the defenders and a bit less freedom for the attackers.
It's good working already, though. JL pushed all the way through, and Rampy's got himself inside of Customs and Supply now, looking to move forward. Got Crying, unsurprisingly, holding upstairs inside of CC and just saying, okay, I want to be the first point of challenge that you guys have got to worry about. There's one on the rappel outside, but they keep on seeing him on these drones, but really can't do much about it yet, as the players aren't in position to capitalize either on the break room door or through the window inside of security.
Rampy got himself into Customs. Doesn't know it, but there's a potential challenge coming his way from towards the waiting area double door. For the time being, I think they're probably going to sort of skirt around each other for now and just flirt with that opportunity. Crying's going to drop himself down as well. So SSG not doing a bad job of clearing out that top floor. We've got Crying moved down, and we've got Kanto on the east stairs as well. So they've been sort of forced back at this point, but there is still work for SSG to do. They've not got hold of armory yet.
Not just yet, no. Not forgetting as well that they've got to get a full control across the top floor before they can even really think about the site. They've only gained, what, maybe 40% of the map at this point on the south side? Still work to be done to force these players away from Office, from Archives. Even the one that sat inside of Armory itself is a real threat. 3 of the players upstairs from Koi right now, hoping to burn that clock down the longer we get towards 0, with just 75 seconds left in the round.
Nitro going to go out to no success there, unfortunately, for Deepak. Hotton's going to be trying to move in and clear out east stairs. All he does is force Kanto into the waiting arms of Rampy, and that's going to be the opening kill of the round. With a minute left to go, Deepak manages to level things out with a late trade onto Hotton, and that leaves us now in a 4 versus 4. SSG still not in control of the top floor. They don't have any verticality. They've not really been able to push into a position to be able to execute on site, so there's lots for them to do in this final 40.
Yeti finding a big 2K, bringing it down to a 4v2, because otherwise for a second it looked all right for Koi in a 4v4. Not looking so clean no more. Spoit and Leon, the one with all to do to keep the dream alive here. Otherwise, SSG move up to 5-3 on the attack inside, and things suddenly start to look very, very sour.
Bosco, somewhat safe
on
this side.
I love the rat.
Just waiting for the feet to move across. But somewhat safe. Not safe now. The trade comes in though as Fultz manages to find Leon.
There it is.
Spoit with the final kill onto Fultz though. And somehow Koi managed to dig that one out and level things up.
Good job, good job.
Big from Leon and Spoit as well. The boys coming together there in the middle of the team lineup. For a second it looked pretty done.
And they're fucking his boys. That's what I was expecting. Right, I've got a few things written down.
Got a few things written down. I hope you do, because there's no doubt some work still to be done. Just in case you wonder what our scoreboard currently looks like, Spoit sat at 11-5. Real game he's having, because he's been a bit up and down at points, Sophia Tim, but here, really starting to shine.
Let's make sure we have some urgency to push it forward. Like, these guys know that, like, if they just wait, they can sit in spots. We need to surprise them. We need to be just different than one-dimensional. So look to change up the pace. If we're in a good spot, make sure we're moving forward. If you feel like you can do a little bit more, like let's make sure we're working
we need to
together.
pick up the eye cadence. Like we're calling people out, and like the vision is just like too quiet there. I think.
Okay. Let's go, guys. You got it.
Let's go. I like that, Fultz.
More ideas, more risk plays.
There we go. SSG feeling that they're maybe not bringing enough aggression on the attack there, needing to. Yeah,
it seems to be a really like
get up in the face of Kai, surprise them, don't let them get settled.
Yeah, it's kind of become characteristic in a way of, I think, regions, like maybe 2 or 3 years ago, this is the kind of conversation we'd have, that NA was the very slow, methodical, more strategic-leaning region. LATAM was like the hyper-aggressive, run-and-gun, ranky kind of play style, and EU sort of sat as a bit of a, I don't know, a bit of a mongrel of the two coming together, to be honest. But I feel here you're seeing it kind of go back to old ways where Koi are the ones who like to play that slightly more, you know, flexible game, figure things out as you go. SSG, just a little bit too slow, a little bit too structured there, like and encouraging the boys to pick up the pace. If you make a call out, you see a player, act on it. Let's not sit and think about it for too long or deliberate. Be intentional with what it is you want to do.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing is, that's kind of the success, you know, that they saw in the first half was Koi struggling to get into position, struggling to be decisive, struggling to do those things. You know, so don't give them the time to do it because they're on defence. Get up in their face again, make them think fast, make them think on their feet. And obviously, like I'm thinking that that's where the results may come from. So Koi have managed to level things up 4-4 now. They've won 3 out of the last 4 rounds. It's going very, very well for them. Well, 4 out of the last 5 actually, if you take it a couple more back. So Kai, despite a slow start, have really got themselves back into this matchup. We're going to be in round number 9. It's going to be customs and sorry, not customs. It's going to be workshop and ventilation.
I'm immediately seeing the Ying coming out from hot and cold. And I remember seeing an execute from, I want to say it was SSG in stage 3, but it may have been stage 2. They've had some really good executes on this map with this operator as well. Very well put together, normally Yinging out, for example, sandwich to really create chaos inside of the site, then behind smokes, plant inside of archives at the same time. So, we'll keep a close eye on SSG and what the game plan looks to be for this site, given it is on the downstairs, but I do expect it to be quite a direct site hit.
Leon putting in the work with the Solus, getting himself a couple of drones. Still 7 left on site for SSG. I'm going to take out that Claymore as well that he spots with his gadget, just to give an opportunity for the jump out if it should present itself. If nothing else, it gives SSG something to think about. Beautiful kill from Leon. Knows that Rampy is moving in through detention and threads the needle to find that headshot.
Pixel, perfect angle, absolutely. Straight onto the head of Rampy. That's a sledge off the board. 2 grenades, I think, also in his back pocket. Yeah, Fultz only with 1, so then pocket means the 2 are dead in the back pocket of Rampy. Bit of a stinger there as well, because knowing you're attacking vertically, those can be so valuable at raining them down from above once you establish that vertical control. Also worth stressing, they've got no breach. I'm on about. They've got no breach of charges in back pocket, therefore the sledge was their only way of getting real vertical control on the upstairs. A little bit screwed here, to be honest with you, Tim, because they can't play through any new verticals. They can only use what's already been created by Rogue. Bosco's there for the trade. Again, something else that SSG have done a couple of times that Rogue maybe fell short at is making sure there is a player in close proximity to trade out those kills.
That's Leon gone on the Solus as well, but largely the work is done there. 3 drones remaining for SSG, so they're going to be playing the remainder of this round with somewhat limited information, somewhat limited HP for Fultz as well, down to about 20 there after being collected. So that leaves us 4 versus 4. And SSG are going to have to start pushing. They haven't actually moved Kanto yet. They're going to be trying to do that now from Sandwich. If he's able to play on that hatch, it's dangerous, but there's the beautiful cover. It's actually Kanto who manages to find the headshot. Out he goes of the window. Can't find his man, but he can just keep pestering now and burning time. That's a bad Candela throw. It's not going to happen for Hot, and he's going to go in. Diffuser's going down. He's just throwing them wherever he can to try and support.
So they get the spray down there. They're going to assume a default spot and maybe get it down, but no, Bosco sticks it. It is a 2 versus 4. There's a lot of work to do. Make it a 1 versus 4. It's simply not going to happen. Koi get the shutdown. They'll move up to 5 on 4 on what is becoming an increasingly scrappy and hectic border.
Great retake from Koi there. You know, remain calm, got the job done.
Dumpster got a bit hectic.
He thought that was VP there.
Fuck everywhere. Why is this thing running, shifting out? Bro, what?
I'm sorry, UB and ESL and Koi.
Bro, I fucking fucked up Twitch.
We've got Koi just getting themselves another round there. and putting themselves in the lead for the first time. It's going to be an important factor now as to how SSG, you know, to bring themselves back into this game, because for me, SSG, as I said, were the far superior team in the first half, and then I'm not really sure where that team has gone on the attack, and they're just not able to have anywhere near the same kind of impact. You know, we've got to remember this is KOI's map, it is their choice, so we would expect them to, you know, have at least a good half. You know, they're gonna have to be able to do something if they picked it. But as you know, as we said coming into this, these are both reasonably high sort of preference maps for both teams.
That's
so,
exactly it.
You know, we'd expect them both to be doing well.
I wouldn't be too surprised to see them kind of swap who wins either's map, to be honest. But like, we know that KOI are a really good bank team. We've seen them play it so many times over in EUL. Often against G2 it feels as well. Throughout the year they matched up against them twice in stage play, 1-1, lost one, but played excellently in both of those. So we know they're a very high potential team on it. So yes, a trade wouldn't feel too remiss. Spoit here looking to get a little bit cheeky out to his spawn as well. Still looking out towards the angle. Might lose his head if he's not too careful, but he's got to go in for that YouTube peek. Can't find his man and will back away.
He's doing very well, 12 and 5, definitely having an active game, and really, as I say, KOI just needs to keep facilitating that and keep him in the action because it's going well. He is being supported by the rest of the team as well. Leon starting to step up in the last couple of rounds, getting important kills and getting his numbers up as well. We're going to have...
No, he's screwed. He's screwed. They're about to drone him. There's no rotation coming out. They've got to know. They've got to know. He's got to be in trouble here.
He's got one on either side of him. They're going to start pressuring the window. I do have Nitro in hand here,
Cryan. For the wall, question mark?
This is the potential. You know, it's not ideal to make a rotate with, but he's happy burning time at the moment. There is an opportunity for him to escape with his life, maybe, but he's going to keep sticking at it.
He wants help. Kanto is coming over to help, but gets shut down in the process, and Cryan is gone as well. So potentially there, lost 2 where 1 would have just been enough. As soon as he was droned, I was like, there's no way he gets out of this alive.
He did manage to waste another 20-30 seconds, so not the end of the world. We can maybe come back to that moment should we see SSG struggling for time at the end of the round, but things are certainly not done for KOI here. Rampy knows that Kanto is going to appear any second and takes him down, but takes a lot of damage in doing so, and that leaves us now in a 4 versus 3, but Rampy on about half health, and this is definitely still doable for KOI.
Just sat waiting. Feels doable for SSG as well with the 4 versus 3. With those two being taken down, you know, that there's maybe one that's still working around offsite. The other two, you'd hope, are starting to head back towards home now. Mainly Spoit, 12 and 5, as we mentioned on that. RX has been doing a lot of work, and here he is still maneuvering around with a little bit of support out towards 90 as well. Not a full commit coming out from Leon, but just enough to make sure that they can test this angle together.
Leon just going to take down the drone. It was already caught in a mute jammer, but it does prevent it being collected at least and reused later on. Only 4 remaining for SSG now. Information may be thin on the ground, but yet he's got all the information he needs as he finds himself a headshot onto Spoit, and KOI being picked apart one player at a time, and you start looking towards that question again, Des. We're potentially going to go 5-5 here, and we've started seeing a lot more overtime over the last couple of days, and we might have a bit more on the way. Bosco able to take down Leon as he tried to get aggressive on the window, and it's all up to Deepak. A lot of damage done there. It's going to be Capcan traps. It now leaves 1v4, few on low health, but Bosco, he's going to get that diffuser down and planted, and it's all up to Deepak.
I was about to say, you heard the story of the young Deepak 1 versus 4. I did, but it was back in Berlin, not at SI23. Shut out there very comfortably by SSG, and we're into a tactical timeout.
Yeah, the tactical timeout is going to be called. You know, not too much of a surprise. I think, you know, we're at that stage. I don't like to see him called when we go on to the map point, but at this stage, I think it's a good choice.
Use kill holes above. They basically, they're trying to secure a sledge underneath so he can nade things. And when he's done nading, he'll start lurking for you, okay? Yeah. So you can understand that when they start rotating away, once sledge is naded, the only thing that's left is maybe some flank drones and sledge. So that'd be the perfect time to go and kill him. Other than that, boys, you're doing it really well. I know it's boring. I know it's a pain in the ass. You have to keep it slow, okay? Yep. You can get aggressive in the first 60 or so seconds, as we know, get the man advantage and fuck off. But, boys, they double drone everything. They're massive pussies. They're waiting for you guys to push, okay? Yep. These guys are actually, let's go. These guys are actually sleeping from them.
What, do you guys want to go back there?
We just take a bump. Like, we work, you fish outside there, we'll get the armory wall, we just push and pinch from above. Because they give us CC. Yeah, they do.
All right. I remember an old mentality of Lycans was you want to coach teams and players to figure things out themselves. Maybe that's partly why he's been pretty quiet there in the last 10 seconds. He's saying to the boys, look, You know you've got the skills to figure this out. Tell us what's wrong, what have you got to improve? I love Meepy's directness as well, by the way.
As we heard from Meepy there, obviously a bit of the focus is going to be on maybe taking the opportunity to isolate players, you know, after their sort of work is done. He's recognised, or feels that he's recognised, the style in which the sledge is being used particularly. Something for you to keep an eye on at home. Watch that as this one plays out. You know, what is Rampy doing? Is he in there on his own? Is he just going for those vertical nades and then doing as he pleases underneath? You know, that's something that you can watch out for, and then how Koi deal with it.
And also how fast or how slow they look to play, because as Meepy said, 60 seconds, play nice and fast. After that, play really boring, just keep it slow. And several other words that I won't repeat for sake of not getting in trouble, Tim.
Don't want to be getting in trouble, Des.
I'm a love for trouble, but not that kind of trouble.
Armory and Archives is going to be our round 11 site. We're guaranteed of seeing at least all 12 for regulation between Koi and SSG. Just as a reminder, top right of your screen you can see as well. This is Koi's map pick, and really they need to be keeping hold of this. We're going to Bank next, which is SSG's choice, and then we will have a Clubhouse decider. So we've got 3 pretty default maps, really, you know, that teams are going to be expected to be capable on. It's 3 maps that both of these teams, as we said at the beginning, are pretty keen on playing, so it's no surprise to see this one going all the way, and if that continues throughout, it won't shock me for a second.
It sounds like really cliche, because obviously 3 maps is a full series, but I wouldn't feel satisfied if this series ended on Bank. It would feel incomplete. I feel like Clubhouse is really where it's got to end as like the classic go-to, you know, showdown map between these 2 teams. Bank, of course, is going to be great. I'm looking forward to it as well, but it does need all 3. Yeti with a great answer onto Kanto is trying to get cheeky. Again, looking back to this comparison, this war over CC that we've seen throughout this entire game, look at the difference. Already CC has been dealt with by SSG really rapid here inside the first 75 seconds. Ryan's still there though.
Taking down the drones, just at least removing information. Still 6 left alive for SSG, so they still shouldn't really be starved of it. They should know where Cryin is in that position, and it's just a case of going in and making sure that they deal with him. Bosco's going to collect one that's just got caught up in a mute jammer, so that tells us that maybe they don't know exactly where Cryin is playing or if he's still there, so it's going to need a little bit of a face check. A bit of utility just comes across there that might have just given away. The Nitro goes out, not going to find its mark quite. Bosco does take a little bit of damage, but this is a smart move from Bosco. Going to get the Selma charging, and as we can see, that forces Cryin away.
So just keep on like firing a couple of shots out to keep him engaged and stop him getting that Selma off the wall. As it opens up though, has no choice but to back away. Spoit is once again the undealt with around Office. I clocked this probably about 45 seconds ago. He hasn't been challenged on this side of the map yet. If SSG rotate over here later on to start their push, he's really going to sting them. So for me, they've got to make this work on the west side of the map, given that's where they've established some control. Yeti finding Leon as he's just found out Rampy a few seconds prior.
SSG just maintaining their man advantage there with that quick trade, and they can play the rest of the round out like that essentially. Just pushing in pairs and make sure that they're there for the trade. Spoit manages to get hot, and Bosco finds Cryin, and it continues. They keep that advantage. Bosco's getting the diffuser down now. It's time for Koi to start pushing. They will do. Deepak finds one. That's Yeti taken down. Bosco's low health as well. 2v2. This is still doable for Koi. It's not lost yet.
I mean, you've got Spoit and Deepak, 2 clutch gods on this team as well. Who better else would you want? But they've got to find what feels to be a 2v1 into another 2v1 straight after. Shotgun at the ready, baits him out. Oh, it was great! Gets the down, not quite finished off though. And now Spoit's got to do it against one more. Gets the finish down, looks for the fight! And finds him on the spray through! Someone's got to stop this kid!
I am stunned at that finish from Spoit. Absolutely unreal. Not only was he pinged out as being outside, but absolutely managed to slay the man inside of Armory.
And you heard Leon then, he said, "You are that guy." He is that guy. He's on fire this map. Truthfully feel without him that Koi would probably be a little bit lost, but to give some, you know, praise over to SSG as well. They didn't make the mistake like before where they got control of CC and moved over towards Office. It's dirty. They stayed fully focused on the west side of the map. They got CC control, they kept west, went in through and looked for a plant. Just could not win out that 4 versus 2 against, again, 2 of the players that you'd love to have in a clutch. If you had to choose any 2 players, it'd probably be Deepak and Spoit. Wonderful play, and Koi move up to 6 and 5.
Brilliant from him. A little bit of fortune, as you always need in those situations from Kai. The fact that Deepak was taken down, but managed to get the down with the shotgun as he went. That was a real key moment. I think in the 1v2 it becomes maybe a bit too much to ask of Spite, but job done, and Kai now have themselves a map point opportunity. If they get this one locked down, they will take their own map choice of border 7-5 and move on. If SSG are able to get the win in Bathroom and Tellers, then we will have a little bit more of this.
Whew. Okay, Valkyrie on side, IQ picked in. Like bread and butter, goes so well together. We'll see whether or not they find out those black eyes or whether or not Koi can keep the backstabs coming through, as this looks to be another spread across the map making use of those castle barricades. We saw Leon using this operator earlier on to hold down at least some of Workshop. Looks to be a similar kind of story here. He had this same castle barricade earlier as well. Just prevents an easy access window from vents window, straight through the soft wall, all the way in towards the back of Bathroom. It's one of the really frustrating things about this map, and I feel one of the main complaints that pros have is that everything is openable. There's so many soft walls that you can see from one corner of the building to another with the right angle, and it makes it so hard for defenders to navigate and move through safely. Those castle barricades just make it that little bit more comfortable for the defenders to play and maneuver around the site.
Deepak inside of office, supported by Kanto at the minute. Just going to be doing the camera work. We're a minute into the round, and SSG are taking this one reasonably slowly, just sort of pushing up, not aggressing directly into the building yet. They're going to be looking to get themselves in the top floor at some point, I'd imagine. Fultz is the sort of lead of this attack at the minute. He's inside Customs, just having a look to see if he can pick anybody up directly inside a site, but unlikely as the majority of Koi are playing from above.
Taking it slow as well on the drone work. As you come to expect, about half the round elapsed here to slowly crawling their way forwards. And remember Meepy's words of wisdom. You know, take it slow that first 60 seconds. If you want to play a bit more aggressive, go for it. After that, we've got to play really slow and boring. Trying to adapt to the playstyle coming out of SSG. Rather than getting panicked and trying to look for frags that are saying, okay, no problem. I say that as Leon steps a little bit too far off his mark here. Tried to work his way back inside a workshop after the whole thing had already been droned out and pays the price. This is why Meepy was saying, you've got to play back, you've got to play boring. They will catch you out.
Unfortunate for Leon there. Very nearly won that fight against Fultz. Now we're going to have the verticality come in. Crying manages to find Yeti. And as I keep saying, Koi able to level up that man count once again. Not scared of going behind in the numbers. 50 seconds left to go, and SSG don't really have any control, or certainly not enough to think about putting the diffuser down just yet. I wouldn't have thought. They've still got a number of Koi players up above, holding vertical angles, and they need to get shifting, because without doing that, down to 30 seconds, it's going to be difficult to make a plant happen.
So with this vertical control as well, now Bosco's managed to get his way in and is getting a plant down here. No one able to respond as he's tucked himself in real tight here against the chassis, and no one has any idea. He got away with it. Cryan's got one at least back onto the other side, but now it's a 3 versus 4 post plant for SSG.
Big mistake from Koi there. They really didn't know. They were confident in being able to hold that down vertically, and I assumed that obviously they had the access points covered, but no, Bosco able to walk in there and get that diffuser down. Now then, that could have been a big find. Houghton just managing to escape there. He's taken a little bit of damage. There comes a big challenge from Kanto. They needed that.
Oh, good
huge kill from Kanto, leaving us now in a situation where Koi have done it.
What? Surely they still get the defuse off. They do. Spoit's on it. He's got enough time. It's okay. But that very nearly went completely sideways. It was a real scrappy map. A very thrilling fixture between these two. But at the very least, Koi take the first map.
I tell you what, it's all laughter and smiles now. But if there'd only been 2 of them left alive,
that's what I mean. That's what I mean.
I tell you what, always stick a claymore on your diffuser if you get the chance.
If you've got the time, why not? It was almost an absolute disaster, but a 7-5 win on the first map means that Bank awaits us. I can't wait to get into it. Back with you in just a few minutes.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
to Koi versus SSG. We were ready, the cameraman was not, but the teams are just about ready to get into the second map of this best of 3, Tim. Bank, the next map that awaits us. And as we said before, all 3 maps in this series are maps that these teams are very comfortable on, all 3 in their top 5 preferences, so expecting a pretty good series. Bank, a little bit messy at points, Tim, but very exciting.
Yeah, we had some big moments. We just seen one of them there, probably, you know, one of the, I won't say key moments of the game, because ultimately Koi were able to get the win. But Rampy's 1v3 will definitely be one of the highlights. Spite deserving a mention as well for this clutch particularly, but his performance throughout, he was very, very solid. You can see 14 kills on the screen there. I'm not sure exactly if he finished on 14, might have been a few more. But yeah, fantastic play. And then a rather unusual situation at the end. Where we see a
Leon's face.
Where we
even Deepak and Leon's face.
We have a double Claymore kill.
Someone please get that and put it on Twitter. That is amazing.
I think it was it Crying and Kanto that ran into it? I don't know if it was Crying and Kanto. If it was,
I know that Sport was the last one left standing.
It was definitely Kanto and one other.
Oh, that is class.
That went running into it. But yeah, not a situation we see every day. And they were just very lucky that one of them was still alive.
Blimey,
Imagine if all 3 of them had run for the disable of the diffuser.
Oh,
and
mate.
all 3 of them had got hit with it. Oh.
It's just one of those. It's one of those that you'd be absolutely kicking yourself if it works against you, but in the moment, whoo! I mean, I really kind of wish they'd lost it, to be honest, and sent us to overtime.
It's one of them things to see, isn't it?
What's for the story?
It would have been a spectacle.
All right, well, we get to focus on Bank. And I mentioned earlier on, we've seen this map quite a number of times, actually, for both of these teams. I know that for Koi, it was one of their go-to maps last year. I'm going to get my little stat sheet up here and take a look at what the most recent games have been as well. So, looking across for Koi in particular, they've won 3 of their last 4 games on this map. Admittedly against some of the weaker teams that we have in Europe, so there is that. SSG are on a 4-game win streak on this map. A lot of that being played across the Jönköping Major and the NA closed qualifiers for SI. So both on a pretty good run of form on the map at the moment. Only one can walk away the winner. We're about to find out now as we are loading into map number 2.
It is going to be number 2. It's going to be Bank, and it is SSG's choice. So there is every chance that you might just get the maximum amount of entertainment out of this one that we can, which would be going all the way to the 3rd map of Clubhouse. We're going to have Dokabit and Knock taken away as our attacker bands of choice, followed by Echo as the first SSG choice.
I wonder why SSG have banned that against Koi.
I can't imagine. It is such a surprise to me.
Both of these target bans coming in. I mentioned earlier on at the start of Border when we saw the Nook ban coming in there that we are not going to see Nook enabled for Crying. He's a demon on that operator. The Echo, for those who haven't watched Koi before, who didn't see them win the Berlin Major, that's because Deepak is an absolute beast playing on Echo. Really good at using it for aggressive purposes, so getting those drones outside the map temporarily, feeding information to the team on exactly where pushes are coming from, or enabling things like jump outs. Also really good at using it around square to enable Spoit. We've seen some beautiful team play from those 2 players coming around square with the Yokai drones, and Spoit's, well, doing what Spoit does best, using a gun and pointing it towards the enemy. SSG are going to start on the attack, and Koi on the defense are now starting downstairs to see how things go.
I think Bank is becoming one of my favourite maps to cast and play. I really enjoy Bank.
How come?
I don't know. I can't really put my finger on it. I think you've got a couple of different styles of play possible. You know, you've got plenty of room to move around. I'm just finding myself enjoying it more and more. Still not quite up at Chalet levels yet.
It's got a bit of work to do to get there.
Yeah, got a little bit of work to do to get Chalet, but I do just enjoy the games that we have on Bank. So let's see if this one is as enjoyable as we hope. We've got Spite up on the top floor. Look at this, he's going for it already. Absolutely no messing about from Koi, wanting to get aggressive, get in the face of SSG. You know, as we heard Meepy suggesting that tactical timeout in the last game, you know, that it's okay in the first 60 seconds or so, get aggressive, see if you can get that pick, and then just fall back and force them to play.
Exactly that. And I think when the map's this big, the same as you kind of saw on Border, you want to be playing around as much as the map as you can. Admittedly, SSG were far better at that on the defensive side, I thought, than what Koi were. But Koi feel a little more cozy here already from the way things are starting to shape up. Quite spread out across the map, got themselves in multiple places, ready to greet SSG on the entry into the building. And SSG for now at least looking to play things pretty staple as well, up on those windows, looking to get in the top floor, clear your way down before you start executing inside the basement. The big challenge is going to be time though, Tim. We've already clocked a couple of times in this map that or in this series, sorry, that SSG haven't been the best with the clock.
No, sometimes just running a little bit late, you know, very keen to get that diffuser down, you know, not always looking at the alternative ways of getting the rounds won. Kanto is going to finish Fultz off there, taking the last of his health that was remaining. Drops down, can he get himself a second? Kanto had a very nice double towards the end of the last round, and he's certainly picking up where he left off here on Bank.
I was going to say the timing in there of him to turn away and then get killed by the drop would have been ridiculous. But so far we've had the members of SSG, the two of them, walk into crossfires set up by different members of Koi, and they've then moved and dropped away. It's like boxing shadows. It's simply not going to work. Good stuff from Koi to control the map so far. SSG now starting to look at getting inside of the basement, but in a 3v5, it's feeling a little bit ropey, Tim.
Well, this is exactly what Meepy spoke about. You know, get up in their faces, first minute or so, get yourself a kill or two, and then Koi, they've just dropped themselves back to site and they leave SSG with 3 members trying to get some sort of execute built, because they're not going to win this any other way. You know, they're going to almost certainly have to put that diffuser down. Look, you've got the Valkyrie all the way back in gold bars there, just sitting on the cams, feeding the information. I love this from Koi.
It's a good start, absolutely a really good start, much better and more composed than what we saw before. SSG trying to see how exactly they can pin together an attack. They've got a lot of drones still left on the field. In fact, it's rare to see all 3 players this late into the round to have all of their drones still available and out on the field. No doubt some of them sat out on the flank, watching for potential flank players coming out of Koi, but otherwise it is information on the site they have at their disposal to make this work. 2 flashes coming out, a drop into sight from Bosco, and he's going straight in from a plant, ignoring the word go and just passing straight in towards sight. Do they know this plant's going down? I don't think they knew, Tim. I think Koi had no idea this was going down, but now they do. It's a flawless first round. Koi in full control.
I think whether they knew about it or not, it didn't really matter too much. If Bosco does get that plant down, he can do whatever he wants, really. He's unlikely to cover it for the rest of the thing. He's 1v5, even if he gets up, gets on a hatch, he's not going to hold on to that.
Yep. Really good start, though, and again, for SSG, probably a little bit work to do in the earlier round. And this is, I think, also something we heard them comment on before, is the players are playing a little bit individual. They're going for those small 1v1 gunfights. We saw it there, where there was a bit of crouch walking in through open, for example. The player coming in through copy was very much alone. Clearly the intent was for the two of them to sync up, but it just sort of fell apart from there. So almost kind of feedback that we heard from a couple of teams yesterday, to be willing to change the plan when it isn't working out. Maybe it's a good idea to regroup here, push forward more as a team when things don't work out in that spot. But it was only the first round. We now go up onto the ground floor for open area and staff room.
Koi, you're going to be feeling confident, I think, after that first round. And the thing is, the bit that worked really well for them was the couple of kills that came in and around the map. Kanto up on top floor and then Crying on mid floor. And they can just do more of the same here. So SSG have got to find an answer to that, because we're going to have a top floor presence once again from Koi. They're going to be looking for the same sort of engagements in the first 60 seconds. And if they come out in the same direction, SSG could find themselves falling behind here. And at 1 map down on their own map choice, that's really the last place they want to be.
It absolutely is, although I do think it could be really interesting to see how the second half goes. We saw, you know, all these problems for Koi in the first half of border. We then changed sides and saw SSG, you know, having similar issues as well for the most part, evidently, by the ending map results. So 30 seconds in, SSG getting themselves shaped up here for what looks to be a good start. 2 off on the rappel, 1 out towards ATMs. So largely a grouping up towards the north and the northwest. You've got 1 trying to push in through square as well. In fact, making 3 coming in through here. Who did I see over towards ATMs then? I'm so lost. Can we go left a little bit more? Did I see anyone at ATMs? Yeah, I did. There we go. Okay, it was Yeti, sorry. So it was 2 coming in, 3 coming in over the top to push their way through. And then, in fact, I know exactly what's happened. 1 on ATMs, 2 coming in on the north windows. I saw 3 going in through square, but 1 was the Yana clone.
Baited again.
Baiting the casters, not just the players in game. Wonderful.
Fultz just trying to work that, again, rooftop angle, but Crying is going to be one to pick up the opening kill onto Hotton. And it's going to be a trade as Bosco manages to get one onto Spite as well, 4v4 then, but Crying's still active up on the top floor. There is information on him, the Jello Ping's coming out, he's going to drop himself away, probably the right answer. Kanto playing underneath, does have Nitro in hand, as does Crying. So a lot of explosives when you add in the impact nades as well, and it's something that SSG need to be aware of. They can't just play for free, as it were, up on the top floor.
Absolutely not. 4v4 though, and I think you'll be very happy with Koi. The more you're bringing those numbers down, the more utility you're taking off the board, more big guns are being taken away. Bosco, the main one here on the upstairs, will be doing some work though. No need for a sledge when you have the book on side instead. Of course, if you wanted those frag grenades, then normally it would be great, but here preferring the range safety offered by the Skeleton Key along with the hard breach gadgets, just to get through any would-be hatches that need to be opened up if the ace were to go down.
Still 4 versus 4, 1 minute left to go, and Koi basically continuing with their plan of play slowly, frustrate SSG, force them into those last second executes, and we're going to have the Nitro going off there from Kanto. Not going to be successful, and he's going to take the opportunity to dip away and get himself back in towards site. Times it perfectly as the pressure does start coming in from main lobby. 40 seconds left to go, and Kanto's got an opportunity for the vertical fight, but can't find the kill. He's going to be taken down in numbers, but 30 seconds left to go, and SSG still need to get inside.
It's again one of those where it feels scrappy up until the last second, but nothing's really come of the back of that. They've got their kill, and they're now got to get themselves still to try and push down on these last 2 members. They knew about the player on Marble, the drone confirms it, and now Bosco's got himself an angle held out. But they've got to push inside a site for 1. They've got to have 1 player commit to getting the diffuser down, and they've got 10 seconds. There is so much room for things to go wrong, Tim.
There really is. Cryone's going to pop up on the flank at any point here. Bosco getting the diffuser down, 2 kills inside a site, and surely this is it. Yeti is holding. They're going to start gunning down. There you go, Maestro Cam with the denial.
I don't need echo. I don't need echo.
I don't need echo. I don't need echo.
Running away. Why are you going, Posey? Posey. What's he holding? Scared of an evil eye. The guy said, hey, later, mate.
Defect's normally so quiet and calm.
Well, that's what we see. You see, now we're getting the in-game comms.
Now we're getting the real in-game comms. I love it. And already, Tim, tactical timeout coming in from SSG after just 2 rounds.
The thing is that
planted in less than 10. Like these guys, their whole game plan is they want us to get in the building, and we're taking too long.
All right,
we just need to make sure. Like let's get some a little bit extra forward, moving forward. If you find like a way to get in, like they were nowhere to go, and like CEO and stuff like that from the basement. Like let's take that initiative. Let's get in there. Like there are spots that are free. We need to be taking care of it and going faster.
Do you think we just get me and Fulton, just double drone me and Fulton, and we just start taking map control?
I think we could definitely do that. I think we could.
I'm playing globals.
Well, let's work in Nest too.
Okay, well, yeah, next time they're bottom, we'll do that.
Honestly, bro, you could probably intro with a line too. Okay. Just help. Actually, no, I can't. Just half no time. Somebody else. What? Somebody else needs to do it.
Yeah, I can't help but feel a little bit. I feel bad saying this because Lycan's like one of my favourite people in the scene. I love him to bits, but that felt like very empty advice. You know, we've got to go faster. We've got to like stop being slow. We've got to go faster, but we've got to be careful because they want us to get in faster. So it's kind of contradicting advice coming out to some level there, and I like that we had Rampy step up and go, hey, should we just double drone us in and make this happen? That's the kind of like,
yeah.
That's it. It's a specific action, something we can materially change rather than giving some kind of like, you know, sage wisdom that doesn't really tell you what to do. Like the boys need a bit of guidance there. I do agree, you know, they are being really slow. They're crouch walking in, they're keeping it real nice and slow. Koi getting crossfires, picking them off 1 by 1. I do agree there's got to be more explosiveness in there, but you are playing into Koi's game there if you do try and play that playstyle. So just a little, you know, maybe trying to play off that drone play like they were saying is the go-to here, and I'm curious to see if it works out, but I don't know, Koi is very happy to keep on picking at you whenever you trip, and here we go. 1, 2, no! Doesn't get the second. Whiffs the shots a little bit there. Leon and Bosco collecting himself a kill with that Claymore, but losing half HP for the privilege.
It's not the end of the world for Koi.
Well, it is, because I mean, the game plan for SSG was Rampy to get droned in. That can't happen.
That's what I mean, exactly that. You know, you've just come out of a tactical timeout. Right, shall I get droned in with Fulch? Yeah, absolutely, let's do that. Right, I'm dead 10 seconds in. It's accidental almost from Koi. They were going for the jump out. You know, they don't know what the game plan is coming from SSG, but it just works out perfectly for them. We're going to have the stock shield just taken out of position. That's going to be the Rotero drone clearing that one down. Spike's not going anywhere immediately. He's still looking to continue his fight there for the time being until he is absolutely forced away.
I think it was a really good read from Koi as well strategically here. The read that, you know, SSG have taken the tactical timeout. Clearly they've got a plan in mind. How can we upset a plan? We jump out, we kill a couple of players, we upset whatever they've agreed are going to be the next steps they're coming into. Just think it was actually quite smart from Koi there to make such a risky call that ultimately has paid dividends there, because as you said, the man who was making the call, hey, we should drone us in and make this work, one of those two is now gone. Fult's going to be the main boy to drone in, but He is playing on the Flores, which means he's got to get through those Roteros first. Ergo, we're having another very slow round from SSG. Exactly what Koi wanted and exactly what SSG did not want.
Yes, he's on a big flank here, and I'm not sure that Koi are aware of this. He could have an absolute field day depending how the movement in sight goes. They're going to have to be very careful, but yeah, absolutely no idea that they've got somebody on the rear side. Spite is fighting with the man inside of stock, shut down by Fultz, and that might give an opportunity for Yeti to start moving in. It's exactly what happens. This is good from SSG as Bosco finds Deepek, and now Kanto, he's the one, manages to shut down Yeti, reclaim that side of the site at least, and we're in a 2v3, 55 seconds, but SSG, they've got the time that they need.
Problem is they've only really got Kanto on site. I was going to say Crying downstairs hasn't got a massive impact with no C4 in back pocket, but he's moved his way up, leaving Kanto in a 1 versus 2. Does he have a read on where these players are? Yes, he does, but has given himself away in the process. Plant going down here with about 40 seconds still to play. Looking good for SSG.
It certainly is. Kanto's going to move forward, see if he can stop this plant going down. He might not know that it's actually happening at the minute. He's just going to pepper across the heads, but with low health and the UMP, he might not be in an ideal position at such long range to make this happen. Bosco, hot and cold, might have just got away with a little bit of a robbery here and got in, got out, and got the job done. They're going to hold their position out of the window. Hot and cold, job done. Manages to survive the few bullets that Kanto can land, and having that power position on the rappel is likely to be the end of this. Bosco, he manages to close out the final kill, and SSG after that tactical timeout, whilst it might not have been exactly what they described, still get the first round won.
I think that might be our play.
Start freaking the F out, that might be the play, according to Yeti. No, but even when they're being such a good start, it's really unfortunate Leon couldn't complete that second there. The animation of the rappel, I think, threw him off a little bit as to where the head position was. And to some level, I thought Kanto might be able to pull that out, that 1v2, given no one was outside. They couldn't get back on the rappel because they were worried about the cross coming in from Kanto. Made the play, got outside, and as you say, job done. Round was basically over from there. Really good from SSG, having a bit of decisiveness in the last 60 seconds and catching Koi off guard.
Going to be going back down to the basement this time around. Lockers and CCTV. It was the site that we saw them win back in round 1. They've been through a full cycle. It's been down in the basement. It's been open and staff. The thing is, Koi probably don't really mind too much there. You know, it was the third choice site up on top floor. It may be one that they know that they're only going to win maybe 50% of the time. So if they're confident in getting these two locked out, they get basement again, they get open and staff again, they can have another roll of the dice top floor. Maybe they win it that time and they're still on a 5-1. You know, they're probably not too rattled at this point.
I wouldn't imagine so. If that frost mat catches someone, I'm buying Leon a beer later. Straight under the hatch.
Also got all the entries so far of Koi. I love that.
Yeah.
The thing is, it's not actually the baddest. It's the baddest. It's not actually the worst idea.
Not the baddest idea.
When a hatch gets opened, obviously a load of debris drops and does partially cover the frost mats.
You'd hope, though, given how diligent SSG have been with their drone work, they would find out about those before they just go charging down. And there it is, yet again. I mean, yes, he's got in nice and rapid there. I like the pace at which he's moving, but here we go. Look, kills back and forth. Spoit losing out to Hot and Cold. A little bit of shit damage onto the Ying. If he'd found that Ying for me, round over. Candela's gone. Hard Breach gone. You've only got the exothermics on side. You can get 2 of the 5 hatches. It would have been lights out for SSG.
Crane and Kanto have got a bit of a decision to make now. They're the players that have been up on the top floor. Decision has been made. They're both back to site. It's very quick, though, was my point. They managed to get that opening kill, but it was at about 40 seconds into the round that SSG was starting to swarm in, and I wondered, you had Kanto at the top of blue, you had Crying on marble stairs, and I just thought, are they going to stick around? Are they going to overstay their welcome, or do they drop back and just try to turtle up? And it is the secondary choice there, but that does sort of play into SSG. You know, they said in that tactical timeout, we want to get in there quicker, we want to take space, we want to make sure that we're getting map control so that we've got time to be able to execute, to be able to push forward further onto site. And right now, they've got an absolute age in front of them.
They have. 90 seconds to play, a stack of utility still in their back pockets, grenades galore that they can send charging on in, and they've got the vertical control as well. So all is lining up well for what they need. They are going to have to play through a couple of C4s, mind you. There are, of course, no smoke canisters to come out. So I like how this is setting up for SSG. Knowing they've got this much time to go, they should be able to make this work. In come the Candelas.
Just time to try and execute. You know, they've got to make sure that they're in sync when this utility's coming in. They don't want to be throwing Candelas and doing nothing on the back of it. They're going to have the nades going out. Bosco will start the first attempt at the plant. He may well be pushed off by utility. C4 comes out. He will be pushed off completely. Usually you would have somebody dip away when they hear that C4 rip, but Bosco had been so far into the plant that he decided to try and stick it. 3 versus 3. 1 nitro left in hand.
That's the problem, right? It's that nitro that's still in back pocket, and I think if Hot and Cold dies here, there's no one else around to step up and make... Okay, I lied. Iana's right behind him. I thought she was still upstairs. Another C4 comes out. Should be another kill. Doesn't even catch the planter. It catches Fultz instead. Hot and Cold's going to try again, getting his booty just back in through the breach, holding down F, and Rampy has got a hero's job to do here to stop this. One runs in front. He can't quite hold it out. Koi close out comfortably. You know what was missing? Smokes. They had so much on their side there. They had the nades, they had the flashes, they had 4 members, had the vertical control, had the candelas, but without the smokes, did not have safe passage for the planter.
Part of the problem here is watch Fultz. Watch Fultz, watch Fultz. It's a small mistake, but it's a mistake nonetheless. The nitro is coming out. SSG know that because the planter steps up and starts to run away. They were trying to bait that C4. That was the whole play. So for Fultz to push up at that point, there may have been a reason for it. Maybe he was, you know, changing his angle. Maybe he saw an opportunity for a kill. But for him to push forward at that point, he was just sending himself into the danger zone.
Small things sometimes, Tim. Small things can have a big impact, as you just saw there. 1 death really meaning they had nothing left when it came round to the cover. Relying solely on Rampy up on the hatch, and you can't do it all against 3 players of Koi, who are jumping all over you like a rash. Let's go for round 5 then. Koi up 3-1 and very comfortable here on Bank, Tim. It feels like a bit of a different story to what we saw back on Border.
It does. I'll add a sort of an asterisk onto that to say, you know, I think we will see a better second half out of SSG.
I agree.
Once you get them on the defense, but the problem for them is, you know, when you're thinking a wider scale of the tournament, if you've got a problem attacking, which, you know, it does seem that SSG do at the minute, particularly with regards to pace, which is actually a shame, Des, because that last round was really quick to begin with. They got themselves in, they got map control just as they said they wanted to.
Yes, he got shagged by Crying.
And then it was the end of things that they just couldn't get it done. But yeah, SSG just struggling on the side. It's something that they definitely need to work on for longevity in the tournament.
I love how they've got 6 claymores on side, by the way. 6 claymores!
Thanks, Leon.
Not even just leaning into things like the zero cams either, but actually making sure there is an active explosive deterrent towards the attackers trying to get too aggressive. I like it in the sense of if you take fast map control and then get claymores down behind you, it's going to work out. But you do have to be mindful of things then like impacts that can clear those out and then let the defenders come charging through and play on the flank. Here it feels a lot like Spoit's trying to do that, who, by the way, is 0-3 on this map. It's classic duality of the entry fraggers there. 14-6 on the last map, 0-3 here so far, but his team is still in the lead, and that is all that counts.
Yeah, it's just how it goes. And the thing is, you might
drone rolls, Tim.
You might hit his out the drone rolls. You might well put Spoit on attack and, you know, see a different, a different beast coming forward then, and he may well start picking those kills up when he's got the drones in front of him and he's going in with information. It may well just be a defensive thing. For the time being, the Thatcher is going to clear out the electricals. They're going to be reapplied. We'll see.
Where are the Bosco? Hello? Bosco? What is that timing? What?
I'm concerned by that, Des.
I am perplexed, Tim. I am mind-boggled. I am many things. I am quite confident that SSG are going to lose this round. Here comes Yeti in a 1 versus 2, has at least equalised things to some degree, but has got to try and find these last 2. And you know what Spoit and Kanto are going to be like, the 2 entries coming in for this team. They're going to dip away and try and keep themselves busy. Yeti does indeed have the diffuser and may have a possibility to get it down here unnoticed by the side of Koi. Do they respond? There should be one up towards the right-hand side. Yep. Looks like they do indeed know. One inside of admin, one out by Bleepers. So they know what it is that Yeti is looking to do and should be able to get this one shut out unless he can isolate 2 separate 1v1s.
Yeah, there's no way that they peak this, so there's no way that they should. They're going to force him into a plant. They can just keep burning time. Yeti might actually stick this, and it's a good play if he does, but they know it's nice. They know exactly where he is. They're going to come around the corner and likely get the kill. They're on the side. There you go. There was an opportunity for. I know I sort of sounded a bit underwhelmed there. There was an opportunity for Yeti, but I'd already seen Kanto's movement coming on the rotation behind him. Without a serious mistake there, there's no way that Koi lose that, because they are 180 degrees on opposite sides of Yeti. So as you know, as good as Yeti is, there's no way that he generally picks up both of those kills. It's going to be tough. You know, it was a good round from Koi. They were on top of it, but there was big mistakes from SSG. I don't know what happened with that Thatcher. I don't know what happened with that.
That's a classic mistiming, I think, where maybe Bosco had said he was looking to move to get the wall open, and then tossed in the EMP thinking he was ready.
It was when he threw the Selma, but you could see the electricity on the wall.
That's it.
And he still threw it in there. I was like, no.
The thing is, you know, SSG aren't normally the ones that are responsible for messing up timing. Well, they are responsible when they do it, but they're not ones known for constantly messing up timing. You'll allow the one mistake. It's just unfortunate that it's come at a time when you're down 3-1 and you really need to get a round going in your favor. You know, Koi it feels largely that they're being unchallenged so far. They've been very, very comfortable on the map. They haven't had to do too much movement. Sure, there's been the occasional bit of movement on the top floor from players like Spoit, the jump out coming out of Leon. Otherwise, it's trying to get aggressive. Holding Marble Stairs is trying and getting the entry onto Yeti. They just feel largely unbothered or unsurprised by what SSG are bringing to the table.
Last defensive round for Koi. It's going to be up on the top floor. It's the one that SSG won last time. They won it pretty well, actually. Yeti managed to get himself up main stairs. Nice flank. They had a plant by the end of things. It was a much better round for them, so they're going to be hoping that they can get the same done again and bring themselves to 4-2. To be honest, I look at the last map, Des, and I think, you know, Koi were in this position. They managed to snatch a 4-2. They were lucky to do it, and they managed to come back and win the map. So there's no reason SSG can't do this.
Exactly that. I'm always the first person that normally jumps when we're casting EUL to say, look, a team might be up 5-0 or 5-1 or whatever. Wait until the second half. We've seen crazier things. We've seen full map swings back the other way. I want to say it was Sandbox coming up against, maybe it was Team 1, I forget who it was, but on Consulate, Sandbox were up 6-0, lost the map 8-6. It happens. You know, you can't just count on one side and go, that's 100% reflective of what's going to happen on the other, unless literally 0 gunfights are being won. But at least SSG are finding the odd gunfight going their way. They have had some sparks of brilliance. It isn't all over by any means. Hot and Cold burning his way through and quite literally burning his own retinas out there with the flashbands coming in as they're trying to unsettle who I imagine it's going to be Spoits. Yes, it is. Holding behind the shield. 0-4 so far, by the way.
I'm interested to know if there's any utility on the sort of main stairs from main lobby that Yeti was able to just walk up for free last time. There's no prox alarms being brought along. There is a bulletproof camera, but that's going to be about all, but I'm not sure exactly where that's positioned. I didn't see it get placed. So there's the potential there for somebody to just walk up those stairs again. Kanto is playing in that position, but he didn't hear that happening last time, and it may well be that it can be exploited. It doesn't look like SSG are going to be trying for that for the time being. We've got at least 3 players out in front of us trying to work around square at the minute, and we've got Rampy on the rappel as well.
Just sit and wait. Just sit and wait, boys. As Meepy said, they are a certain word that begins with P. They're going to play this nice and slow. You don't need to stress out too much. That's what Koi are waiting for, but there's a push coming up towards Janitor as well here that might result in a kill for SSG, as Leon's going to burn out to the fire. That's a bit of a slip-up.
That's pretty big, but again, the timing is a little bit off for SSG here. They were supposed to go in under that cover of smoke to get the diffuser down. Bosco has now died in the middle of sight, and that is the case down cold. They're going to have to go in. They're going to have to get it back. Rampy is able to do that. He's going to start going nice and easy. Bulletproof cam. Deepak's going to be able to take down Rampy. That drops the diffuser down again. 30 seconds left to go. Fultz recovers, but they're going to have to get it down.
Hot and Cold finds at least one more to keep the things on SSG's side. 3 versus 2, but those last 20 seconds could be also horrible. Cryin, who's at 10-3, finds himself put down to a slither of HP. 1 more rounds, but he gets the shots that he needs. 1 finished off, still 2 more standing, and this is where SSG might have to force themselves here into a temporary 1 versus 2. Fultz pulls off, Deepak finds 1, Cryin into yet another on 1 HP, and makes it an almost perfect half for Koi, 5-1.
You guys are too good for me.
What a great round. They're right to be excited.
Remember what I said on this half? We play together, we play stupid, okay? I don't care how we do it together.
That That is quite summarised.
The energy's completely different to the first half of Border. You know, like you said,
they were so
they're
flat.
very quiet, so flat, and now they're picking it up. And it just goes to show in the performance, because that was a nice defence. It wasn't perfect. There were opportunities for SSG again. Again, I'd question the timing. I'd have to watch it back. I don't want to be overly critical, but the smokes go in, the Selma charge goes off on the wall, and everything's dissipated by the time Bosco's going in to get the diffuser down, so he just gets shot in the middle of sight. So then they're in this constant loop of Rampy has to go in and get the diffuser, gets shot in the middle of sight. Fultz has to go in and get the diffuser, doesn't that time get shot, but ultimately the position just keeps changing. And Koi, they had to battle. It wasn't straightforward. SSG did well and got a couple of good kills, but Koi were able to respond.
I just love the Leon statement. Play stupid, pick Blackbeard, pick us, that's totally fine. We can do whatever we want. But again, this is where this team have always done well, I've observed, is when their energy is high, that's when they're at their best. When they're talking to each other, when they're gassed up to go and find those kills and get those gunfights, that's when they look at their best. I know I keep on pointing it out, by the way. I'm not at all trying to like drab on him here because he plays fantastic all the time. The fact that Spoit is 0-5 and his team are 5-1 just shows how much others have stepped up around him as well. He's gone quiet, Cryan's going massive at 12-4. Kanto's had some great rounds as well. On the other side for SSG, no one's pushed past 5 kills yet.
That's the combo. That's the big combo for Koi is Cryan and Spoit. You know, as long as one of them is stepping up,
Cryan's big brother.
You're pretty much all right.
I call him Daddy. What?
Cryan is. He seems to get bigger every event we come to.
He does.
I saw the photographs of him before this one started.
Someone the other day was like, he's clearly on roids, and I was like, I don't know. The guy's pretty committed to his workout.
Oh, he's always, you know, he's.
I mean, that is what a bait. What a bait. Oh, this is filth. Why? Ossa and Blackbeard stacked together?
Disgusting.
He said play stupid, but this is cheesy. I love it.
Just can't quite get down the side of that bulletproof camera there to take it out. Just needs to be careful. Spoit low health now. If they keep popping these body shots in, eventually it is going to do the job.
He didn't even get the shield. There's another one, but a smoke comes out and tickles Spoit. Tiniest little bit there. I think that bulletproof is still intact as well. But they've thrown a lot of their utility down ramp there to try and force these players away. Both shields are still standing, and the problem is, Tim, even if no one's playing behind them, it's the threat of the attackers retaking those positions, getting in behind the shields and using them against you that helps divide this site in half. You get a wonderful line of sight that goes straight up through one of the sites, right down through the corridor, through the double door, back down garage ramp, and it can be really oppressive as a defender to be able to successfully move between sites when that's in the way.
Hotton going to drop the hatch, get himself underneath.
Epec on Iana. What a world.
Across. But SSG largely forced back to site at this point. So not terrible progress from Koi, but maybe just a little bit of time issues at the minute. They've got diffuser in hand inside of open area, but obviously it's not going to be immediately the position they want to be in to get that plant down.
Here we go. Ramp is holding tight.
Bomb located by
Once again, Caster was baited out by Gemini. The thing is, I play so much Iana, you think I'd be used to it, but I'm not. I'm just not. I'm lost.
Spoit is going to be creeping his way up here. I think he knows where Rampy is positioned. Bosco's going to take a lot of damage there, probably from a nade, I would imagine. And we're coming into the final 19 seconds. It's time for Koi to think about executing. Spoit just trying to get something going. There's a big couple of kills for SSG, though, making a third as Rampy steps up and finds Cryan. 7 seconds left to go, and I think we're seeing the difference that I suggested we might. SSG with a solid defense there and looking a little bit more comfortable on bank in the second half than they did in the first.
8 strong together, Koi, but clearly not strong enough. SSG holding firm, holding resolute. It's the first round there in which they've looked, the most convincing on this map. Of course, they had the 1 win back in the first half, but it was a little bit ropey at points. Here, at least, things should start building up well. We'll see how the next round goes. I do like the idea from Koi in terms of the abuse is the only way I can describe it. The Blackbeard and the Ossa coming in together. Just so much bulletproof utility coming through there that makes it an absolute nightmare against anyone that can shoot. But you saw the main weakness of it. They had no real tools or utility to actually get themselves control of the site or the periphery to it, or the perimeter to it, sorry, at the same time. They had no smokes, no real flashes to come out. So we left a little bit high and dry there in the last 20 seconds, but you'll forgive them for that. Let's see how things change up going into this round. Spoit is back over onto the Iana.
The big difference here is Koi won one of their third choice sites, so now SSG are in a bit of a difficult position. They've not only got to win their primaries, they've got to pick up at least one tertiary site win. They're going up to the top floor. This was the third choice site for Koi. We'll see if SSG can hold on to this one.
Absolutely. Looking at the utility coming out, that's a hell of a lot of impact. It's almost like they're expecting to see this coming through once again. Either that or they're looking to play a tricking game, which I don't think they are. No doubt, knowing Koi, there will be some window play here as well, making use of the smokes coming out of Kanto. The smoke bolt's very, very valuable, for example, blocking out Janitor entirely. And with Deepek on the Amaru, I can't help but feel we're in for a little bit of a cheeky surprise at some point, Tim.
See, I love a late Amaru player. I've said this plenty of times.
I don't expect a rush, no.
No, we quite often see him used to like go up the hatch, get the diffuser down, or zip in through a window at the beginning of the round. It's sometimes really effective in the last 15 seconds. You know, everybody's focused on where the execute's going down, and then Amaru just blasts through a window. And it can be, you know, it can be really, really effective at the end of the round. So, as you said, we'll keep an eye on Deepek. It's not unusual for Deepek to play Amaru, to be fair, and doesn't always utilise the Gara hook. It's not always the purpose, you know, of it. You've got the flashbang, he's got a good gun, and that's
several good guns.
So exactly that, plenty of choice.
Yeah.
So sometimes it is more about that. Cryan, he's going to continue his reign of terror. Here we go,
Gara hooks out.
A kill onto Fultz, and it's time for Deepek.
In he comes as well, hopefully in behind the smokes as well. Gets rid of the black guy straight away, but gets sprayed through and taken down. Cryan's there for the trade, but someone's going to have to step into Deepek's grave here, pick up the diffuser, and get it stuck back down. It's 4v3 for Koi, and they might just say, boys, forget about the diffuser, let's just kill him.
It might be time to play that way. Yeti just trying to hold down with the TCSG from stock, but he's going to come face to face with Spike pretty soon, I think. Spike's going to look to push this angle at some point, I'd imagine. Like you said, diffuser down in sight, nobody's really posturing or positioning to go in and pick that up. So it is going to come down to gunfights. Leon manages to find Rampy. That's a big start for Koi. If they get this round here, Des, SSG are in serious trouble.
What can they do here to hold on against the onslaught of 4 players with 60 seconds still on the clock? One given away as well. Gemini being taken out is that information gathering tool essentially for the side of Koi. Yes, he's got a lot to try and do by himself as he maneuvers his way back in towards site, being mindful of the window, but it's main stairs being challenged out.
Santos actually just got himself into sight. He's going to collect the diffuser, but he will be taken down by Bosco in a big double. Leon manages to get in. It's all up to Bosco. It's 1v2, and there's a lot of time here, Des. We know that he can do it. He's got the ability. He's the Bosco. Is he going to be able to lock it down this time, though? He's already dropped the diffuser down once when Kanto came in. He's just now trying to create some sort of castle, some sort of fortress for himself.
Some bastion, architect of the site here.
He's got the diffuser.
He is on it. They've got to fight. They've got to kill him realistically. They can't get the diffuser without killing him, so it will end in kills here. But timing is the thing, and Spoit, I know he's had a quiet map, but he doesn't miss those.
Let's go, boys. Cryan as well. Unreal.
Good refrag on the one.
See, that's leadership.
That's what you want.
Gas your boys up, get them excited. I love it.
Exactly that. Deepak and Kanto were unfortunately unable to get the diffuser down, but Koi aren't going to mind that in the slightest. It was unlucky for Bosco. He got in there and he kept putting that diffuser on the ground, and then he tried to play it. He had it, you know, next to him, and if he could have just held on to his position for a little bit longer, maybe the round goes differently. But he was going up against one of the best gunners in EUL and probably in the world at the minute, so it was never going to be an easy fight for him. Koi put themselves onto map and series point 6-2, and SSG, they are backs to the wall, Des. They've got a big problem here.
The really exciting one really is when you start thinking about the implications of this on the group, because boy, if they win this 2-0, they move to 9 points. The only team ahead of them is W7M on 11. And have a wonderful guess at who they play against tomorrow. Koi come up against W7M as the last game of this group. It is literally a fight for first place at that point. Whoever wins takes all the biscuits. They get to finish in first place. They get the bye in the upper bracket of the next round. It's an absolute dream. That is going to be a really good series as long as we get Bank Koi and not Border Koi.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of that. I like the idea of W7M being put under some pressure.
Yeah.
I was saying this earlier about the Soniqs as well. You know, rarely do teams come into a tournament and just win everything from day one all the way through and win the final. You know, they usually have a period of adversity, and they want to get it out of the way at the right time, essentially. You know, you don't want it to come in the semi-final where you lose. There's 2 exceptions that I can think of off the top of my head, and that was FaZe FaZe winning the Sweden Major, and also in November 21, and
SSG
at SI 2020. They're the two teams really that have been able to go through without any significant losses to win a major tournament. But obviously, you know, there's been 10 tournaments in that time. We've got a rush coming in, and they are certainly playing silly, Des.
They are playing silly. I mean, Leon's almost gone down. He's got the light screens on side. Kanto finds one. Oh, a plant was almost going in, but it's been shut down at the last second. There's 3 kills that have come back, though. Either team going at each other into a 3 versus 3, still with one more light screen on side. But outside of that, that's pretty much all we've got to work with on the side of Koi.
Bosco's having absolutely none of it. Obviously I joke about them playing silly. You don't begrudge them at this point. They're 6-2 up, and Russia's work. You know, sometimes they will just get the job done, and it may well still pay off. And Spike gets a big double, and it is all up to Yeti to keep SSG fighting here in Bank to keep them in this one. It could be a very quick 2-0 for Koi.
It's feeling like it's going that way. Spike taking up the mantle of the diffuser here and looking to get the plant down. It's Yeti all by himself. Leon gets the closing kill. A dominant show on Bank by Koi. Again, one of their top maps as well. They shine bright and take all 4 points.
What a performance from Koi on Bank particularly. That was the map choice of SSG. SSG took Koi all the way on border, but then just could not perform on their own playground.
We did a better attack. Yeah, but not enough. Holy shit. We did on both maps, Steve. What do we want to do?
Obviously some muted faces as well on the side of SSG, as well as voices. They still have 1 game to play against G2, but they currently sit in 4th place. That means if they get nothing out of that G2 game tomorrow, in fact, I think both teams probably sit on 4 points. In fact, G2 are playing now, so maybe not. There is still a chance then to fight to get away from 4th place, but if you finish 4th, you drop basically down into 4th place, and you stay there, you go into the lower bracket when we go into the next round. You then have no second chance. You really want to be finishing 1st to 3rd place in your group, otherwise, well, it's pretty much sudden death going into next week.
That's exactly as it looks. I think what a position Koi have just put themselves in.
Brilliant.
After the first day where we were a little bit concerned about them, the performance wasn't the best, they're really starting to grow into this one.
Absolutely. Really good performance overall. I know, again, border was a little bit shaky. Bank, far more convincing. I am kind of gutted we didn't get to see Club. I really wanted to see Club out of these 2 teams to see what happened when we get to the creme de la creme of Siege maps. Gonna have to wait for a future day. But that's all for now, Tim. Should we throw to a break together? What should we say?
We haven't even tried
What should we say? We can do it. Do it on the fly. What should we say? Let's go to a break, and when we come back, the desk will break it down for you.
Okay.
Okay, ready?
Let's go to a break, and when we come back, the desk will break it down for you.
Yes.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Well, welcome back, friends. We come back from a very quick second series of the day, or second out of the two that are in this phase of the day. Hello, I'm Elastomedic, your host. With me are Mandy and James. And I have to say, usually it goes 1, 2, 3, 4. I declare a thumb war. And in this case, Koi, they held it down the whole time. Space Station unable to fire back against their opponents. It's gotta hurt. I have to say, the rules are pretty clear. You can't open up your palm, and Space Station just could not handle the heat.
No, it was quite a dominant game. I will say, to be fair to Space Station, I didn't expect a lot from them on border. They looked a little bit better than I expected, and we saw some new ideas. I really liked near the start, we saw Hot and Cold on the Solus down underneath Break Room, contesting the entry using impacts and vertical game. But at the end of the day, when Spoit is a god, there's not much you can do.
Yeah, I think for me, it was really when Koi went over onto their defending half and they started setting up sites and playing the retake really well. They put a lot of investment into playing their plays adjacent to the site rather than actually on their site. They really only left like maybe one anchor, just like Crying or something like that on Capcan, or Deepek on mute to just babysit the site a little bit, while the rest of them ran circles around the site. And the moment that they gave SSG this false sense of security, they would get the bomb down. They played this retake really, really masterfully, where they had 2 or 3 people all swinging in angles at once. They retook key positions such as CC or like Teller's Hallway something, and they even had those things set up for them with like a long line of sight opened up or premeditated that they were going to play like that. And it was just so smart. It was great.
If you want to paint the picture of how impactful Koi's retakes were, you look at the fact that over the course of that series, between Bosco and Yeti, SSG had 6 plants to Koi's 2 across both maps. So it's very clear that Space Station is getting that diffuser planted far often than their opponents, but Koi, I think, have a better understanding of the win conditions of the round, because at the end of the day, you can plan that diffuser. It doesn't matter if it only takes a couple of seconds for Koi to retake map control, especially on such a claustrophobic map as Border, retaking pivotal areas like CC, like you're saying, then they're going to be able to retake, they're going to be able to get that disabled, no worries.
A map like a Border is pretty easy to bait a team that is so well known for tunneling sometimes too hard on an objective, just allowing them the space to go in and plant, and suddenly, oh yeah, we're actually planning for the retake the whole time. Retake strategy are something that are very rare in Siege, because a lot of times when the diffuser goes down, it scares the hell out of teams, because everything's beeping, things are flashing. It's scary. But keeping your calm, seeing Koi in this way, it's pretty impressive, Mandy.
I was really impressed. At first, I didn't get it, because from outside the server, you're like, whoa, what's happening? They left the objective. But then once you look at it in depth, they have these like crazy setups that are actually premeditated for the retake. They have things that like they've already pre-opened like a wall inside a CC, like a long line of sight, anticipating, okay, they're going to go back into CC. They need to retake the balcony. They need to take engagements there. Or they have like a long line of sight going in through the Teller's Hallway instead of Tellers or something like that, knowing that they're going to come back down these stairs. There's a rotation hole there, and then there's a line of sight so they can actually fight back on the bomb side again. And that kind of thing. It was so smart. I really liked it.
And we'll pull up map number 2 on the screen for everybody to see, because a lot of people are calling into question the map bans here. Space Station did not pick the right places or the right battlefields to go to here against Koi, and a 7-2. We even saw an Ossa and Blackbeard. Spoit on a Blackbeard with an Ossa in front of him. That is cheesy as hell. That's like, I didn't know. That scares me when I see it.
Yeah, it certainly didn't look like a good map for SSG when Koi are going 5-1 up. I believe Kryne was 12 kills and 4 deaths at the end of the first half. He was farming SSG, especially since it was mainly the Spoit show on map 1. It was great to see Kryne getting into it. Just a little side note that I noticed really impactful on this map, all but one round, Koi found the opening kill, which is quite a surprise to me, because if you look at Space Station stats holistically, they actually have 2 players who are in the top 10s for opening KD in the entire tournament so far, in Yeti and Hot and Cold. So seeing that Koi tended to dominate that early round, I think remarks upon the fact that they were just in their moment here on Bank.
I'm actually going to touch back on your point where you wrote, they're ringing Ossa and Blackbeard. Like, what? That is such a Koi thing to do. Koi, like I said earlier in the pre-show, these guys, they play tactics. They might not have this big overarching strategy where they like set up the whole map and they hold on to everything like that, but they do things like that. They'll play Ossa and Blackbeard. They'll bring Capitao to flush things out and then have Spoit sitting somewhere else to catch that defender running out at them or something like that, right? Or they'll have Deepek on Sens. That's going to set up this small, that was awesome, right? That that was so cool into staff room open area, that kind of thing, right? They have a really great tactical grasp on Bank. And if you're SSG, that can be really hard to deal with.
So our MVP for this series, who will it be? We got the numbers to prove it all. Put it on the screen for you. There's candidates, and it's Cryan.
Sheesh,
damn.
Sheesh.
Twitter when Cryan photos are posted. God damn. Just where he is. 136 rating, +9 on the KD, +3 on entries. The man is the definition of flex. He is the flex master, not just at the gym and on the screen in front of you, but also in the Valk and the IQ that have to flex as operators.
Yeah, honestly, not much to be said about Cryan. He was absolutely in his element, especially on Bank when he just farmed in the first half. It's funny because overall, Cryan hasn't really been a highlight player during the tournament. His stats are mostly pretty average, but here he's just had a life game. He's had one of the best matches of the tournament for him, and sometimes when you have one of those games, it brings your team to another level, and especially with, I think, a pattern that I'm seeing at this Six Invitational more so than almost any other tournament in Rainbow Six is how much these games are momentum and mentality based. We have just how many teams have we seen that are good teams that just absolutely cark it because they can't get their mental game straight. And Space Station, sadly, is one of those teams. We saw it the other day against W7M, 14 rounds lost in a row, and we saw it here.
Liquid, you can even call Koi
And
in that
there's a
same
lot of
way,
teams
only a couple of
fall into
days
that
ago.
category.
So that's unfortunately how it goes. Mandy, your closing thoughts on our series?
Closing thoughts, just to touch on the Cryan thing again. I mean, we're all watching Cryan for the plot, I'm just saying. Anyway.
I watch Rainbow Six for the plot.
We watch Rainbow Six for the plot here. But just, yeah, to touch on Cryan, Cryan is a really pivotal player in this team. You have things like Spoit and Deepak, the duo, that kind of just get the entry done. They're just the front line, they're the forefront of the attack. But then you have Cryan, who's going into positions that they just need them to be that X factor, that if their entry doesn't go so well, you have Cryan who's working on something else. And then you've got your Cooling and Leon going, all right, Spoit, all right, Deepak, how's your part going? And they go, not so good. Then Cryan's going, all right, guys, reel it back. I've got an opportunity. And it's amazing for Koi to have that second or third redundancy in their attacks. Not only that, but even on the defense, he's just such a fluid player. Like, he kind of went off on Valk today. That was crazy.
It was good to see.
If I can, there is a player I would like to highlight outside of Cryan, and it's maybe not one that people would have expected, but Rampy, going into this game, was the worst player in the tournament for rating KOST, and he had the least kills. And in this game, he popped off. He had the second most kills behind Cryan, and he had a massive impact with several multi-kills that led to some of SSG's few round wins that they managed to accomplish. So I personally am very happy to see that Rampy has finally shaken whatever jitters that were plaguing him at the start of this tournament, and I'm hoping that that can be the first stepping stone for Space Station to start becoming the team that people expect from former Six Invitational champions.
Especially since they're expecting to see them in the bracket later on in the playoffs come Monday. But friends, thank you very much. There is a second game going on as we speak. G2 are going up against Elevate, and for spoiler alert, we'll give you just a second. G2 are up 1-0. We go to map 2 on a bank. First map was very close between G2 and Elevate. That was Skyscraper. We'll toss it to that so you can watch it on both streams. We'll be back to you to break things down for game 2.
How they want to be approaching this attack if they do have the information on these players on the east side.
Twistrone's getting the business done on the canisters inside the site, and there's this. The drop down the back. Sapper, a very important fight to win out on gold. Goes for gold second as well. He's looking for a hefty engagement here, but Blur going down in the mix. Benja suffering huge scraps of damage. Elevate somehow have eked themselves in and strong-armed a bit of a hold and knocked G2 back. Benja, he's trying to keep this going from the far. He's looking for the angles towards the potential plant. There's plenty of time here. 45 seconds. A bit of damage attempted, but they need to try and see if they can get this. The control of the rotate around the back end, the hatch drop from the top rope. There's one more for Mr. Punch. The smoke doesn't quite land where it wants to, and Virtue, he's cut for information. He doesn't quite know which way to look. Well, with a sliver of health, he's able to look down and get one up, a 2 versus 2. They're trying to find the long-range firefight. The sprays go against them, scrapes the rotate round to the main stairs. They're going to see if they can get a catch untested. They have some awareness, but Blur's got to head down. It's a 2 versus 1 for this time. Virtue wins the first. Can he find the next? Is it going to pop up? There it is! And welcome to the A stream. You might not be here very long. 6-1. G2 have just taken their first attack.
5 seconds remaining.
And as I mentioned, they could be going for these vault drops, for these elevator drops, because there is these two players out on the east. However, there's always a bit of risk with that, and G2, you know, they suffered from that. They lost some players, one with DBNO. Very scrappy final fight coming through, but experience coming through there, right? It's like they have been in that situation many times before. Just try and recover the player, like crawl out. Blur was literally one tick away from bleeding out. So the revive came through at the right moment. And then just trust in the cover. That's all you can do. You know one is upstairs. He's probably going to be coming down the staircase. And you know one was still on the side. And you make a choice. Who's going to be peeking first? And it was the right choice made by G2 there. 6-1, match point. For those of you at the A stream that just joined, if you do not know, well, you can see it on the top left of your screen. G2 has won the first map. That means that Elevate is knocked out. Haven't won a single map yet here at the Six Invitational. And G2 are confirmed for the playoffs. It's just points now that we're playing for. G2 trying to accumulate as many as possible to find themselves in the best opportunity, best seed they can find.
Oh, Elevate. It is a long, long road back if you want to try and claim a single map from your appearance here at SI 2023. It's come close, even so recent as the most recent map. But unfortunately, as we sort of said at the start and as we saw the players, I mean, how emotional would you be if you found yourself knocked out and then had to go right back into the ring against a team like G2 that still has all the fight and possibility of being the top seed of their group, depending on this result and the next, and they seem eyeing and ready to try and push towards it. Kanto might be the first bit of pressure here. DCH might find himself under a little bit of a smash and grab. The angles on the windows get popped up on the side, and G2 is fishing for players.
That's what I'm going to be doing now, using these grenades that Virtue and Doki carry along to, first of all, take out Kiba barriers, and second of all, potentially take down players. Mark gets taken out. I'm not quite sure why. Does that jump out?
No, it was just a swing through. It's the fight is breaking its way across Banana. Mr. Punch with a very important win back on. It's a bit of range there from Mr. Punch, who punches back, but Ben just swings around. Janitors a 3 versus 3. A Kiba barricade to buy themselves a second. Hopped on the table, and the Azami almost gets the fight, but gives the game, and Blur is the one that gets the final full stop. Only Sapper left for Elevate's hopes here of pulling a map and continuing on in the fight. They have, let's say, 1 HP. They sure have a dream, but they also have Virtue, Benja, and Blur still with pockets full of utility and bags of time to try and find their way here across the site and get it open. They know where the player is. The reveal on the drone. They're going to rotate around. The first fight is Sappers. Gets the down onto Benja, not the confirm, but it's enough to buy themselves a little bit of time. I'm not sure if they're going for the revive, but they're in a bit of a no man's land. No. Doubled up inside Janitor's Sapper. He's lined up. He finds the next. There's 2 off the board. It's a 1 versus 1 out of nowhere. And there it is, Sapper. They're not done yet.
Trying to stay in it here. The clutch comes through. When we mentioned it in the previous map, if there's anybody clutching on the side of Elevate, it's Sapper, time and time again. Bit of a sloppy ending, though, from G2. Giving them 3 1v1s, really. The disconnect again in that round. Also the pistol attempt from Benja coming through the last one. I'm not quite sure.
It's around the Fabian's mad about.
Yeah, it definitely will be screamed at for that.
You just know that that is one that is underlined in his notebook.
Well, either way, it keeps them going for now, Elevate, and that might just be that little bit of hope that they need to get back into this, to try and find themselves a way to a map victory at Six Invitation. Because that's what they are still looking for. That's what they don't have. And everything else, playoffs, gone. No way they can get that. All they can attempt is a victory or a map win against G2.
10 seconds to go.
Now, after they managed to escape with their lives for just momentarily there, They're getting back into it.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Elevate. Going towards the open area. The entirety quad wall has been reinforced, although Nagiri is close towards the electrician area. Just hoping to go for a bit of an aggressive swing out. As soon as someone opens up that window, just comes by. Benja a bit too quick at the trigger there. Takes him down. Again, the entry kill for G2.
That's twice over the last 3. Onigiri has been the first body off and caught super early into the round and a little bit unaware. And for a player that we said is a talisman player for this team, a record setter and huge in the previous game, he's really struggling these last little bits. G2 once again, they get themselves in with the first foot, the lead in, snuck underneath. I'm not sure if that ping, I think that was the idea that the players nearby, they don't quite have the full read, but they might have a read on the site. Look at this, Benja on one side, they're pushing up. Doki does get caught out by Mark in the meantime, but Blur finds DCH. Sapper inside the site, suffering the calls. Instead of going for it directly, instead they push themselves up to the second story. They're looking for this. The one loose player tucked around to the corner. Alamau, do you know?
Oh, yes. Not quite sure if that was sound or just a movement that he could just see a little bit out of, but that's the kill to come through. And now a 2-on-4. G2, you should lock this one out, really, because if you throw this one away again, Elevate really will start living on that hope. The C4 ready to be tossed in. Mr. Punch, he's waiting for the pings to come through. He's waiting for them to get a bit closer, but I believe that's someone on his drone out there. Alamau gets taken down. Mr. Punch takes down another one as well. Virtue loses. And that's a 2-on-2. Benja and Blur left alive up on the top floor again. Sloppy from G2 to not play this together.
All right, Mr. Punch and Zappa, the man of the moment of the previous round. Let's see if you can try and thread another one together. This time, you have support and they don't. But they still have a lot of time. They can get these calls done. They can get themselves control of the cameras with a snap. And now let's see if they can actually piece together any intel from the back of it. There is still the pulse with a C4, and that can be dangerous. What else is there? Oh, another C4. Twinned alongside. They can potentially long arm a little bit of this, so Benja and Blur might have to get a bit close to the fire. The drop is going to happen on the hatch. The blind and the swing. Benja gets one. Sapper gets one back, and there's the C4 over the top. Does huge amounts of damage. Benja, so scrappy. Another flash, another blind, another swing and a fight, and he's dropped down. He doesn't have the time to make it back up in a clean fight. Sapper gets a breath of fresh air, but he's got a slight reposition. Where's he gone, Benja? He's shooting all around him. He's over the top. Can he make it a second in a row? Sapper's gone wide, and there it is! Sapper! 2 for 2 and a timeout by G2.
Sapper clutch it again, and let's just listen in what Fabian is going to say, because I don't think he's happy. If you get to listen in.
Well, I have a little bit of replays first.
Yeah.
Attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
There we go.
Can you do an impression?
No. It's been a while since I've talked to him, you know. It's but I mean, he's smiling still, so it's not like, you know, all hope is lost. Alamau still smiling, but it's probably like a can we please just, you know, end this, like close the game, like.
Oh no, that's Ty. I don't think that's Doki.
No, I don't think so either. Timeout's done now.
I'm gonna pretend that is Doki.
The thing is, though, this is what I said. If Elevate is going to be able to win that round as well, suddenly we find ourselves 3 rounds away from overtime. Elevate might just as well get back into that groove. And as Sapper finds himself a second clutch, he's definitely showing his worth right here for the Elevate lineup. And we're headed back towards the basement, back towards lockers. And if you didn't notice, this one was actually quite close the previous time as well, because they had to drop through these hatches. And suddenly it was a 2v4, effectively. There was still a member on G2 that was down, recovered. Eventually the clutch came through and they won that round, which put them onto match point.
10 seconds remaining.
With Elevate after that, they've been able to get these 1v3 clutch. Then, you know, they turned a 4v2 back into a 2v2, into a 1v1 that they won out. That's a bandit, yes, because, I mean,
I mean, Kate's banned.
Kate's banned, and who knows? G2 has been quite sloppy.
Yeah,
but just come by, shoot an experiment set on it without paying attention.
Come on, what?
You're saying that now, but if it works, it's going to be very funny.
It's like, yeah, but like he's protecting it, sure, and that's one thing, but it's the same as if they weren't there, because if you're protecting it and you die, then they'll just shoot them off. Yeah. I don't really get it, but they don't get Doki. Well, they do even, and Doki doesn't get anything pushed away. Mark runs their way back in. I'm lost.
See, maybe Virtue just wants to open him up.
I've never seen.
And he doesn't. I mean, I've done it, but with the old reinforcements, which still stuck out a little bit. You could dig in the Bender battery inside of him, but that has been changed for like years now. So, wondering to see what the idea is behind it, indeed.
On a Gary. He's trying to protect his bandit batteries for as long as possible here. He's going to see if he can try and just do exactly that. He doesn't need to intently swing. They're watching angles either side. The window's been opened a bit, and, well, there's the catch. Virtue had the angle ready to rock and roll and was pre-firing the next as well, seeing if anybody came up the stairs. Benja tries to smash his way through. Oh, my God, I can't believe he solved that.
I mean, there's still another one. He might actually, you know, miss some Excars. There's only 6 left.
I can't believe it.
If he just shoots them on this one, he cannot open a hatch anymore, Emmy. Seems like they're going for the blue stairs, though. A lot of utility being tossed down. The smoke used by Mr. Punch. He's very ready for any push to come through. I believe they're also going to be pushing in from the tunnel outside. Another smoke canister tossed in. Not sure if the hatch already has been opened up. Alamo is surely coming in to try and swoop up that player. It's not really being there to protect him currently. Also, doesn't seem to be aware of the fact that someone is actually still on the blue stairs. Takes down Alamo. That's a big oversight on G2 behalf.
Oh, and he gets one more.
Way.
Can he find the third? No. Virtue's the end, but Mark is the continuation. Over the top, and Blur now has to try and drop himself a 1 versus 3 Blur clutch potential. It's not the first we've seen in this showdown, but it would be the first success. Can he try and get that locked in and get G2 locked over? Unfortunately not. Sapper. I mean, Sapper activated.
And where they were sad and long faces at the start of this map, the smiles and the fun is starting to come back in the Elevate side. And that's dangerous. Because now they're starting to play more carefree like we've just been seeing. And now suddenly G2 lost 3 map points and only have 2 left. They're halfway back into this game.
That bandit thing still tickles me.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
Still tickles me. This tournament, and I guess it's always that thing, is SI is magical.
It might have just been a mispick.
SI is magical, I don't care. SI is magical, and you see things that you don't always see. And we've seen a Gara kill.
Yeah.
We've seen a Twitch drone kill for the first time in a very long time, since the damage got nerfed. You know, we've seen every single bomb site, every single map. We've seen a bandit.
We've only missed 2 attackers so far.
We've seen a bandit electrifying hatches on a basement site.
Okay, so when I think about it, it could be either that they picked Bandit by accident.
I don't want to put reason to it.
Okay, no, we won't put reason to it.
I just love that I've seen it.
It's meta now. It's been used in the Invitational, and they won the round. I mean,
yeah, they won
really
the round.
Argue with it.
We saw Grim.
Yeah, true. We see the bees.
We've seen bees. Ah, SI's magical. Okay. Elevate. These past few rounds, they've been spicy, and we said you were better on your defense, and you are proving it. You still only have the game ahead of you to play. There's 2 rounds to try and fight yourself towards a second OT. I'm not entirely sure if you'll be starting your defense or attack, but at this point, we still got to get there first. And that comes from this, the continuation, because let's be honest, 2 of those rounds were nail-biting. That was the only one that we've seen with a bit of the control, and now you got to head back to the top floor where it was a Sapper 1 versus 3 clutch.
Yes. But that's the thing, like, all the rounds should have basically been G2s. They just haven't been able to convert them. So I'll put them in this position now where they have 2 more opportunities to lock it out for a full 4-pointer. Because the 2nd or 3rd place seed is what they will be aiming for. The first still possible, but it's going to be very difficult. Not winning this game in a 2-0 is going to be putting some pressure on you.
Oh, do they want to do a jump out? They're going to pop the E1D just to maybe stop the temptation of throwing themselves there. Doki grenades mostly himself. That is not the first time he's almost killed himself in those windows.
No, I was going to say, Doki on these windows, like grenades, not really the best combination. Actually, no, it wasn't his own grenade. He just tossed one in after. His second one only just went in now. What was that explosion then?
Might have been... Yeah, Virtue's grenade.
Ah, so it was Virtue that almost killed him.
Okay.
So it wasn't Doki's fault this time?
This time.
Not this time.
Sorry, Jack. Well, will it be the fault of that? They can't quite get this cemented and locked down on the second map. Onigiri, unfortunately, still the first off. There goes Mr. Punch to follow, not far behind. Mark gets one back. Doki on the swing in, gets caught out. Bench is on the opposite end of the top square. Mark's on the bottom, looking for the fight. Just ekes it out. A great take. With the extended barrel, gonna see if he can try and swing his way up. Alaman's concerned about a jump out here, but Mark is more intent on getting himself back towards the site itself. The jump out is always that risk. It is really all or nothing, and at this point, you're playing for that, so you've got to be cautious and aware. Blur on the far end. You're looking at 30 seconds left, and he's the one with the kit, so he cannot sit around on the windows waiting forever.
He won't be as well. I'll have to move in at some point. Sapper taking a lot of damage, has to rotate out, but with this, he puts himself in the crossfires of the two remaining G2 players on the other side. The grenade comes through, and that's Sapper taken out. That's the clutch factor off the board as well. 12 seconds though, they need to move quick on G2's side. They need to try and get a plan down, but they don't really have a safe space to do so.
Inside the site, holding the long desk, waiting for the time to tick away, and Mark gets one more. It's a 2 versus 1 with the man's head down. DCH, round on the back. They pop up off the kid. He got the swing around, aiming at the lion. He wasn't even aiming at the partner.
Oh, well. And you know, you start thinking again about the 3v1 on CEO office in round 8 with Benjo running at the last person with a pistol. And now we're finding ourselves with a potential overtime. 6-5. Elevate getting back into this, and I said it before, as soon as they start getting hope, as soon as the joy comes back in this game, because they were beaten at the first half, they were beaten at the start of this game. But now getting back into it, and that's when it's dangerous. It's a team that has nothing to lose, basically has nothing to gain either. They're just playing their game like they enjoy it best. And that's often the most dangerous kind of team to play against. 6-5, match point. One more left for G2 before overtime hits.
10 seconds remaining.
And of course, that doesn't mean that their opportunities are over on winning this game or getting full points. But it just allows Elevate to get back into it.
This was a 6-1 at one point.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. And then, you know, that's when the 3v1 clutch of Sapper happened. And that's when I said, oh, this might be the energy they need to get back into it.
Oh, Onigiri has had such a rough time. Such a rough time over these past few rounds. I think out of, 4 of them, 5 of them, he's died within the opening 30 seconds from just being sprayed through. And it's, again, it's the worst possible time for that to happen. But the magic is happening elsewhere from Elevate. They just need to make one round of a difference, and we'll see if they can do that here. Doki, a misthrowing grenade. Flashback to about 2 minutes ago, a conversation on Windows, and Mark suffering a bit of scrape and scrap damage from another one thrown up from Virtue underneath, but now he has none left. Doki only has one, and they're still trying to clear out the position onto Banana. Mark does get caught out though. Blur holding far away on the angle. They're going to see if they can maybe get...
They baiting?
They're hoping. Blur gets it just through the wall. Doki finds DCH, and well, for the fight back now is the toughest bit. Riptorn C4 doesn't get the catch. He's under a huge amount of suppressing Mr. Punch, so he pops himself behind Tellers as the E1D starts to scream out. They fire over the top. They know where he is. He tries to make a bit of a response with the SMG secondary, but he can't. Sapper, he did a 3 versus 1 earlier. It's a 5 versus 1 here, but it's not his this time round. G2. They couldn't have drug it out longer, but they just stem themselves from OT, take the 4 points.
And there we go. This is why he ran out with the deagle. Alamau just pointed at it as well. It's like, why did you run at it with the deagle? He's like, I had no bullets. That explains. But it allowed Elevate to get back into it, just not enough to reach overtime. And with that, G2 is going to be picking up the full 4 points, stay in the fight for a top position in the end of the day, or tomorrow rather, and otherwise maybe a second to third placing. They'll be happy with the results, maybe not as happy with how the second half eventually played out, because that was a lot of sloppiness that they got punished for, and that's the sloppiness they need to be taken care of by tomorrow.
I mean, that's entirely it. You can't really put it better than that. It's the fact that you expect more from teams at SI. You expect more from teams that have fought their way here. Not everyone can perform to a level. And if teams aren't, you have to make sure that you can, because other teams will be. And that is where we find ourselves. And where we also find ourselves is throwing to a quick break before we're back with the desk to break that down.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. I promise you, you can start breathing again. G2 have actually closed the map. Yeah, two of them in a row that really got a bit too close for comfort, but still, Elevate, unfortunately, have now been eliminated from the tournament, the first team here in their group, and G2, they're sitting nice and pretty. 4 points extra to put, and actually pushes them pretty high up into their group, taking currently at least the second place position. Hello, welcome back. I'm Medic, your host. With me on the analyst desk at our command center, and he's fast, he's quick, he's fresh. He's pretty fresh too. Look at that! Look at that shirt.
I thought he was going to say I'm slow and sluggish, Milosh.
Oh, that would be.
I'll do the self-ban. I'm slow and sluggish.
Not at all. I've seen you Q and E all around. I watch your stream.
I run to play Ranky.
That is true. Have you been playing Ranky here?
A little bit, yeah.
Just before the events.
A little bit. I solo queued the other day actually, and I was against crying 3 times in a row. Terrible. Lost every game.
Alt F4. Well, don't do that, but. Here we are. Anyways, I mean, if he's running Ossa plus Blackbeard with Spoit on the team, I completely understand that. Anyways, let's have a chat about this game, starting off with map number 1 out of 2. And I gotta say, in the map bans overall, some questions to be raised, but it went to Skyscraper, and it was really to the T. G2 had to claw every single round that they got in.
It got really close, probably way too close for comfort, and this map could have completely gone the other way. G2 could have had less points. Elevate could have still been in SI. There's a lot of theory crafting that we were doing, but it's all coulda, woulda, shoulda. G2 won the map eventually. We talked about the importance of Elevate's defenses on this map because that's what they needed to win if they want to stand a chance on Skyscraper, which was a peculiar map pick. And those defenses, 3 out of 3, probably not enough to pull Skyscraper over the limit.
They did improve, and I did challenge them to improve on their attacks, and they did. They got 3 attacks, which I thought was actually really good for Elevate, getting it to overtime. Like I said, they just didn't pull through in the end. Absolutely heartbreaking. You know, the scenes that we saw after, you know, knowing that they were knocked out and, you know, the disappointment there. I actually thought Elevate played very similarly on their attacks. I think their attacks generally through this tournament have been poor. Obviously, when we get to the next map, they only got 1. However, G2 really didn't play into the way Elevate play. When you're playing against Elevate, they're quite slow. They will hold a window for 2 minutes if they feel that they need to hold that window. What was G2 doing? They were just offering ahead on that window every single time. And it's kind of awkward for G2 because most of the teams in their group, you want G2 to be making the proactive plays. You want them to be making plays. But against Elevate, you want them to be doing exactly the opposite. So G2 kind of fell foul a little bit of that, but managed to just about, and I say just about, regain it in the end.
Yeah, there were a few rounds where Elevate took way too much time, way too much utility to get rid of certain power positions. For example, the shield on top of the black stairs with the shotgun player right behind it. That took way too long, but there was points as well where there was a tech timeout from G2, and Fabian said, guys, we're playing way too predictable. I think it's probably safe to say that G2 maybe underestimated Elevate a little bit going into this game, thinking, oh, we can swing them. It's fine. We'll kill them. And it didn't always go away. If you look at the entries, for example, as well in this game, I think it was only 4 rounds, 5 rounds maybe, in that first map out of 15 rounds, so it's 1/3. I can do maths on the spot. Maybe. Yes, 1/3 of the round that they got the entry. That's not a lot of entry kills either.
Yeah, oddly enough, it seemed like, maybe from my perspective as someone who isn't a professional analyst, but it seems like the 2 gameplay styles of Elevate and G2 just do not match in any way. G2 versus W7M, that was something else. It was explosive, 2 teams reacting to one another, but Elevate was a bit scared because they knew this was an elimination game. They already had a tough time through the tournament, so they're playing for picks, and G2, the whole tournament, has been just moving and trying to find early picks proactively, unlike Elevate, which, yeah, you kind of split it midways and it ruins it for both of them.
It created quite a clunky game is the best way of, you know, in terms of map 1. It was quite a clunky game, you know, even inside of the rounds. And I think G2 obviously had a plan to play a different way against Elevate and didn't. And the duality of Siege. I spoke to Fabian after G2 lost to W7M. He was very upbeat. Fabian, after G2 won against Elevate, he was shouting at them like they'd just been 7-0'd. He was not happy between maps there. He gave them a right good shouting at.
No, fair enough, and at least that helps push them over the line for map 1. For map 2, also it got pretty darn close. We'll take a look at Bank as we put those numbers up on the screen. Again, good performance. Benja waking up on map 2 was very necessary for the team, but with a massive lead like G2 had, 6-1 at one point, it should have been closed a bit earlier, Anne.
It should have been, yeah. You know, 6-1 up, Elevate winning 4 rounds in a row. G2 called a tactical timeout midway through that as well. And still, they were unable to hold off those rounds. So I think if we look at improvement points for G2, it would be, we've been speaking about this during the game, rounding out these games where it does really matter. Because if you have that 6-1 lead, and for example, if we think about the future, right? Oh, tiebreakers, round differential.
True.
You can't be throwing away too many rounds because you'll end up thinking about it later. Oh, I really shouldn't have done that. We should have closed that game out way faster, way sooner. So that is a teeny tiny bit of a concern for in the future. Another thing I did notice for sure is if you looked at the first map, the performance of Onigiri, he knew it was now or never, and he performed, and the second map was gone.
I think for G2, they played the defensive bank really well. You know, Elevate only getting the one attack. The shouting that they'd had from Fabian between the games, they really settled in and played against Elevate, not against anybody else. So the first half went really well, and like you say, those sloppy attacks, we just don't know if it's going to cost them because, you know, I'm sure we'll look at the table at some point, but the way it's shaping up, if tomorrow goes right, we could be having a three-way tie for first place, where mini-league, and if you get past the mini-league, round difference, like you say, really comes into play, and 3 rounds could be difference between first and third.
We'll talk about that visually also when we do the recap for the group. This way everybody can see exactly what we're talking about in the round differential and explain things how it works in the rulebook for the Invitational. But who was our MVP for this series? Again, I still think there's a couple of pretty good contenders on here, and it's Doki, which I did not have on my radar at all, but to be honest, he was consistent through both maps.
Yeah, a few really key points in my opinion was the way he was helping his team win out those 2vx situations, right? A certain moment I recalled on Skyscraper, where I think it was Doki and Blur trying to go for the plant together. Doki said, I have the shield, Blur, you go for the plant, push through top leg stairs, get into the side, get the diffuser down, I will hold you. And he did that, and they ended up winning out that 2vx situation. And I feel like that is something that really makes someone MVP.
I feel like for Doki as well, if you look at him during 2022, for the majority of 2022, he won't say this, but he kind of had this attitude where he felt that he had to hard carry G2 or they wouldn't win, forcing too many entry engagements when it wasn't natural. 7 entry engagements across, you know, nearly 30 rounds in this best of 3 that he just played. It's a lot more natural for Doki. He's playing a lot more of a natural game, and he's finding he's not forcing engagements, and he's finding so many more kills because of that.
All right, now for the visual, because we know that Elevate have been eliminated from the tournament. They are the team eliminated from this group, but what does the group look like overall? With G2's victory 2-0, that catapults them quite a bit further ahead than they were, with an extra 4 points. To top it, they double their points in this victory, making it 8. Now, Koi, of course, also had their victory. It's W7M at the top with 11, 9 for Koi, 8 for G2, 4 Space Station, and of course, Elevate out of the running. But I think it's good to focus now, not just on the points, but also on round differential. I will turn to my analysts to help us make sense of the numbers.
So, very quick maths, Milosh. If Koi beat W7M 2-1 tomorrow, they will be on 12 points. W7M will be on 12 points. If G2 beat SSG 2-0, G2 will also join them on 12 points. Now, the tiebreak differential is mini-league, where they would all be on the same amount of points, and it would move through to round difference. And that, like I say, could separate first to third place, which is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, if you look at rounds lost, for example, W7M has lost significantly less rounds in comparison to Koi, and for G2, it's even worse. So the round differential might really make a point if we get to the point where you mentioned, where all these games turn out the way you just mentioned, and we all get to the same amount of points.
Yeah, and there it is. You'll see the standings again. Very important to look at the round differential. Look at it. W7M at plus 19, plus 6 for G2. There's a 13 round difference. You can imagine if G2 had better games, a better one today against Elevate, and could have been a bit different.
Yes. Yeah, that would have put them on a way better down differential. And if you think about, you know, them being so close to Koi in regards of points, you know, and having that game tomorrow that we do have against SSG, which, having seen SSG today, you'd expect G2 to, you know, maybe be able to clutch that out. If you do get those points, and Koi ends up not getting them against W7M, then that one round differential, that will be coming back to bite you in the...
I love this group. This group's great.
Jack, just to remind everybody, why do you want to be #1 in your group?
So the reason you want to be #1, Milosh, is that you go straight into the upper bracket quarterfinal, which means you skip one of the upper bracket games. You get 1 day off, 1 extra day off, the first day of playoffs, and then you get to skip in the upper bracket. Obviously, even second is worth fighting for, because second place teams get to choose their third place opponent, and third place is the upper bracket. You don't want to be 4th or 5th, basically.
Or definitely not 5th.
Well, definitely not.
No.
Anyways, final thoughts. Closing off our game. What do you think? Do you think G2 can go deeper? Come on.
I can't wait for tomorrow, genuinely.
Yeah.
Because we've got 2 great games, right? Because it's Elevate's day off.
Yeah.
We've got 4 teams that are all scrapping it out for first, second, third, and in SSG's case, an upper bracket position. So I'm just roll on to tomorrow. This group has been great so far.
Yeah, you could say like, oh, we've already determined who's getting out this group, right? We know who's coming through, but there's so much more to determine tomorrow, so I'm excited.
Always the caveat, always keeps you coming back for more. That's Rainbow Six, and that's Six Invitational in a nutshell. Though this was the first half of our Playday, we still have some more matches to go, all best of 3s, of course, live from Montreal. Thank you very much, my wonderful analyst and Jack. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, it'll be the changing of the guards. Jackie Jane will be hosting the rest of the show for today. See you in a bit.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
My name is William Laufstedt, also known as Spoit, and I play entry role for Team Koi. I heard about the competitive scene through Ranked, really. I met these pro players in Ranked and whatnot, and they just got me hooked into this kind of like, what do these guys play for, what do they compete in? Because I was also interested in this tag after the name. So, you know, did my research, and then eventually I found the pro scene, right? I got hooked into Rainbow Six Siege through its uniqueness and just, you know, the way you approach the game with a cool leaning and stuff. I wasn't used to it compared to other shooters out there, so that definitely got me into the game. The feelings for the first ever competitive match I played, I can't exactly remember how, but I felt very comfortable, very confident. I didn't think of it that much. I just, you know, went in there, ice cold. The Rainbow Six Siege 6 Invitational means everything. It's basically like the last chapter of Rainbow Six as a professional. And of course, having the chance to take home the crown and the title, that would mean the world to me.
Day 4 of the 6 Invitational, 2 eliminations already. We are in survival mode, people. Secret playing for their lives today. I'm JJ, and I'm with Jay and Jay.
The Quad J.
Quad J.
Not quads. I got it on the train.
Yes.
No, what we agreed yesterday, that's not how we were doing this thing.
No, we're not doing quad. No, we're not doing that. We're not. We're going to go right into Group D here, okay? Because we have no shortage of surprises with this group, certainly. And today, it is top versus bottom. Like we said, we got M80 versus Secret. Okay. Jacob, you have been riding the hype train for M80, so how are you feeling?
I've been riding the hype train for M80. I mean, look, I got a really bad heart attack yesterday because map 1 did not go the way that it was supposed to go. I think this team has so much potential that they are finally beginning to realize. It's not just something that we have to keep bottled up in the background being like, oh, hey, how well can they perform? They're finally showing it, but in moments where they're fantastic, they're also showcasing what they're like when they're at their worst. And in this case, their worst is having a massive lead, 6-2 against Heroic on map 1 just yesterday, and suddenly it got thrown to the Boar Wolves. They didn't close that map when they had ample opportunity to do so. That's really my primary concern about this team, is just not closing an advantage when they finally have it, because when they needed to be resilient, they did at the very end of that Heroic series when we had a whole tech bug and we were curious how that was going to work out. Are they going to retain the mentality that got them all the way to map 3 in the first place? They finally do, and now they're still sitting here undefeated through their first 2 series with a very good chance of still coming out in the top of their group.
Okay, so Jacob really driving this home, but Jesse, they're at the top of their group right now, and it is for a reason. They have had some hard-fought battles.
Absolutely.
I don't want to dump on Secret here, but I mean, how's this going to go?
I mean, obviously, M80 are going to be the favorites. Secret have yet to win a map so far at the 6 Invitational. M80 have looked very, very good. Yesterday really tested their mental, right? They had to struggle very, very difficultly against Heroic to get those rounds round after round. It was a very momentum-heavy game, and it's one that, you know, I really am proud of them for winning just due to the fact that they don't necessarily have the coach that they expected to have at the beginning of the year standing behind them to give those tack timeouts. Currently, they have yet to win a round after taking a tactical timeout through 3 tacks so far on the side of M80, but still, they look good with the momentum. They seem like they've got that confidence up, so that's really massive to see from them.
Okay, Jacob, I want to focus on M80 a little bit more. So when I looked this morning, Diaz was the top of the leaderboard for overall rating here at SI.
Well, okay, technically he was second on the leaderboard, and then we had some changes come in, and now DS Lucas is at the very top of the leaderboard by ranking. It was him in second, and it was actually Usus all the way at the very top, and then in that game against the Soniqs, he had probably the most average game so far of this tournament, came down to 5th. Shaiko's performance yesterday also brought him down from 1st, which means DS Lucas, from where he was last night in 3rd place, is now the top rated player and perhaps the most underrated player of anybody at this tournament. This is an M80 squad that in a lot of cases is underrated because it's not a series of big names. They have made a lot of runs at majors before that people have doubted they've even been able to make playoffs at those events. Diaz has not just been the backbone. Now he's leading in a lot of statistical categories, not just for the team, but in top 5 to top 10 contention in things like cost and especially survivability. This man is a train wrecker, and I don't know why more people aren't talking about him.
He was our MVP yesterday throughout the entirety of the play day. He's got 4 clutches overall in the tournament. That is the most of anybody other than Brede, who beats him with just 1 at 5, and it allows M80 to be the most clutch team at the entire tournament, other than BDS. They got 8 so far. BDS have 10. Seems like they're always one up on them in some way. But regardless, it's still been a very strong performance from the clutch. When you come take a look at M80, Diaz is that player who's often been that anchor guy, the one that holds it down, one of the highest survival ratings of any player throughout the entirety of the year. So, you know, it's his play style. It's always what he's been good at, holding things down in the late round. He's done exactly that throughout the 6 Invitational so far.
Jacob, I want to zone in on Secret a little bit more. Extremely tough loss last night. And, you know, we've talked about this numerous times in the green room. They kind of have a pattern of being emotional and reactive. I do feel like, and Jesse, you were kind of saying this, they were showing some more coordination and composure. Would you agree, Jacob, or are you worried about them?
I'm still worried about them, mostly because when you have a guy like Kenju calling the shots, and he is as emotional as we've documented him being over the course of his career, when he has a moment like that where he just sits back in his chair after a loss and you can tell he's definitely feeling it, Secret, I think there's a lot of concerns about, are we going to see the old Kendrew come back? The one that when he was losing, he'd be calling his team trash on Twitter, and then there'd be a whole debacle about what would emerge from that. I do want to give him his chops, though. He's gotten considerably better. All I saw from him last night on Twitter was congratulating Canadian on the victory. There were GGs handed back and forth, both after the game was over and online. But it is a mentality driver. When you are, like, everybody on that team is driven by a couple of voices, and if one of them is for some reason down on not having the greatest game, you're not going to have the best results. They do mirror Koi in that way, in a very similar way to how Leon talked about how they typically play. If for some reason he's not feeling it, if his calls are out of whack, if there is some really, really big issue that's present on that team, it does take the rest of the team to kind of bring him back up, and then they start doing better. They are driven by that kind of mentality. And I think for Secret, at this point, you know you're in a hole and you're fighting for your life. So that kind of thing, that kind of really deep, dark presence can't be a factor for this game against M80.
Yeah, also, Jesse, we got to talk about Slebin. Slebin put up good numbers in the qualifier. SI really has been a different story.
It has, Jackie, and we don't mean this to rag on him too much, but of course he was one of the biggest reasons why they did so well through the qualifier. You can see his stats there. Second highest rated player throughout the qualifier, #1 in survival rating, great on KD, almost a 2.0 flat, but now things have really started to struggle in the actual group stage itself. Now he's on the big stage and things are falling apart. The KPR has almost half. The survival rating has almost doubled as well in terms of falling to pieces. He's not surviving throughout these rounds nearly as much as he was. So it's been a tough turnaround from Slebin. He has always been this flexible player for Secret, right? He loves to play a ton of different operators. Throughout the qualifier, he was rocking a lot of little Glaz plays. I thought his Nook plays were really amazing. In their last game against DZ, where they did get their first map win, Nook was banned every single map, right? So I think some of these opportunities that Slebin had in the qualifier, he's no longer been able to find against the better teams. Some of the ops he's playing maybe aren't going to work out as well against these stronger squads. So they've got to find a solution for him. They got to find somewhere that's going to make him shine. They got to find a way to make him fit in these lineups, and I'm hoping that that can be something they do today.
Yeah, even if he's not the one meant to be getting every single kill every single round, you want a Groovy or an Astro or even somebody like a Savage to be doing that more predominantly than him. I think when you notice that there's a hole and one player needs to be the one filling it, then it's easy to attribute a lot of a team's like lack of successes to just one guy. And we don't want to say everything is meant to be resting on Slebin's shoulders, mostly because we knew that Secret was going to be outclassed by a lot of the teams at this Invitational, and especially in their group when they came in, not riding a lot of hype when they won the Invitational qualifier in the first place, because we knew the environment that they were about to get shoved right into. And we don't have any expectations for a team that was literally 9th place in every single EUL stage last year. So we don't want to say it's all on Slebin. It is a collective effort, but we definitely need to make sure that Slebin has a better game today.
Okay, gentlemen, I believe that we have our map ban info ready, so we're working to get that up on your screen right now. To play into the whole issue with Slebin, though, is this SI jitters or teams just finding ways to shut him down? What do you think?
I don't think it's jitters, because he's a player who's been around the block for a long time. Yeah. We used to cover him back in NA back in the day when he was on the Soniqs, and now coming into Secret, he is kind of one of the more veterans of the squad alongside Kendrew. And they're going to try to use that veterancy to win the map ban phase. And Jacob, I gotta say, I don't know that they have. I think the Clubhouse pick from M80 is not that devastating to Team Secret, right? It's one that they did win in the last chance qualifiers over Outsiders. They lost it here at SI against Heroic, but it was maximum overtime. So they could, in theory, win this in 2, especially if Border, of course, goes their way. I'm worried about Theme Park, though.
I am worried about Theme 2. I think Border is going to rely more heavily on the fact that M80 threw that thing yesterday, and maybe there are some things that Secret and Twister noticed in the back that they can exploit. Yeah. You get to map 2, and Club, we've seen both Border and Club, it feels like, more than any other map so far in this tournament, maybe aside from a bank more often than not. And then you get to Theme, and there is a pretty big discrepancy overall in terms of who wins it more consistently. That falls on M80's shoulders, given their whole record and the fact that they still technically are undefeated on this thing since they brought it back in Berlin. So if we need to go to 3, I don't know how much Secret have left in the tank when we get to that point. They play it way, way more than M80 have over the past 6 months, but that has not led to a win rate of above 50% in the maps that they've played over the past year.
It's a 4-game win streak on Theme Park for M80, and that's over Koi in Berlin, Pete Koi, over Auction and TSM in Vegas, and then over FaZe in Montreal. Montreal. Those are 4 really good teams that M80 have a win record on. So yeah, it might be tough if it gets that way, but I could see this being a Secret 2-0. And really, given where they're at in the standings, a 2-0 is significantly more important than a 2-1 for them as well.
Still a case of even if Secret were to win their own map pick, you still have a lot of questions, because if we need to go to map 3, I'm still giving it to M80 the whole way.
Yeah.
I was just going to ask your predictions. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious. Do you guys want to drive it home here then? I mean, no hope for Secret? Oh, your faces say it all.
Yeah, I'm looking for the reason to give Secret the edge, and right now I'm just not finding it. So.
Listen, I think Twister is one of the best coaches in the game. I think he's massively underrated. He's done so much to lift this Secret team from a bottom European team to a team that can compete at the Invitational, that can take maps off Dark Zero. It's not out of the realm of possibility, but if it's M80 versus Secret, this is going to be a tough game for Secret. But it's do or die, so just maybe Jackie, they got that SI magic. Not impossible.
One last little wrinkle to throw in on this. So far, we've seen 2 teams knocked out of the Invitational. Both of them have been APAC teams, granted, and we can argue the strength of regions, but both of them lost 3 games and are already knocked out. Secret have played 2 and have lost 2. If they were to lose this one, it's not a mathematical guarantee that they are knocked out by some miracle because Group D is so close. Maybe they still have a chance. But if they were to lose this game, in spite of whether they win a map in this contest or not, it is very dire straits the rest of the way. So they need this win over M80. M80 don't really need this win over Secret.
Truth.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's get to it. M80 versus Secret, and it's no secret. My Blue and Stokes are amazing, and they're casting this matchup, but take it away. And we got the Stream B pre-show too, so don't go anywhere.
Thank you very much, Jackie. It's time, ladies and gentlemen, to jump into our 3rd out of 4 matches here for the day on the Alpha stream. M80 up against Team Secret. It is a skewed matchup if there ever was one as far as this group is concerned. M80 sits at the king of the hill position right now on top of this group. For Secret, at the very bottom, unfortunately, I believe only 1 point heading into this game.
Yeah, not looking too hot.
So some work needing to be done here. Absolute victory is the goal for them. 2-0 is what they're going to be looking for. Will they be able to achieve it? It's going to be a tough ask, at least as far as I'm concerned. There's a bit of a hero problem for me right now on Secret, in the fact that Ruby is just completely outshining the rest of his teammates, and that's creating a bit of a problem to where when he goes down, who's there to step up and take up the rest of the credit throughout that round?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's the exact opposite for M80. DS Lucas, the #1 rated player in the entirety of the tournament right now, and there he is, a beautiful man, main Lion as his main offensive operator at the current moment, as that's been their favorite go-to info op, and he's been quite dastardly with that gun indeed. So looking forward to seeing what they can get up against Team Secret. But as you said, needing the 2-0 here, well, at least we'll know the results pretty quick here. We'll see how Border goes. And, I mean, if Team Secret can't muster anything, then that's a pretty easy storyline.
Yep, it will be more than likely sending them to an early potential elimination here at SI. So 1 more match to go, I believe, for both of these teams tomorrow. Still, this is where they have that bye as well. Not 100% on the schedules for both of these teams, so we'll double check on that as we get deeper into this series. But here we go, folks. You can hear the music in the background. That means it's time to load in as we go to Border for map #1 of this series. Community poll has 75% of you thinking that M80 is taking this one. I'd say those are pretty good odds. 24% of you, I believe it was there, for Team Secret. Let's get into the bans, as something's going on in the chat there, but we'll figure that out when we get some more intel on it. First ban is in, though, and it's a Yana one from the folks over on Team Secret. Definitely not wanting to give M80 that entry boost here. And I'd say it's a pretty good ban with the proficiency we've had for Yana, specifically on this map as well. That's going to be an interesting one from M80, though, as we'll see Capital get banned out as our second attacker.
All right, well, for M80, Yana is their most used offensive operator. They play her 70% of the time, and that's through the 70 rounds they've played at this tournament. So quite a few rounds that Yana's going to be missed out upon. Capital, pretty good when it comes to Border overall, just burning out positions. This is one of his stronger maps, just because the tactical crossbow bolts are only countered out by Wamai. So if you don't have that, then he's got the keys to the castle. Solus and Azami, this is going to be no surprise to us. We've been talking about this all tournament, so we're not going to harp on it too much, folks. These two very powerful in their current state.
Wild attacker bans, but the defender bans making pretty much perfect sense here. So let's get into the rounds and see how this will all play out. M80's got the attacking side first. They'll be most affected by those attacker-sided bans. Of course, as Stokes mentioned, the Yana, pretty much a direct target ban against them due to how much they are using it. So I'm sure Team Secret has an idea of how to get around that when they are forced onto the attacking side over in round 7. Aside from that, they're not looking like it's tripped up the M80 roster all that much. Still seeing a more than capable lineup being brought to the table here. try and work their way. The IQ is going to be an interesting one to see, just because for the most part, so far in this tournament, we've been seeing it used as kind of a hard counter to Solus, and obviously we did see Solus just get banned out, so we're going to have to pay closer attention to see how Gomez is going to be utilizing IQ in this setup.
Well, just rolling through Team Secret's operator lineups and stuff they've been doing for this tournament as well, because you and I haven't got to touch on Team Secret yet.
True.
So I will say this initially, very excited to get to see Kendrick play again. It's been a while. Same for Sleben. Get an NA voice over Sleben names again. It's, well, what's it been, like 2 years since he was on the Soniqs? It's been a little while.
Yeah, it has been quite a bit, actually, when we think back on it.
We're dating
that little stint on the Soniqs.
Yeah, we're dating ourselves now. Ridiculous. But actually, Capitao used a decent amount on Team Secret's borders, about 24% of the time, and 60% win rate when they do have that op in their lineup. So not exactly a bad ban. M80 probably just saw something they didn't really like with those maps that they were watching over, so decided to get rid of him.
Slow approach for M80, at least to start things out here. So they're going to keep at least the IQ behind to watch out, see if anybody's going to be spotted on cams from a distance here, either on that window-facing balcony or potentially somewhere deeper inside of security. They have gone over for an interesting first sight. I believe we're playing over towards potentially Tellers for Team Secret here this time. As they work their way deeper into it, though, we are going to see how the M80 roster tries to take those first bits of map control away from the Team Secret roster. There is certainly some aggression that could be thrown out. You can see this propped up by Savage and a few other members of this team right now.
Savage in a pivotal position here for break. Very common position. A lot of teams really favoring to play around this balcony.
Nice.
Huge nitro so here from Sleben, and some nice shots from Savage. He's down Kino, no respect from NA. Gomez is going to step up and take down Savage as well. So far, so good for them. Kino's actually going to be saved here. Fortunately enough, I thought he was inside, but no, not going to be the case. So it'd be right outside the horseshoe window here. Still have one inside of Bookshelf. Nice shots from Kendrew, and Secret fire back. Cannon fodder for M80. Remember, Kino also weak from that earlier engagement.
So that's the most convincing start here for M80 as they struggle greatly just to clear out the extension and the security at the moment here. Team Secret constantly tripping up any attempt from M80 to clear things out, and it's all been left down to Diaz now, who's not looking too good for wear here either. Really spamming into that corpse there as he gets the finish off on
That's a personal foul. Flag on the play for that one, Diaz. It's a 1v4. That was a little overzealous.
Bit of a moot point kill anyway when you consider what is still sitting in front of him throughout the rest of this round. A 1v3 still to be dealt with. Complete lack of intel gain that he has to play with as well. And there we go, the cross from down below. Inside of Tellers itself finishes things off. We can see this for Secret. They are excited to win that round in that fashion. Put themselves onto the board here at the start of the series.
No, the fantastic start past that as well. And that's how you want to start a map that you really, really need to win. You need to keep the hopes high and your opponents on their hind legs. M80 not looking too hot that first offense there. It's really due just to the respect they were giving over to Secret, which was more or less the lack thereof respect towards Team Secret. They just bold-faced walked right into security as well as break, and Team Secret was not having it. Some nice shots were landed. M80 not really too much to say about that situation, but fortunately enough, got a lot of time still ahead of them here in border.
Still going to be a first floor hold from Team Secret. In fact, they're working their way over here into Customs, believe it or not, for the second round hold. Not necessarily the site we've been seeing a lot of our teams, for our games at least, on border play directly into. So this will be a fun one to see how M80 try to manage this one. Quite a few repicks as a result of that site choice. You're going to see the hard breach change up, for instance, over there on Kino as he's forced to go over to the Thermite. The Thatcher even being brought in so they can guarantee the opening at jail. Gomez will try to get a bit sneaky on this round with the Nook. Y'all get staying consistent there on that sledge. They are certainly going to want to open up the top downs to access this site from the inside of security up here, but they'll have to work their way past this extension again. And that brings a call back to the last round where they really struggled just to get that part of the map. In fact, never even really got it.
Well, it feels like they are almost being forced to respect it this time with the Mira in play, right? I mean, you just be lying to yourself if you're like, oh, I can do this. I can do whatever I want in this situation. You know, I don't really see that come to fruition with the Mira windows there, but we'll see what M80 has to say about it. Do the Thatcher in play. Hey, pretty works out for Diaz. I think he's got another one here on the cross section as well. Oh, it's just the Mira window. A little soft breach there to the right. No, they're both flirting back and forth with this angle. So dangerous. Nitro cell out. Kendrew just risking it all right now. The Selma charge eats up the Mira barricade. Mute Jammer not really able to do much. There's an EMP delivered by Diaz, so very well done from M80. They're making quick work of this site.
A risk there from Diaz, of course, in taking those fights. Obviously, things have worked out, so we don't have any real critique for it, but had he gone down, we could be looking at a very different situation here, where M80 may have not actually been able to get open the wall, but props to Diaz here, leading the charge in both the fragging and to some extent the utility front on this round here, making sure that the team is still able to move forward with those entries. Spirits can now take charge on this, try to proceed forward as the secondary hard breach and open up access to customs from the inside of Passport Check.
M80 have their picks, Jones, so they're going to slow down. They want to use this advantage, use these drones, discover some more angles, some more utility game of Secret. More details they get, better off they are going into this last minute. Apparently didn't see the angle that Slubin could be potentially working there. They saw him in that position, just didn't know that there was some verticality in play. So see if they can work this out with a frag grenade. It's going to force him off. More than likely hurt the pin through the floor there. So far so good for M80.
Gomez found out there as well. Quite a few members of M80 being heavily injured here now. Diaz, of course, the damage he took earlier. Now Gomez and Yaga as well, down to approximately half of their HP. Gomez is going to try to go for the east main entry. There is a camera on top of that, though, already previewing this potential push, so he's going to spot that coming from a long while away. Astro has the top-down angle and will be able to move in, but it's not going to be a kill from him. It's going to be Diaz instead that claims Slevin elsewhere. Diaz is well ready for the run-up from Astro. The top-down fails to dominate as it did in the previous round, and suddenly Grubby is all that remains in the 1v5.
Welcome to the Church of Diaz Lucas, folks. Kino puts him down as well. Lots of energy from Divas.
I did a land. I did the rhythm of land. You like that.
Still smiles from Team Secrets. Apparently not too happy with
Last kill was a fun one, you know, everybody can enjoy that.
A little confused as to what was happening there, apparently, for one of those engagements. Perplexed, rather, is Team Secrets. As M80, hot to trot, at least in that last round. The initial one, not too much going on, but they immediately bounced back into a positive favor.
1-1 scoreline established now as a result of that Team Secret finally going to the usual default site for this map upstairs in the lockers room. A few more kind of fight-heavy operators being brought to the table. Another interesting one in the form of the Vigil. Stokes has been mentioning how we haven't really been seeing a whole lot of Vigil as of late, and that still remains true a few days later in the tournament. Savage as well, going to try to bring this one in as M80 did emphasize their drone work a heck of a lot more on this previous round. So Savage potentially swapping over to this operator to see if he can potentially work around that and hide amongst it.
Just for funsies here, let me tell you how many times M80 has played against Vigil in the entirety of this tournament. This is the first time. There you go. And they've played how many rounds? 70 offensive rounds. So this will be 73. So it took him 73 rounds to get Vigil.
This is only our second time seeing him in the entire tournament so far.
It's so crazy how quick he's
even that's a lot right now, seeing him twice.
Yeah, it's just so wild.
7 games. We're going to continue to see a slow windup from M80. As obviously the direct play did not really work out on round number 1. As Stokes said, a lot more respect being given over to Team Secret's defense now. So they passed the test, so to speak, on round number 1 here. So that is going to bring a more methodical playstyle out from M80. Savage trying to play against this with the Vigil's active ability, but at the same time need to be careful not to give over that opening entry to M80 again, trying to postulate a peek towards East Main, but has not been able to work himself towards it, and even worse too, M80 are not really baiting into that much right now. It's mainly that south doorway that they're all trying to focus on. Same for the windows too. If they can establish a counter cross for Savage, he may never even get the chance to try and go for that peek over by the stairwell.
Got some drones in here for M80, looking for some more info on site. Nades in towards Suicide. Not going to find too much though, as it seems off the mark. See if we can get it the second time around. In and on. Very well done from Yaw. Got the lineup. Slebin down
in the
for
basket.
The count. Indeed. I think that's an and one right there.
Takes him down, and that will leave us now with M80 in control, at least of the opener. Grubby, once again, this has been the star for Secret. It's been a massive presence, a massive saving grace, you could say, for this team. But at the moment, it's going to be all on Kendrew instead, who picks up one exchange against Spirits. Gomez does successfully knock out Grubby on the inside of security. So still a +1 advantage over to our attackers right now. Kendrew as well, just crawling his way out of the hot zone here to make it back to the inside of office.
Kendrew is fighting for his life right now. Able to crawl out, make it through onto the other side of East, takes down Yaga, finds the equalizer. Team Secret, they're trying to stay in it. They're fighting back, and it's working so well. Kino all alone on an island over inside of break. 50 seconds left. He's got Case, but no cams. Got some cams around. You can see the rest of the team flickering through them. Kendrew down. Savage, such low HP. This AK-12, such a strong weapon in the proper hands. And Kino, he has been so good all of 2022, especially with this team. But, oh, can't feel it out correctly. Remember, Savage is on low HP. Kino has to literally breathe on him. Oh, so very close. They dance back and forth. He knows where he is. He has the ability to plant here. 20 seconds remain. Soma to go down. He's going to use this to cover the audio of the plant. Astro has impacts. 2 seconds remain here. He'll get through it. Impacts out. He knows that he's low HP. Astro seals it. Kino had the opportunity, but the earlier tag. So very close was Kino to clutching this up, but Secret just inches better.
Doesn't expect the dash to come back in through the breach and fountain there. A fatal misstep at the end of it. Well, what an attempt once again. The round nearly given back to M80. Lost, however, after they picked up the opening kill. They themselves not expecting the sudden aggressive swing from Team Secret around the 1.5 minute mark where Kendrew gets it started. A few other members of the team chime in with their own aggression as well there. And suddenly M80 are brought down to a single player who nearly gets the job done anyway, but falters in that final 1v1 with the post plant on the ground as well.
I mean, my heart's beating out of my chest. I don't know how Kino feels, but wow, that was so very close. GG's all around to everybody on that. Top-heavy strategy here from Team Secret as everyone ascends the stairs. Defense as well as Cerberus going to be the defensive strategy for Team Secret this time all around. Castle barricades abound as well on the top floor. A fantastic strategy we've seen implemented by quite a few squads, and also that door in particular, one that professional players wanted for a long time in the older version of Border, being able to break up the line of sight down that long hallway. Such a cool feature that they added with that. And you can see just how reinforced Sleben is going to go for this. They don't have Sledge. That's going to be kind of an issue. They have the Ash, though, and they have the potential to have some other breaching charges. So this might be more or less a moot point, and indeed, there are quite a few breaching charges in play.
All right, well, let's see here now how M80 is going to try to use those to harass the heck out of Team Secret's lower floor play, it seems. I'll build up to a pretty interesting late round, I would imagine, considering just how many of these they have brought to the table.
Well, you have the ADSs in play. I was a little worried about the suicide nade coming through again. How many ADSs does he have here, though? Two. Okay, fair enough. Fair play. We don't have any nades, but obviously that's a big thing that we would need, so don't even have to really worry about that. So don't have to worry about the burn they would potentially have. Probably just smoke the front of it if they're going to try and do anything over there. But a lot of their manipulation has been over here towards this balcony and trying to get in towards like Horseshoe and the break room area.
Complicated setup is spotted over here by lockers as well, so they probably won't be messing around with that too much. It's a little too dangerous, more than likely for M80 to want to try and set up and clear that out. So they back away from it. Spirits establishes Overwatch. They try to flank from those positions. Like I said before, not going to be too adventurous to claim it itself. Astro in the open for it as well. Potential opportunity presented. That member from M80, but not going to end up working out here. One of their members end up rotating back down. It does seem like M80 is trying to primarily push in through jail. An opening they believe have here, and Spirits will eventually strike first here. Once again, knocking down Grubby, certainly helping to diminish his impact, but thankfully Kendrew and a few of the other members of Secret have been able to step up and make up the difference over the past few rounds.
M80 have done a perfect job of playing things to the absolute limit inside of this round. Their positioning, especially over towards the balcony area, was picture perfect. M80 not stepping up, giving themselves away towards Secret's, positioning. Even with the pulse up, it really seemed like Secret was pretty in the dark as to what was going on. Losing Grubby very early here. And now with 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining, M80 have free reign over what they want to do to this top floor. Still have to find a home for this planter downstairs, but it's looking solid so far.
A little bit of resistance still in the form of the Oryx, played out over by Office as well. He's going to continue to cause some problems. It appears another one also hiding still in the mirror in the inside of the small office here, but not too long for this position. Astro will be able to work things out, however, on the Oryx. One teammate dashes away, another one will rise to the occasion. 2 kills in a row now from Astro, sitting at 5-1, matching the energy of Kendrew now with an exact same scoreline as Yaga trades him back out.
Kendrew's under the desk.
Kendrew hiding down here. really be able to fend off the pressure when the execute comes forward. Kino and the rest of the team ready to potentially hop in through the hatch. 27 seconds remains. They do have a few moments of excess if they want to try and go for the drone game, check things out. But as Stokes mentioned, more than likely, Kendra's position will be unnoticed, and he's got some big play potential because of that.
Has a pulse over inside of detention as well. So much routing that Secret can use to their advantage. Plant going down, but do they know where it is? It's inside on the server stack. This timing going to be so very important. They get the case down. They're going to give Yaga a chance here, and he has the verticality. Has to kill 3. So many challenges he has to take, but he gets 1. Knows they have to try and fight metal stairs. It's so very doable. He's going to be able to get a lot of damage off here. So very low. Look at Yaga's HP bar. He has this. This might be his moment, John.
He knows they
6 Invitational. Oh my God, what a time. What a time to be alive for Yaga. If there was a time to show your wit, show your prowess in Rainbow Six, it would be now! Yaga, you're gonna make me flip the table if you get this! Oh, Kendrew's on top of it. He has to fake it out. He's off of it. The timer, it's there. Yaga, he's got it! M80!
Let's go! Let's go!
Wow! Steps away from achieving it in the previous round, and finally they grab it 1 round later. A massive clutch coming in from Yaga there to shut it down for M80 and give them the round after a brilliant stance put up earlier on by Astro as well. It's all made into a moot point as once again Yaga brings a big clutch into play and succeeds on it this time for M80. They're going to call for a timeout after that one, interestingly enough.
Yaga, I know you hate when I do this, but that's some corn-fed bruiser stuff right there, man. That's a Midwestern boy. Put him down. That was fantastic. Disgusting play. These guys are literally going to give me a heart attack during this game. It's only map 1, too. Ridiculous. Let's listen in here and see what's up.
It's an incredibly even individual stat line, too, but we'll listen up here.
Shoes low, you know, head up a little bit, okay?
Yeah, we want to go Maui Sunny Shop down. For... If they go bathroom.
I can do it. It could be me. I'm usually like a guy on sandwich.
And we're back into it now. Starting out the game, I was talking about it before we quieted ourselves for a moment to try and listen to the tail end of that pause. Both teams pretty much sitting on the exact same individual scorelines right now. There's 2 players with 5 kills. I think like both teams have 1 player with 3 kills, 1 player with 2 kills, and 1 player with 1 kill, or something similar to that. So incredibly even on the individual perspective of things right now. But M80 is coming on a little bit close with a clutch on that last round. Is able to tie us up once again. Things reflecting very, very close right now. As you can tell, Secret wants to fight for these points. They know that they are at the brink of elimination. That means they need to bring out everything they have, and we are certainly seeing that, but M80 is really not pulling any punches here either, so it's creating a real whirlwind of a series at the moment here. A few repicks coming in. Diaz is actually not really going to end up changing anything. We did see Gomez as well swap over to a Buck at the final moment. It's not really finding a use for the IQ inside of this one, specifically since we already have the Blitz to try to force the issue in a few of these areas, but we also are going to get the Amaru pick from Yaga once again. Try and see if he can bring some fun into this one with the Gara Hook.
M80 back on their Joker arc. We love to see it. The Blitz in, as well as the Gara Hook wielding Amaru. Plenty of ammo in that G8 as well that Yaga will have. Won't have the shotgun this time around. We've been seeing some people favor that this tournament as well, so they're pretty fun. Secret's going to have the Chunk in as well, which is pretty cool over the smoke. See if they can get it to go on this top floor. It's going to be M80 Spirits on his shield operator. He's most known for. Astro with a lot of damage off onto Kino. Very lucky they didn't remove his head though, so we'll take what he can get. Spirits trying to stay on top of it. Can't get too ahead of himself here, because that's where things go wrong with Blitz. Have to stay kind of like a bulldog on a leash. A little aggressive here from both squads, but it'll work out from M80 on this top floor. Just a little bit of a mess, but they're the ones cleaning up. Really kind of the point of Blitz as well, right? Cause a lot of chaos.
Very much the case. And chaos we did get. That's chaos that currently M80 has some slight control over. Astro trying to put that right foot forward yet again. Diaz found from below by the Tachanka gun of all weapons as well. Slebin able to pierce through those floorboards. A knife for cheese and quickly knock out one of the members of the team. Spirit, so getting the flash out. He gets revenge against Astro, but Kendro once again able to trade it back into his team's favor. Secret refuses to give up on these gunfights, so we are even yet again down to a 2v2, and unfortunately for M80, one of those remaining players is the Blitz.
Low HP for both of them though, and Kendro is still alive, which is the bane of any shield player's existence. Oryx So he can simply just knock Spirits on his butt. Got a big problem past that. Slubman's going to have full HP as well still, and a lot of those fire nades to prevent anything going on objective-wise. I mean, he's real chance. Try and get a pick here. See if we can influence this. Via some info game or something along those lines. We still have a drone here on Spirits, but it's more than likely on a flank watch, so might not adjust that. Could be worrisome. We get the angle here, Slebin. Lots of damage, but Slebin, oh!
Shit with that gun.
It's not what you wanted to see. Kino's gonna drop some stuns in. Kendrew, oh, so unfortunate. Completely blind, like he's staring into the sun, and an M80 rather guns him down.
Misjudged the Candela drop position, thought he would have been able to creep forward without being affected by it. A fatal mistake that ends up costing Team Secret the round. However, only one behind here, so fairly easy still for the team to bounce back into it. With the seesawy nature that we've had in this game so far, I'd say it's almost a likely outcome of at least one of these upcoming rounds. Only one more remaining for the half, though, so it's Team Secret's last chance to make an impact here and keep us at an even keel before we reach halftime and decide if M80 is going to hold that advantage or not. Glass selection in for M80. We'll see if they stick with this. Once again, the resounding answer is no. As they go back to the IQ, it looks like, on the replay.
It's always a bait, it seems, for the majority of teams.
I'm telling you. It's just, I don't think it works.
There's going to be one game where...
I don't think it works.
I'm so proud of you, John. You have an opinion on this broadcast. You do it.
Glass is bad.
He is bad. Say it. Say it with your chest.
Keep him off your roster. What are you doing?
Thank you. Thank you, John.
See through smoke, soak, and Warden. So
good stuff.
Not even special.
Boom. He's not even special.
Not even unique anymore.
Bulletproofs can see through stuff. Warden can see. There's so many people that are glass better.
That's a horrible point to make there.
I mean, but like, to be fair, all of the defensive utility actually just plays back at him. So it's like...
And it's so obvious when you play him usually. Like,
I wonder what this smoke
second he shoots anything, it's like, well, oh, I wonder what he's going to do. Like,
my favorite is when they set the smoke right on the edge of the site, like no one's going to understand why that smoke is just randomly there this time around. Oh, I'm hiding it.
Also, like, it's like, when else do you do a smoke execute? Current meta. Like,
yes.
Like, there's a few other strats on certain maps, but that's really it. Like,
now here's the thing. I don't knock him for trying because there is, I am sure, every once in a while where that strat works so beautiful in scrims, but just not today, or really ever on broadcast, which really sucks because back in the day, Ying Glass meta used to be so crazy to watch. Entire defense would just die instantaneously. And if they didn't, they just die inside, really.
So the action getting started here. We'll pay close attention because things have been heating up very quickly on these rounds, and this one going to be no exception. Team Secret immediately pinching out the East push here. Slapping into the confirmation on Kino. Keep in mind, Spirits is still down as well. Yet to be confirmed over on the south balcony. There we go. The confirmation now in. Already a 2-kill advantage over to Secret for this round here. They're looking to make a statement on the final round.
Wow.
Half and Slevin with the drive-by. Certainly trying to seal the deal here as he knocks out Gomez.
Well, y'all got a heck of a round the last time, but yeah, went back to the casino. All he found was lead. It's gonna be Diaz. Lights up Kendrew, but now they know exactly where he is. He's gonna get the business real quick from Groovy. It's gonna be a flawless round from Secret. They bring it back to even keel here on Border.
All right, so 3-3 scoreline. Both teams neck and neck at a near back and forth affair throughout the entirety of the half there. I think the teams each managed to get a double round peat at one point during it, but aside from that, very much a repeat for both teams. Moving into the second half now, it's M80's turn on the defensive side. We'll see how active they can be and if they're going to try to get in the face of Team Secret as often as we were seeing them try to do so against M80, or if M80 will restrain themselves a little bit more. Allow Secret to go for their opening executes and play things out in a normal fashion. Speaking of a normal fashion, Secret with very few surprises when it comes to their operator lineup. Things are going to be pretty basic as far as their picks are concerned. It's a little bit more complex when we do see the repick come out from Grubby. Of course, going to add a little bit more direct flank counter into it. And Astro will now just switch over to the sledges. They still need that top-down opener to be brought back. Okay, maybe they don't. Doubling back onto it there. He ends up on the Ash. Feeling that the charges from Ash's grenade launcher are going to be good enough to do the top-down work they need.
Maybe it's just something about the G36C.
They're really switching it around here, too, because now Savage has the sledge back. Kendrew's gone over to the Twitch. This took a lot of repicking to get the final lineup.
That's one of those, you just look across the desk and go, I'm better than you on Twitch.
Yeah, I think they're like debating who should get the Twitch right there.
Savage is probably like, oh yeah, I'll play the F2. And they're like, the grip's off. And he's like, oh yeah, I don't want to play Twitch. He's like, give me sledge, Kendrew, please. Kendrick's like, fine.
Kendrick's like, check the KDs.
He's like, fine, I'll do it with the 417. Watch this.
I'm the captain now.
Oh, no way. No way, no how, DS. I thought he saw it. Thought he laid eyes on the Twitch drone.
Apparently not. Just bye-bye to the probably most important mirror window we have down on this round. Just a straight hole opening up into that balcony entrance over into the site now. Not the best way for M80 to start this one out. They do have to just kind of give up that part of the map by default or play very carefully around the window at a minimum here. A lot of stacked players from M80 over here by east side as well. So we'll have to see what they're potentially trying to cook up. Quite a bit of a stack deployed, but it does go back into normal positions. It looks like maybe just trying to posture up for something crazy if we saw a bigger east push from Team Secret, but they never really obliged it, so M80 also de-stacks their positioning.
Well, not too much of a frontal assault into the building just yet. Nice gunfight there. Spirits will end up losing that. Astro's on very low HP now, though. Savage will go down. Some nice trade outs from M80 as they will regather the lead. Astro still very low on HP as he was not one of the targets of that assault. M80 looking quite solid here, but Sleben finding an angle. So many M80 bodies piled high there. Practically couldn't miss firing a volley. Able to take down one. DS, though, he's going to fire back. It is constantly Secret, just trying to find these off angles up against the M80 setup. Trying to work things around break side as well as the office area. Someone's going to get off of East, it seems. Kendrick has the case, so it seems like Sleben's going to have to try and rotate over to him, but everything down here is barricaded. Everything is an audio cue. The cam might even still be up for default. I mean, who knows how far Team Secret even got down here? They didn't see too much. Oh, they got a drone down here. They know where one is. Oh, good night, Gomez. Sleben opening up the gate here. They might actually have this 2v2.
Kendrick needing to try and pierce into the site, though. That's going to be the key part of this. How do they get access to a plant angle? 30 seconds to go, so very decent amount of time in order to make this work. Kendrick with the wrong guess initially. He tries to push forward deeper into Archives, but there's reason behind that as M80 is giving up those positions. Kendrick, though, clipped off, and the same can be said for the last remaining player as well. M80 suddenly jumps out of nowhere, finds the winning angles for those final 2 kills. Puts up a stalwart defense instead, winning things out in round number 7, and locking in that lead for the foreseeable future.
Back and forth we go, it seems. Team Secrets able to get things going on that offensive side instead of the 2 versus 2. Really good job of working the map, though, keeping things active. Also, shout out to everybody that was dead there as well for staying active on cams. As much as that seems like a fundamental of Siege, you know, it even escapes professional players sometimes. So just good on them for staying heads up, making sure that they are assisting the roster at all times, staying active. Almost had it there at the dying moments, but M80 able to muster up just at the tad bit there, resurge into the defensive part, able to pick up those last 2 kills. So M80 are going to send it down to the bathroom now. Kino going to be on dock. We see M80 work dock in every once in a while. I think we've seen it a couple of times here on their borders previously as well, just for some of those longer angles. Plus, I mean, border tends to be a pretty, you know, fight-heavy map, even though, you know, that's kind of the point of Siege past that, right? But it makes it to where you can take a lot more of those fights, especially with Doc nowadays. He heals you for so much HP. I think it's 200 flat now, which is just absolutely crazy.
So we'll see the Doc brought in for Kino. See what he can work with this operator. Quite a versatile one when it comes to just his capability to solo play. I mentioned the gun work that can be made with him as well, but no immediate success being seen in these first few seconds here, which is where we normally tend to see the Doc shenanigans play out. Very well-positioned drone going to be a constant info drip here now. This is one that is more than likely not going to get spotted by the defenders unless they have a very keen eye behind that bag up there. So Grubby has a lot to work with. The problem is he's the only one on the drone at the moment, so it's not necessarily the most reliable intel. It's going to be a hope that he has a teammate to watch this one for him when he's ready to make that leap forward. Keep in mind, he can no longer see that Doc position deeper on the inside, and it does appear that Kino suspects something. Nade goes right on top of Gomez there. Almost a big misstep. So obviously that would have been done by a member of Team Secret. You know, that gets caught out by it. Diaz does actually take some hits, potentially from that spray there. He's brought down to half HP, but it's going to be Kino. Spotted out first by Savage, and that should potentially open up the wayside for the Amaru swing now. Spirit's able to find a trade, being able to keep control of the immediate area near Office as well as Fountain. But Groovy officially in now, taking that control away and starting to pinch to force those players away.
Very unfortunate that Kino happened to be the first one to go down there, as DS could definitely use one of those stems at the current moment, but I mean, it's a fair shake there for M80 as Savage is down, so therefore lacking Lion, but Groovy making it hard now with the G8 as he takes out 2 in sight. Standing on the server stack, tall, as we're working this one out quite well. Yeah, still holding things down at the back end. Not too much happening past that. Just trying to stay stalwart.
Nice.
And just tries to attempt to let M80 work out his positioning. They give up the goods yet again here, and he's good for 3 in that round. Secret, so decisive there, especially for Groovy.
Buckle up, ladies and gentlemen, as it does look like this is going to be a long one here. Both teams proving their worth pretty much instantly inside of both halves here, with the response round being won both times. 1-1 on the first 2 rounds of both halves here so far, and that's going to keep us even now, 4-all between these teams. Ventilation hold coming up next for M80 as they try to rebound yet again and hold on to this lead so they can at least try to work their way up to 6 before their opponents do and have potentially that one more round opportunity to win this one in regulation.
No Jaeger here for M80, but more than likely won't need it. Gonna bring the castle barricades back. Definitely see this being a bit more dedicated towards the top floor, but that's not what M80 is thinking. They're thinking about castle barricading up jungle as well as Vent's window here. Astro does have sledge, so a couple of these will be pretty fairly, straightforward for them. He's gonna switch it on over to the Ash, so might be a little bit worried about something else here. These castle barricades might play a hand into things later on. They can definitely mess up some rotations and past that, especially depending on the picks that M80 can get. There's some times where it's practically impossible to use those as an avenue to work your way around the map. Otherwise, you have to try and circumnavigate them, use other spaces and your team hopefully has control of at that point. Yaga's gonna go for a quick spawn peek. Good throwback there to Waka all the way back in the day.
Hollow is going to be tough to make that work, unfortunately.
I mean, you'd be surprised, man. Waka all the way back, SI 2019, John. Little Valkyrie gameplay. What you know about that, huh?
Kendrick gets us started, though. Yaga tries to jump out yet again, and Kendrick needs to find that consistency. Cursing a little bit there, as we do see Spirits trade him back out. Now it just goes 1-1 on this run. Spirits, hard hold on the corner right there. Oh, man. Does not suspect the big swing from Astro. And he'll be able to get 2. Down against him, Kino responds with 2 of his own. It's a battle of superstars here. Players just going off, back and forth against each other. Slevin, a great opportunity, but he can't follow through with the spray. Kino survives and only loses about 1/3 of his health as we are already down to a 2v2, less than a minute into the round.
Both of these teams so feisty.
It's a gunner's game right now.
Yeah, a lot of fire back and forth. Frag grenade in. Could get rid of that castle barricade there, give them some access to vents. They still have Groovy here on the Nook, so this could be extremely useful for them. No frag grenades on him, but drone for Slebin, but probably on flank. As they do still have 2 active, but obviously 3 dying in some pockets, so a little hard fought there for Team Secret, but hopefully have something. You can see Astro's on a camera, Slebin, so I'll be helping them out, so more than likely be a camera that's not moving much unless they need it. Try and clear out sight. I'm going to try and use the verticality to their advantage and see if they can potentially get a pickup. M80, I don't think, though, is going to be playing this directly onto site. They'll be playing right on the outskirts. Very, very smart thing to do. Trying to defend some of these positions. The stairwell as well as the drop. You see that drone from Slebin. They had it upstairs inside the 90 hallway. They're going to work that downstairs, John. I'm going to try and get that inside, but DS is going to clean that up.
Activating presence reduction.
Grubby starts the descent here. Just going to go slightly unnoticed. So wraps around the corner. Keep in mind, it's got those more obscured footsteps nicely found as well. Diaz not ready for it on the cross. Kino finds the response, though. Yet again, one player goes down. Another star seems to rise. Slebin, he'll go for the plant. Here's Kino's second opportunity for the clutch. He's going to miss Slebin initially. Here's another transition and gets the instant headshot. It's another 1v1 clutch going the way of M80 as they sustain and keep the lead in their pocket.
Gotta wipe my glasses off here. Is that an audio fake in Rainbow Six? Disgusting. I was watching Counter-Strike there for just a split second. Oh my, Kino. Look at that. Gets it lined up. First bullet out of that MPX. 5 rounds now for M80 as every single round seems like it's up in the air. Anybody's ball game between these two teams. Absolutely loving it, especially for Team Secret. Really good to be seeing them play so well. Been loving what we're seeing from Astro. Some big kills from him. Just haven't been able to build off it in the best of ways for Team Secret. It's been a lot of M80 just being like, all right, cool. If you can do that, we can do that as well. And they end up equalizing.
So for Team Secret, it's once again a task of getting back on the seesaw here. See if they can swing themselves up high enough to tie things up at 5-5, or does M80 really take control after yet another ground-shattering clutch comes into their favor there? Down to the 1v1, truly becoming a game of individuals to a lot of this, for a lot of these rounds here, because it ultimately just comes down to a 1vx more times than not. If the team doesn't outright dominate inside of the early round. We'll see if things remain as chaotic as they have been for the previous rounds. So keep in mind again what we said there. 8 out of 10 of the players, excuse me, that number's wrong. 6 out of 10 of the players, we're down to a 2v2, were dead inside of the first minute of play on the previous round here. So that gives you an idea of just how hot this game is getting that quickly.
Spicy. I always love it when these games are this tight-knit. Keep them close, keep them entertaining. I get way too bored when things start getting drastic for one team. It's like, all right, come on, man. Let's do something here. And speaking of something, I guess my calls will be answered, won't they? Groovy quickly dispatches Kino. He's like, all right, Stokes, we'll give you some entertainment. Kino goes down. He won't be around to save M80 this time. So they're going to have to rest on the rest of the squad. They've been really good, though, being able to play from a man down, not only equalizing, but most importantly, taking rounds from this position quite often.
We're sitting back and waiting here. Astro going for the very safe opening of South, but it is a bit of a distraction as they're actually trying to hop in towards the balcony and take East control, I think, and work things from there. Might not necessarily be the case, though, as we don't see that full commitment showing up from Secret. They're still trying to work some positioning over by the office wall as well. First swing into there, but I mean, he's more than ready for that present. You can see they have the setup to counter that one back out. Secret very much trying to go for the full side swipe clear here. He's trying to move for a full east to west take. But without the corresponding pressure, either coming in from the south or somewhere else on the map, this is still going to be a tough one to make work, even with the time they're trying to give themselves for it. That player advantage is really all they are banking on right now to make this work and hope they can, the loss of one player, trade their way to a win. And they might very well be right about that. Gomez now being dropped down, not fully eliminated yet. Savage will take some responses. He does go down, but he wins the fight. Yaga gets a confirmation off onto Groovy, but still all these kills are going over to Secret. Astro with 2, Slevin to finish it off. Secret, hold on. We are still tied at 5-all.
You can just see how crazy Border is for the offensive side if you're able to get those walls open. A practical kill box. No matter what happened, M80 is entering no man's land. So many angles being flooded on every portion of the map. Fantastic control from them as they break open Archive, have that counter angle coming in from metal stairs up through Fountain. Just so many positive areas for them to try and abuse. Really hard fought there from M80 as they can't stop Team Secret from getting control there. That was the biggest issue. Once they have control like that, you just have to try and gun out, and there really wasn't an opportunity for that this time around.
Opportunity indeed, especially with them starting on the back foot. Couldn't really justify any type of hyper-aggressive swings or anything like that to try to get back into the action there, as they were already a player down, so they'd just be risking a further deficit. Tried to play it safe, tried to play to the advantageous spots that they had taken up there in the middle of the round, but does not end up working out. Team Secret is given all the freedom and all the time, more importantly, to read into that and properly execute counter. Armory Archives is up on the docket again for M80, as they're still wanting to try and lock in a success on this second floor hold. The Seesaw still alive and well, so it'll be their turn to win it if everything goes in that order. But at the same time, Team Secret giving us a convincing one on that previous round. It's going to be tough for M80 to turn it back around.
Secret heard you talking mess about Glaz. He's in the lineup, and he's here to stay.
What's the over-under on the repick?
Well, they have, what is it, 20 seconds basically remaining until, well, roughly like 25 seconds at that moment.
I don't think it's going to happen. I think they're going to roll with it.
I think they're going to stick it, yeah.
I think they're going to stick it, considering the way they executed the last round, because those were a bunch of angles where Glaz could actually probably work it pretty well. Like that office play they were trying to make, that's probably like a Glaz playground right there. I think they could set that up properly. And more importantly, if M80 actually obliges and swings into it, though, that's the hard part, is you have to convince M80 to actually challenge.
I think the wild thing would be to like do that angle, but set the Wait, hold on 1 second. Wait, it's gonna be top floor again?
Yes.
They can't use that angle because they didn't bring hard breach. That long angle through archives, they can't use that.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
There's no hard breach there, so the Glaz is gonna have to do something else. Maybe he's gonna go to AC. Oh, now I'm quizzical.
Guess we'll find out.
Oh my goodness.
That is going to be a real big uh-oh moment when Team Secret gets themselves to the inside.
All right, guys, now use the Selmas.
What Selmas?
What Selmas, sir?
One in your back pocket.
Oh, thank God it's the weekend. Captain, it's Wednesday.
All right, well, let's see how Team Secret try to get things done here. The OSA as well.
Oh, they're going
okay.
old reliable, baby.
I see how they're
love
make this work now.
Let's go. Oh, wow. Okay.
And they go.
Love it.
The OSA plant pretty much ready to go already. Kendra has the case in hand.
1, 2, 3 nitro cells.
So there is a direct hard counter to this setup. First smoke. You can see that ball pluming on the ground right there. Phone calls coming too, so that's going to prompt M80 to hold themselves back. Nades cooking in. They want this first kill, I think, before they try to commit themselves to the inside. Once again, possibly waiting for an aggressive swing to come out from M80, but they're holding for the most part. Just a few repositions when they're forced to, but they're not going to be obliging any of this aggression at the moment. Nice nade dump, though. Diaz, though, still staying alive from it. The Nitro in another one. A double Nitro, and it's going to knock out Kendra. Drops the case inside of the site along with it. That will not be an easy one to retrieve if M80 has an angle on that doorway.
It's the pain train for Kendrew. Slubbing down to a smoke. Haven't even had the third course of this 3-course meal. The Nitro Cell still in the pocket of Diaz. Very low HP on him, though, but it's a 5-man buffet for M80. Practically just throw bodies at Team Secret. It might work out. Yes, with a nice angle. Slevin trying to find him, though. Unless he might be prone inside of that door. They have a lot of time still on the docket to try and abuse. But M80 so healthy. There it is, Spirits. He's going to pick up Savage. They were just waiting to find somebody on rotation. My God, M80. Astro going to get something here at the end. Practically a participation trophy at this moment. It's going to take a long road in order to get this done. He does have some time. He does have some bullets. Does he have the coup? He doesn't. Kino shuts it down, and they have a chance to get this dealt with in regulation.
M80 up to 6. They have a chance indeed, but can they break the curse of the seesaw that's been alive here this entire half so far? That's the big question now. They're not obviously going to be able to go back to that same site. They're once again going to have to change things up in that regard as well, but they do have some winners now that should be unlocked that they can fall back on. Speaking of which, it's down to Customs here for their final site.
Which, I'm going to confirm this really quickly, but if I do remember off the top of my head, which I've been pretty good at about this this tournament, actually.
Glaz once again accomplishing a whole lot in that last round.
Glaz accomplished literally nothing.
I have nothing else to say aside putting that piece of information out there for those who find that useful.
Care. That's my TED Talk. Thank you for coming. So, what map are we on? No. So, where's Border at here? There we go. 10 plays on Border so far. We've had 114 rounds. It's 46% defender rated. And where was there it is. Oh, we're going to Ventilation Workshop. I'm sorry. I thought we were going down to...
Yeah, we're downstairs.
I thought we were going to Supplying Customs. Apologies. Because we'd only played that 5 times so far, so I wanted to get that. So I misheard you. Apologies. But since we're here already, 42% defensive win rate on that. 44% actually on Teller's Bathroom, funny enough. So that one just edging out its fellow site. Its sister site, you could say, on the same floor. So... M80 looking to defend vents and do it successfully here. Spirits is going to have a bulletproof up for the outside balcony. Big favorite of mine and a lot of players, honestly. A little bulletproof there. Get so much info as to what's going on out there. And even see the person that's kind of playing around the CCTV window there. It's so strong.
It's not necessarily an easy one to get rid of as well. Definitely going to want to commit a piece of range soft reach utility, if it works, of course, to be able to take that down. Hopefully get rid of that piece of vision for M80. M80 in the meanwhile, though, waiting patiently on the depths of the site here, waiting for Team Secret to work their way forward. Keeping a good overwatch onto the site window, just in case Team Secret try to go for something a bit cheekier here. The direct play after what we saw in the previous round. They're certainly wary of it, but at the same time, should be expecting a much more normal execute given the failure that was that direct play from Team Secret in the previous round. Would be a bit bold, in my opinion, to go for something of that nature again. Groovy, though,
a bit of a bold play of his own, has made a successful insertion over towards Tellers, and at the moment there's no one really watching out for him, so he does have free reign to move forward and potentially bully his way into controlling the site from the back flank.
Well, it's going to be Secret initially from the vent side, and then it's going to be Kirby rotating in, but that's going to be very easily dealt with by Spirits. They had the comm upstairs that everything was clear, and Secret, not like this, please, please not like this. 3 deaths instantaneously, a Thanos snap from M80, and bodies drop left and right. It's up to Sleben. A Rubik's Cube to solve here on border.
Sleben, last one rolling here, now inside of the 1v4. Siege turns pretty much infinite time to play this out. That won't really be a big concern for him. It's just everything else. That's the problem. He'll have to try and work his way past a lack of intel, a lack of really good angles to work with. Don't even think he has case control realistically close to him. Now it's way downstairs, still sitting on the inside of that doorway from the first plant attempt. So pretty much everything working against this player right now. He'll try to work himself forward. Actually does get the spot onto the player on the inside of the half-wall position there and executes it. Spirits goes down. 3 more players to go. Only about a third of his overall remaining time when he got into this situation. Still left here. Trying to establish a bit more of a top down. Oh no, they heard that from the other end of it. Tried the Nitro. He nearly gets one on the way out here. But M80, they're playing this one smart. Very few mistakes being made by them. They back away. They're not going to become a victim of this top down angle. They want Sleben to roll back down to them. Force his hand into another play, and there we go. Kino slaps the last member alive off the seesaw and breaks the curse as they will claim this one in the very final round of regulation. A 7-5 victory for M80 in the first map of the series.
Incredible game there from M80, and not only that, but they didn't need DS to go nuclear there. Amazing game from Kino especially. I believe 12 kills from him. We'll get it confirmed here for you guys. 12, 7, and 1. 11, 8, and 1 for Yaga as well. Both of these two really stepping up when they were needed most.
Meanwhile, over on the side of Team Secret, not the usual issues that we were talking about in the pregame, but we can talk more about that when we come back, ladies and gentlemen. As Map 2 is coming up right after this break. Stick with us. We got more SI coming up.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the 6 Invitational. Getting onward with our third game of the day here on the Alpha stream. Remember, we got another game rolling over on the Bravo stream too, if you are interested. So feel free to check that out. I think we got a squad stream rolling if you're watching us on Twitch. And you can feel free to find the affiliated channel on your platform of choice. Away from that, though, map number 2 of this series is going to be Clubhouse. M80 just barely able to sneak out a regulation win 7-5 as we were stuck in a little bit of a back and forth affair throughout most of map number 1. Quite a fun one at that too. Very frag heavy game. Not too heavy on the strats because it all fell apart pretty quickly because we got a minute or two deep into the round, turned to raw chaos on quite a few of these. Chaos that obviously, again, we saw M80 controlling just enough of a majority of to take control of that one at the tail end of regulation.
Yeah, both of these teams like dogs chasing cars. They wouldn't know what to do with one if they just caught it. Agents of Chaos here, it seems, as back and forth we went in border, but now it's down to Clubhouse, a map with a lot more rigidity, not nearly as many angles you can exploit. There's quite a few on that top floor for like crosses for roamers and stuff like that, but defensively, it is a hallmark of Rainbow Six Siege, so should be a pretty interesting game. Here's the stats on y'all's screens for what we just witnessed on border. A heck of a game, especially from Yaga and Kino.
It is going to more likely, I think, calm things down a little bit too, moving over to Clubhouse. Not as much room for some of those crazy plays we were seeing out of whoever was on the defensive side, usually starting it out there back over on border. So I'm going to have to give a little bit more respect to our attackers if you're on the defense this time on the majority of the maps, or majority of the sites, excuse me, anyway. Stats are pretty much what we talked about once again before we went to the break there as well. Yaga and Kino definitely topping things out as far as M80 is concerned, but the rest of the team no slouches either. And for Team Secret, Groovy actually not giving that huge hero performance that we talked about previously. This could be part of the problem for Team Secret and why they're not finding as much consistent success. Thankfully, there were other players able to step up. Astro, of course, most notably. I felt like Kendrew and Slevin were doing a quite fantastic job as well over the course of that first map.
Well, that will definitely put Astro into a positive KD spread as he was only -3, so good on him. But yeah, Grubby definitely slowing down there. He was plus 15 prior with a 1.13, and he had a KPR of a 0.91, so really looking for him to try and bounce back. And if he does, then, I mean, we have a serious chance for this to go to overtime, especially with the way that we saw Astro playing there. They just need somebody else that has that dog in him, has that drive. We'll see if they can find it here on Clubhouse. They got to take it to M80. They've been looking feisty. You could say the same about Secret. Just been better in the moment. But M80's moment could be past. Clubhouse could be the time for Secret. We're going to get into the ban phase now and see what's going on.
So Team Secret has the first and final ban. That means the first attacker, last defender. M80 will have the next two coming up here as Montaigne is our first operator to be banned out. Not entirely sure if we had a tendency for M80 to try and pick into him all that much. From memory, I personally don't recall it being a choice of theirs. So this is one more Team Secret thought was just going to come out stylistically. So I'll have to call back on this one a little bit later and see how effective of a ban it was. But this next one, am I wrong? Tell me. I'm curious now, because I just don't remember M80 being that active on Montaigne on this map.
M80 has played Monty 30%, 30, jeez.
I was about to say, it's a great ban, man.
13% of the time overall, but for the map in particular, for Clubhouse, let it proc. It's 22% of the time, so not that bad of a ban. And also, just as a reminder, it's probably pretty successful. Yeah, yep. I didn't even have to look. It's 100% win rate.
Okay, so yeah,
play it.
Makes sense
so,
when you think back on it. I just couldn't remember anything from M80 bringing it up. It's probably happened earlier this event.
Yeah, well, the thing is that they don't play it all the time because Spirits is so useful on a gun.
Yeah.
But he's also just... he's the worst thing to happen to your team when he's on a shield. Like you do not want to play into Spirits on a shield. So it's just something they always keep in the back pocket. You know, it's that panic button for M80. So they kind of took away the big red button. There's no emergency stop on this ride anymore for M80.
Maverick, of course, also being banned out there. Kind of a given when you look at Clubhouse, of course, and how useful he is just for this.
You say that, but we like never see it anymore.
Yeah, occasionally he comes out there if the utility facilitates it, but like you said, there are certainly ways to get the job done anyway, especially with Thatcher being left in. They can just use any combo of Hard Breacher and him and get the job done anyway. For Secret, though, that is going to leave quite a few fun operators open for the picking. Specifically, Solus now activated specifically for Savage on this round. So we're going to see her cause a muck, specifically when it comes to the drone game for the players over on M80.
All right. Well,
nicely done.
This is going to be the second time that M80 has banned out Maverick this tournament for Clubhouse.
3 drones sniped, by the way, during that prep phase. because of Savage's pick. Man, I love solos. One was like outside the building too. I think you were looking at your tablet what happened there, but he just like popped the front door because he saw the icon coming. It was like, oh, right into the car. You don't get to have a drone anymore.
It's you know what the worst thing is.
You just can't put a drone by like a window or anything.
You can't do anything because here's the thing. Even when all of your teammates like position drones away from her, and then you all have to flip over to the person that parked their drone outside so the other drones don't die, they still turn on for a split second while you're flipping through. So Solus can still find the drones. Oh my goodness, she is just such a crazy operator, man. She is wild. By the end of this tournament, I can almost guarantee she's going to have like upward percentile of like 98% pick and ban, which is probably going to be insane. Kendrew, though, with our opening pick, DS to quickly fire back, Slevin to go down, M80. They found some traction here in the mud. Yaga will take down another. Secret seems like the extension of the same story. Part 2 here. Nice shots, though, from Astro. And yes, indeed, we are having an extension, aren't we, John? It's down to Grubby. Been asking him to step up to the plate, get something done here. He's found 2 inside of the bathroom, gets 1, almost gets that transfer. Nade out. Well, my disc out as well. They know Gomez still has a nade tucked in his pocket. Gonna challenge him with the case here.
Play from Grubby. Coming back towards the site, but Gomez reads into that possibility. Keep in mind, he's still got that second nade. You heard it click. Trying to force Grubby back here. Now, by clicking that, it will work. Gives him a few seconds of free time, but Grubby being kind of loud as he stomps forward. Not quick enough, though. The peak timing is there, but there's cover as well for Gomez to play behind. The spam affecting both players, and Gomez full commits. It'll lead to a successful round for M80 as they're on the board first again here by picking up the opening round.
The confidence in these players right now on both teams. Sticking to these gunfights. They want these kills. They're out for blood. And every time it's boiling down to these one-on-one, one-on-twos. Both of these teams getting some 1vx's under their belts as well. Oh my goodness.
I thought we were going to see more respect for the defenders. I talked about it there in the pregame. Turns out I was dead wrong. I'm wrong about a couple things this series. Not about Glass, though.
Yeah. No,
about that.
No Glass. It's you can have anything as long as it's not Glass.
As long as it's not a Glass.
We'll see if that's a ongoing theme this entire tournament. It might be. We might get all the way to the main stage, John. You and I are casting this, the quarterfinals. It's the last dying moment.
It's definitely gonna be like a Glass play wins the tournament now or something like that.
Oh, they would never let you live that one down.
Yeah, no, I get tweeted about that like 30 times probably.
Halfway through the group stage, you're like, Glass is the worst thing ever to happen in existence. He wins out the 3 most crucial rounds in the grand final.
It's gonna happen. It's just my luck. Well, we've got M80 with their selections locked in. No repicks showing up for them. Pretty straightforward attacking lineup as well for this type of map here. Pretty much just your basic composition. Double hard breach as well as a little bit of a security measure. But away from that, Team Secret going for a bit more delay here as they'll add the Volcan canisters in there for Kendrew. Does still enable him to play things out a bit more aggressively as well, since obviously all of his utilities pre-placed before the round begins. So you'll be free to roam about here and hold currently a very aggressive blue position.
Indeed. Kendrew's going to be playing on Secret Stairs. Don't really have the ability to suss him out unless they want to commit to drones or maybe run a Yana clone in there right now. So just got to be aware if they cross that open window that there's some potential for a player to be around. Astro's going to hold things down on the top of Cash. Also have Ruby in the area. So we'll see what they can get done with this. Constantly flickering back and forth on that Solus utility. See if we can find some drones or anything else in between. Just trying to slow down the offensive front of M80. Spirits with a nice cross angle here. Always been so monstrous on this buck. Saw the head, flashbang in. Also shots more than likely came from another angle. Very well done from M80. All that pressure on the top floor. Astro feels as though he can just freely rotate around, but obviously not. M80 have every avenue shut down.
M80 once again, not really giving Team Secret a whole lot of valid aggressive options. Ruby trying to get out into the open for another engagement, just full commits to it. Would have needed to slap the head off of his opponent, but it does not happen. Slevin finally responding back, but unfortunately his soft destructed wall is going to be open in the process of that. Yaga takes down not only him, but Savage as well. Suddenly, only halfway through the round, Kendrew is left alone here with a single trade to work off of. A 1v4 now set before him, along with a little bit of damage onto Yaga.
All right, Kendrew. Not a single one of these situations has ended normally, so I expect a lot out of you here. In the hallway.
It's got to go down to at least a 1v1.
Yeah, exactly. M80 needs to give up 3 bodies here, and it starts with this vertical peak. Oh, no, on the stairs, maybe? Oh, can do a lot of damage. Run back through, nobody manning the holes. I'm actually a little surprised there. He drops Kino. How big brain. Oh my, that's not even off the audio. That's just off of him having some solid game sense. He just used that breaching charge. No ears on anybody when those things go off.
Potentially got a call from his teammate that he had just been over by main stairs, making the call out that, yeah, he's probably just staying super mobile here. There's no way he's actively watching my angle, so I'll go for the drop. And it ends up being a very smart call. Secret with a incredibly early timeout here, only 2 rounds deep, and already they feel the need to back themselves out of the round, recenter it, and figure out what's going wrong. They end up being valid here as these are very one-sided rounds in comparison to what we had played out in the previous map alone here. So it's good that we're seeing the coach's input being made now. An attempt to recenter this before it gets out of control.
Okay? Let's go. Let's go, guys. Do you want to play? Remember to breathe. Do you want me to play fucking mid?
Breathe.
Play together.
Play together.
It's like
I liked Twister. I love you, but I liked Leon's earlier a lot more. You know what he said?
What?
I don't care how stupid it is. Let's just play together, and it'll work. It doesn't matter if it's stupid. It matters if it works.
I mean, it sounds very simple, but it's correct at the end of the day. M80 is playing things incredibly individualistically right now. It's all like solo players making their own moves. If Team Secret makes moves, even as like duos,
yep.
In the worst case, just trade it back out, bring it back down to these bare knuckle brawl fights, basically in a worst case scenario, and you're going to pretty much get a guarantee of that just by grouping up a little more.
Welcome to the church, John. If you play as a team, you win as a team and you lose as a team. You know, it's a really important factor to Rainbow Six Siege. You can get so much done, even if it's a silly thing. You know, if you drop 5 people down the same hatch, the opposing team still has to deal with 5 people going down the same hatch. You know, so with that in mind, you can do a lot more than you think that you can in Siege. Sometimes the most safe, most fundamental thing doesn't win you a game, and that's mostly what they're focused on right now. Secret needs to play together, need to fall back on their squad, and try and take these fights as a squad. That's mostly what Twister was touching on. And obviously, again, the Leon format, I don't care if it's stupid, just do it together, and it'll more than likely work. So we'll see if Secret can abide by these laws of Rainbow Six going into round 3. Only 30 seconds off the clock here, but we know that's all dedicated towards drones. Tends to be the way of Siege laws, as we were just talking about. Nice angle there from M80 down towards the main stairs. This might be super scary to try and fight for Sleben. Nitro Cell out, but Spirits, he's got that all the way back, like over the top of billiards. Absolutely disgusting stuff he's got going on here. Constantly taking these fights, working these angles back and forth, seeing if he can get somebody to step up in an improper manner. Astro, what are you doing?
That's
gotta
not
have your head
together.
on your shoulders. Oh no, it was 2 together. That's the thing. He thought he was safe because his friends were down there. No.
They got their own thing going on. You're just a third wheel in that arrangement, Astro.
You forgot about the 102nd degree angle in that tiny little box
You gotta
there.
find your own buddy, Astro.
Exactly.
All right, well, he's unfortunately going to get caught off there trying to make the transition back down through main stairs. Well, what a dash from Gomez. Had the yellow ping from his teammates to prompt it as well, so knew exactly where to place that crosshair. Beautifully done. That's experience right there, paying off hugely for the M80 roster. The nades are going to be working their way forward and trying to take full control of blue.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Well, Secret. Although Twister stops the match, he tries to give him some help, John. A lot of individualistic things happening here. Past the main stairs. Just an awkward angle. Ken Drew, I gotta slow this down. He's gonna try and go for the refrag.
You're like getting annoyed now.
Don't say that. Don't let him know. Don't let him know, John. Oh, he can sense the tone of my voice. 1v5, 1v4 now for Sleben. Make it a 1v3, potential 1v2. Almost gunned down Gomez. You should have stayed on the trigger there. Back and forth. Gomez going to get tagged up again. Knows he's probably playing on black box here. Very common angle. Where else, I mean, is Sleben going to push? I think he's got somebody playing inside of his moto as well here, potentially. Nope. He's going to be playing on the bottom of main stairs instead, and lots of damage going off into Sleben now. Has the impact to try and fight for Kool-Aid, but no, it's going to be Diaz that takes him down, and M80 cleaning it up.
Little child, you are so bad!
Bro, there was 3 people fighting me on those. What was cut off as rocks? I was on gym match, you know, like the No.
So once again, that clutch scenario just not winnable ultimately at the end of the day, asking Slevin to do way too much inside of that scenario.
Yeah, I just want to touch on that little moment there just because obviously M80 leaned back into it. I really don't understand why Astro feels safe there, and I don't understand how Secret can't translate that somebody is playing the verticality directly above you. That seems like something at this level that you should be able to do. I'm just putting that out there. That's a little bit too far-fetched for me personally. But, I mean, it seems like they're starting to split the seams right now, John. Entering free fall, 3 rounds from M80 on the offensive side. Secret no longer having attack timeout either to try and slow up this ship.
Already that 3-0 lead established. Quite a dominant one here for Clubhouse as well. See it go in such an attacker-favored way here. Not the way that Team Secret would have liked to start this map out, especially considering that at least the first one, relatively close. We could have been looking at things a little bit differently here now had they been able to maintain control over that situation in the first round, but they've been unable to do so. And it's really only gotten worse since then, even with the pause coming back. Did not really serve to change up the team's fate all that much by stacking together for that main stairs push. So we'll have to see what else is in the cards for Secret as they move into their 4th round now, their 4th defense, running low on time to make some big impact on this half.
Top floor defense here for Team Secret. Slevin hoping somebody was going to face check the hatch, but nothing doing for Spirits. Getting that open for a later time. Usually the first thing you get done when you do get to the roof as the soft destruction. Easy pickings here for Diaz, and he's just going to escape. Nitro cell out. It doesn't even deal any damage due to the place that it landed. The Jacuzzi's going to soak up all of that there. Make it much harder for M80, or rather Team Secret now. It's a lot of this utility already flying very wide of M80.
Disabling electronics.
We're going to see M80's first attempt to work their way back in through the breach that's been made over on Jacuzzi. It's an attempt to take down that hard breach there from Kendra, but it's a little bit late. He's still going to end up losing his mirror window. Now a very difficult position to play into. Savage has been able to fend off the first real bit of aggression, but it's way over in Garage that he gets that angle potentially through that cash window to be able to deploy it there. Remind, it might have been direct contact as M80 is trying to put some of their own players on this part of the map as well to push in from an alternate direction. They still have a minute and a half to work this. They have not been able to find any immediate success in trying to push their way in through Jacuzzi, so they're trying to establish an alternate angle from the cash side as well.
Slow and steady now for M80. Lost Gomez earlier on, and this has been the biggest chance that Secret has had for a round, minus the one-on-one engagement that we saw. Be patient, play this one together. Advising. Twister talked about earlier, just trying to make sure that they can maintain their advantages. Diaz and Groovy are going to trade here. Big trade as well. That's going to be the Thermite down, out for the Aruni. M80 not in the advantageous position just yet, but looking to try and gather back some land. Have some nice crosses established here. Worried about logistics office, and they rightfully should be. Plenty of bodies for Team Secret to be around this area, and they are. Have an interesting one coming here. Kendrew, what a shot, taking so many bullets. If he wasn't a 3 armor, he'd surely be dead, but fortunately for him, alive and well.
Big moves from Kendrew here. And Matey's still struggling to pick up the pieces and make up the difference now as they are finally on the wrong side of this coin. Spirits finding a one. Keep in mind, Kendrew's still low, so if he's trying to hard commit himself into the next fight, he could find himself only helping to equalize out the situation as well. Gonna have to play this very carefully. 15 seconds left. What an angle from Slevin here. Goes completely unnoticed by the initial peek, and Astro comes in to overwhelm the last player standing. Finally, Secret's now on the board.
And that's a team play that Twister was looking for right there. The patience inside logistics is what wins them that match. So very well done in that round as they finally get one on the board, but it's going to take a lot of heavy lifting on this defensive side now. M80 have already guaranteed a perfect half with this. Nice pickup there from Secret, though. Definitely slowed down M80, although more towards that middle part of the round, you can see Spirit starting to collect himself. Start working the mat there from construction, getting the ball rolling, but the rest of the team not there exactly to assist. Love the active gameplay there from Kendrew as well, playing right on the cusp of alerting the opposition of him being outdoors, right on the breach, able to catch one of the unsuspecting M80 members dropping off to the side of the building.
Well, we've got the players from M80 winding up for another go at it. It is going to be another basement hold attempt from Team Secret as well, making a return over towards that. M80 has been able to take it on both of the attempts played out so far. They'll probably be a little bit relieved we're heading back down there and not in any new territory. As Team Secret, once again, is going to try something a little different this time. They won't commit further into this extension. We'll have Capcan Traps potentially supporting it as well. Legion Goo Mines also possibly helping out to keep this extension alive for a bit longer, trying to waste out that time bank and prevent these basement dissensions from being so successful, as we've seen 2 times in a row now from M80.
Logic bombs now for Yaga. Gomez on the Yana, or Logic bomb is now for Yaga, right? Yana now for Gomez. EMP's out here for Yog. Nitro cell, and it's going to at least be able to get a drone, so got something there, but not exactly the whole pie. Kino's drones out, looking for a little bit of info on this top floor. And this is where the clear is going to start coming through for M80 for this basement defense. Secret looking to get aggressive, but we saw how easily M80 cleared out these top floor positions prior, and they've got a lot of utility to try and do so yet again. Another logic bomb in the pocket of Yaga, past the one that is currently active. Still have stuns, nades, and everything but the kitchen sink available to M80, minus Kino now that Slevin has gotten him. A nice play here from Gruby. And that's going to be all she wrote for Secret on this top floor. They're going to dislodge themselves, shake it down to the basement floor.
Happy with the 2 kills they've picked up and relatively minimal damage that they received in the process of that. Yaga and the rest of M80 continue to group up, see what they can still possibly work towards here. Be a slow clear even to areas like Stock as they just now move into the building and the all clear to make a dissension. 1 piece of hard breach remains as well in the pocket of DS. He does have some potential supporting EMPs to help out with that, but they're not going to have to worry about anything on the other side of these walls. No Mute, no Bandit, and of course, no Cade in play. So he's going to have freedom to pop open whatever he would like. If the team finds time to do it, of course. That'll be the big problem. They're probably spending the majority of this remaining time trying to explore their options. Hopefully drone things out as well, a little bit deeper into the site to find the correct path forward. So at the moment, it looks like an attempt to directly contest against some of the pressure coming out from M80 by this main stair spot. Gomez chucks in a nade to respond to that Nitro that had been thrown at him just a few seconds prior. Also, of course, would have dealt with any utility behind that wall had there been any. No significant damage onto any players at this point, and that's the big problem. There's no clean path forward past the main stairs entry point. So how exactly does M80 look to move in and take control with just 25 seconds to go now?
Time is stretching.
So
Interstellar here for M80 right now. Got to try and get their way down this hatch, John, but it's nigh impossible. Savage is gatekeeping them right now. Stuns in, and he's got the perfect placement for the drop. Other person, slipped right past him, but doesn't really matter. Slevin's got such a strong cross, and there's so many bodies for Secret that we'd have to have another mistake like we had on Border in order for M80 to win that round. So well done from Secret there. One more round, John, and they can actually equalize here. It was not looking too hot just 2 rounds ago.
The run back, though, is alive and well. M80 a lot quieter all of a sudden here. Now they need to focus up and get the final round of the half to try and make sure they can at least solidify the advantage here after everything is considered. The 3-0 start about to turn into, as Stokes mentioned there, a 3-3 half. M80 probably not going to be happy with that, given the way that this started out. It'll be a new sight on the board finally for Team Secret as well, entering the final round. Bar Stage is up on their final pick. You see, once again, the Mozzie to try and deny drone intel. The castle create a little bit of a maze that M80 will have to work their way through. And the Bandit to try and deny a few of these wall openings as well. Extend the upstairs hold for a little bit longer, more than likely.
It's not a fun maze. Not a very fun maze. Probably our most hated maze in all of Siege. I take that back, Villa. Definitely Villa. That Villa basement, it's bane of everybody's existence. We haven't got to cast much Villa this event either, which it kind of sucks, man. I really like
I think we did already do like all the maps though, which is actually like pretty impressive for this stage of the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely.
Normally it takes us like pretty deep to like do all of them, so I think we had our like all the maps done in like the first like 2 to 3 days. So.
Yeah, I think overall a lot of teams just more comfortable with all the maps now because we've had the 9 map pool for so long. There for a while, like, you know, perfect example, Soniqs. And I think, if I remember correctly, it was Cafe that they banned out for such a very long time. And that was one of the reasons, is because, like, you just have so many maps to work on and try and keep up with all at that same time that, well, if we're working on all of these other ones, then let's just, you know, bookshelf one. wait till we have all of these improved. So looks like people are starting to be a lot more comfortable with this full map pool.
And well, we have got the players from M80. Trying to go for the quick opener here. Slevin is actually, no, wrong window, unfortunately. He is going to be able to stop the second panel from being breached, interrupts the Selma, but the big one there, that one's going to go through irregardless. So an opening is made. Still 2 more Selmas to be used as well. Impact Trick does do a little bit of self-damage there to himself, but more importantly, does knock out the utility. And of course, Kendrew striking first in the kill marker this time, able to successfully knock out Gomez.
Well done to them for that. Gomez has been able to find some very influential kills so far, but these opening bloods might come back to bite them. Seems like time and time again with these winning rounds from Secret that he is the butt of the joke. Spirits is going to start breaking up the CCTV wall. They're going to leave Kino over here on post. I'm going to assume the exact same position, but on the other side of the map over here towards the east. Works his way in towards CCTV. Be a little bit more active than obviously what we're going to see from Kino is he's simply the anvil for the hammer to come through for M80. Spirits is going to continue to process his top floor with Yogg. DS more than likely on cam. Indeed, as he is indeed on the roof. So to be expected, Kino a little too active there as he continues to search for new angles, and he's going to squander his life away. 2 big kills here for Secret. That's exactly what they wanted, and even bigger factor that, M80 just now got here. They're just now at the party to be able to try and assist him off the back of a swing like that. Yaga will get a big kill here. Diaz trying to work his way in from the breach on the opposite side. Nice little angle. He's discovered one. He'll take down Savage. They're going to open up the round. Is there any nitros downstairs, though? Big nitros, actually. Astro with 2 big kills as well. It's going to be up to Diaz. Has so much to do here with 30 seconds remaining.
And 1v3, unfortunately, not the best odds. Default cam already spotting him, trying to make a push over towards main stairs. It is a very obvious play for Team Secret to counter it. Now they just need to be patient. Point this one down. More importantly, you can see the case still out in the open there, too. One little dirty peek from Slevin. Finishes off the job. And indeed, Secret bring it back now. Tie us up at 3-all at halftime.
That's how we do, lads.
You're not going to be able to execute.
So, actually very, very happy that we kind of let that last little bit of audio through there. Did you catch what he said?
Not really. I heard that's how we do, lads. That's about it.
Well, it wasn't from Team Secret, actually. It was from M80. And I think it was Spirits, but he said, don't worry about it. They're not going to be able to execute.
It's a true possibility, that's for sure.
Potential.
We have to wait and see how these first few rounds go to get a better judge of that. M80 could very well be regretting those words. Things do not pan out for them in these first few rounds. The lead will immediately dissipate if they lose even just this one. So the heat is on, the pressure is on for M80 to test that belief that Snows caught on to there. What's up?
Clubhouse is at a 59% defensive win rate right now. So that is not looking too hot for Secret. If what M80 comes to fruition, makes it even more difficult for them. We'll have to see what they can get done here. Let's look at the lineup, John. What do they bring into the table? Bringing a lot of hard breach. I'm interested to see if Savage is going to have secondary hard breach on top of this as well. Wow. Okay, this is the triple down.
I want to open up everything.
Even past that, usually when you see this, it means that everyone is looking to fight somebody. Nobody has to worry about anything, minus Savage a little bit because he's the main soft breach as well, so you really want him to be able to break up the kitchen hallway and stuff like that because those angles are so abusable. They're fantastic if you can get control of them.
All right, well, we'll see if Secret is able to control the chaos, so to speak, here. If they try to play things out in that same nature. See Gomez, prime of the nitro, ready to chuck one out towards blue if there's going to be pressure on the window, but not leaning his direction. They're going to be trying to open up different parts of the map first. Savage hoping for a rotation back through construction and through the main stairs as well, where he'd be able to get a slight glimpse and a slight shot off of the players moving through there, but no one in the neighborhood at the moment here for our M80. They are long gone. No real extension whatsoever as they're playing heavily into the bunker this time.
Secret's still taking their time, though. Not want to let M80 slip through the cracks and potentially get some big kills that could be round defining. Slevin's going to work his way in towards Grod's. Claymore up the ladder. So far, so good for Secret on this clear, but obviously M80 not having too much to say when it really comes down to it so far. It's about to be the time where they can influence things. Lots of drone work inside of the first minute and a half, and now it's time to the nitty-gritty. Soft breach as well as everything else in between. Still need to get the kitchen hatch open. They're going to be able to get bar open here as well. And Savage in for the assist on the skeleton key for this space.
Attempt to potentially try and open up the kitchen hatch. Going to be coming through. More than likely be stemmed. No, the electric wall going to be a little slow. Heard it going off there, but they got countered out by the Secret rosters. They already have that primary hatch open back up. Moto has been slapped open too, so Secret moving right along schedule here, but they do need to get into the execute phase quickly now as we are entering the 1 minute mark, and this one takes a while to make happen.
Yes, indeed. And now remember, M80 said, Secret cannot execute. Do not worry about it. Well, they've got the position for it. They've gotten the kill on Yogg. We'll see if what they said is true. Kendra's going to rotate back over towards Stock. Look like they might try and have some influence over on the blue side. Frag grenade out. They're going to try and keep M80 guessing. Nitro Cell out. Big pickup onto Groovy. This might be the chance for them to slow things down.
Drop in from Astro to make the big play, but he's got the wrong target. Gomez sneaks through, takes him down instead with the shotgun. Kendra, though, still in a safe position to plant. They have not been able to stop him. They will take him down immediately as he leaves the plant position, however. No longer a great support available here for the post plant. Yeah, you've got the player upstairs with Overwatch on it, but Slevin not necessarily in a workable position for it. If they get past him, they only have that top down to rely upon here, but M80 still giving quite a bit of respect over to that at the moment here. They're not aware, I don't think, of Slevin, and here we go! Two in the hallway. They didn't know someone descended through main stairs. He gets away with the double. It's a 1v2 set before him now. Direct support is on the plant angle. Slevin trying to work it here with the pistol, but no! The bars block his way, and M80 wins out the first round of the second half.
Slevin! Hello! 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 You good, guys?
Well, to be fair, they did execute. And they did get a plant down, so tally towards Team Secret, though? You gotta be the ref here.
Who really wins that round? That's the big question.
No, I need to know who has the moral victory. Who cares about the actual round win? Who gets the tally?
I mean, I guess M80, right? Because I still give it to M80.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
That was like, M80 kind of let that plant happen. I feel like they had an idea that like, all right, Kendra's going to get this plant, but he's not staying alive. The second he moves out from it, he's a dead man. And I feel like that's a pretty correct assumption. It was just took him a little while to get past the top down. I think they thought both players were up there. That's what they were worried about.
Yeah.
That's why they were taking it so slowly. That's why it was so close in the first place, because they just didn't catch the player down main stairs, basically.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Is that analytical enough for you?
10 seconds to go.
It'll do. It'll do.
I'm the play-by-play, so.
Yeah,
my analysis is allowed to be bad.
No comment. Oh my. Yeah, so M80 gonna pick up that round. First defensive success. Team Secret, though, I mean, run into a few problems there on the tail end. You know, all things said and done, I still like what Slevin was able to accomplish there. Just really sucks that he really didn't have the greatest, you know, acquirement of his target through that.
A little slower there on those pistol shots.
Yeah, a little slow. Definitely not the fastest gun in the West, I can tell you that.
All right, well, things are abounding yet again. M80 with the advantage, but can they keep it? As Soniqs mentioned there, that was a pretty close one. Team Secret, turns out they can execute pretty well at the end of the day there, and was able to work a plant in pretty quickly. The MP goes in just to ensure that this wall is opened up. More importantly here, that this Candela will go through to stop the blockage. Over by Red Hall, allows for a very quick push, but the Toxic Babe is blocking the way. Savage still got away with at least one pick here, but another one aside from that is going to be hard to find. Astro now down at the hands of Diaz. No plant can be set up here at the moment for Team Secret. Those Toxic Babes, they weren't really counting on them being positioned so well, and as a result, they have to give up this pursuit for now.
Oh man, you could see the comms devolve actively on your screen right there. As Astro just dives so deep into the site, everyone has been gate kept by the smoke outside. Savage breathing in so much of the toxic fumes. Low on HP. He's going to have to try and maintain the repelled position and hope that M80 are willing to try and give something up here. Someone's going to move in for Garage. Groovy going to continue to hold the ladder room. Try and hold Oil Pit here. M80 though, I think they're going to rest. Just like they did the last round, let Secret try and set up a bit here. Punish him for it.
Slevin and Kendra trying to make this garage play work with even further support from Groovy down below at the bottom of those garage stairs. Over a minute, so again, Secret are not really struggling for a lack of time. It's the same back in the last round as well here. It's just the actual execute that is evading them, and the intel that is necessary to get the strength needed to make these pushes happen. It seems like they are in a prime position to go for it, though. As they move towards it, however, we see an explosive do some pretty serious damage over towards Kendra. Tries to go for the plant. Oh, Yog running as well. Yog going for a nitro. Oh my god! It's a little deep, but it gets the job done. Diaz as well as Kino shut down the majority of the garage hold. Grubby, who is supposed to be flank overwatch, now the only player left in this. Great instant exchange from him against Diaz, but still 3 players to go. This is where the benefit of time comes in to help him a little bit here, as he does have some of it. So work out side of this clutch, but you can see he's just guessing on the angles right now. No confirmed intel to play off of. He's got the right read on that player in red, but beyond that, it's going to be tough to work this clutch out. A surprise jump downs that player, but Kino made the dash across the divide in the meanwhile, and he'll be the one to shut it down.
Wax on, wax off for Kino. Easy moves there for the smoke player. And that's 2 tallies going towards M80. The first one kind of up in the air, that one definitely definitive, as they completely box Secret out of their execute.
Much more definitive hold that time as well, and showing the struggles for Team Secret's execute that M80 was probably talking about there when we caught their comms at the edge of the half. M80 gonna go back over to Bar here for this one as well. Final point on their rotation more than likely, so do not expect a gym unless they need to sneak it out here. And we see a few repeat victories from Secret where they feel that's necessary. Basement will more than likely be the next site on round 10, especially if this one gets locked away.
Well, this has been a treat so far between these two. Secret kind of slowing down, though, on this offensive side here on Clubhouse. Border was neck and neck all the way through till M80 finally gathered control to barely eke it out before overtime dawning on us. Now for Secret, looking to see if they can try and force a similar path here. M80 still 1 round away from guaranteeing overtime, but that doesn't mean that Secret can't make some progress. Still some potential to take this in regulation as well, if you want to look at it from that lens. They only need 4 in a row, but, I mean, if you ask me, it's a little optimistic, but hey, still there.
Well, once again, the action begins and Team Secret is out onto the board. One of their first adventures to take them. Hopefully not too close to our friend hiding behind the peephole here in the jacuzzi wall. As we do have a setup here from Yaga. We're going to try and get in the way of Team Secret immediately from the clear, but more likely not going to be met with too much of a challenge. Secret's focus is in a different part of the map right now, trying to move over into Cash. Take that away from M80 instead.
M80's going to extend things out towards the strip side. Very smart positioning here. I thought it was going to be Diaz over there. I thought they had a smoke in play just for a split second. Nope. A lot of longer range guns here, a lot of 1.5. It's 4 of them, in fact. Yaga is the only one without, as Alibi had lost hers recently. MX4 Storm performing a little over what the capacity that Ubisoft looks at it for. So decided to take that magnified sight off. Won't be that big of a deal, though. Still one of the most played operators on the defensive end, even past that. So just an amazing gun when it comes down to it. Fantastic reads here from Diaz, and Astro not aware of this yokai drone constantly hopping up and down directly to the side of him. A grenade in and almost gets the big kill. They're going to find Astro up top. Logic bombs out, and that actually might be a cam. Some nice kills here from Kendrew. The Fragmite on full display, but the shotgun will put him down. Another person home. It's going to be Spirits that goes down there. I catch my breath for a split second. I thought Savage ended up getting bodied at that range, but no, he will stave off. Yeah, he will stave off elimination, but you can't say the same about Slevin as Kino finds him from the hatch.
Savage, of course, still reeling from the previous damage done to him, so it's going to be difficult for him to try and set up for anything hyper-aggressive. I'll try and play headshot angles more than likely if he has a choice in the matter. Groovy, in the meanwhile, he's on a case retrieval 2D, as apparently someone left it back on the roof, so they're going to go back to grab that real quick. They do feel that the territory's open enough now to maybe make a play for this one. But at the same time, the defense still pretty heavily centered over here towards Strip. We do see, of course.
That's that yokai that got eaten by that logic bomb.
So inadvertently kills it, but a kill is a kill nonetheless. He does still have the second one, though. I saw it roaming around. It's currently positioned somewhere in the site. So
Stage. It's right over here on the roof. Got a bulletproof there as well. Case in Savage's hand. Savage, the low HP one. Very easy to tag him up and get that case to stop. Looks like he wants to potentially maybe drop, cause some audio, maybe fake them out, but that's the thing, long range, and Savage has such low HP, they didn't even consider this when looking into what potentially could have happened here. A nice shot, but now all that has to happen, Kino has to play time. 4 seconds.
5 seconds.
Kino's just going to
He's just running. He's like, I don't even want it. Oh, the drop shot.
Oh. Yeah, no, that was very scary.
To be fair, yeah, we're seeing it on the kill cam now. Kino was worried about him potentially coming down Moto Hatch as well, so that's why he turned back around but ended up running directly into him. A little bit of a scary moment for Kino, but as we've seen through multiple times in this series, multiple rounds as well, he's been able to handle that.
I hope we get to show that last little kill there from his perspective, because one of my friends does this all the time. We actually got to see like Kino's POV. He didn't even aim. He just proned and shot. And I swear, there's just some people in Siege that have like this fairy dust sprinkled on them where magical crap happens to them all the time. And one of my friends is this exact way. I can never get stuff like this to happen to me. I always have to struggle, John.
Wasn't it like Doki that had like a Maru hop in the other day or something else on G2 as well? Or it was just like a straight hip fire instant headshot? Like,
no, he just kicked him in the face via the Gara hook. That was it. Yeah. Just no gun needed. Just a flying drop kick from outside the building. They should have put the WWE skin on that. That's what they should have done. Oh my gosh. I don't even remember like somebody that could fit into that. All my WWE like characters are very, very old.
Yeah,
like, I watched during like Kelly and all that.
I'm not too big on WWE.
Yeah, I'm sure Jacob could talk to us at nauseam about that, which I'm perfectly okay on, Jacob. I love you.
Well, we've got M80 up on map point, and a heck of a lot sooner than they were able to achieve it back on map number 1 for Border as well. A single round to go, and 3 attempts to get it now. Team Secret reels from the issues.
Didn't get this one earlier, but might get it now.
Problem is that barricade is still slapped shut. No easy way to pop it back open just as of yet here. Slevin seemingly ready for the challenge on the other end of it too, so it's not going to be any guarantee he can deploy this utility, especially now that a drone has been able to spot him back out. You're going to see a different form of explosive go up top. That's just going to be, of course, the main balcony being open, and oh no, Slevin baits into it, goes for the duel, thinks he has the drone intel, but it's Gomez with a TCSG that'll grab him instead. Not the start that Secret needed here at all.
Snatched Slevin's soul right out of his body. Now Secret down for the count here, at least down by 1. Got the entire top floor to themselves, John. Not too much to worry about in that degree, but the biggest issue is when it comes down to the execute. Spirits is set up for the Electro Shuffle because they know that Slevin plays Thatcher. That is ludicrous. There's no pocket EMPs either. These hatches are stuck, although I do believe that is unbeknownst to M80 at this point. Still the potential here for them to try and get something going on. Plenty of hard breach at their disposal still, but as long as there are some parameters for M80 to work around to deny this, this is a fairly straightforward round for them.
Half the round still to go though, so Secret left once again. Hasn't made a point of death bout here. With plenty of time still to make this execute happen.
There we go.
It's the big trade we needed to see. Savage working it down through oil pit. Unexpected push from the attackers here. Not often you're going to get that, but Gomez solid here in his trades. Another one found. That one's basically Gomez as well, even though Kino gets the credit for it. Spirits will be traded back out. By Grubby, but Diaz as well, finding Kendra before he can successfully push his way into church. It's all on Grubby, the big man on campus, but not this time, as it's M80 to shut this one down. 7-3 is the final scoreline, a 2-0 victory. And unfortunately, that might be the beginning or already the end for their opponents here, as Team Secret still only with 1 point in the group and just about 1 match remaining moving into tomorrow.
Another page in the saga of M80 completed. Earlier statements saying, hey, don't really think that Secret's going to be able to do much on this half, and man, were they true. 7-3, not dropping a single defensive round there on Clubhouse. Very well done. A complete team effort. Nobody taking the full steering wheel away. Everybody having their moment. Time to shine. Fantastic play here so far from M80 at Six Invitational.
Absolutely the case. A great play out of the American players on this roster as well, even though he's currently donning the Brazilian cape. Of course, born in Brazil, but resides in America. Kino as well as Yaga absolutely tearing it up inside of that matchup there. Kino, constant clutch scenarios. Well, he didn't win them all, won the majority of them, and that's what important. It was Yaga with the big one, of course, back on Border. That massive, I think it was a 1v3 set before him there that he was able to close out. Really, really impressive stuff from M80, and more than deserving of the current top position in their group at the moment.
Yes, indeed. It's been a heck of a tournament for them so far, and a great start to the year. You know, the tail end of 2022 wasn't all that great for M80. We didn't get to see them in Yongshiping, but 6 Invitationals really making up for it.
Yeah, absolutely the case. So the sky's the limit for me as far as M80 is concerned. They have shocked the world so far with their proficient play at this event. Really unimpressive run up until this point, but they had a very long break, and it seems like they have put some serious work in. Will truly be a contender as they work their way through the potential playoff bracket. That'll do it for the two of us for right now, ladies and gentlemen. We got a break coming up, and then when we come back, we got the desk ready to break this one down.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Secret closer to elimination. M80 victorious, taking them down in a 2-mapper. That series was short, like Jesse.
Yeah. Well.
Hold on. When we walked into this studio, you said that, and I was like, I'm gonna say it.
You have to do it to me like that.
You said it when we were walking into the studio.
It took away my box, actually, like for real talk. I had a box last segment. I don't know what happens. I don't know what happens.
Oh, so cute.
Okay, sorry.
Isn't there a game that just happened or something?
No.
We should talk about instead?
No.
Yeah. You want to talk about that? Oh, okay. I thought we were talking about your height and you not getting your box. Where's his box, by the way? Come on now. They're just doing you dirty today. Okay. So, yes, let's talk about this matchup a little bit more. And M80 defeated Secret Map 1 on Secret's map pick border. Ouch. Jacob, that was a dominant performance there. And you were hyping Diaz in the pre-show, and he turned up.
He turned up overall in the series, even if this map in particular doesn't necessarily show it. He wasn't somebody who had to nearly as much because, again, the role that Diaz plays doesn't require him to be first in spite of him having, you know, like one entry kill. Again, that's not necessarily his job. I actually had more concerns about guys like Yaga after the way that they played from yesterday. So Yaga in this map especially was a guy to step up. And Kino was the highest rated player overall and led in several statistical categories in this lobby. So Diaz is a guy who, if you see him at the very top of a leaderboard for an event, that's actually kind of problematic for some teams based on the way that they decide to compose themselves.
And Jesse, you talked about Slebin in the pre-show. Yeah. You're a little hard on him. You're like, I want to see more from you.
Sure.
He didn't quite deliver on map 1, unfortunately.
I mean, his stats weren't bad. Like, you look at the numbers, and it's not the end of the world. However, it just felt like round after round after round, he was in these low man count situations where he really needed to step up for his team, and he just never seemed to be able to drive that point home. First, it was round 4, where they're in the 3v3, and they give M80 so much space to get the plant down. They really don't get aggressive enough in that moment to stop it. The very next round, Slevin's in a 2v2 playing Tachanka, and the gun does him no favors, loses the gunfight to the hatch up above. 2 rounds later, he's in another 2v2 alongside Kendrew, which that one was close. I thought they did decently, but the coordination just not there. And then 2 rounds after that, he's in another one. It's a 1v1 for here, and he's planting under the Valk cam where he could have been trying to trade his partner with the Nook and maybe trying to stop it from getting to a 1v1 to begin with. It just felt like every time he was in the high pressure, low man count situations, he was fumbling the bag a little bit. And so it got better map 2, I would say. I think he had a much better map 2 than map 1. But when it really mattered, he was struggling there, Jackie.
Okay, so you were talking about transitioning to map 2. Kind of a stomping, to be completely honest. M80, you know, they were strong here for sure. Jacob, you've been consistently singing their praises, and when we were in the green room, you were like, they're perfect. They did very well here.
Well, no, hold on. I didn't say M80 were perfect.
You did say that.
I didn't know. I didn't say M80
no, you were
perfect.
here. You heard him say that.
I didn't even say their defenses were perfect. I said they won every defense. And to be clear, there definitely were some mistakes because there were some holes in their defenses that Secret were trying to exploit, because there were times that Secret would just sneak in and try to get a plant down. In some cases they did, but that came with them not doing a whole bunch of the other necessary steps you need for Clubhouse. You can't just sneak onto a bomb site, get a diffuser down, and expect to get that player out alive, even less so when you're trying to make sure you actually win the round and have a successful post plant. If someone's in a turtle position, maybe downstairs, you've got more of an opportunity to do that. And they tried to get somebody in there, but there were still too many players from M80 that were left alive. I can't even get my words out because these guys were trying and they just left out some steps from the formula, and you can't do that on club. You just can't.
Yeah, I mean, I think their defenses were at least pretty close to perfect. They got a little scrappy towards the end. I mean, the bar stage round was a little bit, you know, come down to the 1v1, say what you will, but they got it done, right? End of the day, they were always really good about denying that plant. They were always really good about making sure Secret couldn't get those kits down. So yeah, I thought it was a very solid second half from M80.
Okay, and we're going to bring up MVP in a hot second here, but Jesse, I know you want to talk about Gomez really quickly, so
yeah, I mean, I just a small point. I think Gomez started really strong on attack before we got to that defensive half. I thought he was getting entry pick after entry pick, and then we kind of had that attack timeout get called for Secret. Felt like they started to change up their play style a little bit. Secret got a little bit more kind of unpredictable, and it felt like Gomez started to struggle a little bit more on those entries. But I just wanted to say I thought it was a great start from Gomez.
Okay, well, he wasn't our MVP.
Well,
no.
Just saying, but I'm sure y'all can guess who it was.
Kiki.
Kino.
Yeah, it should
Put him
be.
up. Yeah, there he is. Look, man, it's not very often that we get to give the MVP honor to a support player, but we do it usually because he has a crazy stats lead against most of the other people on his team, and Kino absolutely did that. 133, a +9 KD difference, which again, for a support player is already insane. He was 0-5 on entry, but we honestly should put up the fact that he had 2 clutches and 3 plants, and that is more than any of every other team or player on this in the lobby combined. Kino was doing fantastic in this matchup, and it's like him alongside DS, alongside Yaga, along the fact that Gomez was turning up when he needed to turn up. All of that made it possible for Kino to lift this today.
I think his border was really good. His border was really, really strong. He had that good Ying play on the top floor, and then on defense, I thought he did a great job kind of working in that late round, oftentimes against Slevin, going back to that point. So it felt like he was really holding it down there on border. And then second map as well, not a bad performance at all. I think he definitely deserves MVP.
Okay, let's look ahead to the future. FaZe wins 1 map, Secret is out. I mean, that's tough when you're a team and your fate is in the hands of another team, to be completely honest.
Look, again, we're in a scenario where there isn't a team so far at this Invitational that has lost 3 of their matchups and has survived so far, because both Dire Wolves and Elevate are already gone, and that was the same case for both of them. The only difference here is that Secret has already won a map in one of their matchups. They did that, and now we're still wanting them to continue forward, but it requires a lot more help and them winning their game tomorrow, which again, that's a whole other battle because there's still so many things they have to do to do it.
So Secret are on 1 point right now. They can get a max 5 points total in the group. FaZe Clan are currently on 5. Everybody else is above that. But FaZe Clan are playing right now. If FaZe Clan win a single map, then they'll be at least at 6, and then Secret are out. So Secret could be out by the time we finish this panel.
Yeah, unfortunately, by the time we're back and we have to do the game after this, they could already be gone.
Yeah.
Jesse and I making sad faces. It's SI. People are going to get eliminated, unfortunately. I do want to talk about the future for M80. It's pretty bright, in my opinion.
Look, I'm gonna level with you, even though we don't have a Dark Zero game to do. I've not been impressed by Dark Zero's play so far. I think the fact that they got that win to start off with against Heroic still came with a loss in map 1, and there were a lot of discombobulating things happening. They've won 2 series, but remember how that series against Secret finished up last night? 20 seconds left. They have to rush onto Throne Room on Theme Park. They don't have any walls open. They just have to go in and get kills and hope that it's going to work. And luckily for them, it did. Honestly, they should have lost that. M80 look like they're primed to win this group after all. If FaZe Clan are able to clear through Heroic and then maybe beat Secret tomorrow, then they might have a shot. I don't really see a path or a way in which M80 doesn't get 1, if not 2nd in this group still.
Yeah, M80 looks like they're probably going to win the group.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what was that?
They're probably going to win the group.
I'm sorry.
They might not. I
Jesse,
mean, Dark Zero could win.
Jesse, say it one more time.
They're probably going to win the group.
Thank you. Thank you. I've been taking the whole week.
A piece of work.
All week I've wanted you to say this.
Okay. All of you at home, I'll take care of them. Don't you worry. But go check out Stream B because we do have that FaZe versus Heroic series going on right now. Oof. Yeah, I'm not going to say anything. Just go check it out. Not looking good for one team. That's all I'm going to say.
Spoilers.
Granting his team that opening is how much one single player can do in some of these rounds. Open area bomb side, change things up for Heroic. They got a big lead, right? 5-2. But you can't let it slip away too fast. And when we saw them win that steal of round on top floor for Heroic, they were kind of celebrating, fooling around, and then it was like, "Wait, guys, serious time, like we can't lose this." Because when you can't get ahead of yourself when things look very easy. The issue is that when the side swap comes through, that old formula that you had that was working so well, it doesn't work anymore. You cannot plant as a defender. You cannot attack the bomb site as a defender. So now you gotta find success in a whole different area of the game. And FaZe, they go on their own preferred side of attacking a bank, as it is typically, as I said, an attacker's favorite map. These drones and network that they have, I think they actually did not see Uno hiding inside the lobby, but the drone is there. And it's right above him actually on that monitor screen. So if Uno moves, they hear him. If they turn the drone, they see him. And if they do, he is more than likely just guaranteed dead.
They're very, very sneaky.
Risky. I think you're underestimating his sneakiness, sir.
Maybe I am.
First kill goes to Uno. What did you talk about? Him inside of the lobby, still there. One on the windows as well from FaZe Clan. June was in a potential engagement above, but he drops. Logic bombs go off, so do the Candelas. Sloth might give his position away. I think he has a red dot under barrel sight.
Yep, got that laser.
Down goes Astro. Heroic sitting so pretty. There go the Candelas, and Sloth will drop. Nitro Cell ripped! Not close enough. The arc of the universe. Need to be taken into consideration there. FaZe walk away. Nitro Cell will go down. Cardiac sensor now giving Uno greater information, but on the other side of the wall, that's a bit cheeky, isn't it?
We spoke on that part, didn't we? We can't map the room above us.
Neither can Uno, apparently. I remember in one play day in NAL, Astralis, I think it was NAL, it might have been actually at a major, Astralis nitro-celled a solid floor.
Yep, it happens, man.
Trying to memorize every nook and cranny above you. That's quite a challenge. There was a drone on Uno that entire time. He gets dispatched by a nade, thrown out by Bullet. Not his namesake. Damn shame, isn't it? Uno's been phenomenal so far in this matchup. Joom, who was very good on Chalet, has been quiet on his fragging rolls. Died a couple times on entry needlessly. His team still went on to win despite surrendering that first pick. FaZe Clan have all but one first blood so far. Well, two technically if you count this round, but the round's not over yet.
Not yet, but we're nearing the end. 30 seconds in FaZe. They're looking to execute, but with very limited entryways. Window and main stairs door is the only option they have, and they have no map controls to support those entry ports either.
Vidaking gets taken down by Sloth. Nade in towards the elevator, but not where it needs to be. Bullet gets spotted by Joom. Joom looking for more than just 2 kills in this matchup. Win or lose, I'm sure he'll be unhappy with the performance. Bullet into small office, he gets taken down. Administrative duties, you know, they're not very sexy. Neither was that death. Soul's in a 1v4, and he's miles away from getting to the bomb site. Desperation sets in because of how dominant Heroic were in the first 2 rounds. FaZe had to take their time out early, and Heroic have been crushing them still since. There's no way to stop this bleeding for FaZe. They will continue to bleed as it's Heroic on series point, up 6-2 on FaZe's map.
I'm not that big of a fan.
Oh, he's not a fan of something. Sloth, tell us you're not a fan of, man. Come on.
Spit it out.
Spit it out. This is where FaZe Clan, they need something similar to a miracle, right? As you said, the parachute has been pulled. No tactical timer that was called very early on after round number 2. Heroic, they have theirs still, but knowing Mr. Officer and knowing what most coaches, how they perceive tactical timeouts, you don't want to take your timeout unless you absolutely need to, because if you take yours as Heroic, you give FaZe and their coach a chance to get back into this as a team as well. So I would not be surprised that Mr. Officer would hold on to that call all the way to 6-4, 6-5 if they have to. Maybe not even take it at all, go all the way to OT if you have to. Because you could be giving your opponent a way back in, and that's all on you. This is a Teller's defense? Yeah, it is. It's Teller's defense. This is very unusual. One of the lowest pick rate bomb sites in all of Rainbow Six Siege, together with Villa, Study Library bomb site as well. This used to be the secondary bomb site back before the rework, back in the way old days of Rainbow Six Siege. And this bomb site was absolutely atrocious, and it is for this simple reason: you cannot hold upstairs of CEO very easily. And that's also why Heroic, they aren't really playing here. The moment FaZe Clan gets top floor control, they can break the floor of the entire bomb sites, and you can't play there. So as a defender, you have to pick your fights early in the round and just win gunfights on sheer gun skill, because strategically you don't really have any easy ways to fight onto this bomb site itself. That's why you see Heroic playing upstairs, looking to go aggressive and finding these kills, because if they don't, then FaZe Clan can run away with this round rather easily.
Vidaking wants a fight early. Only 1 minute off of the clock on the double window rappel, midway through this upstairs portion of the map. Upside down, dueling going on. Sloth blinded from that, Grizzly taking damage. Not sure why these teams are so keen to attack the way that they are. Oh, Sloth will lose it to the Candela. Swing in, nope. Instead, it's Astro. 1 and 8. Oh god, he's on Monty duty. He'll give information. Good scouting up towards Banana. He sees the Oryx, and there goes Joom and Sloth as well. Uno hits the mark, but FaZe have taken out 3 players. What did you say about this bomb site?
Yeah.
Heroic go to a bit of an unorthodox bomb site, and there's still 1 minute and 15 seconds left, but only 2 players from Heroic are on the board.
Yeah, I mean, it is tough. You gotta try and hold top floor as Heroic did, but it's so difficult unless you just hit your shots. They didn't. FaZe, they pick it apart. They got a minute to work with now, and to make matters worse, Astro and this Monty will make their lives even easier. You can just walk on in and plant the next 20 seconds if you want to. No one from Heroic can stop you. No C4s, no toxic babes. Sure, Uno's presence is still there near the bomb site, but he should not be allowed to live for much longer. And the moment he leaves the bomb site, well, that's when the plan can start going down. Astro has picked up that diffuser. FaZe are thinking the same thing as I'm saying.
I mean, Uno can do some damage here, but the problem is that the Monty's going to get all of his attention. Souls is right behind him, just waiting. Now it's Grizzly. 1v4, no real information. Inside of open area, he's got at least 1 call, but it's a mercy killing by FaZe. They're gonna need a couple more of those rounds to stay in this. They trail quite heavily, and the lead for Heroic means even 1 slip up, and you lose the series.
Yeah, mentally, of course, a tough game for FaZe, but also just in terms of sheer focus, this is going to be a long series if FaZe wants to go 3rd map of Villa. Heroic, in terms of mental capabilities, had a relatively relaxed bank so far on that first half on their attacking side, and I am corrected. Tactical timeout, taken early by Mist Officer. They want to win right now and not take any further.
I don't think this is a poor idea, to be honest.
I don't disagree, but I am surprised.
Let's listen in.
Let's show that we have learned, okay?
Yes.
Okay, boys?
Yes, sir.
Give me some energy! Give me some energy!
Fucking go!
Boys.
I didn't hear any strategizing whatsoever. No. That was purely a motivational timeout.
Super important, that we make a play together on Windows if we have to.
I mean, they've got their super secret strat book in front of them.
With super important things, if certain things, they happen in a certain order.
Right.
Sequence of events, as Uno said. And honestly, watching Heroic now for a couple days in a row, the one thing that they always keep trying to improve on is like the energy, right? That let's go, motivation, hype, etc. Because every single time Mr. Officer can, that's what he will tell them. And the thing is, Uno as a leader is very much the opposite version of the let's go boys motivational. He is a proper Finn. A man of few words, wants to get the job done, and then go to his zone and have a nice relaxing day. And that's it. But Heroic, especially with these young players, I do believe in what Miss Officer is saying, where there's a lot to be gained, a lot of benefits, and having that very, not crazy environment, but like, we're celebrating, we're happy, we're building up this energy, because sometimes silence can be perceived as bad, it can be perceived as negative, when it doesn't necessarily have to be. Not everyone can thrive in that silence, but if you want to, you know, interview with Uno, he wouldn't tell you anything unless you asked him a literal question. So,
he's a quiet guy.
He's a quiet guy. There's nothing wrong with that. Noodle having an incredible performance so far in terms of raw numbers, 11 and 3. Of course, Slav second, right behind him with 10. Then Uno on 9, despite playing Monty for 3 rounds in a row. On the side of FaZe, it's pretty much a full team effort. Numbers are very close. There's one exception right now, and it's unfortunately Astro. And sure, he played Monty in that previous round, did a great job at both securing map control and the plant, but 1 and 8 so far has been a quiet map for him. Souls, when he's leading in the entry department, that's when FaZe are finding the most success, like we saw in that basement attack earlier on. But right now, he is finding himself back in a familiar role of playing Heartbreach. That was his primary role before the roster change that we just saw in stage number 3. So he should be very knowledgeable of what to do in this scenario. A jammer stops the wall from getting breached open. FaZe will have to deal with that first. No nades, no twitch stones. It might actually be a problem for him to get to open that 90 wall.
Look at Cyber's position here. Watching for this anti-flank. Down goes Joom again. He's dying early so often. Once FaZe Clan starts to get up to speed, and if they start to increase their momentum, you're going to look at these early deaths by Joom as the main culprit, right? He's a boat anchor on this team time and time again in this map. And that's not how he is. He's usually so good. So to play below his expectations and our expectations, it's harming this squad. Sloth almost died as well. He's got a bit of an innovative setup looking into archives with Noodle not too far off. Heavy focus.
We've seen
Look
this
before. Vidaking's in the middle of the bomb site. Down goes Cyber to Noodle. Vidaking is in, and they know that because Tracers will go by, and a Nitro Cell blows up. Vidaking is pulverized by Grizzly. The rest of FaZe will need to get in now. And Souls will drop through the skylight towards the stairs. Oh, that's spotted by Uno. Heroic, absolutely giving them a drubbing. Down goes Bullet, and it's the 1 and 8 Astro in a 1v3. Good for a single kill. The 2 and 8 Astro. Can he become the 4 and 8 Astro to keep his team in this? Well, he's got 20 seconds. No diffuser. Kills will be the name of the game. And both Noodle and Sloth at one point were on that bottom floor. Diffuser to be retrieved by Astro. It will be objective play.
10 seconds remaining.
He will forego the kills. Maybe bait them in. He's pretty much at the point of no return, and he has to get off that diffuser and gets off to his doom. Heroic 2-0 as they topple FaZe.
Go CEO, by the way.
Yeah!
Go CEO, by the way. Very impressive extra play from Heroic. FaZe, they had to work on denying those plants from going down. That cannot be a problem going forward in the future. And honestly, I thought this would be an incredibly tight series. And while the score is 7-3, there were some close rounds in that. However, most of them very one-sided.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. And I mean, even the stats in the second map. On Bank, Heroic got 6 diffusers planted. FaZe got 2 diffusers planted. That's 8 diffusers in 10 rounds being successfully planted. An incredibly lopsided Bank that very much favored the attackers. In terms of opening picks, Heroic only got 2 uncontested opening picks that entire map. And yet they won 7 rounds, enough to win it. I'd be defeated if I was FaZe. That's a heartbreaking match.
Yeah.
I mean, they're still in it.
They are.
But Heroic have surprised us. They've surprised me. They're not playing with their full roster, but they're playing up to a potential that I'm not even sure they knew they were capable of.
No, I would certainly think that that could be a surprise to them as well, even as players in the same team. But sometimes the prep work is all you need to find great success. And today, that's what favored Heroic.
Absolutely. Long faces on the face of FaZe. They made that risky roster move before coming to this event, and a lot of people threw shade at them. Longtime member cameraman removed from the squad. Vidaking brought in, and they said that it has the potential to make them a better team, and maybe in the long run it does. But right now, with the way that FaZe have played through this group, they're not playing up to what we've seen of them at previous events with a different roster. But that's okay. They have plenty of time to gel, and they're still in it. They're not eliminated.
Nope. It's a long tournament.
They're not even last in their group. So they've got plenty of time to fix these issues. But Heroic, again, pick up 4 full points today. This was a great, great match for them. And they emerge with, frankly, a pretty stunning result.
Yeah. FaZe, back to the drawing board. Perhaps work on some of that objective play as we mentioned. Other than that, figure out how they want to play the game, because it seemed like they had 2 different philosophies and neither was really fully committed to. And I always say this, it's better if they follow the same plan, even if it's a bad plan, than have 5 separate plans going on or 2 separate plans at once.
One thing to focus on as well is individual performance.
Yeah.
Bullet was dying very early in map 1 for FaZe. Astro could not hit a shot to save his life in map number 2. These can just be off days, and the problem is that you play a best of 3, and if you have an off day, that's it. You don't have multiple matches, you can't mentally reset. You're done, you move on to tomorrow, and you say, GG, go next. Just as we're gonna do with this match. The desk is gonna wanna break that down, but we have a break ready before we get to them breaking it down. Lots of breaking, we know. Sit tight, we'll be right back.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Milos gave them a little magic when he was here on the desk. He was really hyping them up in the pre-show.
He was. Milos came in strong, but he wasn't wrong.
Yeah, and did he say Je m'appelle Milos? That really confused me. Moving on. So you guys picked FaZe in predictions, and now I get a laugh. Ha ha! What happened?
Who did you predict?
I didn't do that.
Exactly.
I'm Switzerland. You already know I'm Switzerland over here, okay? But Demo, what happened there?
What was that?
I was adjusting my big brain glasses. You guys both have your glasses on.
Right.
You know what? Give me something here. Give me some energy. Demo.
All the energy.
Ollie,
all the energy
I don't
is
know
gone.
what to do with Demo.
All the energy has gone to Heroic.
Is it?
tonight.
Okay,
I think that-
apparently.
and quite rightly so, because what a performance.
Yes.
You know, granted, we both did sit here and we both said that, you know, we think that FaZe have got a good chance here. We weren't counting Heroic out, but that performance was one of the most convincing we've seen so far in the group stage.
And you know what, Ollie? You did want to focus on opening picks, and that was quite important.
It was really important. The opening picks in this series, the graphic that we flashed up on the screen at the top of the show, we were explaining that FaZe are excellent at converting that opening pick. However, inside of this series, whilst that was true for the first map of Chalet, it wasn't necessarily as true on the second map of Bank. And, well, let's be honest, Heroic, they did a fantastic job on both. 7-5 here on the first map of Chalet. It was quite a close one though, Demo.
I was really worried for Heroic whenever I seen the map preferences. I think we both were.
We both were really worried, yeah.
I was then able to go and speak to Anna and spoke to him and said, you know, you went Chalet, is that the best idea? So the team just wanted to play it. And I think map as a Chalet, everyone in EU likes this map. They all want to play it. And if Heroic just want to play Chalet, not in terms of what they're kind of about what FaZe are doing, and they just want to play it, let them crack on. And look what they have done. Defense was really shaky though from Heroic. The defense from start to finish was not what they wanted. And the reason why I know it was not what they wanted, after they won the map, the first thing wasn't, yes, we've done it. It was Murat straight away. The defenses are not good enough. It's not good enough. That is the energy that they brought in. It's not about, sure, they've won. They need to shape up. They need to fix up. But in terms of their attacks, the opening kill department, Ollie, they weren't just getting one kill. They were getting 2 kills. To start things off. It was incredible. This is when they switched it around, when they actually got onto that attacking phase, because you're right, the defenses weren't great here on Chalet from Heroic, and we kicked off and we were watching and we were thinking, well, you know what, they might have got the first round, but FaZe came out swinging. All of a sudden, a couple of rounds go by, FaZe do end up picking up the lion's share of the rounds on that attacking phase, but ultimately it was Heroic's map. A lot of hero plays toward the end as well, a lot of 3Ks.
Yeah, and Demo, you were getting really hyped about this, talking about the mental game of Heroic, and you think that there has certainly been improvements there. You did say, started off a little bit shaky, but they regained composure.
Yeah, I think if you look at both teams and the dynamics of both of them, FaZe, whenever they would win around, it was very, yes, nice, good. There wasn't really anything there. I think just because that team's been there so many times, it's just, that's just the way they are. You know, the confidence is they don't need to sit there and get hyped up. They know that they'll get hyped up if they win the trophy, but then it's just there. Of course, Heroic on the other hand, they're fighting tooth and nail to get anything they can, and every single round win for them, it does feel as if they're lifting a hammer. That's the energy that they're putting into that. God forbid if they lift it. God knows what's going to happen then, but at the moment, it is just, this is everything right now for Heroic, and they're putting as much as they can into it.
I want to talk about map 2 a little bit. FaZe's map pick Bank, and Heroic beat them. And Ollie, you were actually really impressed by Heroic's planting.
Honestly, Heroic, their attacks today have been borderline perfection. Yep. We think back to the previous 2 times that they've played both of these maps. They were good for only 2 attacking rounds in both of those series. 1 in each map. 1 in Chalet, 1 in Bank. Tonight, they have come out and they have taken 10 rounds in this series alone on attack.
Yeah, and Demo...
You know, on the plants, 8 plants in 2 maps. 5 plants on their attacking phase of Bank, and that's credit to Uno, right? He's getting in there, he's getting in the vicinity to get that plant down, but the team is also there. There was some really nice little plays that we saw, particularly with Sloth when attacking downstairs. Sloth was playing the sledge. FaZe were trying every trick in the book to keep it difficult to get that wall open, and Heroic had answers at every turn.
I'm happy you mentioned Sloth, and I think Sloth on the defense side of things throughout the course of, I think, this week for Heroic, he has not been too good. There's been a few 0-6, a few 0-5s on the defensive halves. If you look actually whenever the side switch happened, I'm pretty sure they just told him, Sloth, play for your ones. He was jumping out of windows, just getting one trade like this right here. That just helps Sloth. Sure, he's having a bad defensive week, but as long as he's getting a 1-for-1, it's better than nothing.
Yeah, and Demo, we were chatting earlier, and you were talking about how you were impressed with how Heroic has learned from their mistakes, and they're evolving and growing here at SI. Can you elaborate on that a little bit more?
Look what they did yesterday against Easy on Bank. It was, or not, wasn't good from all accords. I think that's probably the best way, or not DZ, M8 should I say, sorry, Secret. They weren't at the races. They were not there. I think the strategies they went for, very Monty orientated. I think it was a little bit more elaborate. They're trying to take a lot of the map. If you look at that first attack, it's probably one of my favorite attacks where it's minimalistic, just a server take with a Monty. Plant, easy, that's it, job done. They did not give FaZe anything. And we know, Ollie, watching FaZe, if you give them an inch, they will take, they'll take the country. That's what that team does. And just playing so compact, so together, it means that FaZe has to go looking for it. FaZe have to go chasing the game.
Okay, you're gonna have to use your noodle for this one, Ollie. I have the MVP in my head. Who could it be?
I know who it should be. And
Noodle.
there are two people that it should be.
Okay.
Noodle, fully deserved.
Yeah.
But just to give a shout out to all the supports before we go into Noodle's stats here, we've got to give a little bit of a nod to Uno. I've already given in the props, but it's not easy to get the plant down that many times. Trust in the team, trust in the process, and be in the right place at the right time. However, we like to point out the flashy players here on the stats and on the graphics, and Noodle certainly was that. 133 rating, plus 10 on the series. He only died 10 times total, Demo.
At what point do we say that he's actually the best rookie at this competition right now? Because he has played well in every single game. Even win or loss, he has played so well. We sat here on day one and we said about Benja. What's this team going to do without Benja? He was the consistent player for the full year. The reason why they were doing really well, drag them in big matches, being able to show up.
Yeah.
Who's going to replace that? We all thought it was probably going to be Jum. I think everyone would say, Jum has to be the player. Jum's been very hit or miss. And that was the only thing he maybe fall into that category.
In particular too.
Exactly. I think it was, 2-8 there on Bank.
Yeah.
That stuff you can't rely on. But someone who's consistent, who can do it week in, week out, I think we found a new, player who we can always fall back onto for Heroic, and that's Noodle.
That's nice. Leading the pack for him. I like it. I'm kind of, I'm Switzerland over here, but the path of Heroic has been very fun to watch. That's all I'm going to say.
And at least
I'm Switzerland.
And they're free now, Jackie, as well, because they don't play tomorrow. We know where they're at. It doesn't matter. Whatever happens tomorrow, they are free, which is, they'll be happy with that.
You know what? I wanted to talk about Group D standings, so I was going to go to Ollie for that, but okay. Okay, Ollie, take it away.
Let's have a look. M80, top of the group here at 10 points. Heroic now rival them on 10 points as well. There will, of course, be a head-to-head in there that is giving M80 the edge currently, that being the game that they played yesterday. Of course, M80 beat them 2-1. However, looking more toward the bottom of the group, FaZe have a very difficult day ahead of them tomorrow, and so does Secret. There is still a chance that Secret actually make it out of this group. I believe if they beat FaZe tomorrow, it would, however, take a clean 2-0.
Yeah, I thought that FaZe would at least get one map, I'm not gonna lie, and then Secret would have been out. So it's just tough when your fate is in the hands of another team.
Who would have thought that again? Kenny, you're relying on Heroic again, mate. What's going on there? He's talking all this about Heroic. He'd rely on Heroic today.
I do not know. I feel like I end every series being like, I do not know, because that's just the way SI is, but particularly Group C and Group D, which we've been covering. But for all of you watching at home, we have some more Group C and Group D and Stream A and Stream B action, so do not go anywhere. Day 4 of the 6th Invitational continues. We'll be back in a little bit.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
My name is Murat, aka Mr. Officer. I'm the head coach and manager for R6 team at Heroic. I started with Rainbow Six the very first day, 1st December of 2015. Started with PlayStation, played with my friends, had a lot of fun. The way I prepare for matches is obviously being a head coach of a team. I'm really about being a good ambassador for my team. So if I'm stressed, I know my boys are gonna be stressed. So I try to act a little bit gangster about it, you know, give that confidence to my boys, but also make sure that everyone is smiling, everyone is having fun. I use humor a lot in my work. That's my main approach to my team. The coach that I looked up to was Shaz from the old G2 roster. I think everyone wanted to be like him if the coach was the direction we wanted to go. So it was a long time I looked up to him until I got better. Making Six Invitational for me means a lot. Throughout the year, obviously, it's a lot of sacrifice. Being away from family as much as I have been and whatnot, being able to lift that trophy, that hammer at the end of the day, amazing. It would really feel good. But at the end of the day, I'm really proud just being here with my boys. That is what really means more than lifting the hammer for me.
He'll head in towards Archives and get caught. The hammer heads into orbit. Space Station Gaming are your world champions.
Right after it happened, it was honestly kind of like foggy. I don't know what I was expecting it to feel like. 2018, I had been packing up my gear and watching Penta lift the hammer. So just being on that huge stage in front of the crowd and just everyone chanting, the amount of passion that our crowds have is just like something really, really special. None of the results prior really mattered to me. The one that mattered was Invitational.
We go out there, we walk out on the stage before the game, and you see everyone in the crowd cheering for you. It's just truly surreal. Everyone's like energy was just higher than it has ever been.
Rampy so far this entire tournament is the highest rated player.
We're going into the finals, that's the goal, you know, lift that hammer.
On the back of the trophy stand, all the names of the teams that have ever won it are engraved in. Canadian, he can taste that, right? It's so close to getting there again.
We had heard like a lot of things about like Nip being really strong.
Pino, he's been doing insane.
If you like look at their stats from the event, Pino's stats didn't get crazy until they started making that losers bracket run. It's really impressive because he ended up having like some of the best stats in the whole event. As we saw it happening, we're like, they're here to play.
I just remember feeling very lucky to be there, just ready. Ready to win, ready to lose, just ready.
We had a good first round, and then a couple rounds after that, it was just like small mistakes or like getting surprised or caught off guard by like small things.
The biggest advantage that SSG had is now gone. Flawless round. Ninjas in pajamas take map 1.
The second map, it felt like their momentum was hitting though. It felt like we couldn't do anything.
We're down 2-0, about to face defeat, and we're coming up to our best map. That was a good feeling. It was the turnaround that we needed.
Fultz is down 4 in a row now.
They can't seem to be stopped at this point.
Once we were down 4-0 on Clubhouse, we started to worry a little bit for sure. Now it was our best map. Like we had no excuse for this. It was when Nade first clutch, I think we like pulled ahead with the momentum, and I think we started to control the match.
Nade on 1 HP. Will the thermite be able to clutch? No! Plenty of time. No match point for Ninjas in pajamas.
I remember just looking up in the middle of the series at the crowd and seeing all the lights. The crowd was with us. It was like looking at stars, like a galaxy out. That picture is still ingrained in my memory.
We could just tell after that moment that we were like in control of the match.
For me personally, the crowd was one of the main reasons why I personally was able to keep myself in it mentally, and I'm sure it was the same for the whole team.
America, Space Station Gaming are your world champion.
An absolutely massive win for SSG.
I definitely feed off the energy. I feel like the crowd does the same with me. Like so many people like cheering for us and believing in us. I'm really glad I got to share that with the crowd that we did.
My name is J9L, and I play Lurk/Flex for Astralis 6. First got introduced to Rainbow Six Siege in, I think, Season 3 on Xbox, and I thought it was a really cool game, and yeah, I started grinding it, so it was really fun. I got hooked on Rainbow Six Siege just by like the mechanics of the game and like kind of how unique the game was. Like it's not like any other FPS. Before my first ever official game, I was very nervous, but once I got on stage, like the nerves kind of went away and like I was just feeling good. The Six Invitational means like a lot to me just because like I've been watching them ever since like, I don't know, like 2017 or 2018. It's like the biggest tournament, so I'm excited to be playing in it for the first time.
The battle at the top of Group C. Will Los One lock down first, or will Astralis foil their plans? To be determined very soon, and I cannot wait for it, and neither can Jesse and Jacob.
Hi.
Yeah.
I love the enthusiasm, and I love the
Jackie.
smile and the thumbs up. Oh, okay, we are excited for this matchup. Okay, so let's talk about it. Astralis versus Lost One. You know what? I feel like you guys have both been kind of fans of both of these teams. I haven't felt any bias.
Well,
Is that wrong?
I mean, I think obviously we're Astralis fans as NA.
I was gonna say, yeah.
I mean, Lost One's just a team with a great story, right? Struggled all year long, came into the Latin American qualifier, beat Fantasy and Furia to get the spot here at Six Invitational. Kind of underdogs, I think, coming into this event, so you can't not root for them.
There's also a bit of a chip on their shoulder, and they really want to come out here and prove themselves like immediately straight out of the gate. But that's also the same case with Astralis having to bring a new player on the team. We've also talked about this to no end at this point, but I do like the fact that Astralis have managed to keep themselves in it. It was a bit of a rough loss. It was a great bounce back win against CAG last night, and to be fair, if CAG had somehow managed to come back and win that game, I think we'd be talking about Astralis as the team that again had potential and were destined for greatness, and then let complacency get in the way. Luckily, they got that win last night, and they absolutely deserved it. It's just a matter of continuing that momentum.
Yeah, I love you bringing that up. Narrowly lost to OXG, beat CAG. Los One is a different team, though, Jesse.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see for Astralis, right? They've had their ups and downs. I think they've been a bit messy this tournament. There's certainly been some rounds where it felt like they could have maybe had a bit more coordination, a bit more structure on some of their takes. But in the messiness, like, it seems like they've done pretty well. I thought a lot of the rounds they were winning against Oxygen were rounds where they did get kind of chaotic, especially on defense, just pushing and taking some fights that maybe, didn't make a ton of sense, but worked out for them overall, right? So if they can keep that aggressive playstyle here against Lost One, I mean, they could find success for sure.
Okay, being positive, I like that. And Jacob, you've been giving the rookies a lot of hype. I love that. And you've been singing the praises of Spiff a lot.
Yeah, because again, if you're going to make a roster change right before the World Championship, then we have to look at that under a microscope. But luckily, Spiff has delivered. Not only is this a fantastic stat line by itself, if you were to take out all of the different things about Spiff, the fact that he's a rookie, that he just turned 18, that he hasn't touched Tier 1 play before, all of that, and you looked at this in a vacuum, it would already look fantastic for somebody meant to play in Frag Ops. But the other thing about it is he's the highest rated player on his team through the series that they've played so far, which is already a crazy stat line to think about when you consider the fact that Iconic is usually up here. He's just a little bit above Iconic, and usually Forrest in the NAL has also been a name that has shown up, but it's not so much a case of Forrest grabbing his team by the collar and yanking them up the leaderboards like it was back in Stage 2. It's far more balanced in terms of who is actually meant to be doing what on this team, and I'm loving the fact that we are seeing a little bit more of this balance. The only thing that I want for Astralis to do at this point is to keep on facing opponents that are going to give Spiff additional challenges so he understands what you have to do when you're up against different types of adversity.
Big thing for Spiff, I think, has been consistency. He's on a positive KD ratio in every single map that they've played except for one. That was Cafe against Auction, where he had a career low -1 KD, worst of his entire professional career.
Not a problem to me.
I think it's pretty good.
I think it's pretty good.
I do want to focus on Los One, though. And, you were talking a little bit about their backstory. Both of you were. So what's changed here at SI, Jesse? Why are they doing so well now?
I think they're finally finding their footing. I mean, it's not like they made a big roster move coming into this event. It's not like they're really changing things up. They obviously got their new sponsor, Lost coming on to sponsor and kind of join forces with Team 1 to create this roster here. And I think they're really starting to find their footing again. They played really well in the qualifier. They were always kind of finding bits of success throughout the regular season. They never made it to a major after the first one back in Charlotte, I do believe. I think Maya's been a really strong force for them, but the rest of the players have started to step it up now and find that success alongside Maya.
I mean, when you have a massive football organization with millions upon millions of followers partnering with you in order to create a team, and you don't do well, you're going to have to come back and face the music after the fact because so many more people now understand who you are. But something about this team that I also thought was interesting is that it mirrors the exact same path of the old tier, like Team 1 roster. The one that ended up going to a major in Mexico City and winning was stars formed out of the ragtag remnants of a whole bunch of other teams. Not to say that they didn't want them, but you had to find a way to Frankenstein's monster this entire roster together, and that same thing happened here. It doesn't feel like it's being built with scraps because the scraps are performing incredibly well at this tournament, and they're also developing one specific guy into a superstar, right? I think his name starts with M. It's like 4 characters long.
Wow. So funny you said that. We've said Maya a few times now. Jesse, I know that you've done some research and you really want to hone in on Maya.
I do. I want to hone in on a couple players.
And Dash?
Maya and Dash. Maya's obviously the one that people are going to think of when they think of the Lost for One big fragger, because he's been good all year long, and he's been kind of that star player for them. But I just want to compare him to Dash, who's also a fragger. He also gets in and gets his kills. Only 2 kills less than Maya through this event, so they're both up there getting involved in the action. But they play so differently in their styles, right? Maya is the mechanical god. He goes back and forth. His headshot ratio is incredibly high, 76%. Yana, Oryx, these are operators that really require mechanical skill, getting in there first, doing well. Obviously, his stats back that up. And then Dash, also ridiculously well, right? 54 kills, 104 EPS. He's doing well. He's getting his kills. But the headshot ratio is way lower. He's playing ops like Nook and a Zombie, which require a little bit more thought. They require a little bit more kind of back and forth. It requires a little bit more, you know, some of that utility game coming forward. So I think it's interesting to watch these 2 players play. They've also got Loban, who also has quite good stats. One of their 3rd kind of fragger coming in there. But I think it's just interesting that you can have 2 players who do such similar things results-wise. They're both getting quite a few kills, but their play styles are so separate.
Think about where we are at this moment right now and wonder whether any of these guys on Lost One will suddenly develop into the superstar that we think they might be in the future. We didn't know if any of the guys in BR6 back in the rise of Brazil over the course of 2021 were suddenly going to turn into household names and maybe even, I don't know, fly across an ocean to join a European team. We're looking for guys on teams like this that have been underestimated for a while to shine in an environment like this, because a lot of people were probably putting Lost One at the bottom of their bingo cards for this event, and suddenly we're seeing them do things like they did against CAG and BDS. I'll make the point that Lost One should be winless right now because they had map 1 theme park against CAG go all the way to overtime match point, so by the skin of their teeth they end up winning that series, and then they play BDS. And what did they do against Shaiko? They make him look a little bit more mortal than usual. He's still rocking a 1.5 KD for the event, but they still took points off of a team that is favored to win this event, or was coming in by a mile by comparison to plenty of other squads in Europe. So we're looking at a Lost One squad that has the beginnings of something great, but it's a matter of keeping that exact same form consistent over time. Can they do it? I think they have a pretty good shot.
Okay, well, we're taking a live look at the play area right now. Our teams are getting ready to go.
They're doing their huddle again. If we cut back to Astralis cams, they're doing their huddle.
Plushie. I love the plushies. I think it gives a little bit of a buff, but that's just my expert opinion. But okay, as you guys can see, the map in info is up right now.
Oh, wait.
All right, Jacob, what are your thoughts?
I'm seeing a problem here. Astralis typically have 2 permaban maps. They've banned one of them, but the other one has slipped all the way down to Decider. They've gone for theme park, which I think is fine. I think the fact that they've already played it in this tournament and won, it's a good sign for what they're able to do, like past that, but I only see 1 permaban here, Jesse.
Yeah, it looks like a pretty good map ban phase for Lost One. Their pick ended up being Border. It's a map that made up more than half of their matches in BR6 Stage 3. It was a 3-2 record before coming into SI, and then they beat CAG 7-2 in their very first match of the tournament. So very comfortable map for them on that. And then, yeah, Clubhouse getting to the Decider.
I'm just worried about a map 3 because this is a map that they have deliberately banned every single series, save for one, the Charlotte Major Grand Final, and they played it against Dark Zero, thinking that they had some interesting strats and lost it. So if we need a map 3, I don't care how hyped up Iconic is going to be. Maybe.
All right.
I love this so much. Jacob's like, that's nice, but yeah.
I mean, Jacob's not wrong. They're going to need it. They're going to Clubhouse, a map that Lost One are on a 5-game win streak on.
Yeah.
It's not like you're, picking or having the Decider be your permaban against a team that's also not great at it. Lost One, 5-game win streak on Club, undefeated since the Charlotte Major. Now, a lot of their opponents were kind of the lower teams in Brazil. They beat Double O Nations, Guardians Imperium, INTZ, Black Dragons, and 6K, who are from Mexico. I mean, there's some rough teams down there, some Challenger League Brazil teams as well. But all in all, still a good record. standard, right? It's not a map that Lost One are scared of. So I'm ready for Astralis. I'm ready to see what they've got.
I'm loving Astralis' spirit right now. I mean, if Lost One gets this win, they will lock down first, right? Do you think that that's... I know it's a little shaky,
It depends how the other results.
But that's a lot of pressure, right? I mean, do you think that that's going to affect their mental game at all, or you think they don't care? They're just like here to do their thing.
Their mental seems pretty good. This is a team that's always laughing, always making fun of the opponents, you know? There's a little trash talk in there.
On the opposite side of things, if you're looking for an intimidation factor, Los One went up against a team with literally one of the greatest players in the world on it, said, I don't care, and like dumpstered him on a couple different occasions and had plenty of clutch moments. They are prepared for moments like this. And I don't think a team like Los One, if they're unintimidated by Shaiko, is going to be intimidated by 5 Americans all getting in a circle and chanting. So, yeah.
I mean, you talked about how they had plenty of clutch moments. The numbers back that up as well. Last segment, we talked about how M80 were the second most clutch team at the tournament. Well, Los One are the third. They've got 1 fewer clutch than M80. They've got 7 clutches overall through the tournament, which is a fantastic stat line to have. And again, it kind of shows that resilience as a squad, the way that they're able to come back and win some of those rounds that maybe they shouldn't have. They've also got the 4th most kills per round of any team at SI, averaging 3.79 kills every single round. They're frag machines, and it's not just one player that really carries the squad like it is on some other rosters. It really is a team effort. Maya, Dash, Loban kind of being that 3-pronged spear that do the majority of the heavy lifting.
Okay, I do want to talk about predictions a little bit. I know some analysts hate it, some love it. I think you both actually kind of enjoy
to be fair, I built a whole career about getting predictions wrong.
Oh, Jacob.
And I've been getting them wrong a lot lately.
Should we not ask you predictions?
I mean,
is Jacob going to jinx someone?
I might jinx it. We've both been really bad at predictions at different times. We got to do it though.
Okay, fine.
You're not going to get better unless you practice, right?
To be fair, I think I've already cursed 1 or 2 teams out of this. So.
All right, well, we'll just roll with it then. Jacob, who are you cursing or jinxing? No, I'm kidding.
Well, ultimately, I said that Los One were the probably poorest team from Brazil that were at this event, and I do think I stand by that, but I also look at the things that Astralis is doing and wonder how long that's going to last for. I think they've had a pretty decent set of challenges, but I also think you can't underestimate any Brazilian team at any level, and I wonder if Astralis is doing that here, because we've seen them be incredibly resilient in both of the games that they've played so far, and it's been nice to see Astralis get a bounce back, but that was against a CAG team that very, very clearly has both attacking and defensive deficiencies, and I don't really think there's one particular thing you can look at for Los One that is a big problem. They seem to be just as good as everybody else in every major category, and they don't have one big thing that you can exploit, and I think you can find that more with Astralis, especially when it comes to pressure moments. It might just be me. I think I'll take Los One just kind of on a whim here.
I like it, Jacob. I mean, I slept on Los One in the quals when I picked Furia.
Yeah.
I slept on Los One in the groups when I picked BDS over them.
Yep.
I'm done sleeping on them. I think I'm going to pick Los One to win this. We might be both cursing them, but I feel good about Los One. They're a good team.
Which might help, just, given the brand we're trying to represent here. It might help in that case, but...
All right, gentlemen. Well, I believe that our teams are ready to go, and they messed up the black crop top plan on day 1, but today they promised me that they're both going to wear their mesh shirts, so I can't wait to see it. Des and Ace, take it away, and we got a Stream B pre-show coming up, so don't go anywhere.
Thank you very much, Jackie. It's not Milosh this time round. It's me. It's Tim. Ready for a really good game. I keep saying that every time we come on camera, but genuinely, Los One, I think, have quickly become quite a few people's underdogs in this competition, Tim.
I think, honestly, I'd put them above that. I think they've come out and looked over the first couple of days like a very, very good team. They are extremely deadly. We've seen them.
I keep on singing Maya's name.
Maya. He does. That is actually very true. And very,
all day long. I love it.
Very annoying.
You love a singer-song. I know what you're like.
I do love a sing-song, to be honest.
You want to sing with me?
So I like to warm my voice up in the morning before I start casting.
You want to sing with me?
No. I'm much more of a solo artist. I'm sorry, Des.
You can do it, come on. You can get behind the boy. The thing is, it's not just about Los One, it's also Astralis.
It is.
Spiff, we've been really impressed by.
Top-rated player in this lobby so far. And to say that he's the rookie, he's doing extremely well. I picked up on him in the first game that we saw of Astralis against OXG. I said, you know, I was actually very impressed with him. Really contributed to the team, had some important moments. He was a little bit quiet at times, but that's understandable. And overall, yes, very, very impressed with his first foray into LAN play and into play at this level. It's been very, very good. Honestly, I think we're in. I mean, you've done the maths, Des. You've done the maths, and it will surprise absolutely nobody.
Get the numbers up
at home.
They were quite interesting.
That Des and I, at this point in time, have cast the most rounds here at Six Invitational.
Yeah, so
by a reasonable way.
Excluding the last series that happened before this one, obviously, we'd done 214 rounds. Parker and Pengu 191, Happen Fluke 187, Blue and Stokes 182. Now, we did have that big, massive 43-game banger last night that definitely added about 15 on the tally, but we still would have had the most even without that there.
Well, I've got a feeling that number is going to continue creeping up. Okay. And I think that we're very possibly going to see all 3 maps. I will say the same thing about Astralis as I said for Astralis playing Cyclops, which turned out to be right, which was that I think Astralis are the right sort of team to play against the Lost One. And for the same reason that I said they were the right sort of team to play against a Cyclops. They're very good at adapting. They're not scared of aggression. And I think that this is going to be a very close game. Flores and Ying are our first 2 bans.
I think it could be as well. And it's one of those that I look at. We've spoken about so many of these players. You haven't even talked about Lobin yet as well, who came in with a lot of smart talk and has delivered the goods after a pretty rough, rude awakening back on day 1. Well, day 2, I think it was. Their first game came through as they had a bye back on day 1. This game is hard to call because the energy is going to be so high. What we have seen is that the average length of games has increased as the day has gone on, whether players are getting tired or whatever, I'm not entirely sure, but games have got a little bit longer. And I think I'm with you, Tim. This one could go all the way through to Clubhouse and even push right towards the back end of that map as well. Armory and Throne, where we start things out, it's going to be Lost One kicking things off on the defense for us here on Theme Park. So Astralis really going to be tested in these first 6 rounds. We know that many teams have struggled to attack on Theme Park. Let's see if they can break that curse.
We know, and we've seen it in action time and time again on this site. The important thing, and there's been a strange contrast with it really, because on Armory and Throne we've seen, I dare say, very few wins for the attackers, if any, when the walls aren't breached, because there's only 2 single doorways on the way in, and usually the defenders come out on top when that is the case. But by contrast, weirdly, we've seen attacking lineups a number of times not bringing a heart breacher, which just baffles me, because if you want to do that on Bunk, if you want to do that on Initiation, Lab Storage, do what you want. But for Armory and Throne, you
feel like you need it.
You really got to have somebody. You got to open at least one of those walls. They've brought the Ace along, good stuff. I'd like to see all 3 of those Selmas successfully used. Maybe 1 on Yellow Stairs wall and then 2 on either barrels or maintenance, most likely maintenance, to give you an actual access point into site. You know, a comfortable access point. But I'd like to see 2 of the walls opened up, and then let's see how well the defenders fare at holding on, because it makes the site a lot more difficult to keep locked down.
Not forgetting, we do of course have those hard breach rounds in the back pocket of J90, who can use this on the hatch upstairs. Yep. Imara is ready to go up here, up into break room, straight up. So Iconic falls down to Lobin elsewhere in the map, but really you're looking at J90 to be the one here that gives them that hatch control, but it's simply not going to happen. Wow, Maya dots Lobin lining up and deleting the members of Astralis. There are only 2 left, and it's J90 and Spiff.
And they've got the problem that I spoke about. They do have the hard breach gadget, but it's very limited in scope in terms of the hole that it's going to open up. You can get through it, but it sticks you in an animation. So they are, if they get to that point, going to have to push onto site through single doors, but they've got a lot of work before they get to that point. It's 2 versus 4. It's half health for J90, and it is not looking pretty right now. A great job done by Lost One at bringing that immediate aggression. Now, I like that there's already one of the walls open, actually. One of the Selmas has been used on maintenance wall. So by opening this one, they are teaming up together. Until Lost One realise that they're both there together, they've got to be cautious of this area. They know they've got diffuser down though. That's not a good thing.
Yeah, which
Not for Astralis.
Astralis need to work through sight to recover the diffuser and then look for a plant. It just feels like the backwards way to do it. Surely you want to try and fight back for the ground that has already got things opened up. But Lobin, death from above. Jayon goes J90, 4 still standing for Lost One. I think we all know exactly which way this first round is going, Tim, even if it has been a bit of a slower one. And here he comes now, going to find himself headfirst dunked into one of these barrels as the members of Lost One begin to surround him, circling their prey like a pack of vultures. He's not long for this world, and Lobin gets an easy closeout. Great first round for Lost One.
That's the only way to describe it. There was a flurry of kills towards the beginning of the round that almost exclusively went Lost One's way. And from that point on, Astralis were pretty much done in round 1. So they just need to bounce back from that. It's round 1. It's really not the end of the world. You know, Lost One got themselves a few kills. Astralis just need a good round to get back into it. What they need to be careful of is that that doesn't continue to happen round 2, round 3. Even if they lose the rounds, they need to be competitive in them, which they weren't then. And Lost One is going to take us down to lab and storage this time. So I imagine there will be a reasonable top floor presence from them. That's what we have seen over the last few days when teams have been defending this site. They tried to lock down particularly access to cafe, but they'll do that by holding on to bunk, daycare, break room and all those associated areas.
Interestingly, this is the 3rd most popular site on this map. Only 2 players ahead of Initiation Room Office. Lab Storage sat on 14, Initiation is sat on 12. But we did kind of comment before that we had seen a lot of teams going in towards Lab and Storage. And I think where many teams have been finding success is not really playing the site itself, but playing the vast majority of the map, contesting all the way out towards Cash and Dragon, moving their way back across to be above site itself around Cafe, and then looking to play around site later into the round. It just asks a lot of questions of the attackers and gives them a lot to do in the round. So especially when you're against a slower opponent, not that Astralis are slow, but normally against a slower opponent, it's a really good way of making that clock run down, because directly hitting the site is just so unfavorable to the attackers. You're guaranteed to jump into a frost mat. As you can see here, you've got these Goyo canisters scattered around as well. It's just not a pretty site to hit direct. You do have to go through generally a full map clear and get control of Cafe.
J90 just leaving his Twitch drone on one side there. If you're wondering why he didn't take out the second Vulcan canister, it was because his Twitch drone needs to recharge. It has run out of little zaps. Now we're going to have Forest is downed after Dash was taken out, so that effectively leaves us 4 versus 4, although Forest is quite deep into the map, away from the defenders, so he might actually have an opportunity to be collected. His team are just going to have to be careful to make sure that they don't lose 2 people in doing no chance at all. Lobin goes in. He is far too close to be risking picking him up. He knows that the man is down in there, will find that kill, and Shuttle just dipping away at the wrong time there. Sees the man, but it's Spiff who's going to get the kill. Iconic as well, and this is a much better round from Astralis.
It is a lot better, playing off each other as well. They've punished Lobin there for going to finish off that kill, and I understand what he's trying to do, but it feels very risky to be looking into break room knowing there could be a player on the rappel. It's so easy for the attackers to be there, but isn't immediately punished for it. Instead, it's by Spiff as he pushes into Arcade and then does the business instead. 2v4 for the side of Lost One, and Astralis look like they are in a good spot to be able to claim their first attacking round.
And they've got all the time in the world. They've got 1 minute and 15. You know, they can just take their time. They've got the top floor control. There's nobody up there to challenge them. Maya and Dots are both back on site, so they can really just try and find what's going on. A nade comes in. There is a down, but it's really not going to matter as Iconic. He's going to be able to stick the plant if he chooses to. He's come off it for the time being because of the challenges from Maya, but that's the answer. Just don't worry about the diffuser. You don't always have to. Just go in and get the kills.
Maya there going in for the read, I think, onto the potential plant that was going down initially, going where it heard that sound last, but not aware of Shuttle coming in from Arcade side. So we've had 2 rounds here, Tim, that have been very similar, but for different teams, where early kills have come through in a flurry. 3 quick kills for either team, basically leaving 2 left alive on the other side to try and piece things together. So we haven't seen either side really establish themselves yet. Maybe we'll see that going into this 4th pick preference site of Initiation and Office. Interestingly so far, skipping the choice of playing Armory and Throne.
Here we go then. We're going to be setting up with a nice little line of sight out towards Cash, so it looks like Lost One maybe somewhat aggressive, not reinforcing out towards that side, just going to sort of play a line, hold it and prevent Astralis from pushing in by the looks of things. Like I say, you'd normally expect a little bit of utility on the east side of things. Are we going to get some reinforcements? Yes, we're going to get some reinforcements finally on the initiation wall, but there's little else, so it's almost as if Lost One are, there we go, we've got another one. They're going to leave that hole open so that they can peek around into it, but they're sort of almost inviting Astralis in here, you know, invite them in and then challenge them when they come in.
What I do like about this site is, I remember back when Theme Park first got reworked and released back into the pro map pool, I think it was Train Hard at the time against Na'Vi, I want to say it was. And Na'Vi did a wonderful job of just hard denying on this site by getting mute jammers basically in a line, down the wall from the office wall on the single doorway, down towards the waiting room, also down in towards the doorway coming in from control. And Train Hard just kind of met themselves with the inability to get past it because they were stacked upon with mine magnets, ADSs as well. Nothing really worked. Iconic there being paying quite a high price for not being aware that you might find a member of Lost One at any given window or doorway and being taken down. But to come back to that previous point, I do think really Astralis should be able to, you know, work their way through. They're obviously clearly quite a competent team here. No frag grenades on side to burn through doorways, but we'll see how long that line of mute jammers holds out.
Spiff has taken down Maya to level things up, leaving us in a 4 versus 4 now then. This could be good from Forest. He's sneaking up the yellow stairs at the minute, and I'm not sure that Lost One are aware of his position. Obviously the site is on initiation. Dots is watching in that general direction, but again, I think it's more out of habit than knowledge or anything. So there's 2 on this side, at least for Lost One, that could well be caught out if Forest can establish himself at the top of yellow stairs and just hold that line of sight down there. He's going to pick off a lot of rotates potentially.
Surely Dash at this point is aware of what's going on. Another one straight onto that window to give him the information that he might need, but there's Astralis on the march forward and they find 2, almost a third, but Dash a little more responsive. Now angling himself out here as there is a push coming in towards the left, sees one on the right as well, finds his head, J90 decapitated by Dash, and we're down to a 2 versus 2, Tim, the closest round we've had so far.
I love that from the Azami, just a brilliant example of that gameplay. Forest though, he does not need much of an opportunity, seeing just a pixel of Rise and ripping his head off over the top of the Kiba barricade, leaving Dash now in a 1v2, Spiff straight in, getting the diffuser down, and this is another nice round from Astralis. We're going to have Dash having to fight his way back into sight. We'll use the rotation back into initiation, moving his way through, just sort of slowly seeking, but with no information ahead of him. He's having to face check everything, and he's going to have to find 2 kills.
He's got to try and find the one man in here. That's the back of Vault. Now he knows, and he's expecting the swing to come out. Why wouldn't you? Gets the right read that someone is coming from behind, using this keeper barricade, but can't quite use it. Forest on point with his shots that round.
That was great movement from Forest there. As soon as Spiff had the engagement, you saw Forest was at the top of Dragon Stairs. Spiff has the engagement, makes the call out, is near vending machine, and straight away you can see Forest move through control into initiation, and basically is creating that 180-degree crossfire. So there is nothing that could happen. I guarantee as Forest was moving across there to make that challenge, Spiff was stepping up to the doorway to challenge from the other side, and it was really well played from Astralis.
It was just a great bit of movement overall, I thought, because it looked so calm and peaceful for about 60 seconds in the middle of that round, and I was like, okay, when do Astralis spring the trap? And sure enough, you saw them all mobilize, spring to life at the same time, and collect a couple of kills that just completely removed the presence that Lost One had throughout the map. Really good execute coming out, and a really interesting first 3 rounds where, again, we've seen either team have a really dominating round, and then Astralis capitalize in the 3rd round on the ability to execute all as one. Let's see how we do in the 2nd quarter, though. Now we are going to step down to that downstairs site, Tim. It's Armory and Throne here in round 4.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Okay then, we had this back in round 1. It was the only successful defense that we've had so far from Lost One. They were able to lock it down. It was 3 kills early in the round, basically, that made it very difficult for Astralis to do anything. Look at this aggression. It's lobbing on the Mozzie, who's just going to be waiting right on the threshold there. Very keen to get himself out of that door if the opportunity presents, but no, the E1D scan is going to back him right off.
We'll see how long it takes Astralis to push through here as well. I think Lobin's expecting to get pushed, maybe naded up from below here, so he's got to be careful. all of Astralis, by the looks of it, basing themselves on this east side of the building. 1, 2, 3, and 4, so there is one missing somewhere, but no doubt he'll turn his head up. There he is on the southwest side. But these four want to get themselves inside a cache, I imagine, get some top floor control, get the maintenance wall opened up, and look to start a push off from there. Just being mindful of that potential flank coming out from Lobin.
I like this, getting the wall open nice and early. They did it last time around, 45 seconds in, and they're going to have an awfully big breach into sight. I'd like to see, as I said before, a little bit of pressure on that yellow stairs wall as well if they can achieve it. You know, just give multiple angles for Lost One to worry about. Dots is getting really aggressive on that breach, but I think they might be aware of it here. Shuttle just popping another E1D scan potentially to prevent that. He goes through the smoke, just taking a breath of it. Just a little pre-fire, doesn't get his man because Dots is in behind the shield. He's going to come back, and this is a real back and forth on that breach.
Really good read by Dots as well to get back in behind that shield and tuck himself in, and he's the one going hunting here. Finds Forest, calls the trees. 5v4 for Lost One.
That's really well played from Dots there, coming away with that kill. J9, no! Absolutely beautiful prediction of the location of Dash there to take him down. Lobin able to find Spiff, and Lost One keeping their man advantage at 4 versus 3. But Astralis have made a lot of good progress towards sight at the minute. If they can win this fight, which they do, but Rise is there for the trade. Perfectly done, Lost One.
Really well played this round. I think there's a good, healthy measure of aggression, knowing when to pull back, playing for trades, for example, that have got Lost One into a 3v2. But I cannot count Astralis out yet. Even with 2 on the board, they are still lethal. J9 know with the right sort of idea that there is someone sat inside of this room who's trying to bait out the swing. The swing comes in, Rise is the one to get the kill, and Iconic has got it all to do against 3 with 45 seconds on the clock. Something tells me, Tim, it's an impossible task.
It's very unlikely at this point, especially without Rise being dealt with. He needs to get in here and win this fight. Rise has hit his shots well in the first 2 times we've seen him engage.
You rat!
Iconic.
You rat!
Certainly trying his damage, and Rise is able to close that one out. Triple kill for him in the round, and to be honest, it was a pivotal performance from Rise there in round 4. Lobin being challenged at the top of Dragon Stairs, Rise on hand to support, and then just took out the rest of the push from Astralis across the top floor, holding it down. And Astralis, I'm not going to say a missed opportunity there, but I like what they did at the beginning of the round. They got the pressure onto site, they, you know, gave them something to think about, but the response was great from Lost One, to be fair, particularly the step out of Dots from site to get that kill onto Forest.
I think that, and also the trade from Rise inside of Initiation. This is why when at the very start of the round I said, you know, you want that top floor control, you want to start working your way forwards from there, you need to get inside cache. They paid for not having that control around Dragon. Lobin was always going to be a threat. They couldn't push in through the single door on that side of the map, meaning the only real option for Astralis was to go through the breach. You need more than 1 point of ingress, otherwise you will pay the price. So really, Shuttle had no choice but to try and push Lobin, unaware that there was a player slowly working his way through Initiation in the form of Rise, and even though they found Lobin, Rise wasn't taken out. Then you saw the follow-on gunfights that had to come from that, where 2 other players had to go after Rise, and neither could find him. So paying the price there for not clearing the full map. I completely get they want to try and go direct to site and not play like Kiss Chase all around the entire map, for example, but Lost One are going to punish you if you don't force them to stay away. This is where things like you're seeing in this round, the Dakabi, the Jackal, maybe looking towards something like a Nomad as well, may come in to help them throughout this game.
Lobin again aggressive on that door. He's just going to barricade that off. Again, deciding enough is enough. The opportunity not presenting itself, so he's not going to overcommit to it. And I like that from Lost One. They do like to bring the aggression, but they don't get silly with it. You know, they'll see if the opportunity is there, but if it's not, they don't try to force it, and that's good. We're going to have Astralis trying to get themselves into break room here to begin with. It's going to be another top floor clearance, but they need to be careful because there is a lot of manpower and a lot of presence over there from Lost One to try and prevent. So we've got the rotation through to Initiation, and we've got a little bit of backup as well coming in from Lobin on the Malusi.
Just the one little hole being open there by the sound because it's just dropped into range of the mute jammer. Of course, now circular rather than cylindrical like it was before. So it only gets up one hole gone, but they've managed to get rid of the jammer on the other side, and now they can keep on marching through with the drones, as well as a much wider berth on which to take firefights through that breach.
Spiff's going to come head-to-head in a moment with, I think it was the Malusi that was playing up there. It actually looks more like the Mute that's backed off, possibly Rise again. That's going to be going for the challenge. They are both there. Spiff, we know he's got the ability to come away and find both of them given the opportunity. But right now, Lost One are playing a clever game. They're very mobile, Des. Every time they sort of get close to an engagement, Astralis here, Lost One manoeuvre and change, and they've burnt 1 minute 40 now without anything really resembling a gunfight.
It's what I like about this site, again, is you can play so much of the map and just keep on falling back in waves, and Lost One aren't surrendering map control particularly easily. They are forcing Astralis to have to work for it here. They don't know where most of these players are. Again, it's like trying to chase smoke. You simply can't chase it down, and here comes one on the step out, but immediately there's an answer. Spiff there, onto Rise, dash down to about half HP as well. Lost One finally getting caught by their tails.
Yeah, that's good from Astralis. Spiff stepping up when they need him and getting the kill onto the pivotal Rise from last round. In and getting the diffuser down actually here, not messing about. Spiff on the cover manages to get one onto Maya. Lobin is there for the trade, but the damage is done. The diffuser is down. Iconic J9O, they managed to get two, leaving us now in a 4 versus 1. Lobin, he is really on the back foot here. Beautiful shot on the window. Can he get himself a second? No! Shut down as he comes through the door, and Astralis, they get themselves back into the lead.
Heard.
Let's go, spin!
We are going to struggle to understand what Lost One say, of course. Astralis will have a better chance.
Yeah, I mean, I know slightly less Portuguese than I do French, so it might be... to be fair, I know more, because of my days in LATAM, I know more siege-related words, to be fair.
Like kitchen, you're a pro at?
Yeah, things like, kitchen and dining room and stairs and things like that.
So you'd be great in the house, mate, but not anywhere else, it sounds like. Ah, stairs, good. That's about as far as you get. Could just imagine the kind of chaos that would cause. Alrighty, good round from Astralis, and Lost One, I know we're talking about, okay, they're playing well here, they're moving, they're dancing around a little bit and not really directly giving themselves up to Astralis. What I love from Astralis is they kind of found the weak point there in the armor, pushed straight in towards site once they got a kill and chased Dash away with the half HP hit that he took, got that plant down and then forced Lost One into a retake. That is where they struggled a couple of times in this half, is on the retake, but for the NA side, up 3-2 on the attacker theme park, you will not say no to that any day of the week. In case you're curious, by the way, this map played 8 times throughout the competition, 59% defensive win rate.
Okay.
There are 4 maps that are actually quite high in the defensive win rate. None are below, I think 47 was the highest, also the lowest that I saw when it came to defender win rates. I like long gone days of like the 37% of like coastline, for example.
I like this from Forrest, just moving in, going to keep himself using the Hell Presence reduction device, keeps himself off the cameras so they won't be aware that he's got himself up to the gong door. A good start from them. Always like a little bit of knock play. We see a lot of knock bans now for good reason. Very powerful, very quiet operator, sneaks up. And Forrest at the moment is sort of working very solo on that east side of the map, while the rest of Astralis trying to push from the west side to put pressure. We've got 2 putting pressure on Break Room, 1 pressure in Cafe being joined by a second. So Forrest is possibly one to watch as he just sneaks his way in.
I mean, surely you expect there's a player behind the shield and you're just giving it in for free here. On the step out, will he find a second? No! J9O nice and low, has got to hit a headshot on the reverse if he wants to win this, as he's down to about 25 HP, a single bullet enough to put him in the grave.
Forrest is making slow progress, but he knows there's a man ahead of him, but the barbed wire could be his undoing. He moves up very quietly through, around the Kiba barricade. This is fantastic work. They've... Sorry, Forrest.
You muppet.
I really didn't think that they had any idea he was approaching, but obviously they were sat watching the angle, so it just didn't matter.
I love that so
and Forrest gets cut down. That is the true caster curse there. J9O doing some good work. Maya's actually going to be downed in that back and forth, unlikely to be picked up, I think. Dash just managed to find one. Iconic and J9O getting aggressive and finding a trade there. Dots is in on the action as well, and that leaves us now with a half-health J9O, 3 to kill ahead of him, and unlikely to see anything other than a 3-3 half.
Absolutely. Trade for trade for trade around this Cafe battle here that ultimately has gone in Lost One's favour. They did win a gunfight elsewhere as well, which has put them into this 3 versus 1. It has created a little bit of room for J9O to work his way through site, but equally on the side of Lost One, why would you try and get too aggressive? Wait for him to expose himself, take the freebie, and convert the heart 3 and 3. Good though for Astralis, I think overall they'll be happy with how that's gone.
Well, this is, coming in, you've commented there on the defensive win rate. They do have the advantage. So it's definitely possible for Astralis to put in a 4-2 half and take this 7-5 overall. That much is for sure. I think we're probably going to see a slightly different Lost One on the attack. I think we might see them just up the aggression a little bit, moving quite quickly. Astralis, I'm not saying that's going to work because I feel like they are the sort of team that can adapt and play into that, not a problem. But we'll see how it pans out. We're going to be armor and thrown for our first defensive round of Astralis.
Let's see how things shape up here with Lost One on the attacking side. And equally, how Astralis look to play undefensively, because I think Lost One have played very loose around the map for the most part. The one thing I do love is that although they've played that very loose style, they have tried to keep themselves in trading range at all times. I give that to both sides, actually. Really good plays around the trades in that first half. So maybe you'll see a similar sort of style. You may see it a bit more independent, looking to control more of the map. Depends on their confidence coming up against Lost One, though, and how much they respect their attacking prowess, I guess.
5 seconds to go.
I mean, that DKB already screams to me that Lost One are showing a bit of respect here to Astralis.
Yeah, and also that they want to, get moving across that top floor, put the Dokkaebi calls in, sweep across, get the kills. But look at this. This is A, aggression from Astralis, but also B, they've got, I think, 4 players on the top floor at the minute. They've actually just dropped away as I'm saying that. So they've dropped back down and sort of towards site. But, you've got to be careful with that because obviously there's always the opportunity for just pushing straight into site. But it shouldn't be too much of an issue now. I think we've got 2 or 3 up on the top.
Yeah, I think it's the read on the stage of the round as well, right? Generally in the first 60 seconds, especially on a larger map like Theme Park when you spawn away from the building, Cafe's very similar as well. You know that there's a good chance 1 or 2 players are sat on drones whilst 3 look to establish some early control, getting themselves contesting a balcony, getting up on the roof. So the only thing you're going to see inside the first probably 30 to 45 seconds, unless there's an Amaru, is going to be drones running through the map, just like this. You take those drones out, you back away, you let the phone calls come through from Lobin as well, any utility that has to come through, and then get yourself back away to safety. I'd much rather see this style of play than one where you just go, let's sit on site because we're too scared about what might come. They are getting out on the map and burning through drones. They've killed 4 off so far, for example, and now 60 seconds in, they are looking to play a little bit tighter together. A couple are playing back downstairs. One can't decide if he's upstairs or downstairs in Iconic this is, but that means Lost One now have to re-drone things, and it really slows the attackers down, which is great play from Astralis. Really good map management.
Forrest is going to be getting his engagement pretty soon, potentially, unless he chooses to hop over the mezzanine balcony. He's going to be picked up there. The drone will be lost, but Lost One are not messing about. They're going to be chasing that in. We've had Shuttle just watching the hatch from underneath, so there's obviously an assumption that there's going to be some progress across from Lost One here. Forrest is going to get killed out. I said his engagement would be coming. He doesn't manage to win it. And there's also J9O. Nitro comes out from Shuttle underneath, but does get shot down. Lobby manages to find Iconic. Dash is downed in the mix.
Iconic was the guy that got him down, I think, though.
Yeah, J9O has gone by the wayside as well, so that's the top floor cleared out. We're in a 5v1. I can't see Dash not getting picked up.
No. 5v2 though. You've got Shuttle.
Sorry, 5v2.
Fine. 1 C4 still in the back pocket of Spiff as well. It is a tall order to ask you to hold out against this again. I think Astralis have played this round really smart. I think the way they played the map has been perfect. They've just not come away from good gunfights against Maya. Shock Horror, the absolute demon of the whole competition so far, is doing work. 2 kills in the round after a quiet 3 and 4 start to the game for Maya. Has pretty much guaranteed that his team get through this round relatively unscathed. A few bullet holes obviously taken through Dash and Maya, but outside of that with 20 seconds to play, start getting a bit nervous when it gets this close down to 0 though, Tim.
But they've also not hard-breached anything, Des, and I explained earlier why that's a problem on this site, because they're going to have to come in through single doors. As it was, all 3 of them ran in through a single door at the same time and got a couple of kills. But it's always a risk. That's something that one player can just mow down very, very quickly.
Those kind of spots where you're pushing numbers and advantage in through doorways, so at the same time, although it looks messy, you just play for the trades there. You know if your teammate in front of you goes down, the chance of them spray transferring from one to the other is relatively low. It does happen, don't get me wrong, but it's difficult. You have the chance to instantly take aim and click the shot, and away you go. That person is then dead. So a good little 3v2 there played out by Lost One as well. Looked a little bit ropey for a few seconds, but had the right idea towards the back end of things. Again, I'd like to see more of that from Astralis, so I think they played the round really well up until the point they lost their 3 members, and that came down largely to the gunfights. A couple were caught off blind, for example. Maya had a brilliant round overall, but the actual playstyle itself, I think, was really good.
We're going to move to Bunk and Daycare then. Astralis choosing not to double down on Armory and Throne. Going to head upstairs instead. I'm interested to see which side Lost One push from. Do they go direct and try Break Room and Cafe, or will they get themselves established and move across through Initiation? We will see as we spawn in and begin the round. But Astralis, they need to, ultimately, I think, you know, the big loss on that round, as silly as it sounds, is just losing the gunfights.
It is, yeah.
There was J90 and there was Forest upstairs, and they were, you know, there to play their lives and to hold off that push across top floor, and they both lost their lives without response.
They were caught a little off guard.
They were, but, you know, if that's what you're there for, you should be on guard.
One or 2 seconds difference there, and Maya doesn't get a 2K to start the round off and put you on the back foot immediately, right?
But, yeah, certainly something that they need to be looking to improve this round. This gunfight, for example.
Oh, the pixels. The number of times we've seen a matter of pixels being between one player and a kill is ludicrous. Maya comes in, but do they know about this player tucked in towards the back? Surely they do. I've just heard a drone rolling around as well. They must know that he's here. Iconic taking one, but Maya's first. No! It's a direct trade. Iconic doing great work there to draw in 3 players. A drone also rolling on through, and to get the trade, because he's one of those operators as the Jaeger that your gadget's already down. You've done your work during setup. You are just a warm body, a walking gun at that point. Maya, frag grenades off the board, an operator that's not there for the execute when you need to be pushing multiple angles.
Information.
Well worth it.
A lot of information from those Gemini decoys as well. So yeah, big loss, but with Maya going, and also half health damage going on to Dash as well, is going to be a big factor in the later round. J90 going to find Lobin, and this time the advantage is for Astralis. We're going to have a Selma charge detonated any second. Dash might just get caught out here. There is one on the arcade stairs. Forrest doesn't peek, he heads back upstairs instead. But had he looked around the edge of that Kiba barricade, he might have just got himself a free hit on to the knock.
The Kiba barrier position on the main stairs stops you getting flanked up by the Nook, for example. Like, they can't walk up without having to smash through it or destroy it in some way. So he is so safe up here, knowing that he can't be backstabbed, and all his attention can be towards Cafe, towards the arcade window, up towards Break Room. Just gives you one less angle to worry about, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it can mean everything when you're playing that position.
Somebody finally got the Twitch drone, but a little bit of damage was done. Some utility lost. That sends in a nade. We've got him also looking just underneath there, trying to find anybody he can through the drone hole, just looking for that cheap kill to level things up. But still, it remains 4 versus 3. Going to sacrifice a drone. That's quite a heavy cost there to be taking the laser gate down so that Rise can push through that double door. And I mean, he needs to, I was going to say, he needs to be pushing that fairly soon. He doesn't want that getting reactivated and the drone being a complete waste of a loss.
Absolutely not, but they're into a good spot here, it feels, actually, to hit sight. Although they can't really look forward towards Daycare, Bunk is an option until Spiff shuts one down, and now they're forced into gunfights. Doubling up for a little bit of a trade. There's one on the ground. What an absolute rat. Down goes J90, 2v3 for Lost One with 15 seconds to play. Make it a 1v3. Great hold by Spiff, especially in this round. It looks like this is it for Lost One. Rise is going to try and make a plan happen, but this one is pretty much done. They've ran the clock down here. They've forced him into uncomfortable situations, and they'll get the shutdown. Great round by Astralis.
Spiff has done an amazing job there. On the door into Bunk. He's just sort of peeked, he's held them back, he's not overcommitted. It'd been easy for him to lose his life there, for him to keep having a look, keep trying to get those kills. It's, you know, you sort of, your head gets into it and you're in that fight and you're really trying to come out with a win for your team. But no, he was very, very patient on the door there. Did exactly what Astralis needed, and unsurprisingly, we find ourselves at 4-4 on the scoreboard in what is turning out to be another very close game, Des.
Absolutely. Now, we're going to this site that has been a bit hit and miss. I understand why teams like it. I understand why it's becoming and growing in popularity. I still think it's like half the pick rate that we've seen of Bunk Daycare, for example, with Armory Throne obviously being the most popular. But what I like about it is it does give you the ability to play large parts of the map. as Lost One showed us back in the first half, it can also leave you a little bit exposed. All it took was Astralis to get a single kill, and sight was opened up wide because the other players were all playing around Armory Throne. One was up towards Dragon. It was a long retreat all the way back to be able to contest sight, and then just got picked off one apiece. So we'll see if Lost One spot themselves a gap in the Astralis defense here, or if Astralis play a little bit more of a tight-knit game here and keep Lost One at bay.
We get into the action phase, and somebody is going to give themselves a sizable advantage by winning this round. It really starts pushing them towards having that that map point opportunity. If you can get the next two, then you get sort of not a free chance, but you get an extra opportunity to close this one out. And neither of these teams want to be starting things off with an overtime game here. As you've said, Des, the late games have sort of tended to provide that quite often, and whether there is an issue of a little bit of fatigue for the teams, they'll be obviously sleeping in a little bit in the morning, but ultimately they've still been up for a large majority of the day. They're not going to be sort of in bed
until 5 p.m.
That's what I mean. It's not going to be like a 10 a.m. game where you get up, you've been up an hour or two, and then you start playing your game. You're going to have been up a large portion of the day, so it is going to be a factor. Now then, we're going to lose a Selma charge there. That's not ideal. Tried to just open up the walls into bunk there so they could play from that break room rappel. Dots has actually moved away as soon as he threw that. It was a throw and forget for him, but it didn't get forgotten. It got shot off.
It did indeed. Instead here, that initiation wall getting opened up in towards bunk. There's a way to try and break open some of those longer sight lines that run through the entirety of Theme Park, right deep in, to try and keep a couple of players at bay. Dash is having a little bit of a dance-off here and gets jumped out on by
nice.
Forrest. Man, that guy's got some big gonads.
Forrest straight out the window, gets his reward and straight back in. That is a great opener for Astralis. It puts them on the front foot. Now they do have a little bit of a problem here. Lobin has just walked on into sight. Gets himself an absolute freebie and certainly leaves Astralis saying, guys, there's one inside.
The problem is support line a little bit cut off there. No one else can back him up, and Forrest proves that point. Taking down Lobin without so much as a whisper. Dots finds one, instantly traded out by Shuttle, mind you. Is this constant back and forth between these two teams. Myers dead from the hatch. Forrest into another. Astralis starting to build a bit of momentum now, Tim.
Yeah, Astralis looking pretty good there. Much better than I think for the last couple of defensive rounds. They were really in control, I felt then.
Massively so. Wrapping it up to 5-4. Still far from over for Lost One. Still got a lot of room to battle back in. Still got the timeout to make use of on both sides if required. But it just feels, again, Tim, we did say it might be a long series, and we are boiling up towards that 12-round mark.
I think I said 40 plus to you, didn't I? When we were talking about the rounds that we'd counted, I said the rounds that we casted. Sorry, I said I had a feeling that tonight might be another 40 plus between these two, but we'll see. The first one's looking like it could well be 12 at least, so that certainly puts us on track. But we never know. Something might change. We might get a 2-0. We might be blessed with an early night because we've got the morning shift tomorrow as well. But we don't mind. We don't complain. We've got used to it at this point, does he?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think Medics has. He's got himself set up with the tent. He's got a sleeping bag. He grabbed dinner, and I advise you best get breakfast as well. It could be a long night. He despises us, he tells us, which I know is a lie. He loves us to pieces.
Here we go then. We're into the action phase. We've got 1 over by 90 default. I think just more rotating than anything. Not going to be sticking out in that area for too long. Just jumps over Dragon Stairs and heads downstairs. We see the silhouette just ahead of us doing that.
Well, I actually like the lineup coming out from Lost One in this round too. I spoke about this back in the first half for Astralis at the end of round 4. I said, if you feel that you're constantly getting kind of sideswiped by the members of Lost One, a Nomad might do you well. A couple of Claymores might help. Look at what we've got in this round. A Nomad's on side, a couple of Claymores. Got the Ossa to really sort of spearhead the attack as well. It does bring a much more coordinated attack coming out of Lost One that isn't relying on so much on winning gunfights and making sure you got flank drones down. It makes things a little bit simpler so they can focus on looking forwards rather than around them pretty much constantly as they're moving through the map, just like the Solus is doing right now.
That's it, just using that scanner, just checking around, seeing if there's anybody drawn in, seeing if there's any utility coming in that can be spotted out. Of course, the person carrying the case can be seen pretty much at all times because you can see the case. Still 5 versus 5, lost one, not really established too deep into the map yet. We're going to have Dash moving in through lockers, looking to open up the bottom of Yellow Stairs wall. We get a bit of a gunfight ensuing for us. She can't be losing that one. Dash, he manages to get the job done, gives a line of sight in towards sight, and this is exactly what I've been asking for, Des. I've said countless times, please get 2 breaches open. They haven't got the second yet, but if the first is the bottom of Yellow, I would think that a second might follow if the opportunity presents. At the minute, they've extended the opening at bottom Yellow, and they might look to push directly into Pillar.
They've got a thermite.
Oh, there we go, they've done it!
They've got a thermite, right? They're going to get through this no matter what happens at this stage, and here we go as well. Spiff almost managed to take the head of the Ossa on the way through, but Shield goes down just in time. And he's going to keep himself alive. Noggin still firmly on their shoulders. Maya looking to move his way forwards 2 here and try and establish more control inside of the site itself. Lobin comes out and finds Iconic with the suppressed gun charging on the way through. Still 3 left here for Astralis though, but you are coming up against 5 on the other side.
Right, come on Lost One, don't let me down
Great
here. That's
shot.
a beautiful kill from Jaina. I know I've been calling for the longest time for a team to open 2 walls properly into this site. Let's see if it pays dividends and if they can get the win. Spiff is going to absolutely slam Dash with a nice headshot there, leaving us 3v3. Astralis have fought their way back into this. The Solis at the top of Dragon is causing a problem, but I think they're aware of his location now. Lobin moving in, he's pre-firing. Jaina, I know, knows he's coming. There is going to be the flash there, and bada bing, he finds his kill. 3v2, pressure coming in from those breaches. If there's one at the bottom Yellow, this could spell big trouble. There isn't though, and there is the kills coming in from Astralis. And even with those multiple breaches, it might not be possible.
You've got to go fast on this one. He knows he's tucked inside the corner, gets his legs as well because Shuttle clearly can't see because of the soft wall that is still intact. Knew he was there, played it out nice and slow. Far closer, truthfully, than it should have been. Again, not forgetting that Lost One were in a 5 versus 3. But I think the issue they had there was players were still being a little bit individual. They weren't looking to group up behind the Ossa, for example. They weren't playing in behind flashes, whatever else needed to be done. It was still quite individualistic at times. But they get the round win, and that's what matters the most.
It is, you know, I won't claim that that was purely because of the 2 breaches, but it is, like I say, a step towards the right way to attack that site. Get as much of it open as possible so that you can avoid those pesky single doors, and also it starts removing those places of safety. For example, you might have, if the Yellow Stairs wall is open, you'll get people playing by Foundry, play hard against the wall, but once maintenance wall's open, they can't do it the same because you start being exposed to new angles, and that's why it becomes so difficult for defenders to stay inside of sight. It worked out ultimately for Lost One. It was still close. It's still a very good sight even with those breaches, but that is leveling us up 5-5, and we are getting at least 12 of Theme Park.
It's another one of those games as well, Tim, where I feel like we're seeing the impact from every player on the field. I mean, looking down Astralis, it's easy to say everyone's having an impact. Look at the kills, 6, 6, 6, 8, 8. On the other side, it's a little bit more varied, the lowest being 4, the highest being 11. But you can think of rounds back in that first half from Dash where he was having an impact running around the map, keeping the enemy team busy as well. So, as it stands, we are in for a real treat. We are in for that team-based series. I think it's what we enjoy the most. Seeing one player drop 20+ kills is fantastic, but team-based series where it's about the team, not the individual, far more rewarding in the long run.
We've got Spiff on the Azami playing on Dragon Stairs. Going to try to, I think, make life difficult for them to get into control. Rotation opened up by the Capcan of Iconic to allow him through into Armory. So plenty of movement, plenty of attention around the map. I won't necessarily call it aggression because they are generally Astralis playing in behind utility here, like the Keeper Barricades, like the Black Mirrors, just trying to make life as difficult as possible for Lost One for them to move in. There's not going to be any clean challenges for Lost One, I wouldn't expect.
Yeah, interesting as well, we've got the Rook on side. 2 picks here we obviously haven't really addressed, which is the Glaz and the Rook. The one for Shuttle Gives you a nice little HP boost. Obviously not quite the way it used to work before. Now it just juices you up that little bit extra. So in most cases, you can take an extra bullet. In very rare cases, maybe 2, depending on the distance. As for the glass, I'm not too sure about this because there's only the one. There's only a couple of smokes in back pocket as well. It does help in this kind of situation when you've got a mirror window to push into. And maybe that's the read they've had. But Lobin did have this hovered right from the start of the phase rather than bringing it in for attacker repick. So something tells me he just really wanted to run this operator.
Second smoke is going to go out. I don't think he's really going to get any joy. There's nobody pushing onto the mirror window or through the door. He's just trying to pick up like maybe a long-range rotation of somebody moving through. But Astralis are playing pretty static at the minute. They're not, you know, really running around the place too much. And the opportunity has passed, really. The smoke has dissipated. And J9O gets back onto the mirror. This is a little bit of a wasted utility, you feel, from Lost One. And the kills do start to come in. Forrest and Shuttle getting 2. Leveled up by Lobin and leaving us now in a 3v3.
He's managed to work his way in on a bit of a flank there as well. And here we go, the push comes in from the side, and Ryze managed to get himself inside of the break room, taken down as well. Lobin still looking to move, goes for the naughty little shot coming out there with the bearing, but can't quite connect. Dash finds another. It's down to a 1 versus 2.
Dash has been playing well so far. Just needs to look and find himself a couple of frags. He's going to be in a successful 1v3. Should he win? That's 1, 2. Can he get the 30? He sees him. What? Yes, he reacts. How did the Rock not know that he was there as he was stood right next to him? 1 versus 3. Unreal finish from Dash, and that gives the map point opportunity over to Lost One. I can't believe what I've just seen.
I thought for a second he disconnected or something because there was this 1v1 gunfight going on, and the response in those situations basically 99% of the time is to swing out and make it a 2 versus 1. You go low, the player behind you stays high, you win that gunfight every day of the week. But I think what he assumed was the gunfight was won and he was going to rotate back through the little rotation in the wall and then come through the door to his left, but I don't know, that felt a little bit strange there. I'd love to know what happened, and maybe we'll find out later, but hey-oh.
Listen, if they start going split like that horizontal, we got to play more aggressive. Yeah. Actually power them up. We just looking to pinch shove it. Yeah. Listen, I can play hard this time.
Do you think they're cutting on and going really quiet now so that we can't hear them?
I think there's probably possibly an element of that. They know that you know the listenings have been there, if you will, and obviously you know it's just we know what the teams are like. They want to give away as little information as possible. But
I was sat. So a couple of the analysts have been going and sitting in the actual playing area where the teams are, because in front of where their like area is, where you can see the board, like the Rainbow Six logo at the front, about probably 7 or 8 meters away from that, there are a few chairs set down in front of a black curtain. The black curtain being so they can't see out into the hallway across from them, where there are TVs with the game on, where the analysts sit and watch the game itself and obviously have the ability to analyze and feedback stuff after the game. But those chairs, we've had some of the analysts sat there, and we were sat there watching Soniqs versus Eminem earlier. Gunnar is the noisiest little that you could possibly imagine. Every round, yap, 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 really screaming it down. And we got to a point where the tactical timeout was called and he was going ballistic, like, whoa, yeah. And then they were just like, right, shut up now, because Captain Raker's come in. And he literally went from screaming to like a hard cut off and then was dead calm. It was so funny to see him go from basically screaming all these expletives and being really passionate to calming it down because he knew he was on camera. And I just wonder, what are these players doing in the round maybe that we don't see? I'd just love to know sometimes.
Oh, I'm sure there's plenty. I'm sure there's plenty. We've got J9O on the Wamai. He's trying the little peek out of the threshold as well. We saw this previously. He's waiting for the rappel. We've seen this successful already, but I think Lost One are more than aware now. This is interesting, Des. Usually we see teams, if they bring a Monty for the first time in a late round, it's usually because they just want to try and secure a round. And that's exactly what we get in here. And you've got to wonder, is it going to do the job? Are they going to sort of cheese the round with the Montagna and just get away with it? You know, playing behind that shield and just cause a real problem that Astralis haven't seen so far. Got to remember that this is Astralis' map pick as well. They don't want to be losing.
I think it's a good shout when you know there's a mirror on side and that there's a good chance Astralis are rolling it out again. Bring smokes, bring Monty, things that can just stare down that mirror or at least render it ineffective for a short amount of time and then look to push forward. Speaking of those mirror windows, Forrest is still running around with one of them in pocket here. I think he's waiting to see exactly where it should go down. As we know, there is one set up on this wall. Is there going to be a second stack? Surely no. Surely not. Maybe it is.
Is it going to be the classic double mirror where there's probably a lot of people...
been shot out. I've just realised, yeah, the little extinguisher at the bottom is broken, so he wants to get a second one on there.
Yeah, I mean, it's an old tactic, really. It's one that probably, you know, a lot of people watching, if you've not been playing for too long, you might not have seen it. It was popular a good few years ago. You put two mirrors next to each other, you open one and you play off the other. Now we tend to just leave one of the walls soft, shoot it out a bit and just play onto it like that. But yeah, it's something that I've not seen in a long time. Like you say, it might be out of necessity, the fact that they've, you know, lost the mirror, so they've brought in another one. But J9O just going to dump out an impact nade there. Does a good chunk of damage to the Monty. Nice. And a beautiful kill onto Maya. And that's exactly what Astralis needed, Des. They just needed answers to the Monty. They just needed to render the Monty ineffective. And that's exactly what they've done.
No, he's been given away by the Malusi Banshee. And that's exactly why the gadget exists. But it does all the hard work. J9O is down to a slither of HP and just looking to play a little more passive here. Backing away, holding the angle, letting the attackers come walking in towards him. I think Dot's here a little bit isolated as well. I know that Rise is still up on the field as well. But 2 versus 5, I think it's fair to say, Tim, this Monty attack has not gone the way they would have wanted.
No, certainly not. It's, as I say, J9O largely ignored the Monty. It was ineffective. He was able to find his kill around the back. Forrest is going to find the kill to finally finish him off. That's the shield gone, and it's all up to Rise in a 1v4. J9O low health, but that's about all that he's got going for him. They know exactly where he is. Now, Impact Nade comes out, but he's not going to quite do the job, not even going to do a tickle of damage. He's going to come around this corner looking for it, but surely there's somebody watching. He knows that there's somebody around that bomb chassis. They've given that away a little bit free, Astralis. Nobody else there ready to challenge as Forrest goes down. But with time ticking away, very unlikely that Rise is able to find anything else here. I think he's going to switch over to the pistol, but no, Shuttle finds it, and Des, we're going to overtime.
For the first time in this series as well, Tim, and I have no doubt with how close it's been, we'll see more of this. Right, it's going into a quick tactical timeout, so this is where we shut up.
Essa capa é perfeita, só pouco eu rolei. Faltou a pressão de cara no Buda comendo com vocês pelo lateral pra fechar esse cara. A gente tomou muito aqui, ó. O Drinha, esse cara fez o Renato com vocês, não, super baixo. A Drinha que esse cara fez o Renatinho, por quê? Na hora que chegar ali, lembra aquele ace que eu falei pra ele, pra vocês de abrir só um ace só pra fazer pressão. Vai assistir perigo? Mas era bem de queimar. Ele vai queimar. Não, ele não tava queimando, ele tava jogando da mira, não tava? Não, não tava queimando. Ele tava na academia, bem, tava na academia. Mano, se esse cara dronar, esse cara arriscar queimar, tá, mano, você pede pra ele no cajuzinho, tá com o caju, ace, come pela porta. Foda-se. A porta ali, mano, a parada é que fazer mais ou menos. Dá pra fazer mais ou menos a mesma play, só que eu vou tirar a montanha e pegar o boneco pra trocar tiro ali, mano. Pode ser, gosto.
A bit, obviously, you know, we don't understand specifically what was being said there.
People in the chat will, and they can
yeah, there will be people in chat, I'm sure, who will understand that and will probably be putting it in the chat to, you know, to translate that for everybody, which is why we still shut up. But what I did pick up there is, compared to some of, you know, we've been watching sort of the styles of how the coaches do things. That was very much a discussion.
It was conversational,
It was very much a discussion between coach and players. It was very much, you know, here's my input, and then the players, you know, coming back with that, and sort of a back and forth, and almost seeming to sort of reach an agreement of, you know, how do we think we work through this? So another interesting point there.
It is, yeah, really, really interesting. And again, I know that obviously we don't understand what they've said, as Tim said, and same as many of you at home don't, but I appreciate there are some in chat who are tuning in here and maybe watching the English broadcast, because Twitch chat's really fun on the main broadcast. There's a lot of you here. So thank you for watching, and hope you're enjoying. Here we go then, with the overtime defense from Astralis. They start on this defensive side. It was their map pick, so they naturally get to choose which side we start on in overtime, whereas Lost One got to choose where they started in regulation. And that's why now we're back here in probably what is going to be considered an advantageous situation for Astralis when they have 2 defensive rounds to play through.
Dash straight away, aware of the potential for those peaks, not going to be giving anything away too easily. We've seen J9O previously in the last round, right up on this door. This time it's going to be Spiff. They're really keen to try and get a kill onto the rappel. I just don't think it's going to come, if I'm honest, because Lost One have been so aware of it. They're very unlikely to be giving anything away to that. Rise straight up, opening the hatch, the top of yellow stairs, and already we see Astralis sort of being pushed back a little bit. Spiff dropping away, over Dragon, down back onto the ground floor, and there's not too many of Astralis left up on this top floor now.
No, backed away quite early, and I messaged early on, mentioned earlier on how pleased I was with the way that we saw Astralis defending this map. Here he's trying to get his way back up, but Lobin is ready. Takes him out for basically free there. About half his HP lost in the process, so not entirely for free, but it's still a good player to have off the board. Though, we did comment on this earlier on, it's the Jaeger. Gadgets are already down. You know, main value in the round being added already. He is free to take those kind of risks, because if you get rid of the Lion, you remove flashes, you remove the EE1Ds as well. It is a lot of value to bring to your team if you can get that kill. So medium risk, but high reward.
Iconic certainly worth keeping an eye on out there. He's managed to sort of squirrel himself away into the back corner of the map, and if he doesn't get picked up by drones, which as a soloist, it does give him a little edge to try and keep himself off those, and he can sit himself in gong for large remainder of this round. He could well play spoiler, so keep an eye on Iconic as the round progresses.
Oh boy. Bam! No!
No! It's a solid surface.
I think he assumed he was, because I assumed he was as well, just inside Cash, but no. Cash is that little bit further back. We've all been there, Tim. We've all been there.
We have. We absolutely have. It's difficult to remember sometimes exactly, you know, where the concrete parts start and where they end. But Iconic, a little bit unfortunate there. Dash knows that there's one just playing on the outside, on the inside of that breach, and he's just going to cautiously move his way across and see if he can find himself a little peek. Rise manages to get a nade kill, lobbing onto Iconic. This is not looking good for Astralis at the start of overtime. Spiff manages to do some damage, but the diffuser's going down here. Dots is going to look to get that plant. There's Forest manages to find one. Forest finds two. Rise will get the kill onto Spiff. It's now all up to Forest. He's going to need an ace here, Des.
And he's down to 25 HP. It's just likely not to happen, is it? Does it for Astralis there in that first round of overtime. Lost one, winning the attack. That is a big deal.
It really is. That's a bit of a turnaround. We've seen it as 3-3 previously, so no real advantage either way. But you just feel that Lost One had a really good defense of Armory and Throne. They were successful down there twice, and there's a good chance here that they're able to close that off. You know, by contrast, Armory and Throne was won by the attackers both times when Astralis tried to defend there. So a little bit of a side choice question for me on that one, but Lost One makes perfect sense. Straight into Armory Throne. They've got a 100% record there. Let's see if they can close this game out.
It's a real nice thought when I think about it, Tim, because obviously we're at Friday night. It's kind of the end of the working week for many people at home. Just sat down to watch some Siege this evening. And this is a game that is worth sitting down and watching. Potentially going all the way to 15 if Lost One cannot hold on here. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. We'll find out in the next few. And what I love about how competitive the game has been, we've never had more than 2 rounds won back-to-back. It has been blow for blow for these two teams through both halves. A real good mix of kill-based rounds, but also objective-based rounds too. It's got a little bit of everything in it, this theme park game.
Certainly has. Previously, when we've seen Astralis attacking this site, they've been very quick to try and open up at least the maintenance wall. This time, Shuttle is going to come with the Selmers. It was a late change away from the Hibana. Somebody wants to get one of these opening kills there. Somebody's desperate to get a jump out or a peek. This time, it's going to be Lobin who's looking for it.
Really, really fun bit of information for you is every single time we have played this site, no matter which team was defending or attacking it, Lost One has won every single one. It's been played 5 times. They have won 5 times. Now, do you feel lucky to go for the 6th here and make it a full roulette? We'll find out very shortly. But I do feel that that advantage is there, and Astralis are the ones who need to sort of come up with a plan here, try something a little bit different. The Jackal, no doubt, is going to help towards that, but is it enough to shut down the mobility that we've seen out of Lost One throughout this game?
Iconic getting the hatch open, straight back on the drones. There is a defender, I think, in and around that area. We're going to have barrels closed off. Dash with a big nitro onto Shuttle. It's not just about the diffuser, it's the fact that the hard breach is down as well, Des. I've spoken so many times so far about hard breach on this site, and Astralis, no matter what happens, are going to have to work in through single doors. And I tell you what, Forrest isn't messing about. He's going straight in, tries to get one, but no, he has to dip himself away. Spiff does find Dash. Nade goes in and clears out the shield, but still going to be able to play through and behind Foundry. And Maya manages to find a big pickup there, 4 versus 3.
How on earth has he found that? Must have been like a perfect angle straight through out there towards the other side to get that kill. It's 4v3, as you say, still half the round to play, so a lot to do here for Astralis in terms of time, but also in terms of, well, having to get the round over the finish line. More drones starting to roll on through here. Still a good few that they can play without in the field, 3 or 4 to be precise. And Spiff, you just can't write him off until this is done. To be fair, him and J9O both sat on 10 kills. More than capable of finding the frags they need to keep this game going.
Certainly have, but as I say, the big problem is that Lost One can fall back to site, which they've pretty much done now. At least 2 of them are back in there, and they can just sit and watch single doors, 1 each, and wait.
Oh,
but
there we go.
Can't leave yourself that close to the door. The Solus is going to be down there. It's Lobin. Is not going to be collected, I wouldn't imagine. Dots manages to step out and get a big kill onto Spiff, though. That is certainly not ideal. Meyer on the warden, perfectly placed. Can see through the smoke. 30 seconds left to go. It's going to be a very easy pickup. Look at that. J9O just straying too far forward. Taken out, and it's all up to Iconic.
Comes down to this one final 1v1 that Meyer connects, and Lost One take the first map of Theme Park, but Tim, it did take all the way to overtime.
It did, and I think, in all honesty, we're going to be seeing a bit more of that before we are finished. 2 very evenly matched teams there on Theme Park, but Lost One with a big advantage now, having taken Astralis as map pick.
It is, with a number of times we have seen map picks traded between teams as well throughout the last few days or so. Does give me a little bit of hope that going into our next map of Border, anything can really happen. We've seen some real messy Border maps, so I think it's really hard to say whether or not one team can take it over the other, but we will find out very shortly. For now, a short break. Don't go anywhere.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
to the Six Invitational 2023. If you're only just tuning in with us, welcome. Hope you're having a good time and a good evening, and it's been a good week, and you're ready for a fun weekend because we have got a lot of Siege still to come. This is our last series of the day, but tomorrow there is a whole another day of games. Right now, we are partway through this series, and what a series it's proving to be between Astralis and Lost One. Lost One winning 8-6 on the last map of Theme Park. We're now going into Border, where Astralis start on the attack.
Yeah, we had some fantastic moments for both teams during that last game. Ultimately, Lost One were just able to find the edge. We've seen that a few times, to be fair, Des. When we've gone to overtime, it hasn't ended 8-7. We've not necessarily... I think we've only seen all 15 rounds once, and that was last night. Generally, once we've gone into overtime, one of the teams has got hold of it. That was beautiful kill on the upside down.
That was amazing on that Nook as well.
Yeah.
Everyone thought, okay, he's got away. He's behind enemy lines. And then it's like, nope, they know where you are. Goodbye.
Yeah, it was beautiful. Just
This. Shuttle.
He turns as well. Bless Shuttle. He does turn. You know, I think he just...
That's a freeze frame moments ago. It's at this moment that he knew he effed up.
It's... he knew that it was coming, and it was just that reaction. I think with the SMG in hand, you know, it's more of a short-range weapon. He was just able to sort of turn and spray, and the SMG-12 did the business for him. But 8-6 overall, and Lobin, as you say, up there, 79% cost, 14 kills, only 9 deaths. A great game overall.
+4 on the entry as well across the whole team there. So Astralis got some work to do in the earlier rounds. We did actually get it raised to us that Lobin means wolf cub. Clearly evolving into a full-grown wolf in this series, bearing those fangs, going 14-9 and looking to prove a point. Again, one of the players that when I saw his interviews before we came out to SI, I really did take a liking to the guy, saying if I get to SI, the gringos are beep, some naughty words in there. But clearly is here with a bit of an attitude and a point to prove, and we always love a little bit of a villain inside the scene, but also seems like a really likeable guy. Can't wait to see some interviews from him next week, assuming Lost One, of course, do make it all the way through and make it onto our live group stages at the back end of next week. And in case you are wondering how things work, in case you haven't been following along, tomorrow is our last play date of groups. We have a break on Sunday. Then on Monday, we have 3 days of the playoffs where we have our upper bracket and lower bracket divisions. If you do want all the information about the schedule, what the tournament bracket looks like, head over to r6esports.com. That is a very lovely site that has been sent live just a few days ago with a big list of all the games that are coming on, all the previous results, all kinds of resources for you. Great little center place to put yourself for anything to do with the Six Invitational. But enough talking about websites, and I definitely wasn't paid to advertise that, promise. We're going straight into Border. This one, Tim, could make it a 2-0. It could go that way, but something tells me map 3 of Clubhouse is going to be waiting for us just round the corner.
The thing is, what a prospect Clubhouse is between these two teams as well. You know, get onto a nice default map where there shouldn't really be any advantage sort of inherently for either of the teams, and just let them go at it. I think it could be a fantastic and explosive end to the night, but Astralis, they're going to have to deliver that gift to us if we're going to see it. The bans come in. We've got Osa.
I was just thinking this. I was just thinking it's a target ban against Maya, who's their go-to Iana main. Absolutely deleted Fury in the finals of the qualifiers to get here, playing almost exclusively. Oh, Tim, there's you.
I will not be banned.
Silenced, never. I will still be around. But no, definitely a target ban. And I think the Osa coming in there as well. I'm going to say it's probably out of respect rather than fear, but you should really fear Maya. It's pretty scary. The Osa as well coming in because we've seen a number of teams try really cool executes making use of the Osa to push their way down through the Archives balcony, set up a couple of those, play around the C4s, try not to get caught out by those, and then go for a plant in behind those shields. It just removes that awkward point for the defenders where if you haven't got any C4s, for example, you're basically screwed. They're going to get the plant down. You are done for. Here we go then. Maya with the Iana ban coming in. We'll have to try and find something else on the second half of the game. For now, though, he's going to charge around on the dock. Oh, it's the duck again. The dock. We've seen quite a bit of dock actually over the last few days. Not like it's become a permanent staple in every single round on every single map, but some teams really enjoying the fact that, especially now with it paired alongside the Oryx, you can heal 200 hit points per stim coming out. So you haven't got to chug 2 or 3 of those into one player, or even into yourself. It's a full heal every single time.
We're going to have the mirror window played in sandwich there, and I'd kind of like, I know the angle isn't exactly the same anymore, but we do still see the nade dumped in from the dome above.
It's been a while.
Yeah, I'd like to see maybe a little attempt at that. Let's just, you know, launch a nade in there and see what happens. See if there's anybody playing in there that can be caught out. It's an oldie but a goodie. We'll see whether Astralis bring it to the table or not. They've only got 2 nades, so it's unlikely they're going to be keeping them for specific purpose. I would imagine?
Okay.
Right. What a start. Just stood completely in the open. How's that for confidence? Yep, I'm just going to stand here. I'm going to wait for Spiff to turn up, and I'm going to slam him into next week.
I remember reading about this a long time ago for another well-known shooter that many of you will be very familiar with, I'm sure. Just talking about how even really high-level players can sometimes struggle against silver or even gold players because they play off angles. You don't expect them to be stood in the open. You expect them to be holding a really tight corner, and that's what you're looking for, so they can catch you off guard. Now, Rise is not a silver or gold player, but he is playing off angles. He's looking to surprise and catch people off guard, and that's exactly what he's done to, again, one of these big fraggers on the Astralis side in the form of Spiff.
This is it. Sometimes you've just got to, you know, the key there is not the rank, it's the unpredictability. You know, is ultimately the key. And like you say, you just don't expect that sort of situation. But Iconic did manage to get Dash along the way. Shuttle is going to be down, can likely be collected.
Oh boy!
Need to be careful.
Oh no! Go!
Lobin knows that he wants this. He's going to be challenged from the top of. He says it's completely free as well if he goes out there. We're going to have one drop away. That's actually clever movement. I think it's Shuttle that's managed to. Is it Shuttle?
They can't get him. There's two of them at the other side of the map, Tim.
It's actually Iconic that's managed to drop away. Shuttle's maybe going to go and join him. But like you say, by the time they get over there, it's just going to be wasting too much time. So the decision has probably been made.
Oh, J9O's going.
He's on his way.
He's going to get him in time.
It's going to be 20, 30 seconds that gets wasted.
Oh, God. Okay, they're going to get them just. That's cost them about 45, 50 seconds.
That is a big time investment.
It's always worth
I get it. 2v4 does not look pretty.
If you have 60 seconds then when you get them back up, you will take 60 seconds in a 4 versus 4 every day of the week over a 2 versus 4 with a minute 30. Every day of the week. 2 players' lives are not worth 30 seconds, so we'll completely get the decision. But as I said, it does start running that clock down. They've got information and utility still to set playing behind here. Nade's still being worked in from below. Maya drops a donk on him. Good night, Iconic. And turns out actually getting them back on the feet, maybe not worth it. They've been taken out pretty quick. Forest, the last one left alive in a 1 versus 4. Lost one with a very, very powerful start in round 1.
If I was an Astralis fan right now, after that first round and that first round alone, I would be a little bit worried. I know I said we might be on for 40 rounds here tonight, Des, but the way that first one's gone, I'm not too sure. Lost one have got themselves a map advantage already, and on the defensive border, they've just absolutely dominated Astralis in round 1.
They made it look easy, I think is the most important thing.
Very easy.
That helped admittedly a lot by the fact they managed to get those 2 downs and all that work being done out towards the side by the Oryx as well. Magical stuff without any real pressure coming through. There was attempts to get a response on the side of Astralis, but that's always the classic, you know, risk versus reward scenario they find themselves in.
Going to have the Capcan brought along again. I really like the Capcan choice. It's, if nothing else, burns a lot of time. You know, so many doors, windows, angles have got to be checked, specifically here on border, because you can apply Capcans all along, like the main corridor of the top floor, for example, the archways. You can put Capcan traps on those, and they don't quite look like doors, so it's kind of easy to forget that they can go on there. The castle barricades, you're just seeing one deployed there on the right-hand side of your screen as well. You know, they can all be utilised in that 90-degree corridor upstairs, so something worth remembering for your games at home.
Absolutely. It creates this nice little kind of vertical corridor that they can play around east stairs, comfortably then get back in towards office. They can play above. Just means Astralis are going to have to try and get something like the Ash in range there to blow them out from afar before they can start pushing on forwards. Without that, though, if the Ash goes down quite early on, for example, it's going to be a case of beating away on them one at a time, which you simply can't do because your feet are always positioned underneath the barricade. It's a freebie for any defenders that are in the vicinity. So really powerful, these castle barricades. It can normally force attackers to bring like a sledge, for example. Of course, not here in this round. So as mentioned, it would have to be the Ash, or maybe those Selmas also coming out. Forest straight inside a passport, though, getting this wall opened up in towards waiting area to expose Dash a little bit. He's going to get nice and close, though. Rather than peeling away, he wants to get aggressive.
He certainly does. Dash is going to be watching the ingress point that's been opened up into Passport. Forest on a long angle as well. Does have an advantage given that he's on the attackers and does have a better magnification on the scope. But still, with the way things have going, you wouldn't put it past Lost One to be winning those fights anyway. They've been absolutely phenomenal in gun skill so far tonight. J9O going to be pushing into the top of East Stairs. He's got somebody joining him. Oh no, the silhouette was just on the outside of the building. I thought it was somebody moving up East Stairs with him, but Astralis just trying to get themselves established up in the top floor. They're not quite there yet.
No, I mean, on this east side of the building is a good place to start. You know that you want the office control. You'd rather not fight your way through CC, through 90 or the rest of it. Forrest feeling a little bit cheeky. I'm sure he could see the feet of the player that's laid down if he steps across to the right, at least the littlest of bits as well. Hopefully not going to see a recreation of the Koi game here. A burn over the top, they don't know. And he's not getting tickled out by Vatalai. Rise is going down low, but has found one. Can't turn it into a second. 2 kills coming in for Astralis, and they've got site control. Diffuser back in hand, a plant coming down. What can the last 2 members of Lost One do to recover what looks like a dire situation?
I feel like this is going to be a fairly easy plant, should Shuttle choose to go ahead with it. We've got Lobin just fighting tooth and nail here on the pistol. He goes back to the TCG, manages to find his man. A couple of kills come in. The diffuser is planted, but with 2v2, Maya moves down and might have an opportunity here. I'm not sure exactly where the cover is placed. Shuttle is low health and might just get caught out here.
If they can isolate this into 2 separate 2v1s, then absolutely splendid. But outside of that, it looks to be an Astralis round. They've got great site setups here. Good angles set up, and there we go. Spiff wins the first one. It's down to Lobin. He's got no HP on side. C4's in hand, but Spiff wins the second one. Astralis take the round.
Well played Spiff there at the end. Certainly not panicking. Getting the job done, closing it out. It was probably a little closer than Astralis might have wanted there. Managing to get in and get that diffuser down was a big part of the round for them, but they did lose bodies in doing so and wouldn't have expected necessarily a 2v2 at the end. But it makes it 1-0 on the scoreboard, and what a surprise, Des. This one continues to be back and forth.
Unsurprisingly, right? I mean, this is exactly how things started on Theme Park as well. We had 2 pretty strong rounds, one from either side, where they picked up a 3K early on and went on to roll over the rest of the round. That was far from a rollover. It was very good, very opportunistic being shown by Astralis, and showing that attacking in towards that site, you don't need massive swaths of map control. You don't even need the vertical angle, it turns out, as well. They were just very happy sending 2 or 3 players in towards site, killing the player or 2 that were on site, namely Rise on the castle, getting the plant down, and then playing the reverse angles on those that are trying to push back into you. So a good response, and arguably as well, the second or third time now that we have seen Lost One caught out by these more aggressive site-based moves out of Astralis. I look back towards Theme Park and think about lab and storage. I'm not saying it's like a rampant issue here, but it has affected them now 2 or 3 times and cost them as many rounds. So maybe being a little bit more careful, playing a little bit tighter to site is the way that Lost One should think about this.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Astralis then moving quickly in behind that EU1D scanner. There's a couple of Lost One are going to be picked up with those red pings as they still move in when the scan goes off. Straight away, Forrest is giving some attention to site window. Garahut comes out and it looks like he's going to look to get into Armory very quickly, and he's being joined by J9O. Yep, there he goes, straight in, takes a lot of damage. It's not looking great. 2 kills come in, Raz and Maya. What a defense of the top floor, but as you say, they are not planting anymore, Des. Lobin moves in and takes Shuttle down, and in absolute quick time, we have got a flawless round for Lost One.
There's Lobin running his mouth, as I said, the real villain of the game. I love it. But I was just like, yay, fast round, make head happy. That was a great round as well, because it showed a really good response coming out of Lost One. I assume that stem's still going off even now. But Astralis did really try well there. I liked the play they had. They had the plant rush coming in. They had the assault in the upstairs to try and distract so vertical angles couldn't be played. It was really well orchestrated, but Lost One were just there ready to adapt. I didn't see which player it was, but whoever was on 90 who pushed their way up to Bleepers on top floor and got the kill onto the Amaru was the real MVP there as well, because they retained top floor control. They didn't have to battle in blind back versus the Amaru, and that really just meant that on the downstairs, the Oryx didn't have to worry about vertical angles, knowing that they still had that area contested. It wasn't completely taken by Astralis. So a lot happening in a very short amount of time. And here, Astralis, you can see, taking a timeout.
Tommy's early. I think for the base armory, I could do some stuff in there, but for the other ones, you keep running for it.
Well, it's no surprise to see the timeout. I think more in response to that round specifically. You know, Astralis thinking, let's get in there, let's try and make something happen, and just, you know, they were beaten out of it essentially. So, you know, wanting to just ensure that Lost One don't really carry too much momentum out of that.
It felt like, to me, like they're almost like they felt a bit short on ideas in the attack. Like they had to pause for a second and think, well,
do something.
You know, we've tried a couple of things here that we thought might work that clearly haven't. You know, how can we reset this to stop this being a 4-2, a 5-1? 1 half to lost 1, for example, because attacking into border,
you want to be winning your attacks.
You've got to be on this map. It's one of the maps that, for me, it's the new Coastline. Anyone who's followed EUL for a while knows that I was never really the biggest fan of old Coastline. Ironically enough, do actually quite enjoy the reworked Coastline. It's a little bit less chaotic. There are less angles that you can abuse from the roof, for example. The windows are a little bit smaller. There's no cheesy service entrance plan, so on and so forth. Border has kind of become that because there are just so many soft walls, especially on the top floor, that give you these long angles that go through the entirety of the site. It's one of those where the attackers don't really have to go inside the building to find themselves 2 or 3 kills as soon as the defenders set a single foot wrong, and they'll have no idea where they're being shot from 90% of the time. So it can be a little bit frustrating, but it does give a real deathmatchy feel where it does become quite close. Everything is very hectic, as you saw in that previous round. It does make for some really interesting and different siege, but for me, I'm just like, too much going on.
Beautiful Rachero drone placement there, managing to take out 3 Kiba barricades. I'm a little bit worried for Astralis, Des, that this one might just be running away from them. Dots is going to take down J90, and lost 1 once again. Are looking pretty good here. Iconic puts the nade back in the pocket and decides to go upstairs instead. Shuttle taking a lot of damage along the way, and this is just turning into what can only be described as an absolute brawl, Des.
A brawl is what we're here for, Tim. Now, the beauty is Maya's on side with the dot, which can get dashed back up to full HP. There you go, that 200 HP stim coming through, and it's like he was never in a fight in the first place. Loben a little bit lower, but Maya not wanting to waste one of those valuable 3 pellets. Almost like elixirs of youth here, bringing them back up to full HP. Not worth it for about 15 HP that's been taken away from Loben just yet.
Maya is going to be in that power position inside of CCTV. We've seen a couple of teams struggle to move players from there. Maya's actually just dipped behind the wall for the time being. Needs to be careful because Spiffer's got the angle and is hitting shots so far tonight. There you go. Hits another one with a beautiful headshot to take down Maya. But Iconic is going to be down, going to be out. Loben with a double. Spiff with a double, answering back. A triple in the round. Spiff could be the saving grace for Astralis here in round 4. 2v2. But there is a slight hit point advantage on the side of Lost One.
It's freaking crap. They've got 60 seconds to play with here. There's still so much to work with, but not forgetting there is still a C4 in the back pocket of Rise as well. Could be a little bit of a world ender. And what I like is, rather than trying to charge their way forward here, Astralis has said the remaining 2 players, Forest and Spiff, again, the 2 that you really want in this kind of situation, pause things a little bit here, get some drones out and refigure out how we're going to play this. Maybe identifying that actually on the west side there isn't all that much of a hole coming in right now. There's one inside of Armory, one inside of Archives, and Forest is waiting for that trigger to say go.
Time is ticking by. Rise and Dots just holding their positions, covering each other's sort of opposite angles, if you will. Forest is looking to move into Archives now, but Spiff's going to be downed, and there's the final kill onto Archives door, and Lost One again managed to stand tall.
A little bit of a mistiming there, I think, actually on the Astralis side as well. Spiff was in a few seconds before his counterpart was, which really meant that there were isolated gunfights coming out for the 2 players on the side of Lost One. Looking good for them now, moving up to 3-1 on the defensive border. I'll tell you one thing worth pulling up, Tim, actually. I'm curious about what the overall stats are for this map so far at the competition. I know border's been one of our most popular. In fact, it's tied most popular with Bank. Defender win rate, 47%. Not actually that unreasonable, so 3 threes, kind of what you're expecting coming into the map. Just worth looking at some of the site stats as well. Archives Armory, the only defender positive site with 53%. The lowest one, Supply and Customs at 33. That's why we've only seen it 6 times so far across 126 rounds.
The problem for Astralis there being, if you're expecting a 3-3, Lost One have already accomplished that. There's the potential for them to go 5-1 here, and honestly, I feel like Astralis, as time goes on, are just getting more and more beaten up here, and you've got to remember, this is Lost One's map choice as well. They've already taken away Astralis's pick of theme park, so it doesn't always hold perfectly true, but teams pick maps for reasons. You know, and Lost One are coming out and showing a great command on the defense here, and if they can keep this momentum, you know, we've spoken about team energy and things before. You feel like Astralis, they are one of those high energy teams. They want to be shouting, they want to be, you know, up out of the chairs, they want to be, you know, really hyping each other up, but when that's not possible, how do they perform then?
That's the problem.
Exactly that. When the energy is low, when they are losing, when they're 3-1 down, 4-1 down, 5-1 down, where's the resilience? Can they do it without that energy?
I mean, energy's kind of been a big thing we've been able to observe quite a lot throughout this competition. You know, hearing the player comms, how much are they talking to each other? What are they saying? What are the coaches' involvements, for example, to boost that up? We have a team from our own region, you know, looking towards Korea, a great example of a team who need high energy for them to be successful. Some games where it's been low, we haven't seen them play as well as they might normally do. So it's going to be a big thing for Astralis, I think, to keep that at least up somewhat, though it is really hard to find a way back in when you are consistently losing rounds and struggling to find an answer to get through.
Raz is going to get caught out there, nice and easy. Forest goes in and gets a good entry using the Nox silence to be able to sneak up on Rise. Going to start working on those vertical angles, but they need to be aware of Maya. They've still got some company up there.
It's a jam ball there as well on towards 90, so they can't get that opened up just yet. But no doubt we'll be able to sometime soon. Dash taking a couple of shots as well, and both of them scatter towards the high winds. He doesn't know about the man inside of office. In fact, he's just dropped down, so won't have the chance. And I think at this point, Forest knows as well. Looking for the gunfight, but will Forest win it out? Some gunshots coming back the other way, but both of them walking away in one piece. Maya finding one more. 4v3, 4v2.
Looking better for Astralis as they managed to get a good few kills on the board, and they've got the opportunity to put the diffuser down. Shuttle goes into sight and is likely to start doing so soon.
Shots.
There it is. Seconds ticking by. Forest slams Dash, and that is going to leave Shuttle now. Oh no, he comes off the diffuser. I think he just hears Maya approaching, gets his rifle in his hand, and he's going to find that final kill. Astralis keeping it tight despite loss one looking electric. It's still 3-4.
I think they must have had that on a drone there to make the call as it came through. Really well played once again. And looking still within sight to be able to pull back that 3-3 half. We had the same back on Theme Park. It's about as close as it gets between these two teams, which is exactly what you wanted to see, Tim.
Correction there being that it's 2-3. I'm getting carried away. I'm rounds ahead of myself. I'll leave the script on one side. Astralis are going to be facing their final attack now. Honestly, Des, if they come away with 3-3 here, they can absolutely count their blessings. Because the way that Lost One have played so far, they were 3-1 up. As you say, 3-3 is a decent half on border at the minute, you know, given the stats at this tournament specifically. And Astralis have, you know, they've got to thank their lucky stars if that happens. Because it's not been a good start for them. But that last round was much better. I'd like to see another one like that for them then, and we can go into a nice strong second half of border.
Interesting, two sites that have been won by Astralis have been the same site. It has been looking in towards Tellers and Bathroom here. The other two sites so far being won by Lost One. So if history were to repeat itself, they'll find themselves pulling out ahead here on Bents and Workshop that we saw back in round 3. One thing worth stressing out again is something I pointed out back on day 1 when we had OXG coming up against Astralis. Yep, 2 NA teams in the same group, it does happen. We've got a few EU teams also crossing over each other. But Forest, I think it was second in NA for plants. Like, I think he moved towards playing a flex role middle of the year, but still was only 4 plants behind Dream, but also was right up there when it came to frags as well. Plus 31 when it came around to entry throughout the year, compared to Newers, who was plus 32. So Forest, no matter what role you seem to put it on, seems to be really successful, not just in the NAL, but also across this competition. And it's almost like, Tim, that was part of the script, because as I'm talking about him and celebrating his accomplishments, he gets the entry onto Dash.
It's a little bit more success there. Lobin going to be going up to this door aggressively. He's going to get found out though. J9 manages to find a kill, and Lost One just seem to have lost the momentum.
Here comes a new challenger.
Seem to have lost their groove here. Out he comes, but J9's having absolutely none of it. Going to shut down Maya on the run out, and that leaves us very quickly in a 5 versus 3 in favour of Astralis.
I don't hate it. 3v5, you know that the odds are going to be against you. You have to make a play, but peeking the same angle again may not be the play to make there, Maya, my friend. Down to a 5 versus 2. Astralis definitely on course here for that 3-3 half that we spoke about. Forest just waiting to see if anyone else dares try and move in. Clearly expecting the LATAM side to get aggressive here.
I like this from Astralis. They're not rushing things. Back onto the drones. They're going to now start moving again after sort of 15-20 seconds of droning, just to see exactly who is where and what's going on ahead of them. They are, of course, attacking onto Ventilation and Workshop. Nice Nitro from Rise. Okay. That's 1 kill back. 2 versus 4. Still, you know, unlikely for Lost One, but they can only get 1 kill at a time.
And that's going to try and get a multi-kill, which doesn't really seem possible anymore. Forest, again, the player that we started talking about, has had a good round here. Gets his team very much in it alongside J9 with his 2 kills out on the south balcony. Literally nothing else we found for Lost One there. Nice and cozy round for Astralis going into the second half.
That is an absolute turnaround for the NA side. Coming away, you know, they were 3-1 down, and I honestly thought we were looking at a 4-2-5-1 half for Lost One. But they've massively turned that around. 3-3. They go on to the defense now, which, you know, we've said you kind of like your attacks on border, but equally at this tournament we are seeing it pretty evenly matched. And I think the defense might just suit Astralis a little bit better than the attack has.
Alrighty, change over. Dots straight away onto that DKB. An operator we've spoken about a lot this week. The ability to slowly force defenders back towards the site itself, not wanting to be caught astray by any roaming, I suppose more lurking attackers on their way through the building. Really helps to speed things up a little bit if you feel things are going slow. On the other side, that's Solis. Whenever I think of Solis now, I will always remember the DZ game from yesterday against Secret, where they just bullied them with that operator. We haven't seen the team be as effective with that. Maybe part of it was down to Secret and their drone use, for example, but it does mean that you're trying to slow Lost One down here, take away some of the information. That's where it's kind of counteracted somewhat by the DKB as well.
On to the defensive side we go for Astralis. Armory is going to be their first site of choice. We've got the Zami that's going to be playing. It's iconic, going to be playing in CCTV, already setting up keeper barricades, likely to try and survive there for as long as possible, I would imagine. He's going to come under pressure immediately, I think, because Lost One are certainly shaping up towards that side of the map, so I don't think it's going to take too long for them to be looking to get themselves inside of CCTV.
Slowly does it here as well on their march forwards. 3 drones taken out so far with the help of the Solis, so far from the end of the world. But you can see the impact it is having. They are keeping themselves largely outside the building and working on taking out some utility before they start getting themselves in and through. Shield comfortably removed, and now feel they can start at least a push in towards that east side.
Shuttle will continue on the drone hunting potentially, just watching for anybody moving in through main door as well. Just there you go, he gets his drone, and that leaves us with 6 still on side for Lost One, so not terrible when you're playing against the Solis, but I'm sure they are going to get eaten away as another one gets taken out. We're now down to 5, and Lost One just need to be careful that they're managing that utility and that they keep the information on their side.
Can't quite tell if that neighbour's coming in there to remove the cat cans on the inside door, if it was a Malusi at the bottom of main stairs. Either way, it was tossed in by Loeb in there to clear those away. One of those 2 valuable nades they actually have available to them in the round. For now, Astralis not really had to do too much feet shuffling halfway into the round. Just the Solis on the downstairs that's kept busy looking out for these electronics and feeding information back across the team. Of course, not forgetting that when you spot drones coming in, generally it does indicate that someone wants to push in through that area of the map. That's why they're droning it out to make sure it's safe first. So you can get far more information than there is a drone here, we should do something about that.
Forest absolutely getting away with the drop there, right in front of the man at main door. Still manages to find the kill. J9 on to Maya. We have the cap traps activated as well. Forest managing to pick that one up. Dash with 1 for Lost One, but it's going to be all that they've taken so far in this round, and they are 2 versus 4. Only 57 seconds left to go, and it's not going to be easy for them from here. Dash is at the top of East Stairs, just looking to see if he can pick up anything cheap into office, but they can't hold these angles forever.
And the diffuser's down as well with the player sat on top of it, so there's not too much that you can do. I think for a second they were looking at trying to push their way into office, but there's more than that to worry about. There's still a player inside of CC, for example, or hanging around 90. Oh, you must be joking.
I mean, that's far from ideal.
Oh.
It's the best way that I could... We're going to ignore that for Dash.
No, we're not.
I'm going to try to ignore that for Dash. These things happen. I'm not sure exactly how that happened, but it did. So he is now on his own rise. He's going to be going in 1 versus 4, time ticking down. There's no way that he wins this. Realistically, Astralis are going to be going on to 4-3 and getting themselves an advantage on the defense.
Cozy round coming out there as well.
Let's go, keep it going. We've got to identify who the power player. Like right there, I saw someone.
Yeah, no, listen. Yeah, do this.
Still in relatively good spirits, at least the coaches. Lobe maybe a little bit less so. Not the cleanest end to a round there coming out of Lost One. But it is what it is. It's a good start for Astralis on their defensive side as well. The exact kind of thing that you want to be getting underway. I just love that. Oh, it's such a classic.
I know somebody who doesn't love it.
It's like when you like headshot Fresh. Or was it he who headshot you? And
I've never headshot Fresh.
Was it he who killed you?
Fresh that regularly team kills me.
Wasn't it like as a drone was coming past, he jumped in the air and you ran in front of it and shot you?
He tried to shoot the drone.
It was a really bad attempt at shooting the drone, admittedly.
Just shot me in the face instead.
Yeah, much bigger target.
Ridiculous.
You're like a lighthouse with that bald head, Tim.
I feel so.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Obviously. Right, we're going to have Oryx brought along by Iconic this time, so a little bit of mobility put into the side of Astralis. They look pretty good on the defense then. They were all over the map getting kills. Lost one, unable to get anything going. Lost one just seemed to have gone off a cliff in the last couple of rounds. You know, they're at a point where they're killing themselves with Roteros here. It's just not ideal at the minute.
They just hate border that much.
Who knows?
Get me out.
They were so good in the first 4 or 5 rounds. You know, yeah, they lost round 5, but overall, first 4 or 5, they were really, really solid. And all of a sudden, they just seem to have lost their edge. They're not winning the gunfights they were previously. And like I said, just sort of silly mistakes like that creeping in.
Well, give them a couple of rounds here on the attacking side because they might warm into it, not forgetting that it wasn't always the best for Astralis early on in this game as well. 2-1 was where the scoreline sat in the first quarter of the game. So really here you want to see probably at least one of the next 2 rounds go in the way of Lost One to keep up pace with what we had before. But here we go with the direct in towards site push through, trying to find anyone that they can, and there is no one yet to be found. Dash is about to get blindsided to the left though. Oh my god, he wins the fight against Shuttle. Plant's going down though, Candelas have done their job. They've got full control of site, Tim. No one's home.
They've absolutely got away with one there. Astralis have taken their eye off the ball. They had the hatch, they had the verticals, but they just weren't in a position to deny the Plant in the position that it went down. Fantastic use of the Ying utility, and sometimes you just got to throw a rush at it, Des, and see if it sticks, and that one really has. 4 versus 2 as the kills start raining in now towards the end of this activated diffuser phase, but there is minimal time here. Candela goes out, making it even more difficult. Iconic though, he's going to give it a little tweak, but it won't be enough as the upside down rappel is in position, and that's going to be the round for Lost One. And that is, you feel like, kind of the round that they needed. As I said, they felt like they'd lost their edge. They felt like they'd sort of switched off a little bit, and then all of a sudden, bang, in they come. Few kills, diffuser down, and it might just reinvigorate them.
Bathroom Tellers once again proving to be the site that's impossible to hold by the looks of things. Maybe trying to play out towards Vents Workshop more often would be interesting. Custom Supply could even come into things a little bit. When I was looking back at those stats earlier on, what was it I said? That it was supplying customs with the lowest win rate? Maybe not then. Let's keep on going for this one, but at least in this game, it does have a 0% defender win rate. Both teams very, very good at spotting opportunities to push it towards side, get the diffuser down, and cause a little bit of chaos. Vents Workshop where we go to here in round 9 then. Let's see if Astralis' fortunes can turn around.
Top floor presence, once again, the Capcan is up there. We're going to have the Azami brought back along. It's Spiff this time rather than Iconic. Iconic shifts on to the Solus this time. So a third different operator inside 3 rounds. We've seen Iconic on Azami, Oryx, and now Solus. Just being fluid in between those operators and just what the team needs, really. Just that sort of flex coming out. Looking to pick up some drones. Not going to get that one there. Might go for a little run out if he dares. I don't think he's going to. Not going to push it that far as the drone has gone a little bit too far back.
Working still through with the drones. That's Solus again, keeping them at bay at least temporarily. Done a better job this time around of keeping more of the drones on side, mind you. They are aware of this drone up in the very high rafters. You saw a couple of bullets raining skyward there as the attempts came in to take away some of that valuable utility.
Interesting point as well. We've commented how evenly matched these teams are. Map 1 went to overtime. This one is 4-4. If you look at the entry in 8 rounds, that is also sat at 4-4. Forest, interestingly, has every entry kill for Astralis so far on this map. They're a little bit more spread out. Dash, Dots, and Rise all getting in on the action where Lost One have picked up those entry kills. But it's a fascinating one to watch. Keep an eye on Forest at the beginning of the rounds, and if he's not in a position to get those entries, Astralis aren't faring too well.
He's keeping up the sort of stats that he's been delivering throughout the year. Like I mentioned, he was one of the best in NA when it came around to entry and plant stats. A big rarity, but definitely supported by him moving over from being support back in stage 1 through to now playing a much more flex-based role as we've seen time and time again. Drone hunting through the floor there, not being found out. Maya pushing on through on the Ash. Clearly that is the operator of choice when the Iana has not been available to him. And Forest and Chloe just waiting here to catch someone off guard, but as of yet, unable to find anyone.
I kind of like that. That's, using that information in 2 ways. It's looking at it and saying, right, the drone has come through there, so in about 20-30 seconds, somebody's likely to follow it. Iconic is going to be able to pick up Maya, which was the Ash that was up above. Not sure whether that's just been a prediction, sort of shooting through the floor, but as I say, just using that drone information fascinatingly and to great effect there. Now, the keeper barricades are just being used to try and deny the the verticality, but with a sledge up there, you feel like it might be a little bit of a waste of utility. I suppose it stops that instant reaction, that instant kill, but the keeper barricades are not unlimited, whereas the sledge, it's not unlimited, but it's going to take down every keeper barricade you've got without a problem.
So time is the big one here, I guess, as well, though, right? Because it is slowly chewing through the amount of time that Lost One have got to make this 5 versus 5 work. Nades rolling on through, bounces off the wrong way, almost a bit of a team kill there, I thought, for a second. And Dash is going to find himself grilled through the floor by Iconic, who, again, with this Solus, has been doing quite a bit of work this half.
There we go, Iconic just taking shots on the man at main door. Going to take a little bit of damage, but Dots it is who manages to get in and get a kill onto Spiff, and that's going to just really help to get an opportunity to get the diffuser down here. Dots, as you say, just in a bit of a safe space here.
What are you doing?
Iconic able to get in and get the kill, get a second through the floor. Iconic's having a big round. Rise stepping in, shut down, and that's going to be Astralis taking the round and going 5-4.
Lobin kind of threw that one a little bit as well. Stepped off the hatch. Nice. Lobin, throw maybe is a strong word, but really kind of handed it over to the other side there. He was on the hatch initially whilst the plant was going down, providing cover in towards Workshop, but steps away, and that is the exact moment when the flank comes through. It's a little bit of siege timing, it's a little bit of indecision on his side. I'm not sure what else he could possibly have stepped away from, because the most important thing to get done there was the diffuser to go down. You're at a man disadvantage, there's a good chance you don't win on gunfights here, but playing in a post plant really gives you a big advantage. So a little bit of a thrown away round there for Lost One. Astralis move up to 5-4.
Armory Archives will be our next round for round 10. They played this back in round 7. It was an Astralis win. If they can recreate that, they're going to give themselves a map point opportunity, but they're also going to give themselves a couple of bites at the cherry. They're going to be playing, I think, out in CCTV. We've also got Spiff this time on the Solus, so passing operators round, switching them up quite a bit. It's the same setup, give or take, as the last time that they were here. Iconic shifted back to the Azami. He's going to play in CCTV. They did have an alibi last time, which they've foregone this time, I think, switching it out for the mirror. But interesting setup. I love any setup with a mirror, to be honest. I always like to watch them.
They're always fun. It forces the attackers to normally have to play into it a certain way, and we've seen already in this series, you know, Monty, smoke grenades, those kind of things coming out. Not seeing too much through the tournament vertical play really coming into it, to be fair, to help unsettle them. Obviously in Fountain, less of an ideal situation, especially like here where it's above concrete. But on other maps where it could have been a possibility, mainly teams have opted to bring along a Twitch instead. Because with the buff that she's now got, where she has 2 normal drones as well as 2 shock drones, she's still a pretty lethal force, even if you feel somewhat forced to taking her because of those shock drones to help deal with the mirror windows.
Lost One have opened up detention downstairs. Spiff is actually playing down there on the Solus, so I think maybe they've recognised that and are looking to just unsettle Spiff. But at the moment, they've pushed away from it, so Spiff is going to be able to continue down there. There are certain areas you can plant where Spiff would not be able to have an effect on it, so it might not be that the Solus can be played for denial as such, but can still be a nuisance maker.
I was talking to Pengu about Solus earlier, and I think the general consensus is, you know, got to reduce that range on a gadget. Just sees so much. You'll be seeing everything, exactly where the drones are coming in. Where's the attacking intent coming in from Lost One? In comes the EE1D. Normally with the juice in coming from the Vinker, it means a move forward is being made. And there's one. J90 finds one. A second for Forest. But there's little kills coming back and forth, left and right. Mainly in the favour of Astralis, though. They're now in a 4 versus 2. A 4 versus 1. Astralis have really warmed into things here and moved themselves up to match points.
Certainly have, and it's another entry kill for Forest. That gives him 5 on the day. Just have a quick look through. No entry deaths for Forest either, so 5 and 0 at the minute. Absolutely flying and really putting Astralis' best foot forward in this one.
Understandably, a tactical break coming in here for Lost One. Massage for Lobin, damn, I'd take one of those.
Então a gente tem que aproveitar pouco mais de mapa.
O PC tá muito resolvido,
vai ser cada depois. Tá ligado? A gente tá deixando a par nisso. A tática que é pra jogar na penta é a tática da oficina com mira. Que aí é extremamente forte nessa área e eles não fazem pixel na caixa ferramenta, então a gente consegue forçar o plant também.
É caçada padrão, né? Caçada padrão.
Last one looking a little bit subdued at the minute, you feel.
I like that they can bring the energy down and have a good measured conversation
there was certainly a lot more conversation last time we saw them in attack timeout. This time they seemed just a little bit more reserved.
That felt more instructive.
Yeah.
I think last time around it was more at a point where they weren't getting hammered. It was just a good time to have a conversation, whereas here, they know they're at match point. This is where the coach has stepped in and said, right, okay, here's what we need to get done here. You've got to stop doing that. We've got to look at doing this instead. Little bits being and directions being given out to the players individually. And maybe that's enough to get them through. Astralis going to, again, this suboptimal site for the defensive side's win rate. It hasn't yet been won on this map between these two teams. So Lost One should be feeling pretty confident about what it is they're walking into. The IQ maybe being 6 picked in here as well to help deal with the Soulless, but Astralis have played the bait game pretty well and are not opted to bring the Soulless this time around.
The Oryx goes downstairs. Spiff just going to be barricading off detention. It just gives a little audio cue if anybody does choose to push their way in through there. You sort of feel like Astralis are good for this at the minute. They're doing fantastically well over the last couple of rounds on the defense. They've won Ventilation Workshop. They've won Archives Armory. I'd like to see it go to 12. I'd like to see it go to overtime. I'd like to see everything we can out of this, to be honest.
Sure you would.
It's just been a brilliant matchup. Again, it's been another really enjoyable one at the end of the day. Two teams coming in that I thought were pretty evenly matched and were going to give us a good game, and they've certainly delivered on it. I think also both teams that I would say at this point, from what we've seen, could make a good run in the tournament.
I've said it already early on, and again, I stopped short of saying it just before the tournament got underway, but Lost One with a team that I was like, oh, I love their story. Team One have merged with Los Grandes, a massive organization in LATAM, millions of followers across social media, really well respected and well known. So there's kind of a point to prove for some of these boys, and at the same time, they've got Loban in. The rest of the team were kind of the outcasts, the mongrels from a lot of other teams, especially in Tier 2 in LATAM. 100% the underdogs. They've come in and beat Furia, for example, stomped Furia in the LATAM qualifiers. They've got a really exciting story about them. Now, can they go on and beat some of the big teams like W7M? Right now, I think most would look at them and say no, but they have impressed more and more as the games have gone by, so never say never.
They certainly haven't. I said to, I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, I think it was the day before, when we cast Lost One for the first time, I said, I get the same feeling that I did 18 months, 2 years ago about Damwon Kia. I really liked Damwon Kia, and I sort of got behind them a bit because they were so entertaining.
Okay, a massive Damwon shill.
It was just because they were entertaining. I just loved watching the Siege that they were playing. It was one of them. I just really looked forward to their games, and it's becoming the exact same with Lost One. Win or lose, it is entertainment. Now, we're going to have a win there as Maya comes through and manages to get a double onto Iconic and J90. That is an absolutely fantastic spearhead push coming in. Dots, Lobin getting in on the action. That attack timeout's worked, Des. It might have been a little bit quiet, but whatever was said has certainly done the trick.
And now Shuttle's left alone against all five, and this feels like a flawless round in the making here, as he's not quite sure what his left from his right is. Here comes one, but there's also others coming down east stairs at the same time. Gets pushed in from 2 spots. What a beautiful round coming out from Lost One. Everything being driven from Archives as well. That was really the backstab they needed to unsettle the Mirror player, get the one playing off by the window towards the north, also a little bit unsettled. And before you know it, 3 kills have just flown to Lost One's direction. A little bit surprised there, I think, Astralis by where that push came from.
Well, there we go. Maya just walking in, getting a couple of kills and really firing things up. Overall, I think Maya maybe been a little bit, I won't say quiet this game, certainly maybe, less impactful than we've seen previously.
Yeah.
I think is a fair way of putting it.
Can't be a hero all the time.
No, you can't. Maya had a fantastic game against BDS, I'm sure we all remember. But yeah, still has those big moments in the locker and really delivered there.
What I'm liking is really, with the exception of Dash, I mean, he's even an 11 to be fair, but like for Astralis, 13 to 21 across the series has been the kill range so far. So everyone again getting involved. On the other side, Lobin's sat at 25 right now, but outside of that, you've got Dots, Maya and Rise all sat on 16, 18 and 16. So these are the games that I spoke about at the start of the series I really love when it's a team game. It's great fun watching Shaiko tear through 3K after 3K after 3K, or Doki dropping a 3K, an ace and a 4K in 3 consecutive rounds. But that's a hero play to me. It's great and exciting to watch. It's good to see that a player's really switched on the day, but it doesn't show the strength of a team. I think what we're seeing throughout this series is really good team play, and that's what makes for an engaging series.
Round 11, round 12, here we go. It's going to be Lost One's last opportunity, but also Astralis' last opportunity. Lost One to save something out of this, Astralis to get it done without the need for overtime. We are 1 map to 0, of course, in favour of Lost One at the minute. So they are looking to close this out. They don't want to go to Clubhouse. They don't want to go to a third map here because they know that Astralis have got the measure of them, and this is a close game, and it's one that could be as easily lost as it could be won. Iconic's going to be still in the setup, 50 seconds, and still applying mirror windows and doing that site setup. It's above the site as it is, but still lots of work going on.
That's okay. I think they're just more being adaptive and trying to figure out, okay, where are they pushing from? Where should these mirror windows go? They haven't been placed down, but on the other side for Lost One, what you can see is the Book, who can get in below and blow out a couple of those mirror, or the one that's at least over the soft flooring inside of Workshop. And on the other side, you've got the Twitch that can also rain through site, assuming it goes unchecked, and take out those mirror windows. They've got a call to come in, the EE1Ds. They've got a lot of gadgets to work behind here, basically to get themselves inside the building nice and easy. They're ignoring the top floor. I'm a little bit nervous here for Astralis that they might get themselves blindsided if they're not careful. They've got rid of Rise, but 2 of them have completely ignored them. They're rushing the sites in. They said, forget about your East Airs hold. We're coming in. Maya finds 1. Dash a second. They found 3 kills on the site. Lost One might have just forced us through to overtime here as we go into a 3 versus 2. Astralis for the 2nd time this half, caught asleep with their pants around their ankles, and they've got to try and scrap their way back into this.
Dots manages to successfully get that diffuser down on the ground, but here comes the retake. Spiff has had a fantastic day so far. He's going to have to go big. He finds his 2nd. There is only Dash left. Currently stood inside of the smoke. He's going to have to relocate here, and this is becoming a real dogfight. And there's the final kill. Spiff is going to be able to disable the diffuser, and Astralis will take Border, and passions are running high in the server, Des.
Shut up, Logan! Shut up,
They won't talk it, Monday! They won't talk it, Monday!
Run it back,
Iconic dropping the bag there at the end as well, just as a bit of a sign of disrespect. I love the boys being at each of the throats a little bit here, but you've got to ask for Lost One. A 3v2 post-plant, that should be your round to win, but Astralis hold on and pull it back.
Certainly do. And the thing is, I can say what a performance from Astralis, what a performance from Lost One. They both had the moments, they both did fantastically, but what I am going to say is what a match on Border. Absolutely loved it, and we get a 3rd map. We get even more of this action.
1 in overtime, 1 to max rounds in regulation. Heaven knows what's going to happen on Clubhouse. One thing's for sure, you don't want to miss it. See you in a few minutes.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.